Chapter 101. Another Empyrean Tusk Herd. Trapped, captured, this is just like that time. The Boar King muttered as he was crushed by the pressure at the center of mass formed by the gravitational collapse of two Empyrean tusks. And when it initiated a fusion reaction, he died. As the red-hot ball of iron fell to the ground, the Boar King's figure appeared next to it. He lost his second life, causing his cultivation to fall to the minimum. One life stage. It could also be expressed as the peak of the body stage. Now that he had fallen to such a state, the moment he gets killed, he'll truly die. But it doesn't matter. I'll kill them all. Ganala is a descendant of the clan that annihilated my race. He gritted, and these Empyrean tusks are birthed by her. That makes them my priority target. From his spot to the Empyrean tusk herd, there was a large canyon, forming a straight line. This was created by the 43rd Empyrean tusk when it fled after swallowing him to commit suicide. Lava covered the area around the Boar King, due to the miniature sun that flashed for a second. The heat it emitted in that short duration melted everything within a 20-kilometer range. The zingers beyond that sustained fourth-degree burns, with the weaker ones dying horrid deaths. I'm at my last life, but the lot of you are on your last leg, he said and began to sprint towards the Empyrean tusk herd. Indeed, he was right. All the Empyrean tusks barely had enough prana to not collapse under their weight. The Mammoth clan masters were exhausted, with a good fraction of them losing enough lives that they regressed to the body stage. In this situation, they didn't have the strength to fight the Boar King. They would merely be sitting ducks before him. Therefore, even though he might sustain a bit of injury from the fight, the Boar King was confident in annihilating everyone. It's a waste, but I'll activate a third internal inertial gravity when necessary. Right as he was halfway towards reaching his opponents, all 42 surviving Empyrean tusks suddenly raised their trunks and trumped in unison. What? He was stunned, able to clearly hear their voice. Come here. We're here. Our enemy is here too. The Boar King paused and climbed over a mountain before leaping high into the air. With his current strength, he couldn't even move at the speed of sound, not to mention the hypersonic speeds he moved at the start. He was slow as his figure arrived at a high enough altitude for him to notice a dust cloud charging at him from far away. Upon staring at the dust cloud, his expression twisted in fury. You damn tusks! 62 Empyrean tusks were charging towards him as a pocket of air accelerated from their position. They had already launched an attack in his direction, having detected his position accurately through the fear they felt. Shit! The Boar King stomped on the mountain, causing cracks to form on it as he leaped down and ran away. His full-powered stomp merely cracked the mountain, a clear indication of his reduced strength when at the start he could casually destroy them. In such a state, adding 62 more Empyrean tusks into the fray would guarantee his death. Compressed chunks of earth rained down from the sky like meteors, targeting him as the Boar King dodged them. I'll deal with you soon. He glared in the direction of the dust cloud from which meteors were being shot at him non-stop. The Boar King masked his presence and stealthily ran away, using the maze-like Dieng Canyon's terrain to his advantage. Soon, the Empyrean tusks were unable to detect his presence anymore. As the herd of 62 Empyrean tusks arrived at the scene, their Mammoth clan chief got down and rushed to their rescue. The master closest to him was Bora Tusk as he asked, "How's the damage?" "Horrible," Bora Tusk seethed in rage. 2 of our deities were killed. The rest barely have enough prana to stand. All Mammoth clan masters lost at least 2 lives. Some regressed to the body stage, and the unfortunate few died. We've been hit severely. Boar Tusk sighed. I'm afraid we'll be sitting ducks for the Boar King once he makes a recovery. Him being a cultivator was beyond our expectations. We know that information since we faced his attacks plenty of times in recent years. The chief spoke, but we did manage to kill him twice. Bora Tusk gritted his teeth. He's at his last life. If only we were a little stronger, we could have put an end to him once and for all. You killed him twice? The chief was stunned. He turned around to stare at his Empyrean tusk, surprised to receive confirmation from the latter. It allowed him to observe the group in a new light. Honestly, I've only heard rumors of there being another herd. I'm pleasantly surprised to witness it myself. Same here, Bora Tusk nodded. We too only heard rumors of there being another herd. I suppose we haven't come across each other, due to our non-overlapping routes. Things have become less worrying now. You're right about that. The chief nodded and stopped speaking suddenly, conversing with his Empyrean tusk. His eyes lit up as he looked around. Our deity is saying she's sensing Ganala's presence here. Ganala. Bora Tusk recalled Greyha's words as he said dejectedly. She's our 44th Empyrean tusk. She was one of the 2 deities that died. I see, the chief nodded, saying. Originally, when the Boar King appeared, it seems the herd split into 3. One portion entered the sandy gray void and left Samara continent. The remainder became the current herd I'm a part of. He then stared at Bora Tusk and his group of settlement leaders. The last was formed by Ganala, who escaped alone. I truly wonder how she raised so many Empyrean tusks. That's something even we're struggling to do. After many years of effort, we finally had a child. But, he teared up, the Boar King got to her. Still, he sensed Bora Tusk's presence and released killing intent. It was your people that stole her in the first place. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for the Boar King to kill her. If my lowly head could satisfy you, please sate your anger with it. Bora Tusk kneeled. My deity was dying. I was desperate. I wasn't even sure if there existed another Empyrean tusk in the wild. I was grasping at straws. Wait, are you saying you don't know how an Empyrean tusk is born? The chief frowned. I didn't back then, Bora Tusk said and pointed at Greyha. But before they sacrificed themselves, our 44th and 43rd Empyrean tusks left behind their successors. Tell me everything from the start, the chief commanded as he stared at Bora Tusk, including your fight with the Boar King. Chapter 102 Mysterious Woman. While the two Empyrean tusk herds began their merger into a single herd, Inala's flight had reached the end of its path. Brace for impact! He shouted and grabbed Asiya with his left hand, and held the egg tighter on his right. The effects of internal inertial gravity, filling up the giant prana bomb, was almost expended. By turning it transparent, he watched their descent, observing the terrain. Upon spotting a river ahead, he adjusted his 2 prana hands and 2 life hands acting like tiny wings to steer the course of the giant prana bomb, making it crash into the water. Right as the giant prana bomb crashed into the water, the last of its internal inertial gravity was used up. Inala used his mystic bone art to transform it into a boat and paddled it to the shore. We're alive. That was freakish. Asiya barely regained her bearings, shouting, Why did you let her cries leak out before? My heart almost stopped beating when the Boar King approached us. She complained. It was to distract the Boar King while the herd leaves his detection range. Inala said, But I'm not sure how well the plan went. Thankfully, we managed to escape alive. You need to explain a lot, Inala. Asiya said, I have no idea what to do anymore. But first of all, she stared at the egg in his hand. Why was she made your responsibility in the first place? By the time I came to know, it was too late. Inala sighed and explained everything. Bam! Asiya punched a tree and caused it to fall, growling in rage. Fucking Oyo! She dared do that to my... Inala stared at Asiya rage around for a good few minutes. In the meantime, he probed his surroundings using his 2 Empyrean Zinger scouts, ensuring it was safe. Following that, he stared at the girl sleeping within the egg, having mixed feelings. To think the day I finally have a daughter is through such a messed up situation. Instead of feeling joy, I just feel sick. The girl wasn't a product of love, so it was hard for him to come to terms with her existence, no matter how logically he reasoned with himself. What should I do? He was unsure. He suddenly found himself lacking the drive necessary to forge ahead. Until now, there was a constant threat looming overhead, forcing him to fight for survival. But now that he had landed at a peaceful area, all his suppressed thoughts came surging back into his mind space. He was confused. He didn't have loyalty to the Mammoth clan in the first place. The only reason he was tied to it was due to his resource requirement. Honestly speaking, he was enamored by the world of Sumatra Chronicles, hoping to live in such a world. But not in a survival setting. He wanted to take in the sights of different wondrous regions, meet all sorts of cultures, and cultivate peacefully. Basically, he wanted to be an unfettered traveler and enjoy this cultivation world to its fullest. Unfortunately, that didn't seem to be a realistic choice unless he reached the peak of cultivation and no longer needed resources to cultivate. The only other choice granting some level of freedom was to nurture his daughter. And when she grows up, she'll generate the resources he needs on her own. He would be able to protect her by himself thanks to his tertiary nature. Thereby, he could go wherever he wanted instead of being taken by the herd through its designated route. Inala, Asiya had calmed down enough to speak properly. She stared at his daughter and asked, She's the 44th Empyrean tusk, right? Yes, Inala nodded. Since the inheritance ceremony is done, she's the new Ganala. How does that work? Asiya asked. Does the mind of the previous 44th Empyrean tusk take over her, or is it something else entirely? I'm not fully sure, Inala said. It'll take some time to figure it out. I need to digest and comprehend all the memories I gained from Ganala. He thought and retracted the 2 Empyrean Zinger scouts. They reverted to their nail-sized forms and perched on his head. What's the plan now? Asiya asked next. Have we arrived far away? Originally, when the Boar King chased us, I was supposed to make a 30-degree turn. Inala shook his head. But I'm not sure if I was accurate enough. And at that speed, Even a minor difference in angle would correlate to us landing thousands of kilometers away from the designated point. Initially, we were supposed to land near the Rumterra Kingdom and then make our way to the Brimgon Empire. We'll wait there until the herd arrives at the Empire. Inala said, I know about the Brimgon Empire. We trade with them every century. They are one of our biggest customers. Asiya said, having learnt about the Brimgon Empire at the Academy of Refinement. But isn't the Rumterra Kingdom less than a century old? We haven't traded with them yet, so we have no intel on them. And usually kingdoms don't last long. What if it's in ruins? There was no internet or means of communication over long distances in Sumatra continent. There were no birds, meaning they couldn't even send letters over long distances. Moreover, anything sent on foot could very well end up in the stomach of some random pranic beast. There are routes we can take to the Brimgon Empire from the Rumterra Kingdom. So, even if we don't decide to settle there, we need to reach it. That's the only notable place in this region. Inala said, and only by reaching there can I say with assurance that we're beyond the range where the new Ganala's cries wouldn't be audible to either the Empyrean Tusk herd or the Boar King. Suddenly, by reading the memories of one of his Empyrean Zinger scouts, he grabbed Asiya and hid behind a tree. With a snap of his finger, a hole formed in the boat and caused it to sink. It was his spirit weapon, so he could bring it to the surface whenever he wanted. His two prana hands and life hands shot towards him and hovered beside him, reverting to their original appearance. Inala took a piece of bone and turned it into a bone slip. Once Asiya touched it, his voice resounded in her mind. Someone's coming. And judging by their sound, they seem human. Inala seeped his prana into his Empyrean Zinger scout and made it glide across the air gently in its nail-sized form and perched it on a tree branch. As long as it was connected to his prana, he could communicate with it over long distances. Of course, the limit was the same as his spirit weapon's range. As the Empyrean Zinger scout kept watch, a humanoid individual slowly walked out from the thicket of trees. Once they came into view, Inala frowned, communicating the image with Asiya through the bone slip. It was a human woman, middle-aged in terms of appearance. Slung on her back was an earthen pitcher that she loosened slowly before scooping out the water from the river. Once it was full, she slung it on her back and easily carried it, as if the weight didn't strain her. Let's follow her. Inala and Asiya communicated with each other through the bone slip as they tailed the woman. Chapter 103: A Hidden Settlement of Strangeness. The middle-aged woman seemed human at first glance. Her hair was tied into a bun, slightly unkempt. Her hands were calloused from strenuous housework, and judging by her walking posture, her skeletal structure faced a mild deformity due to carrying heavy luggage for extended durations over the years. Overall, other than her slightly abnormal strength, she seemed no different from a normal human. As the middle-aged woman walked through the forest, hovering in the air 4 meters away and gliding overhead was the Empyrean Zinger scout. As it was merely nail-sized, its smooth gliding made no sounds, not even for the faintest of ears. Shadowing 40 meters away were Inala and Asiya. Held in his left was the egg with his daughter, while in his right was a bone slip. It was Asiya's bone slip. Whenever she thought of something, she would insert her thoughts into it, and he would access them just as a mammoth clansman normally accessed a bone slip. Similarly, Asiya held his bone slip. This way, even though no words were exchanged between the two, they were able to constantly communicate with one another. Currently, the prana levels of both were at their minimum most, hence why they were so cautious. Inala had 4 prana, while Asiya had 6. Everything else had been spent during their escape from the Boar King. Asiya didn't have a storage lantern. She had just become an elite and hadn't been granted one yet. As for Inala's storage lantern, it only had 200 paruta fruits. All the prana bombs he saved were consumed to make the giant prana bomb. Unless they chanced upon a weak pranic beast, it would be hard for them to recover their prana. Hence, it was prudent to remain cautious. After an hour of traveling, the middle-aged woman entered a lush green valley surrounded by mountains on all sides like a bird's nest. The only entrance was a narrow creek wide enough for a human to walk through. The location was a utopia, as the sole entrance wasn't wide enough for typical pranic beasts to pass through. 2 women were stationed guard at the entrance, carrying wooden spears. Their clothes were simplistic at best, a mix of cotton and leather. It was apparent that they didn't have the tools or the resources to produce proper clothes like in a settlement. There was a clearing of 20 meters between the forest and the creek as the duo of Inala and Asiya stopped there, communicating with each other through their respective bone slips. Shall we pose as travelers and enter from the front? Asiya asked. No, that's foolish. Inala said, using his experience as an artist to glean into the details of the attire of the 2 guards. At first glance, they seemed to resemble refugees. Judging by the poor workmanship of their clothes, it has been a while since they ran away from a kingdom. And for some reason, they either didn't bother to make new clothes or simply couldn't find any resources to do so. I don't feel the second case can be the reason. Asiya expressed her doubts. We've seen that mighty river nearby. The soil here is fertile enough for these trees to grow. So, growing some cotton plants shouldn't have been an issue. You're right. Inala nodded and motioned for her to follow him. The duo circled around the mountain for a couple of minutes before stopping. The guards were only stationed at the entrance. Therefore, all other locations were fair game to scout. Inala approached the mountain and stared at it. It was rocky, and even though the walls didn't form a cliff, they were steep enough to be dangerous. We'll be wasting our remaining prana if we use our spirit weapons to climb up, Asiya commented. That's why we'll be doing this. Saying so, Inala snapped his finger as his 2 prana hands arrived before him. They expanded into a pair of gauntlets that slid over his hands. The fingertips of the gauntlets turned into claws, sharp enough to dig into the rocky mountain as Inala began to climb. The 2 life hands merged into his legs to turn into shoes, similarly helping with keeping his legs gripped to the rocky surface. Pointing at his back, Inala stared at Asiya. Climb aboard. Are you sure you can handle my weight? Asiya would have happily jumped on his back had the situation been less dangerous. Carrying her means he'll be using up more prana to keep up with the climbing until they reach the peak. Since his abilities were what would allow them both to recover their prana, she didn't wish for him to become exhausted beforehand. But in the face of her consideration, Inala flexed his biceps. See these babies. Without the fragment disease, I'm a whole other level of beast. Don't come crying later. Rolling her eyes in response to his boast, Asiya positioned herself on his back and held the baby Ganala in one hand. Primary nature, internal inertial gravity. Inala raised his strength and sprinted over the walls, shocking Asiya when he covered over 600 meters within 10 minutes. How? I'm a zinger, Inala stated as a matter of fact. Climbing is kind of my thing, you see. Upon reaching the peak of the mountain, the duo observed the valley within. The mountain range converged to form 2 rings, forming the symbol 8. At the point of connection of the 2 rings was a massive mountain, sporting a crater at its peak. It seemed to have been an active volcano at one point in history. But now, filled to the brim within the crater was water, forming a lake. Drawing water from the lake were people from either settlement. Within a minute, Inala noticed an oddity. In each ring was a settlement, living disconnected lives. In the ring to the left, the settlement was occupied by women, and in the other ring's settlement were men, both shabbily dressed with a mixture of fabric and leather. There were approximately 4,000 women and around 600 men. The women seemed to farm while the men mined in the caves. Another difference was in their physique. While the women seemed overworked, they were healthy and brimming with vitality. Conversely, the men didn't have much to do in the sparsely mineral-rich caves, but their bodies were emancipated. What was most puzzling was the fact that there was only one entrance here, situated in the women's ring. There seemed no way for the men to exit their ring, as after some observation, Inala noticed that the men weren't even allowed on the side of the women. This place is strange, Inala. Asiya asked, what do we do? We need to find out where we are, and also recover our prana. There's nothing to eat out here, so it'll just add to our exhaustion if we camp out. Chapter 104 Murkiness Underneath Serenity. Mammoth clansmen were basically spoiled brats in terms of food, having never faced the issue of hunger. The Empyrean Tusk always produced more than enough food for their needs. Inala wasn't worried about that even in the likelihood of him leaving the clan. After all, as long as he slaps a pranic beast with a prana bomb, he could have his fill in terms of both nutrients and prana. The fluid within the prana bomb was that nutritious once it absorbed prana to the limit. Zingers typically only consumed the prana bombs. All they consumed other than that was water from the baobab trees. Hence, Inala had been a tad careless in his preparation regarding food. And that came to bite his ass now. There were no pranic beasts in the vicinity. Do I have to use my prana hand on the people? No. He refrained from thinking in such a direction. That was a path with no return. He would become worse than Varala. Of course, he would eventually have to tread that path, as that was a necessity in his preparation to beat the Boar King. But Inala wished to retain at least some level of innocence until then. While he was hesitating, the sun began to set. Nighttime was approaching. Suddenly, there was a surge of prana from the river far away, causing him to stare in the direction. What the heck is that? Asiya shrilled in a fluster. Goosebumps formed on his skin as Inala noticed hair-like strands protruding out of the river in the thousands. They appeared hair-like from his position, but the fact that he could see them from so far away meant they were massive in truth. Like leeches, the hair-like strands jutted out of the river, reaching as high as 100 meters, beginning to eerily dance. Immediately in response, a black wave flowed out of the river. Once Inala focused on them, he noticed the black wave was due to the tens of thousands of pranic beasts rushing out of the river in unison. Each pranic beast reached a meter in length, sporting hundreds of legs like a centipede, but their bodies were that of a house lizard. Their tongues flicked out from time to time as a grating sound resounded while they rushed out of the river. Intermediate iron-grade pranic beast, slump lizard. Shit! It's not that this region is safe. It's just the entire ecosystem here is nocturnal. Inala shouted as he slumped Asiya on his back and began to climb down the mountain, intending to seek refuge at the settlement. Despite being slow, the swarm was capable of scaling up the mountain, hence posing a severe risk. Staying out against the swarm was foolish, despite his abilities. The moment he slips up or tires out, he would be devoured by the swarm. Had Asiya been at full strength, he wouldn't have been afraid, but the situation was too dangerous to take a gamble. Of course, the humans in the settlement rubbed him the wrong way for some reason. Hence, he decided to trust his instinct and not make contact with them. While climbing down, Inala observed the two women guards retreating inside. Zingers had exceptional eyesight, similar to a bird, hence allowing him to observe everything in detail. A group of women rolled a boulder to patch up the entrance. One after another, the women exited their houses, wielding wooden spears while donning leather armor. The moment Inala touched the settlement ground, he rolled until he reached the sides of a wooden hut. All the houses in the settlement were made of wood and seemed a bit dated. Once he arrived safely, Inala sent in an Empyrean Zinger scout, in its miniature form, through the window, observing the house to be empty. He then motioned for Asiya to arrive, keeping watch while she rolled through the grass similarly. The duo sneaked into the house and heaved a sigh in relief. Through his prana, Inala controlled an Empyrean Zinger scout like a spirit weapon and made it hover 60 meters above ground. 60 meters was the maximum range for a mammoth clansman at the spirit stage. As he was in the body stage, his range was slightly above that. But to conserve his prana, he remained within his optimal range, which ended at 60 meters. From this height, the Empyrean Zinger scout was able to observe their surroundings. Most of the women from the settlement had converged upon the entrance, waiting there in a battle-ready state. The only ones that hadn't participated in that were girls who were too young to fight. One of the women rushing towards the entrance stopped suddenly as her eyes shot in the direction of the house Inala and Asiya were at. She sniffed the air and exuded a slightly maddened presence. "I smell a man here. Something's indeed amiss here," Inala observed calmly as he took on his female form. The woman only walked towards their house halfway before turning around to rush towards the entrance, unable to sense the scent of a man anymore. Later, Inala said upon noticing Asiya's shock at his transformation. He did tell her a bit about his powers, but not everything. So, her surprise was warranted. In a few minutes, scuttling sounds filled the valley as the slump lizards reached the entrance, beginning to bombard the boulder. "Steady!" A middle-aged woman who appeared to be the leader of the settlement shouted as she gripped her spear tighter. Cracks began to cover the boulder as the intensity of the bombardment increased steadily. As dust spilt out of the boulder, their surroundings darkened. Soon, the moment nightfall approached, intense prana billowed out of the lake in the center of the two-ringed settlement as a giant pranic beast emerged, reaching a height of 20 meters. Yurua! It unleashed a bird's screech as immediately in response, all the women standing before the settlement's entrance dropped their weapons and ripped apart their armor. Gah! Kook! Gur! They let out beastly grunts as the hair on their head combined to morph into feathers, the same for their nether regions. Anywhere hair grew on their body fused to form feathers, haphazard in shape and arrangement. The women rolled on the ground in pain as cracking sounds resounded from their bodies. Their skeletal structure expanded in size slowly and thickened, causing their explosive power to increase. Their hands and legs morphed into claws as talons grew out, reaching lengths over 10 centimeters. The most alarming of all was their skull that protruded on the front, forming sharp beaks. Once the transformation concluded, the over 3,000 monstrous women stared at the sky and unleashed a bird screech. Scree. Fuck! It was a mistake to come here. Inala's face paled as he stared at Asiya, his lips trembling as he muttered, "The people in this settlement aren't humans. They're part of the ravaged tribe." Chapter 105 Rocketress. In Sumatra, humanity was split into 3 distinct categories: free humans, clansmen, and ravaged tribes. A free human was a human cultivator who exercised complete freedom of speech, expression, and will. All humans part of a kingdom or empire belonged to this category. They had a means of cultivation unique to their own. Once they reached the body stage, they would fuse mineral resources to their spirit container, shaping it into a material entity they termed the human avatar. Depending on the type of mineral used, the properties of the human avatar varied. Generally, iron ore was the most common mineral used to forge a human avatar. Thereby, The cultivators who had forged their spirit container using iron would be called iron avatars. Other than giving them a tough body, iron avatars had no other properties. It didn't increase their prana or lifespan, causing the cultivators with an iron avatar to only possess 100 prana even at the peak of the body stage. Their lifespan too was the same as a regular human. Therefore, their strength entirely depended on the mineral. This was the human kingdom's way of cultivation. The second category of humans were called clansmen. They were those whose entire existence was tied to a gold-grade pranic beast. The Mammoth clan and Cooter clan fell under this category. The human cultivators of this category were the strongest. And apart from a mystic-grade pranic beast, they had the highest potential to become one of the strongest in Sumatra. Clansmen who reached the end of cultivation could pretty much be ranked within the top 10 in terms of power rankings in Sumatra. In terms of their power, lifespan, lifestyle, and stability of life, clansmen reigned at the top. Following them in second place were the free humans. And finally, present at the bottom of the barrel was the ravaged tribe. Forming the ravaged tribe were humans that had fled a ruined human kingdom. While fleeing, they by mistake barged into the territory of a powerful pranic beast, usually an advanced or expert silver-grade pranic beast, or even a gold-grade pranic beast. Upon noticing these intruders, the regional overlord would enslave them through its prana, adding an imprint of itself in their spirit container. This was no different from the prana domination skill used by Inala. But prana domination skill was derived through the mystic bone art. Hence, it was only effective against a mammoth clansman. Powerful silver and gold-grade pranic beasts had a stronger version of the same skill, capable of unleashing it on all free humans they have subdued. The pranic beast ends up enslaving the humans, forcing them to serve it and be available at its beck and call. It doesn't end here. Its imprint is so powerful that it ends up polluting their spirit containers, morphing them to its needs. The moment this happens, the free human becomes part of the ravaged tribe. Just as a pranic beast's cultivation only involves growing from an infant to an adult, the humans part of the ravaged tribe too are the same. Their cultivation ends the moment they enter the body stage. They cannot fuse a mineral to their spirit container. That no longer is an option. The moment they enter the body stage, they are done with cultivation. Their spirit container would absorb some of the pranic beast's qualities. And at a command from the pranic beast, these qualities would manifest, causing the appearance of the ravaged tribesmen to change. And in such a state, they became devoted slaves of their master, the pranic beast. The reasons for the pranic beasts creating the ravaged tribe are countless. One of the primary factors is to have protection for their young, since these powerful pranic beasts are usually alone and govern their territory. When they go out to hunt, there's no one to defend their young. And as slaves, the ravaged tribe would never be able to harm their young. Instead, they would give their all to protect the young. The second major reason is evolution. Yes, by creating its exclusive ravaged tribe, the pranic beast would only have to wait. When it dies of old age, it would transfer ownership of the ravaged tribe to its offspring. Over the generations, the ravaged tribe too would be changing as their spirit containers would adapt to the pranic beast's imprint better, becoming optimized over the generations. The ravaged tribe becomes more and more attuned to being servants of the pranic beast. And as their population booms, the master's prana quality would improve naturally. And eventually, when the accumulations reach a pivotal point, the pranic beast becomes a stronger version of itself. It will move up a minor grade or at times, even increase its grade, jumping from silver to gold or from gold to the peak of gold. Sumatra Chronicles delves into detail about the ravaged tribe, as pretty much most of the gold-grade pranic beasts controlled a sizable population of the ravaged tribe each. Moreover, it had to be noted that even the Mammoth clan was once part of the ravaged tribe. Being slaves to the Emperor Tusk's generation after generation for tens of thousands of years, there eventually came a tipping point. It was when the Mammoth clan ancestor was born, elevating the status of the Mammoth clan from a ravaged tribe to clansman status. It was then that the Mammoth clan went from slaves to the Emperor Tusk's immune system. Both the Mammoth clan and the Emperor Tusk became inseparable after that. And it was only thanks to this achievement did the Emperor Tusks evolve into expert gold-grade pranic beasts, reaching the pinnacle of Sumatra continent. To reach the same level of strength and status, every single pranic beast worth its salt created its ravaged tribe. Even though the ravaged tribe led the lives of slaves, they had no option. The day their kingdom fell to ruin, and they weren't able to migrate to another human territory, becoming part of the ravaged tribe at least guaranteed their survival. But for an outsider like Inala, this was bad news. After all, the fact that such a large ravaged tribe existed here meant the master of the tribe was a pretty powerful pranic beast. And if it manages to detect their existence, it would spell their doom. And as the pranic beast emerged out of the lake in the center of the settlement, Through the Empyrean Zinger scout's eyes, Inala observed its form, feeling all tension leave him, relaxing instead. Phew, it's not the end. Advanced Silver-Grade Pranic Beast, Rocketress. Chapter 106 Slump Lizards and Rooster Tribesmen. Spanning a height of 20 meters, shaped like a pillar was the Rocketress, an advanced silver-grade pranic beast. It sported the claws of a bird all over its giant body, usually around 100 pairs. The number of talons per each varied between 3 to 5. The claw arms could extend to a length of 100 meters, which was what the Rocketress used to grab its prey. It was a very dangerous existence, even amongst silver-grade pranic beasts, but it had one fatal weakness: mobility. The Rocketress had no legs. Instead, it had a gelatinous lower body similar to a snail's, with the muscles there primarily created to endure its body weight. Therefore, even moving a meter in distance took days. Hence, a Rocketress typically settled in highly frequented junctions through Sumatra and simply gobbled up all prey that came its way. Of course, there was no guarantee of that. Hence, it was one of the races that actively gathered humans to form a ravaged tribe. Primary nature: rocky intimidation. By consuming its prana, the Rocketress was capable of erecting large rocky pillars. It usually used its ability to alter the terrain with mountains. This would force all pranic beasts in the region to move through the valleys, for that was the shortest distance. The mountains would typically be rocky and dangerous to climb. Hence, every creature instinctively took the valley route. And at the center of this valley, at the crossroads of multiple valley routes, would be the Rocketress, lying in wait. But that was only in its initial phase. A Rocketress required a primary diet of grains, ranging from rice to pulses. Therefore, the moment it captures some free humans, it turns them into the ravaged tribe and alters the rocky terrain into an enclosed safe zone. The ravaged tribe would live here while farming and mining for resources, increasing their numbers over time. And they would constantly bring in food and mineral ores for the Rocketress consumption. The ringed structure of the settlement was its doing. Of course, that took it decades, if not a century or two, to complete. With a prana capacity of 2,800 and a lifespan ranging around 520 years, the Rocketress was a long-lived entity, thereby having more than enough time and energy to create such an elaborate settlement and raise people for the needs of it and its offspring. Considering the population of its ravaged tribe was almost nearing 5,000, it was doing pretty well. Had it been the ravaged tribe of any other pranic beast, Inala would have been terrified. But being in the territory of a Rocketress was one of the safest. Of course, that was only for cultivators on the level of Inala and Asiya. Mutated beginner silver-grade pranic beast, Empyrean Zinger. With a prana capacity of 1,800 and a lifespan of 341 years, Inala was a formidable foe. Moreover, he had 3 natures, a feat seldom attainable by cultivators. Mutated expert silver-grade pranic beast, Grim Nell. With a prana capacity of 3,449 and a lifespan of around 593 years, Asiya too was a terrifying individual. She had 2 natures, and her powers were one of the most troublesome to exist. As long as they recovered some prana, they could easily deal with a Rocketress. After all, as long as they remained beyond its range of 100 meters, they could attack it while it remained helpless. And the strength of the ravaged tribe wasn't threatening to them, since the abilities of both excelled at countering a swarm. If it's a Rocketress, we can be safe here. Asiya nodded, but the ravaged tribe under it are noted to have a strong mating tendency, almost to a destructive level. It makes sense why the 2 genders are split here. Since Inala could transform into a woman, they had virtually no problems to deal with. By now, the boulder at the entrance shattered into pieces of rocks as slump lizards poured in, spreading across the settlement. It seemed they had a goal, which was to deal with the eggs laid by the Rocketress. Once they hatch and mature, the strength of the settlement would be elevated further. And the pranic beast living under the river disliked it. Hence, it instigated the slump lizards to attack the settlement. It seemed to be a daily occurrence, judging by the way the women of the ravaged tribe fought. With every swipe of their sharp talons, a slump lizard was shredded into pieces. Ravaged tribe, rooster tribesman. It was what the ravaged tribe under a Rocketress was called in Sumatra chronicles. As the number of slump lizards pouring in was vastly overwhelming, as compared to the over 3,000 rooster tribesmen, many slipped through the gaps in defense and spread around the settlement. When a slump lizard skittled across a house at the edge of the settlement, a bone hand grabbed it by the head and yanked it away. A dozen seconds later, a shriveled corpse was thrown out, which was devoured by an Empyrean Zinger scout. "They are merely infants," Inala muttered in his female form, appearing like a middle-aged lady. "Give me an hour. Remain within a 60-meter range." Asiya expressed her worry. "That way, you can communicate with me through the bone slip. No matter the enemy, I can instantly neutralize it." She was confident in her strength. After all, she was able to blind even the Boar King for an instant. That meant there didn't exist an opponent in Sumatra that couldn't fall prey to her power. Even though she was terrified during the encounter with the Boar King, that experience played a pivotal role in boosting her confidence levels. "No worries," Inala laughed as he rushed out of the house, muttering, "Without having to worry about my bones fracturing when I move, I can freely fight." The moment he jumped out of the house, 3 slump lizards noticed his presence. Their bodies shone for a moment before he tumbled hard, slamming his face into the ground. Primary nature, Grand Slump. It was a weak ability that caused the target to stumble and fall to the ground, no matter their body structure, whether humanoid or serpentine. The only requirement was for the target to be in motion. And it was an ability that stacks upon itself. Therefore, the greater the number of slump lizards targeting you, the stronger your fall. As a result, blood dripped out of Inala's nose. Right as the 3 slump lizards skittled towards him, a bony hand grabbed their heads, exerting enough strength to crush their skulls. 2 prana hands and 1 life hand. Upon contact, they absorbed prana and life force. A few seconds later, Inala got up, a couple years younger and with a bit more reserve of prana. The influx of prana healed his nose injury as he wiped the blood. Through their connection, the Empyrean Zinger scout hovering high up in the air spotted the closest slump lizards. Without any hesitation, Inala sprinted in their direction, thinking, "How many times would I bruise my nose tonight?" Only one way to find out. Chapter 107: The Grim Nell's Overwhelming Prowess. The Empyrean Zinger scout, perched on his head, leaped onto the 3 slump lizards, devouring their corpses. Thanks to the power of internal inertial gravity, it could store a lot of food in its stomach. As a result, it continued to eat the corpses. Of course, its limit would come pretty soon, as it was a mere newborn. Inala had 2 Empyrean Zinger scouts at the moment. He planned to first feed them to the limit before making more. His life bomb would have to absorb the prana of a dozen slump lizards before hatching. So, he wouldn't use it before filling his and Asia's prana reserves to the brim. After having its fill, the Empyrean Zinger scout ran on the ground and peeked from the edge of a house, making faint screeches upon noticing a group of slump lizards. Its screeches garnered their attention, making them chase after it. The Empyrean Zinger was way slower than the slump lizards on ground, as it was only a scout. And with every few steps, it tumbled and fell to the ground, losing a lot of speed. Right as they were about to pounce on it, the Empyrean Zinger scout entered Inala's range, causing him to pick it up like a spirit weapon and place it on the roof of a house. 2 prana hands swooped in like a bird and grabbed a target each before flying away. Once the 2 slump lizards were depleted of prana, they were dropped nearby Inala, where the life hands pounced upon them next, shriveling them up. And finally, their shriveled corpses made their way into the stomach of the second Empyrean Zinger scout. This way, Inala's actions would remain discreet, leaving behind no traces that would alert the rooster tribesmen. After 3 hours of stealthy hunting, Inala reached 100 prana. Since he hadn't begun building his body yet, this was his limit in prana capacity. His nose was swollen, having fallen 240 times by now, a bit more than once per minute. By now, he had created 1 more Empyrean Zinger scout. But in terms of strength, this felt a tad weaker than the other 2 scouts, making him realize a piece of important information. If the source of prana is a piss-poor infant even among beginner iron-grade pranic beasts, the created Empyrean Zinger scouts would be a lot weaker than their usual selves. He thought and grabbed the prana bomb that was just filled to the limit. Contained in it was 100 prana. Inala sent it into the house, where Asiya was calmly watching his actions. He already cracked the shell enough for her to poke in a hole and slurp its contents. After she downed the entirety of the fluid, Asiya activated her mystic bone art, beginning to convert it into prana. An hour later, her prana reserves were full. With that, she confidently stepped out of the house and clapped her hands once. In response, 2 slump lizards suddenly lost their motor functions and plopped to the ground, unmoving. Primary nature, linked rupture. Every sound produced by a grim knell would sonorously resound, akin to a bell chime. The entity that hears the chime ends up becoming the target. The grim knell would then be able to link 2 of their respective senses and rupture them in unison. By destroying its sight, the same effect is carried onto the target too, turning it blind. The effect was temporary and could only be sustained until the grim knell ran out of prana. This ability was a perfect double-edged sword. It took out the senses of both the castor and the target equally. Linked rupture was the reason death knells were feared by other pranic beasts. They were pranic beasts with dozens of senses that could be traded away for activating their ability. And they could perfectly time it to interrupt the attacks of their targets. They excelled at counters. Of course, they could only target as many senses as in their possession. So there was an obvious limit. It was why, despite the potency of their power, they were only beginner silver-grade pranic beasts. But their mutated version was the Grim Nell, an expert silver-grade pranic beast. Its ability was optimized to counter large swarms, the reason why it was the most valuable treasure in the 43rd Settlement's treasury. The reason was its second ability. Secondary nature, Akashic transfer. It was a simple power. The second edge of linked rupture, which would affect the caster. Akashic transfer simply transfers it away to another target. Meaning, as long as the targets were in even numbers, the Grim Nell could easily take out their senses. The side effect would be borne by another target, and the requirement to activate both linked rupture and Akashic transfer was a sound wave. Moreover, once the second edge was transferred to another target, linked rupture would be maintained until the second target ran out of prana. Therefore, with minimal prana consumption, Grim Nell could counter large hordes. Of course, the stronger the target, the greater the consumption for a shorter effect duration. Moreover, since the second edge was herself when she activated linked rupture on the Boar King, Asia's prana reserves were emptied in an instant. Clap! Clang! Soft ringing sounds reverberated in their vicinity as all slump lizards dropped to the ground, losing their motor functions. Prana bombs jumped on their bodies every second, draining them of all prana. And before they regained their motor functions, life bombs, ones that would birth the Empyrean Zinger Queen, followed suit, sucking them of all their lifespan. Since they were only iron-grade pranic beasts, the eggs would never hatch. Hence, they remained as a reserve of life force for his later consumption. Through the life hands, Inala recovered his age bit by bit. It was a long, eventful night, and as dawn approached, the slump lizards began retreating. By now, Inala had absorbed enough life force to become a 14-year-old girl. His reserve expanded to 3 Empyrean Zinger scouts, 10 prana bombs, and 2 life bombs, with life force. With their prana reserves full, Inala and Asiya stole some harvested grains from the settlement and scaled up the mountain, reaching the peak. From this height, he observed the actions of the rooster tribesmen that reverted to their human forms upon sunrise. 10 meters below the peak on the outer side, Asiya drilled a cave for them to rest and cultivate. Exhausted from the fight, Inala fell asleep the moment he closed his eyes. Asiya stood watch near the entrance and observed the slump lizards retreat into the river, surprised to notice the swarm erasing their traces as they retreated. It seems like a scheme to lure an unsuspecting prey from both sides. Chapter 108 Body Stage and Life Stage. Once it was dawn, the hair-like tendrils dancing over the river retreated. Asiya observed their actions with a frown, wondering what the pranic beast was. The Mammoth clan had compiled a list of pranic beasts, adding in their traits, expected habitats, primary natures, etc. to form an encyclopedia. This was information they collected through their travel route, from both personal experience and information purchased from the various kingdoms and empires they traded with. Even though the Mammoth clan's pranic beast encyclopedia boasted a large collection of information, it didn't have everything. Sumatra continent was too large to scale, and the century-long route taken by the herd merely covered a small portion of the continent. Even there, they could only collect information from pranic beasts they chance upon, which bordered their travel route. Anything beyond was pretty much dark territory, the unknown. The Rockatress was a pretty famous pranic beast, with a good fraction of them setting home along the Empyrean Tusk herd's route. After all, the route would be wide and flat as the herd passes through and stomps everything in their path. Typically, pranic beast territories formed around such routes, ensuring the route didn't travel within any territory. After all, it meant the respective territory would face disaster every 100 years as the herd moved through it. As a result, Empyrean Tusk routes were free from the influence of any pranic beasts. Therefore, it was frequented by pranic beasts who wished to travel from one region to another without having to enter the territories of other pranic beasts. Camping along such a route meant meals would be freely delivered to its doorstep. Hence, it was popular among Rockatress. And whenever the Empyrean Tusk herd notices a Rockatress, it would carefully move around it to ensure the Rockatress wasn't harmed. The reason wasn't pity or anything, but rather profit. The Mammoth clan would steal its eggs. The eggs of an advanced silver-grade pranic beast were valuable. Many settlement leaders used a Rockatress power. It was a defensive unit after all. The regions it protected were pretty much impossible to breach. Moreover, if the settlement leaders wished to move, they would simply revert to their human forms. As they didn't have the Rockatress mobility restriction in their hands, the power of a Rockatress jumped up by many levels. Asiya's mother, Zahela, had the Rockatress power, so she was well aware of its nature. But even she didn't know the identity of the pranic beast hiding in the river that seemed antagonistic to the Rockatress. "This needs to be investigated," she muttered, her eyes glinting in response. "And if it's a powerful pranic beast with a useful ability, the clan will benefit from its eggs. We can route ourselves to enter its territory." The egg of every single silver-grade pranic beast was valuable. After all, any mammoth clansman that fused with such an egg ends up becoming a master, proving a valuable addition to the mammoth clan's power. After fusing with such an egg, their lifespan would range between 300 to 600 years. And a majority of the time, irrespective of how much a settlement gets destroyed, masters would survive. Eventually, they would repopulate the settlement. It was why no matter how horrible the damage, the mammoth clan recovered their numbers within 2 decades. After all, the pillars, masters, forming the settlement's core strength remained alive. Usually, they were limited by the number of silver-grade pranic beast eggs in their possession. It was because not many silver-grade pranic beast territories existed on their path. And to avoid any crippling damage, the Empyrean Tusk herd wholly avoided the territories of gold-grade pranic beasts. Hence, they had to limit themselves to the eggs they stole from the territories of silver-grade pranic beasts they had mapped out. If she could find another such territory, it would elevate the mammoth clan's power by another margin. She didn't get ahead of herself and instead meditated, familiarizing herself better with the Grim Nell's power. Contained in her primary and secondary nature was everything about the Grim Nell, from its habits to its instincts. Only by familiarizing herself with them could she wield her power better. It was a process all mammoth clansmen had to do. As they become more familiar, their mind gets shaped according to their respective pranic beast's body. Only after that could they fill up their spirit container and build a body. First, Asiya had to strengthen her spirit container in the same way she did at the spirit stage. Following that, she would have to meditate and become more accustomed to the Grim Nell's body. Her level of understanding would unlock certain sections of the spirit container. She would swallow an Empyrean Tusk's bone powder, usually taken from its tusk, and accumulate that in the respective sections. Following that, she would have to refine those parts of the spirit container until they resemble the respective body parts of the Grim Nell. Rinse and repeat the process until she builds her spirit container into the Grim Nell. The moment she completes the process, she will reach the peak of the body stage. At that moment, she would possess 3449 prana, able to wield the full strength of a Grim Nell. The life stage was basically a repeat of the body stage. Asiya would have to rebuild the Grim Nell's body multiple times. After finishing the first body, she would be at the peak of the body stage, which also translated to 1 life stage. Following that, she would be able to condense a second spirit container. It was a repeat of the process at the body stage. The second spirit container would become a second Grim Nell. Once she completes it, she will reach the peak of the 2 life stage. And the moment she condenses a third spirit container, she possesses 2 lives. Meaning, even if she were to be killed twice, she would revive. Usually, when a master gets killed, they would choose to sacrifice their latest life, for that body was still being built. So, it meant lowering the loss of resources. The entire process of cultivation was pretty much a strategic management of resources, as one faces the struggles of life. In the body stage, their cultivation was limited by their understanding of their respective pranic beast's body. But there was no such restriction in the life stage. After all, they already built their pranic beast body once. Repeating it a second or third time only became easier. Therefore, they were only limited by time and resources. At present, Asiya had a lack of resources. Inala said he has enough bone powder to complete his body. But if I add myself to the mix, then it's not enough for either of us. She stared at the egg nearby Inala. This mission would last until the new Ganala grows and sheds her human form to become an Empyrean Tusk. It might take years. The bone powder would be consumed long before that. Only the bone powder from the tusk is perfect. Anything else would simply lower our potential. She sighed. I need to figure out a source for it before we run out. Chapter 109, A Region-Wide Trap. By noon, Inala was awake. He left 2 of his strongest Empyrean Zinger scouts in the cave, one for the sleeping Asiya and the other for the new Ganala. Their job was to protect the 2 and alert him of any danger. A Zinger was capable of relaying an entire essay's worth of information through a short shout, so it was easy to transmit information through them. Besides, their cave was situated close to the peak and hidden from view. So it was easy to detect any enemy long before their arrival. Even for expert climbers like a Zinger, scaling up 600 meters worth of the rugged mountain slope took minutes. Carrying the weak Empyrean Zinger scout, Inala arrived at the peak and took a seat, observing the settlement. Once it was daybreak, the rooster tribesmen reverted to their human forms. The women were tired, but they began to clean up the battlefield promptly. The sludge lizard corpses were dumped into a large vermicompost pit dug within a mountain. It seemed they had perfected the process for that, judging by how healthy and robust the farm crops were growing. There seemed to be at least 60 vermicompost pits in the settlement. As invasion by the slump lizards was a daily occurrence, they filled a pit daily. After 60 days, the respective pit would be dug out and the compost would be used to feed the farm. After cleaning up the corpses, the group of women retired for the day. It was around evening time when they woke up, dividing themselves into two groups. The first group worked on the farm. Some of them carried the farm produce to the peak of the mountain in the center and dumped them into the lake where the rocketress consumed them. Thanks to his enhanced eyesight, Inala was able to observe that the rocketress had a bulging body. It's about to give birth. That's why it's consuming so much food. All panic beasts in Sumatra were the egg-laying kind. The only difference was in the hatching duration. For pranic beasts like the Empyrean boars, the eggs hatch right as they exit their mother's womb. It was the same for an Empyrean tusk. When a woman with the fragment disease gave birth, right as the baby was about to come out, its eggshell would shatter. And here, the eggshell was only a gelatinous membrane, the same as a human. It was also why Yenda was waiting for the moment when the egg would be fully developed and before the shell shattered. Since it's apparent that Empyrean tusks are born through mammoth clansmen with the fragment disease, how were they born before the mammoth clan came into existence? Inala distracted himself with the thought for a few minutes while observing the working women. His eyes then trailed towards the second group of women who exited the settlement, forming a file as they carried an earthen vase each, approaching the river. After scooping water, they returned to the settlement and poured it into a reservoir meant for watering their farm and their daily use. They made repeated trips until the sun was about to set. Soon, once nighttime approached, the mysterious pranic beast in the river unleashed a burst of prana, causing the slump lizards to rush out and swarm the settlement through its entrance. In response, the rocketress in the lake at the settlement's center unleashed its burst of prana, transforming the woman into rooster tribesmen. While the two sides fought, Inala and Asiya entered the settlement and stealthily accumulated prana bombs. Before Asiya slept, she boiled the rice grains stolen from the settlement. A morsel later, she spat it out. At her settlement, she ate matala, a nutrition-rich meaty substance created to perfectly address all of a mammoth clanman's nutritional and taste needs. There were flavor varieties among matala, ensuring things never got boring in their food. This was a product of evolution micromanaged to suit the mammoth clan perfectly to a T. Having been spoilt by that, Asiya couldn't even swallow a single bite of the rice grown at the Rooster tribe settlement. Even Inala, after living there for just 10 months, was spoilt. It felt like he would lose interest towards food the longer he consumed these bland grains, and would lose body mass upon extended lack of food intake. In the end, the duo decided to rely upon the prana bombs. The taste of the fluid in the prana bomb varied based on the prana it absorbed. The prana bombs made using the slump lizards were pretty bland, but they were better than the grains. Moreover, Inala made them absorb a unit of his prana at the end. That raised its taste to palatable levels. In the end, they needed to hoard enough prana bombs for their further travel. While Inala focused on accumulating prana bombs, Asiya scouted through the settlement, scouring for information. By knowing the region better, she would be able to judge their location and eventually figure out the way to the Rumterra kingdom. It seemed the Rooster tribe had been around for a couple of decades at least, based on the traces of items left behind in the houses. If they had been around for so long, they should have scouted this region pretty well. Asiya made her way to one of the largest wooden houses and hid beneath one of its windows. She inhaled a deep breath and clapped lightly. There were many girls within the house, seemingly doing something. In unison, they felt their senses slowly zoning out, forcing them into a state of relaxation. And as their senses vanished, they fell unconscious gently. Asiya retracted the effects of linked rupture and peered in through the window, observing around 10 girls within. They had been working on sewing leather armor and other miscellaneous processes associated with it. On a shelf in the corner were leather scrolls. Information was being recorded on them using charcoal. Asiya tiptoed into the room to avoid waking up the girls and opened the closest scroll, observing information related to farm produce recorded on it. There was a tribe registry, their expected yield, grain reserves, proposed future infrastructure plans, etc. Asiya soon found a map, noticing it detailed the region between the settlement and the river. There were other maps too, but this one caught her attention. Wait a second, why is there another settlement here? There was only a blank circle drawn there, with the words next to it hinting at the possibility of a settlement. That was all. It was bare bones at best, but upon pondering about it, Asiya felt the likelihood of a settlement existing there was high. If the pranic beast in the river is strong enough to rival the rocketress, then it too would have captured some of the free humans that ran to this region. Thinking as such, she began to look through the other scrolls, stunned upon noticing something. Oh shit! This region is a giant trap. Chapter 110, intending to influence an existing scheme. Asiya hurriedly referred to other scrolls, memorizing them all before rushing out. She entered many houses to find other bits and pieces of information. At dawn, she accompanied Inala to return to their cave, stating in worry, "It's a scheme." "What type of scheme?" Inala asked. "The pranic beast in the river is an ally of the rocketress," she said. "They're collaborating with each other to use the slump lizards as a whetstone. Their purpose is to use the constant threat and repeated battles to make the ravaged tribe adapt faster. Basically, a forced evolution through the concept of survival of the fittest." "Where's the other ravaged tribe?" Inala asked, intending to send an Empyrean Zinger scout to scout the area. "Underwater," Asiya said, pointing at a sandy shore. "There aren't many clues present at the moment. It seems the rocketress is actively restricting the rooster tribe to avoid entering this region. They have been collecting resources from every other area apart from here." "Humans cannot live underwater," Inala frowned. "Every transformation of the ravaged tribe takes a toll on their bodies. Even if their transformation allows them to survive underwater, it will shorten their lifespan to constantly be moving around in their transformed states." "Isn't that fine?" Asiya said, trailing over the thoughts of the pranic beast in the river. "It seems its goal is to only create one ravaged tribesman that manages to perfectly adapt to the environment. As long as that individual mates with other free humans, the numbers of the newly evolved ravaged tribesmen would quickly shoot up in a couple of decades." "Wait, that means—" Inala shuddered and hurriedly stared at the rooster tribesmen, observing them in detail. "All these women appear to have only been living here for a decade, at maximum 2 decades. The huts in the settlement were worn out, but there were no signs of repairs being conducted. Clothes? No effort was being made in that regard, as the women simply made do with whatever was available. The rooster tribesmen only focused on 2 aspects, farming and fighting. Both aspects were beneficial only to the rocketress. By farming, they were accumulating grains necessary for the rocketress' consumption. And by fighting, they were better getting accustomed to their mutating bodies. Of course, it was taking a toll on them, judging by the strained skeletal structure he observed in the women. They fought throughout the night, cleaned the settlement in the morning, slept during the afternoon, farmed, and gathered resources during the evening. It was apparent to anyone that they were being worked to their limit. As a result, they were aging a lot faster. At this rate, they would die in 3 to 4 years. But the fact that the rocketress didn't seem bothered about that, despite its level of intelligence being superior to humans, meant only one thing. By pushing them to the brink of death daily, the rocketress was forcing them to adapt to the conditions better. And when they were on the verge of death, it made them mate and create the next generation. It didn't matter if all of them died. No, it only selected the woman that had mutated the most according to its needs. The woman would then mate with the man who had similarly evolved the most. They would create a batch of children who were significantly more evolved. As long as that was successful, the rocketress was satisfied. It would then bring in more free humans who would mate with these children once they reach adulthood, creating the next generation of highly evolved rooster tribesmen. Adapting to extreme situations birthed a nature. The rocketress' goal was to birth a nature in the rooster tribesmen that made them more adapted to the conditions. One success in the entire settlement was enough. That successful tribesman would breed with a new batch of free humans, populating the rooster tribe. Rinse and repeat the process, and the time period required to evolve was shortened drastically. This was the rocketress' goal, and the same held true for the pranic beast in the river. That was what Asiya had managed to piece together by the sparse records in the rooster tribe. The rooster tribesmen weren't even aware of this. They simply noted down their observations of their surroundings. But from an omniscient perspective and Asiya's knowledge, she was able to derive the conclusion. "What I can conclude is this," Asiya said. "There's a weak kingdom nearby that is constantly being targeted by these 2 pranic beasts using the slump lizards. Whenever the kingdom is harmed, refugees flee. They are somehow lured into these 2 settlements. Indeed, life on the surface is messed up." Inala nodded. "Do you wish to save them?" Asiya asked. "It's a burden." Inala shook his head. "Besides, interference from our side would only complicate things. We still don't know how many pranic beasts are on this scheme." "That is true," Asiya nodded. "Such an elaborate scheme doesn't seem like it has been concocted by only 2 pranic beasts. We might get ourselves into a lot of trouble by interfering here, which might hinder our mission. Besides," she spoke with a cold-hearted tone, "the people here are done for anyway. The moment they became slaves to a pranic beast, their lives were no longer in their control. So it's not worth it to save them." "You're not entirely right about that." Inala smiled suddenly. "There are things we can gain from this. The goal of the rocketress here is for the rooster tribesmen to gain a nature." Once he explained the details related to gaining a tertiary nature, he continued, "Therefore, if we can figure out all the conditions it's employing for a nature to manifest, We can steer it from behind the scenes towards a result that ends up benefiting the Mammoth clan in the long term. Please explain. Asiya blinked in confusion. I'm not sure what you're getting at. Look here, Inala pointed at the settlement. A region surrounded by walls thanks to the Rocketress' ability. People are living here as part of the ravaged tribe. He then pointed towards the mountain at the center of the settlement. Their master is the Rocketress living there. It's just about to lay eggs. But what if it were to suddenly die? The rooster tribe loses its master. Asiya's eyes widened, able to glean slightly into his plans. She then urged him to continue. What after that then? A ravaged clan cannot function without a master. But what if, Inala said, I influence them to gain a nature that does so? They fully evolve into the rooster tribe, but one that doesn't need to serve a Rocketress. Instead, their nature makes them worship the Mammoth clan. Inala concluded, that means we would have a base on the surface, acting as a pit stop for our journey. Chapter 111 Carcass Snail. How do you plan to do that? Asiya asked, now even more confused than before. There are some ways, but we need more information first. Inala then tapped his head. I also need to comprehend all the memories I received from the previous Ganala. For the time being, we'll accumulate more resources and cultivate. He continued, we'll set 200 prana as the goal. Only after that will we take action. Until then, you look around for more clues in the female settlement, while I'll do the same in the male settlement. We have no idea how many pranic beasts are in this scheme, and which human kingdom they have been targeting all along. Let's map out everything first before taking action. He stared at the egg containing the new Ganala to conclude. We're reaching the limit to how long I can store her in the egg. So our first priority is to determine if we're far away from Dieng Canyon. Got it. Asiya nodded and got out of the cave. As all pranic beasts in this region are nocturnal, it's the safest to move around during the day. As the Rooster clan is asleep at this time, I'll look for more clues. Once it was afternoon time, Asiya entered the settlement and began to look around for more clues, conveniently using her powers to ensure everyone was asleep. In the meantime, Inala sent his 3 Empyrean Zinger scouts to glide around different parts of the region. As they slowly lose their altitude while gliding, they'll travel in a circle and arrive at the foot of the mountain. Following that, they would scale up the mountain and arrive before Inala. Once they were in range, he would be able to use their connection to access memories in their bodies like a bone slip, hence obtaining all the knowledge they had gained from surveying the region. Immediately after that, the scouts would leap and glide away to another area. The 3 Empyrean Zinger scouts made repeated trips. Among them, a scout approached the river and dived in, varying its body's density to head deeper underwater. But after reaching a certain depth, there was just darkness. Until this point, the Empyrean Zinger scout hadn't managed to spot a single pranic beast. After floating around the river, failing to find anything, it approached the region where Asiya said another settlement existed. The marked region was a rock forest filled with cactus-like plants. While the Empyrean Zinger scout flew in its miniature form, discreet, it spotted a human carrying a trident made from a material resembling coral. But it was many times tougher. The human was a male, in his early 20s, carrying a bag of tree sap as he approached an average-sized cactus in the region. With a tug of his prana, the cactus's stem opened like a door to reveal a flight of stairs inside. 2 people stood guard inside, calmly staring at him. The Empyrean Zinger scout stealthily landed on his bag and hid amidst its creases, watching as he descended through the flight of stairs. The path was 2 meters wide while the steps resembled glass. It had been created by melting and pouring sand over a rocky layer, creating a decently smooth surface to walk upon. It was also easier to carve stairs this way, instead of having to carve on stone. Even though such a task was nothing much to comment on for a cultivator, judging by the way they used molten sand that was brittle and had already cracked at a lot of places, the one in charge of it simply didn't seem to care. Cracking sounds resounded as the man stepped on the steps, walking through the long stretch of stairs, the path illuminated by luminescent crystals embedded in the walls. After almost 10 minutes of non-stop walking, the man entered a large underground dome, spanning at least an area of 10 square kilometers. Large coral reefs filled the region and strewn across them, forming thick sheets of moss were the mattresses where the humans slept. Judging by the lack of walls, the concept of privacy seemed non-existent. The humans wore minimal fabric to cover their bodies, focusing solely on the nether regions. The fabric was pretty much dried moss that was flattened to resemble fabric. It didn't have life, and usually tore off after a few days. The Empyrean Zinger scout jumped off from the bag and scaled up the dome, staring from the safety of the ceiling, observing a group of women seated on a large coral reef platform. They were making thinly compressed plasters of moss, intending to turn them into clothes later. A group of men entered and left a large coral reef that served as a room. Stored in them to the brim were eggs. A man entered it and came out with a dozen eggs. He found a corner and sat there, using his prana to ignite some dried moss, treating it as fuel. Using his prana, he wrapped each egg with a thick layer of wet moss and made them hover in the fire, turning them slowly. A few minutes later, the moss had been burned off. The eggshell now had a bluish-green color, vibrant just like the moss. He cracked open the shell and ate the boiled egg that was inside, relishing the taste. Upon inhaling the smell, the Empyrean Zinger Scout drooled due to hunger. But it wasn't distracted and instead focused on its mission, staring at a group of people walking towards one corner of the dome that sported a massive hole. On the other side of the hole was the river water, its only indicator being the sounds generated by its undercurrents. Due to the depth, sunlight couldn't reach here, making everything dark. For a moment, the Empyrean Zinger Scout wondered why the river water didn't gush inside the dome. Only then did it notice something stir up in the hole. No, the entire hole was being blocked by a shelled being that was almost transparent in nature. It corked the hole, with the upper half of its body submerged in the river. And taking advantage of the river currents, it was consuming the soil at the river bed. The upper half was a fleshly entity, while the lower part was a thick shell. It seemed the creature could also change the shape and size of the shell as it pleases, covering its entire body with it if it so pleases. It was a strange pranic beast. The Empyrean Zinger Scout had no idea of what it was. Hence, it began to look around the dome, scouring for any information, spending the entire day in response. Finally, it found out about its name. Advanced silver-grade pranic beast, carcass snail. A transparent pranic beast that could only survive in the depths of the river where light couldn't reach. Its sensory organs wouldn't be able to handle an exposure to light that would overwhelm it. Carcass snails were one of the few mobility-lacking pranic beasts in Sumatra continent. Hence, they would set up home at an advantageous location on the river bed where multiple undercurrents merge. These undercurrents transport the soil at the river bed, the primary food of the carcass snail. Upon consuming the soil, the carcass snail generates moss on its shell, termed shell moss, its primary nature. The shell moss generated on its lower back was consumed by humans while the content generated on its upper body was taken adrift by the undercurrents, later feasted upon by the slump lizards that made home at a shallower depth, alternating between the depths where sunlight reached and where it didn't. And despite their ferocious nature, not once did the slump lizards try to target the carcass snail. Soon, night approached as suddenly, the body of the carcass snail turned opaque, taking on a shade of black. It opened its mouth and shot out streams of shell moss that jutted out of the river, dancing overhead like leeches did at the scent of blood. As it danced, large pieces of shell moss fell off from it and rained on the river. The slump lizards went into a frenzy as they consumed the shell moss and then charged out, spreading everywhere on the shore like a wave. Chapter 112 Mollusk Tribe. The slump lizards seemed unable to control their hunger, devouring the shell moss to their limit. And once they did so, they were at the beck and call of the carcass snail, hence charging across the surface. An Empyrean Zinger Scout kept watch over the river, observing everything in detail. It didn't have night vision, and hence couldn't see things clearly. But it could still rely upon other senses to get a feel for things happening at the moment. The Empyrean Zinger Scout within the dome approached the carcass snail's shell and determined a spot undetectable to the people, watching from there. The moment the carcass snail unleashed the streams of shell moss and instigated the slump lizards, the people within the dome grunted as their bodies began to change. A shell began to protrude out of their backs while a mucous membrane covered their face, allowing them to breathe underwater at such depths. The shells had no other function other than to serve as a deformity, making the people struggle. Ravaged tribe, mollusk tribe. The mollusk tribe seemed significantly less evolved than the rooster tribe, as they weren't even able to handle their transformation properly. Of course, since they intended to proceed in the aquatic evolution route that was against their original nature, the challenges were steeper. The mollusk tribe approached the carcass snail's shell and touched it, gradually seeping into it like it was jelly. The bodies of each mollusk tribesman were carried in such a way throughout the carcass snail's body and brought to its front before the pranic beast spit them out. The mollusk tribesmen swam towards the river bed and began to mop the floor with their tridents, creating streamlined patterns. They were careful with their actions, having enough expertise. One mollusk tribesman did the same when his trident's tip hit something hard. Like a shovel, he carefully dug out the object, watching sand slip through the gaps in the trident, revealing a fist-sized egg. It was a slump lizard egg. The mollusk tribesman secured the egg in the shell on his back, continuing to sweep the river bed. Every few minutes, he found an egg. Placed on his shell was a luminescent crystal that illuminated his immediate vicinity. The range seemed to be 3 meters, beyond which the light wasn't bright enough for his eyes to make out anything. The mollusk tribesmen moved as a group, staying within 2 meters of each other to keep the region continually lit. Suddenly, right as he dug out another egg, the mollusk tribesman lost his balance and fell hard on the river bed, sustaining bruises in response. He got up in a hurry and thrust out with his trident, skewering a slump lizard. As their eggs were being stolen, the slump lizards retaliated, targeting the mollusk tribesman. Waves and waves of them charged at the mollusk tribesman, resulting in a bloody battle breaking out between the two sides. The strange thing here was that despite their superior numbers, none of the slump lizards targeted the carcass snail. Rather, they treated it as an ally. The primary nature of shell moss affected those who consumed it. They would be gradually brainwashed to develop a repulsion towards harming the carcass snail. And the greater the quantity of shell moss they consumed, the stronger the repulsion. If this is kept up for a while, the consumers of the shell moss would naturally begin treating the carcass snail as an ally. That was what happened to the slump lizards, for their primary diet was the shell moss that existed in large quantities throughout the river. Moreover, the shell moss also dissolved into the river water, affecting any being that drank the water. After some time, the Empyrean Zinger scout planted a prana bomb on the carcass snail's shell, observing its opaque body tremble in response. But as it couldn't move, it was helpless. By the time it notified the mollusk tribesman about feeling pain at one location on its shell, the Empyrean Zinger scout finished consuming the prana bomb as it reverted to its miniature form and climbed onto the ceiling in the dome. For the rest of the night, it observed the fight between the mollusk tribe and the slump lizards. When dawn approached, the mollusk tribesmen entered the carcass snail's mouth and were transported into the dome. Immediately after that, they stored the harvested eggs and reverted to their human forms, collapsing to the floor in exhaustion. The tribesmen in charge of other duties arrived to their assistance and helped them settle into their sleeping quarters. The mollusk tribesmen lived an even more simplistic life than the rooster tribe. All they did was fight and gather eggs for consumption. They did nothing else. Very rarely, a mollusk tribesman was sent to the surface to harvest tree sap from a cactus. The Empyrean Zinger scout stealthily approached the door and used its jaws to chew open a tiny door. It could only be accessed in its miniature form as it arrived outside and climbed to the top of the cactus. It leapt into the air and glided towards another cactus. Following that, it climbed to its peak and jumped once again, repeating the process of traveling from one cactus to another. Soon, it entered the forest and used the trees to glide around, eventually making its way to the rooster tribe's settlement. The Empyrean Zinger scout's body expanded, reaching a size of 30 centimeters as it began to climb up the mountain faster. Secondary nature, internal inertial gravity. Its body was strengthened, allowing it to flicker across the slope and arrive before Inala. It reverted to its miniature form once again, landed on his head, and began to sleep. Accessing its memories, Inala understood what the carcass snail was up to, having a better idea of the scheme in place. He then iterated the information to Asiya, who used her spirit weapons to draw a map of the region on a slate of bone, jotting down the details. "You said the slump lizards spread radially?" she asked while making the map. "Pretty much," Inala nodded. "Was there any difference in their population density?" she asked next. Now that you mention it, Inala recalled the imagery seen by the second Empyrean Zinger scout, saying, "There were streams with more than the usual number of slump lizards. One of these streams approached this settlement. Can you point me their direction?" Asiya asked as she drew the lines, making the density pattern exhibited by the slump lizards. By now, she had carved a realistic model of the entire region's terrain based on the imagery Inala fed her through a bone slip. Staring at the bone slate that spanned an area of 4 meters, Inala pointed in the direction with the densest stream of slump lizards. "I'll send my scouts this way next. I think that's where the human kingdom is located." Chapter 113. Baby Ganala wakes up. "Yuawa!" The baby Ganala was crying once again. The life force infused into the egg was used up. But even when Inala infused more life force into it, she showed no signs of sleeping. And the moment she woke up, she felt suffocated to be inside the egg. But the problem was that if Inala were to open it like before when she was asleep, her crying voice would resound. If they failed to be out of the range, then her cries would bring the boar king to them. "Inala, make a bigger egg," Asiya shouted in a fluster. "Encase this cave inside it. That way, we'll at least be able to buy enough time." "Okay." Inala nodded and condensed a giant prana bomb, one that spanned a size of 3 meters. It encased the entirety of the cave inside it as the egg holding the baby Ganala shattered. Her cries resounded throughout the egg, but thanks to the effects of internal inertial gravity in the giant prana bomb's shell, her cries were sealed. "Yua!" The baby Ganala flailed her hand, seemingly hungry. Asiya was carrying her in her hands. Suddenly, her face twisted in pain as her joints dislocated. The baby Ganala turned more than 100 times heavier, The rapid increase in weight harmed her arms. Shit! Keep her on the floor, Inala shouted from outside the giant prana bomb. But of course, his voice couldn't reach Asiya. However, once he turned it translucent, she was able to see him. After her joints dislocated, she dropped the baby Ganala on the floor, stunned to see cracks form on the giant prana bomb from the point of contact. As for the baby, she didn't even seem to sport an injury. The baby Ganala kicked with her legs softly, creating an imprint on the giant prana bomb. She was merely 2 days old, and even then, her strength could damage the prana bomb, not a regular Zinger's prana bomb, but Inala's. Even a Zinger Scout's prana bomb was tremendously hard. As an Empyrean Zinger, Inala's prana bombs were on a whole other level. When even that was harmed by a baby merely 2 days after birth, it was nothing but a stronger confirmation of her existence. Empyrean Tusk. The new Ganala sported the appearance of a human baby, but she had already begun to manifest the traits of her primary nature. That was why her body density shot up all of a sudden. But that wasn't the real issue. Asiya stared in worry as baby Ganala's body began to shrivel up slowly but surely. She's losing nutrients fast. Unlike in Inala's case, where internal inertial gravity only took effect when activated, it was pretty much a passive skill in baby Ganala's case. The only time it would even deactivate is upon her death. The amount of energy required to upkeep an Empyrean Tusk's body was a ginormous sum. Theoretically, an Empyrean Tusk had around 8,398 prana. But that was only in terms of the prana flowing through its body. Every single organ in the Empyrean Tusk was a biome, holding resources capable of piling up to become mountains. These resources were constantly processed by the organs, replenishing the prana that was being constantly consumed. Empyrean Tusks had the highest upkeep necessity. And even though baby Ganala was just a newborn, the moment her primary nature began to unleash its effect, the volume contained within her organs began to increase. Space within them was being enlarged, and such an action required a lot of prana. As a result, her body mass was being combusted to be converted into prana. If they don't do something to replenish her prana, she will die. Asiya grabbed a prana bomb that had already been cracked by Inala. With a poke of her finger, a hole formed, allowing her to pour out the contents. Using the mystic bone art, Asiya created a bottle to house the contents in order to feed baby Ganala. Prana surged into her dislocated joints and forcibly resurrected them. She growled in pain, preparing herself for more pain to come the following days as she took care of the baby. Thankfully for her, the moment she activated her mystic bone art, baby Ganala turned calm. She slowly turned her head and stared at Asiya to let out a smile. Here, eat. Asiya was awkward in her actions as she brought the bottle toward baby Ganala's mouth, unsure if she was doing the right thing. Through her prana, she controlled the nozzle, causing a drop of fluid to drip into Ganala's mouth. Gwa! The baby Ganala made a face of dissatisfaction, but drank the fluid. A few seconds later, though, she gently lifted her head, stunning Asiya as a pair of incisors grew in a matter of seconds. Following that, she chomped the nozzle and swallowed it. That's dangerous, Asiya shouted as she used her prana to make the bitten nozzle fly away. Had the baby Ganala swallowed it, she would have ended up choking. Of course, that was in terms of a normal human baby. Whether or not it applied to Ganala didn't matter. Asiya wasn't sure, but she didn't wish to take the risk. With the nozzle bitten off, the fluid gushed out. Through her prana, Asiya held it back and continued to make droplets drip in baby Ganala's mouth slowly. But it seemed the baby had other thoughts as she made a funnel shape with her mouth and unleashed a strong suction force, causing all the fluid in the bottle to gush into her mouth. Like a sinkhole, she swallowed it, and a few seconds later, unleashed a loud fart, expunging all the extra air she had swallowed. Ugh! The absurdity of the situation made Asiya's head spin. She then turned around to stare at Inala, motioning with her hands to show she could handle their situation somehow. Be safe. Saying so, Inala left the weakest Empyrean Zinger scout behind while he took the other two with him and began to climb down from the mountain. His goal was to determine the name and location of the human kingdom. As long as they were far enough, he could retract the giant prana bomb. But otherwise, they would have to flee. For the prana necessary to flee at our fastest speed, I would require high-quality prana in large amounts. The only way to obtain it is from the rocketress and carcass snail. For a moment, Inala hesitated, as such an action would result in the deaths of the rooster and mollusk tribes. But upon recalling the face of the boar king, he grunted in anger. Even if I don't like her, she's still my daughter. And I don't plan on dying anytime soon. Shit! Roaring as such, he used internal inertial gravity and bolted through the forest, coldness gradually settling in his expression. Chapter 114, Entering a Human City. Through his psychokinesis, Inala made an Empyrean Zinger scout fly 60 meters diagonally upward, allowing it to keep watch over the area and alert him beforehand of any danger. The second Empyrean Zinger scout revolved around him, as Earth did around the sun, while the sun moved in its path through space. This Empyrean Zinger scout made course corrections on its own, and whenever its altitude dropped, Inala lifted it up. As both Empyrean Zinger scouts were in their miniature forms, it was hard to notice them. This was one among the dozens of reasons Inala obtained this power. In terms of brute power, it wasn't all that high in the power scale of Sumatra. But in terms of versatility and survivability, he felt it stood at the top, especially his tertiary nature. It was the most important variable that gave him the necessary versatility. It first allowed him to treat all Empyrean Zingers as bone slips, either by touching them with his body or by prana, as long as they were in range. Since they were part of his immune system, through the influence of his primary nature, their bodies could shrink or revert to their original size. As Empyrean Zingers were silver-grade pranic beasts, their intelligence was on par with humans. When they were in his range, Inala could control their bodies like spirit weapons. It wasn't just this, but his tertiary and secondary natures combined to influence his primary nature, allowing him to control the size of his prana bomb and life bomb. Through prana bombs, Inala could accumulate food and prana resources and store them. And though he couldn't increase his maximum lifespan, but by drinking the fluid in an unhatched life bomb, one meant to birth a queen, and absorbing its life force, Inala could rapidly regenerate his body. It perfectly assisted in recovery, whether for him or others. Survival, scouting, individual battle prowess, recovery, assisting, etc. His abilities checked all the boxes necessary to survive in Sumatra continent. Sumatra chronicles repeatedly stressed upon a fact. It wasn't the strongest that survived on Sumatra, but the fittest. Inala rushed in the direction where he judged the human kingdom existed. By reducing his weight to the limit, he leaped, allowing his leg muscles to spring him forward the most. Immediately after his feet left the ground, he raised his density, shooting forth like a cannonball. This way, the effects of wind resistance against him were the least. Right as he was about to land, he reduced his density to the limit, gently landing on the ground like a feather, barely making a sound. This way, he was like a ninja, making his way through the forest, covering 10 meters with every jump. He wasn't always accurate, but the more he moved in this way, the more he became attuned to the process, accumulating experience. He sprinted for 3 hours non-stop before gasping in exhaustion, arriving at a stop. He had expended most of his prana to maintain such an explosive speed. He took out a prana bomb from his storage lantern and ate it, resting a little to catch a breather. Once his digestion started, and his cultivation technique began to replenish his prana, Inala sprinted again. His 2 Empyrean Zinger scouts kept watch of everything. Hence, he could blindly rush forth without any problems. Thankfully, in the past 2 days, he had accumulated a lot of prana bombs. Even after leaving most of them with Asiya to help feed the baby Ganala, he still had enough to fill his storage lantern to the brim. The problem with storage lanterns was the fact that each floor only housed a cubic meter in space. This aspect could never be improved. Otherwise, the space within would destabilize and it would require constant input of prana. That made them uneconomical. Hence, a cubic meter was the limit per floor. A 4-story storage lantern was pretty expensive in that regard. But that was it. There was limited space in it. In the future, when I have enough money, I'll purchase more of them. He was getting thirsty, but he dared not drink the river water upon knowing what the carcass snail was doing to it. Hence, he limited himself to the filtered water stored in his storage lantern. By pouring water into a bone container, all a mammoth clansman had to do was activate the mystic bone art, and all substances harmful to a mammoth clansman would be absorbed by the bone container. But as the process took time, he couldn't do that for now, focusing on running instead. It took him 8 hours of non-stop running before a walled city came into view. I'm finally here. The walls reached a height of 40 meters, appearing robust. There were signs of wear and tear on it, not to mention damage sustained from pranic beasts. But they had all been expertly patched up. Inala climbed to the top of a tree and made an Empyrean Zinger scout hover 60 meters above him, taking advantage of the vantage point to scour beyond the city walls, observing that it was a lively city. At a simple glance, there seemed to be at least 60 to 80,000 people living here, a lot of people for a single city. The buildings were made of stone, cylindrical in shape with fan-like roofs of wood that dangled down, resembling birch trees. Judging by the sheer scale of activity and the decorations installed in the buildings and streets, not to mention the clothes adorned by the people, it was a rather prosperous city. Upon seeing it, Inala felt mildly relieved. If the frontier city is this developed, then the kingdom isn't weak or anything. Rather, it should be a major human civilization. The only one of such a scale in this region ought to be the Rumterra kingdom. Strong-looking guards were posted at the entrance, and upon seeing the well-paved road, it was apparent that there was a lot of traffic in the form of visitors. Inala didn't have the patience to go through the front entrance and deal with all the formalities that ensued. He only wished to confirm one detail for the time being. Everything else could wait until then. At an altitude of 60 meters, the Empyrean Zinger scout surveyed the top of the wall, noticing a location where the line of sight of the soldiers didn't reach. An Empyrean Zinger scout glided to a height of 10 meters from the ground, while the second was at a height of 20 meters. Inala made a beeline towards the wall and leaped, landing on the first scout that he used like a foothold. By making his body weightless, he lightly made a second leap, landing on the second scout. Making the first scout assume its miniature form, he controlled it like a spirit weapon and quickly moved it to an altitude of 30 meters when it enlarged. Upon landing on it, he made one more jump and arrived at the top of the wall. It only took him 4 seconds to do this. In a similar fashion, he descended on the other side, using his Empyrean Zinger scouts as gliding footholds in the air. Since he could control them like spirit weapons, he could micromanage his landing positions, able to correct any human errors he made. In 10 seconds, Inala had crossed the wall and had now officially entered a human city. Chapter 115: Searching for Information. The moment he landed in the city, Inala leaped towards the closest house, calming down as he used his 2 Empyrean Zinger scouts, in miniature forms, to look around. The house was a 3-story building. Followed by a couple of leaps, he landed on the terrace, rolling between the decorations to avoid detection from a couple of passers-by. There was an obvious difference in their clothing style. Inala would stick out like a sore thumb if he were to move around in his current Mammoth Clan outfit. To blend in with the exoskeleton settlement, the clothes of Mammoth Clansmen solely consisted of shades of ivory. Depending on the shade of the exoskeleton in the part of the settlement they lived at or spent the majority of their time, their cloth shade varied. As he had been living at the rear end of the settlement that had a darker shade of ivory, almost bordering on gray, Inala's clothes matched that. In terms of the fabric itself, there was a difference. As Mammoth Clansmen lived high up in the sky where clouds constantly passed through, they wore non-porous fabric to avoid any moisture getting into their clothes. Moreover, they were heavy and stuck to the body tightly. After all, wavy clothes would be caught in the wind and act like a parachute, causing them to be sent flying by the wind. The clothes of Mammoth Clansmen were thick body suits resembling wool in terms of texture. The men had cropped hair while the women mostly sported shoulder-length hair, often tied into a bun to avoid it flailing in the wind. It was considered offensive to leave their hair free. The clothes in the city formed a complete contrast. The clothes here were baggy for both men and women. Ribbons were attached to the sleeves, making them dangle like leaves. The ribbons were helical in shape for men and straight with circular ends for women. The colors were vibrant, the flashier the better. Oftentimes, 3 to 4 vibrant colors formed a piece of cloth. As Inala observed them, he understood that the higher one's status in society, the greater the number of vibrant colors in their clothes. The tackiness of the vibrancy, too, varied accordingly. The people here didn't seem to have the habit of cutting their hair, allowing it to grow freely. The longer the hair, the better their prospects as an attractive individual to the opposite sex. The only difference between the two sexes in terms of hair was their headgear. The men wore helmet-like headgear that covered their heads, the hair-growing region. At the end of the hair existed a conical container, like a hair clip, fully housing the rear end of the long hair. In contrast, the headgear of the women only covered their forehead, expanding slightly towards their hair. They formed designs similar to the crown of a peacock. Depending on one's fashion sense, the shape of the crown varied, but none of them ever touched the hair. It only existed on the forehead like the armor of a triceratops dinosaur. When a Mammoth Clansman walked, they tried to occupy as little space as possible because of the lack of space on an Empyrean tusk. Everything was meant to be optimal. But here, on the surface, space wasn't an issue. And that factor was clearly reflected in the behavior of the people that occupied as much space as possible while they walked. Their ribbon-filled clothes dangled around their bodies. A person here occupied at least 4 to 5 square meters of area while walking. Adding on to the distance between the people, even on the wide streets spanning a breadth of 30 to 40 meters, the volume of traffic was sparse. From the terrace, Inala observed their actions, sending his Empyrean Zinger scouts to listen in on their conversation. One of them landed on the ground and ran like a cockroach. Upon approaching a conversing target, it turned itself weightless and leaped like a leech, landing on a dangling ribbon. The ribbon didn't even flinch when it landed, so the owner wasn't even aware of its existence. By sensing the prana in her body, the scout determined that she was weak. Spirit stage, 22 prana. It was a woman in her early 30s. The fact that she had such a pitiful sum of prana meant she didn't even cultivate. This was the prana her body naturally accumulated as she ate food and worked over the years. The woman seemed to be a shopkeeper, selling shelled wares of some kind. Inala couldn't even make sense of their purpose. Instead, he focused on the task at hand, listening to their conversation through the scout. "You know my son is preparing for the academy exams, right?" The shopkeeper lady said. I know. Your eldest son is talented." One of the customers chatted, a friend of the shopkeeper. "I heard he has already accumulated 20 prana. Isn't he a genius then?" "Of course," the shopkeeper lady boasted. "In 4 years since he started cultivation, he has achieved this much. His teacher has praised his talents and says he'll get into the academy this year. All academy graduates are at the body stage." The customer exclaimed in admiration. He could immediately become a powerful soldier. "I'm envious. If only my sons were half as talented." Ha! After listening in on their conversation, Inala got a basic understanding of their power structure. This place has sizable power. Judging by the lack of worry these ladies exhibit, it's not the characteristic of a kingdom. Inala felt confused. After all, Sumatra Chronicles delved into the life of many kingdoms. The people there primarily focus on food, shelter, and cultivation. That was all their life revolved around, down to the lowest class of citizens. All of them would be desperate for resources, to cultivate better and possess enough strength to at least preserve their lives. That was how most kingdoms were. But here, things were different. People were calm and collected. Moreover, judging by how significantly the beauty and fashion industries had developed here, with shops selling ornaments lining up the entire street, it was apparent that their economy was stable enough to develop secondary and tertiary needs too. That's the characteristic of an empire. Inala felt a headache. Where the fuck did we land? His knowledge only extended to what Sumatra Chronicles showed, and what he learnt from the Mammoth clan. Sumatra continent was too vast to be aware of everything. And this place was one such region. He didn't have a single idea of what to expect from here. After looking around for some more time, Inala felt nervous as there was too much miscellaneous information available around. This won't do. The giant prana bomb can at most last until dawn. I need to return before then. He looked around and jumped from one terrace to another. Suddenly, the house owner arrived on the terrace of one such house. But before he could even register Inala's appearance, a prana hand knocked him unconscious. Inala moved locations until he arrived before a restaurant. Upon observing the type of crowd that visited the establishment, he realized he could find the information he needed. Followed by a leap, he landed on the establishment's terrace and sneaked in. Chapter 116: A rather forceful interrogation. The establishment was a sprawling restaurant, spanning 5 stories, with the 6th transformed into an open balcony meant for VIPs. The 6th floor was currently vacant. There was a dressing room in one corner within which sat 5 women, their ages ranging between early to mid-20s. By slipping in an Empyrean Zinger Scout, Inala probed their strengths. They are all at the spirit stage, decently weak. By decently weak, he meant their prana was in the range of 50s. It wasn't much to write home about, but it also wasn't little. In the end, they were slightly weak. Judging based on the shopkeeper's earlier boast, the fact that such young girls had so much prana meant they were fairly high up in the social ladder and were decently talented. Of course, that was in the perspective of this region. They were all too weak from the Mammoth clan's perspective. Situated opposite the dressing room, positioned on the other corner of the balcony, was an office room. Seated within it was a middle-aged woman that wore a dress with 4 colors. Based on his primitive understanding of this society, he judged this middle-aged woman was pretty high up on the social ladder. Cling. This month's revenue is 5% higher. Safara smiled in satisfaction as she poured a bag of coins into a chest. The clinking sounds produced by the coins caused her immense satisfaction. I can never get enough of this sound. She picked up a coin and played around it with her finger. The coin spanned a radius of 2 centimeters, pretty large in size. It was made from pearl, dense and hard to break, even for her. Embedded on the front was a denomination of 100, and on the back was the bust-up image of a man who seemed to have been of prominent status. His get-up was of a level of grandness unmatched by others, extremely tacky. Safara was the proprietress of the Golden Town restaurant, having established her place of operation 20 years ago. From there, she quickly made a name for herself, amassing a lot of wealth. The currency of her place was called Pella. It was backed by the authorities using paruta fruits. The current exchange rate was 40 Pella for every paruta. Using a local currency allowed the authorities to control the flow of resources better. Every time people wished to exchange money with paruta fruits for cultivation, they had to approach the authorities. Hence, the authorities had a perfect grasp of the place's power ecosystem. Safara didn't have any talent for cultivation. Hence, she remained weak during her prime years. But she did have a talent for business. Once she set up shop and amassed a fortune, she used it to purchase a lot of cultivation resources, eventually reaching the body stage and cementing her authority on the business street. Once she entered the body stage, she truly felt strong, using up even more resources to purchase Arupa, an expensive mineral to forge her avatar. Safara was assured by then that she had truly entered her golden age. But now she was reconsidering it. Her body was slick with sweat as her limbs turned cold, numb with fear. It was unknown when it happened, but by the time she realized, someone stood behind her. And a hand, cold to the touch, hard, resembling bone, made contact with her shoulder. Make a squeak, and you're dead. Little girl, isn't it rude to play around like this? Safara quickly gathered her bearings, judging based on the entity's voice that she was only a little girl, 14 or 15 years of age. She riled up her prana while acting calm, intending to attack. Entering someone's office isn't good manners. One more word, and you're dead. Suddenly, Safara felt a loss of words, gasping for air as her prana was sucked into the bony hand, shocking her. 2 seconds later, the process stopped. Have you calmed down now? Try that one more time, and I'll destroy you and everything you've worked for. She knows what I was about to do. Safara was terrified. The mineral fused into her spirit container was Arupa, an expensive material with calming properties. She generally used it to keep her restaurant's atmosphere calm and pleasing, one of the reasons her customers continued to increase, especially ones with fat wallets. Arupa calmed one's mind, allowing the body to relax. In a tea setting, that was perfect when accompanied by aromatic incense. The effects were even better for a massage session, another popular venture she had opened recently. But there was another reason Safara chose Arupa. It can forcefully calm a target. If the target was in a battle state, they would find it difficult to gather their strength as their body continued to relax. Hence, the majority of the time, she won a fight before it even started. Arupa's effects were unleashed through an energy medium, hence it was hard to guard against. The moment she noticed the intruder, Safara had unleashed Arupa's effects in full swing. Moreover, hidden under the view of her clothes were her hands that transformed into a pinkish-yellow crystal. She had activated her Arupa avatar already. But despite that, the entity behind her expressed no change, as if her ability was useless. Who are you? And what do you want? Pretty simple, the voice resounded calmly. Tell me about this place. Are you from outside? Safara asked, intending to casually turn around and sneak a glance at the intruder. I'm the one asking questions. The voice resounded. Safara was unable to move anymore. The bone hand pressing down on her shoulder suddenly grew in weight, rooting her to her seat, making her unable to even budge an inch. Who is this person? Safara was going mad from terror. Her voice stammered as she began speaking in reflex, intending to survive. This is Allura Trade City in the Ganram Kingdom. There are 7 such cities, 19 towns, and 200+ villages. There are approximately 90,000 people per city, 20,000 per town, and 1 to 2,000 per village. Ganram, in his feminine form, Inala thought and asked, what's its relation to the Brimgon Empire? Our founder is an exiled prince of the Brimgon Empire. Safara felt like she had become a statue as only her mouth moved. His followers left the Brimgon Empire and established a kingdom here 380 years ago. 380 years ago. Then, judging by the Brimgon Empire's cultivation technique, this prince should very well be alive. Since this place is connected to the Brimgon Empire, then things are simpler. Inala was relieved as he asked, how far is this place from the Brimgon Empire? I'm not sure. Safara spoke when her prana was siphoned once again, causing immense pain. Suddenly, the drawers nearby opened and a bunch of scrolls were pulled out. At the sight of them, her face paled in response. Please don't kill me. Chapter 117 Muddropper. Inala didn't blindly target Safara. He first observed the type of customers that entered her restaurant. Most of them were high-profile people, ranging from bureaucrats to even nobility. If the people frequenting her establishment were people of such caliber, then sensitive information ought to circulate there, especially since the restaurant also promised them other activities, from alcohol to casual gambling. Safara's powers were also geared towards making her target relax. And if someone is relaxed and starts downing alcohol and are having an enjoyable time, they are bound to blurt out a bunch of state secrets. She was perfectly sneaky about everything, intending to use such secrets as leverage to strengthen her influence. Therefore, her customers didn't seem aware of it. Maybe they were aware and didn't seem to mind. That part wasn't exactly clear. But Inala was able to judge that Safara knew more than her strength could handle. Hence, she was the perfect target to interrogate. Secured in her office were a bunch of scrolls with sensitive information that she had collected over the years. By appearing as a teenage girl, he made Safara drop down her guard for a moment, using that opportunity to observe her body language. It was how he determined where the scrolls were. It did save him some time, instead of needing to search through her entire office. Please don't kill me. Safara trembled in fear. If my possession of such information is made public, I will be killed. Relax, I'm not interested in anything other than the information you have. Inala expressed annoyance. Give me what I want and I'll leave. In Sumatra continent, it was tough to travel from one place to another. After all, even after reaching the peak of cultivation, traveling through dangerous pranic beast territories one after another was a death sentence. Therefore, the most valuable of all were maps. To make a map took decades to centuries, leading to the loss of countless lives of explorers. Bit by bit, the information was accumulated over the years. And in times of crisis, this information was used for the betterment of the kingdom or empire. It seemed Safara had an ability similar to photographic memory, developed through her Arupa avatar. Through it, she gleaned information from the bureaucrats, bits and pieces, over the years and compiled them into a map of her own. I wanted to set up a mine in the future to harvest valuable minerals. Safara said, anyone that controls a mine becomes one of the wealthiest in the kingdom. It was with this thought in mind that I splurge all my wealth to purchase Arupa. Her Arupa avatar only covered her hands, despite her earnest efforts to procure it. This mineral was just that expensive. After all, the more her Arupa avatar developed, the greater her lifespan became. From the Mammoth clan's perspective, that was the same as fusing with a beginner silver-grade pranic beast. Therefore, Safara was playing the long game here as she was guaranteed to live for a long time. It seems my judgment was correct this time. Inala thought and opened the map, frowning in response immediately. Shit. The map wasn't detailed, but it listed prominent locations. He quickly looked through it and spotted a known location. There's Radhar Desert. I remember Sumatra chronicles mentioning it being located 17,000 kilometers away from Dieng Canyon. The Rumterra Kingdom and the Brimgon Empire were also listed on the map. Rumterra Kingdom was located 22,000 kilometers northeast of Ganram Kingdom, while Brimgon Empire was located 12,000 kilometers north. Radhar Desert was 44,000 kilometers southwest to Ganram Kingdom, and 17,000 kilometers south from it was the edges of the Dieng Canyon. The Dieng Canyon was a sprawling terrain, too large to comment about, spanning thousands of kilometers in size. Therefore, had they arrived at Rumterra Kingdom, they would have just been beyond the 100,000 kilometers range for the baby Ganala's voice to be heard by both the herd and the boar king that were in the Dieng Canyon. But by being in the Ganram Kingdom, they were well within the range for baby Ganala's cries to be heard. It was why Inala was cursing mentally. Once the giant prana bomb breaks tomorrow, her voice would be heard loud and clear. Even if I can create larger prana bombs over and over, it doesn't solve the root issue. Baby Ganala cannot live inside the prana bomb for long. Her development would be hindered. Moreover, there's a limit to how much resources I can stuff inside a prana bomb, not to mention the maximum size I can make one. He grunted, estimating. The most I should be able to buy is a few days' worth of time. If baby Ganala's growth accelerates, that time falls shorter. In short, the boar king would be hot on his trails soon after. I need to do something about that first. Inala looked through the maps and all other scrolls Safara had collected, recording everything in a bone slip. He then knocked her out and left the establishment, stealing a bunch of items along the way, including her money. Safara was filthy rich anyway. It wouldn't hurt her to lose a few days' worth of revenue. With that thought in mind, he made preparations for him and Asiya to eventually settle in the Ganram Kingdom. They planned to stay there until they prepared enough to make the journey to the Brimgon Empire. Traversing 12,000 kilometers through pranic beast territory was suicide. He first would have to determine a safe route, and then accumulate enough strength and resources for the journey. Since the Ganram Kingdom migrated 380 years ago, they were definitely in possession of a safe route that they had traversed through before. His goal up next was to find the route. But first, I need to make a plan towards the Boar King. Inala observed the wall for a few minutes, and once the coast was clear, he leaped out and sprinted towards the closest forest, having returned to his male form. By accessing the bone slip, he observed the map of the Ganram Kingdom. The reason this kingdom could develop like an empire is thanks to the actions of the Rocketress and Carcass Snails group. There are 5 of them in total, and one of them is the Muddropper that's said to have gone extinct eons ago. There was a large ring covering the territories of both the Ganram Kingdom and the ravaged tribes under the rule of a silver-grade pranic beast each. This ring was special and had been created by the Muddropper, an advanced silver-grade pranic beast, a special entity. Muddropper? Inala's eyes shone with greed. If I can get my hands on its egg, I can get a mammoth clansman to fuse with it. It'll be a strategic power unlike anything. Chapter 118 Prana Blood Skill. Inala didn't immediately rush to the Rooster tribe settlement. Instead, he had something to check first before nightfall approached. The ring shown on the map spanned a radius of 500 kilometers. Towards its south was Elora Trade City, the place he had just visited. Westward from it was the Rooster tribe settlement. He was currently running south in the direction closest to the ring. It was late in the evening when he arrived before the ring and stared at it in surprise. Before him stood a curtain of darkness where light or sound didn't exist. It felt eerie, like the end of the world. Inala approached it and passed his hand through the curtain of darkness. There was no change. Of course, the place didn't have any such effect. After a moment, he threw a piece of bone into the curtain of darkness, sensing it fall onto the ground before beginning to slowly sink into it. He waited patiently, watching it arrive at a halt eventually. I see, so the depth is only 100 meters. Sandy Gray Void. That was the region before him. But it wasn't the original sandy gray void that surrounded Sumatra continent. No, this was a result of the muddropper's ability. Primary nature, sandy gray. The muddropper was capable of consuming the soil of a region before blasting it out with the properties of the sandy gray void. Eventually, once enough of this gray sand fills an area, all light in the covered region vanishes, absorbed by the gray sand. The sound too faces the same plight, turning the region, with the gray sand, into one where light and sound didn't exist. Even if someone were to use a torch or a luminescent stone in the region, all produced light would be absorbed instantly, maintaining the darkness of the place. That wasn't all. The sand too behaved like quicksand. So, anyone who dares set foot on it would begin sinking into it. Of course, if that happened in the original sandy gray void, death was guaranteed. But here, that wasn't the case. The layer of the soil with the effects of the sandy gray void only extended to a depth of 100 meters. Below that was just the regular soil of the region. Therefore, after sinking to a depth of 100 meters, his spirit weapon arrived at a stop. If he wished, he could use the spirit weapon to drill through the regular ground and appear on his side. Based on the map, the sandy gray void formed a circle with a radius of 500 kilometers. As a result, external pranic beasts avoided this region, creating a safe haven. That was primarily the reason for Ganram Kingdom's successful development. It seemed the authorities were aware of what the Rocketress and its group of silver-grade pranic beasts were planning. But they didn't do anything to stop it. Rather, they welcomed it. After all, the actions of the silver-grade pranic beast group created this region that was almost on par with an enclave, as a result creating a safe haven for all sides to develop and prosper. It was a tacit understanding between all involved parties. The ring of sandy gray void was only a kilometer thick. Therefore, it wasn't impossible to leave it. All he had to do was drill a tunnel at a depth of 100 meters and safely move to the other side. The reason he didn't think of moving through the sandy gray void was simple. As it had been a couple minutes since he threw the spirit weapon, the connection between the two was cut off. The sandy gray void simply ended up consuming his spirit weapon. Moreover, before it did that, it erased all traces of his prana signature on the spirit weapon. This will do. A plan formed in his mind as Inala turned around and rushed in the direction of his cave. Night set soon after as slump lizards streamed out of the river and flooded the region. Thump! Inala crashed hard into the ground, coughing out blood from his nose getting bashed by the impact. His prana hands grabbed the closest two slump lizards and drained them of all prana. But while they were targeting the slump lizards, a few more approached him, leaping on him. Move! Inala condensed internal inertial gravity in his hands and punched them, sending them flying away. But he winced in pain as their carapace was hard and sharp, ending up pricking him. Even though he could punch them to their deaths with a single hit, his hand too got messed up in response. Slump lizards charged him one after another, causing him to fall to the ground every time he tried to get up. If not for having no other choice but to return before dawn, Inala would have wished to remain in the safety of the city during the night and only depart by morning. But by then, the giant prana bomb would have shattered, causing baby Ganala's shouts to be transmitted. That would drastically reduce his preparation time, hence his need to rush. Wait a second. He frowned after falling for the 100th time, muttering as he stared at his bloody self. This isn't how a zinger fights. He recalled the way they fought at the Dieng Canyon, also drawing inspiration from Safara's Irupa avatar. He finally activated his trump card and condensed over a dozen prana bombs. Mystic Bone Art, Prana Blood. During his stay at the 44th settlement, the 44th Empyrean Tusk bathed him with her blood daily. Applying that experience to his mystic skill creator, Inala derived the Prana Blood skill. For every entity in Sumatra continent, prana flowed in their blood. Just as how the blood carried oxygen, prana too existed as atomic particles carried by it. That was how prana was circulated throughout the body, as it was a component carried by the blood. Similarly, the spirit container was a cell within the heart. A single cell held a single unit of prana. As the heart was the first to react to any external stimuli, including the body's emotional response towards it, once it varied its heart rate accordingly, so were the spirit containers affected, for they were situated exactly there. And if the stimuli were too much, straining the heart, these spirit containers shattered. While the heart pumped the blood, the spirit container injected traces of prana into it, causing the blood to carry the prana. While the heart regulated the blood flow, the spirit container regulated the prana flow. Inala's prana blood skill fused the spirit container into the heart temporarily. Instead of two regulatory bodies, there was just one, causing large amounts of prana to be pumped through the blood. It was a process that strained one's body. After all, the spirit container was the body part most suited to house large quantities of prana. The rest of the body wasn't suitable for that. That was why only a part of the prana in the spirit container would be sent to circulate through the body through the blood. This implied that when the entity used a skill or primary nature, they could only draw upon the prana circulating in their blood. The prana blood skill overcame that limitation. Chapter 119, Making a Rocket. As the prana in the blood is used up, the spirit container would inject more. It would take some time for the new blood carrying prana to circulate throughout the body. This meant there was a limit in the amount of prana a cultivator or pranic beast could draw upon to activate their primary nature. They couldn't just use up all their prana reserves for one massive attack. Prana blood skill achieved exactly that. By fusing the spirit container with the heart, it allowed all his prana to circulate through his body. It was a dangerous ability. If he maintained it for a long enough duration, his body would casually explode. And even after deactivating the skill, side effects would persist, turning him weak for a significant duration. His prana would become unresponsive for a short while, and he would feel sluggish. Therefore, it was meant as a trump card to unleash an explosive burst of power. Thump! Thump! Intense pain reverberated throughout his body as Inala felt the strain, having his 100 units of prana circulate freely through his body at once. He immediately condensed a bunch of prana bombs and activated his mystic bone art, morphing their shapes. Like pieces of puzzles, the flattened prana bombs latched onto his body, spreading out like ink as they covered his body like skin armor. Save for the hands, everywhere else was covered by the prana bombs. A slump lizard latched onto his leg, intending to bite his flesh off. But the moment it touched his leg armor, it shrieked in pain as its prana was being absorbed. It wasn't alone, as many of its brethren faced the same plight. 2 mounds formed on his chest armor as its overall form lost girth noticeably. Inala took on his female form. She aged by a couple of decades as 2 life bombs were created, one's birthing a queen. A life bomb hovered before her hand each and merged to become armor there. She extended her hand and grabbed a slump lizard stuck to her leg armor, watching its shrieks worsen as its life force was being absorbed now. The effects of many slump lizard primary natures were unleashed on her, causing her to remain face flat on the ground. She simply refused to move. Only when she did would she fall victim to the effects of Grand Slump, the primary nature of a slump lizard. The only action she did was extend her hand to grab hold of the unfortunate prey that had its prana sucked by her armor. Through her hand armor, she absorbed their life force and gradually regained her teenage figure. A crowd of slump lizards had piled upon her by now, despite many of them simply falling victim to her abilities. Moreover, none of them were able to dent the armor, helpless. Their primary nature was their strongest offensive ability, and that was rendered useless on an immobile target that was already flat on the ground. Primary nature, life bomb queen. Like a bowling ball smashing through pins, life bombs flew around the hordes of slump lizards, absorbing their prana and life force en masse. Every time Inala grew older after throwing out a life bomb, she extended her hand and grabbed a slump lizard stuck to her armor, absorbing its life force. The moment she returned to her natural age, she chucked out another life bomb, repeating the process. Thanks to the effects of the prana blood skill, her absorption of both prana and life force was at terrifying levels, causing at least one slump lizard to die every second. And once filled to the brim, the life bombs flew away and slammed into the trunk of a tree, latching to it. Both prana bombs and life bombs could stick to any surface. And unlike a Zinger's, the prana bombs and life bombs created by Inala could be controlled by her. Meaning, whether they stuck to a surface, whether they absorbed prana, life force, or not, all could be controlled and alternated at her sole discretion. That was the primary difference between a Zinger and an Empyrean Zinger, the pinnacle evolution attainable by the Zinger race. The life bombs attached to the tree trunks steadily grew in number. Contrastingly, the number of slump lizards swarming Inala had only increased in response, forming a mound that reached a height of 10 meters. Secondary nature, internal inertial gravity. The weight of their bodies was no longer anything to fret about as Inala calmly endured their attacks, accumulating at least a life bomb every minute. For the next 4 hours, Inala simply accumulated life bombs. Upon seeing that she had reached her limit, she got up and swatted around while raising her body density to the limit, sending the heaps of slump lizard carcasses flying away. Since there were so many carcasses of their brethren lying around, the slump lizards were no longer able to sense the presence of Inala once she hid within a ringed wall formed by their carcasses. "Phew, this is bound to hurt," Inala said, and caused the armor covering her body to fall off, save for the hand armor. With a thought from her, the fingertips transformed into sharp claws. Inala tore open her clothes, revealing her bare chest. Followed by a deep exhale, she cut open her chest carefully using the claws, feeling extreme amounts of pain. All she could do to persist was chomp through a life bomb and drink its life force-rich juice. Inala carefully ripped out her left lung, almost fainting from exhaustion in the process. The life force from the life bomb rapidly began to regenerate another lung. Once that was done, she ripped out her right lung and fainted. The two Empyrean Zinger scouts kept watch beside her, leaping on her forehead as they used the bone slip ability to allow her to access their thoughts. "Wake up! Wakey! Wakey!" A couple of minutes later, Inala woke up thanks to their efforts, gasping as she stared at her chest. The wounds had already closed up by now. Her lungs too had regenerated without issues. She only had to consume around 10 life bombs for this. Inala grabbed 100 life bombs and fused them to the 2 lungs, creating a 3-meter-long item resembling a rocket's lower half. It spanned a radius of 20 centimeters, sporting 2 nozzles. Each nozzle was a lung's vent. Thanks to the copious amounts of life force present in the 100 life bombs, the lungs would continue functioning for a while. As long as it works for a week, it's enough. But that wasn't the end of her suffering as Inala captured a couple hundred slump lizards and knocked them out first. She then sat beside them and ripped out her digestive system, one organ after another, fusing them with a bunch of life bombs to add to the rocket. Since her digestive system was being ripped out, she relied upon her hand armor to absorb life force from the captured slump lizards, healing thanks to that. An hour before dawn, she had completed the rocket, dead tired, feeling like shit having subjected herself to such torture. At last, it's done. She was utterly exhausted, but her eyes sported an excited glint, akin to a mad scientist. Now to activate it. Chapter 120 Flying is forbidden. Reverting to his male form, Inala inserted a prana bomb, filled with prana, in the rocket's mouth. The rocket's mouth was part of the spirit weapon made using his mouth. Therefore, it could crunch the prana bomb and cause the fluid within to spill out. Its internals were pretty much made out of his digestive system. Hence, the fluid was soon transformed into prana, which was absorbed by the pair of lungs at the back. Through the nozzle, the 2 lungs gradually began sucking in the air once Inala activated internal inertial gravity throughout the rocket, concentrating their effects within the lungs. As prana continued to surge in the lungs, coupled with internal inertial gravity, space began to expand within, causing more and more air to be absorbed and compressed inside. While this was happening, Inala poured all the filled prana bombs and life bombs into a giant prana bomb. The rocket was mounted on its back, with its mouth within the giant prana bomb, allowing Inala to insert prana bombs into its mouth to fuel it, while seated inside. Attached to the bottom of the prana bomb were a pair of wheels, affixed to a simple suspension system. Trailing from the sides were aeroplane wings. Flaps, rudders, and ailerons were fitted in their respective locations. All of them were spirit weapons, allowing Inala to control them individually. He took a seat and waited patiently in the cockpit. A couple of straggler slump lizards attacked the object, but as it was created using prana bombs, contact only caused its prana to be absorbed. It took 10 minutes for air to be compressed to the limit within the lungs. Inala braced himself and activated it. Here goes nothing. Boom! A powerful thrust of air was unleashed through the 2 nozzles, causing the vehicle to shoot forth, lifting off in a matter of seconds. Thanks to the effects of internal inertial gravity, Inala didn't even feel the inertial vectors from the launch speed. It took off, he shouted, having turned the portion of the giant prana bomb before him translucent, able to see outside now. The slump lizards retreated in fear at this mysterious creature, watching it take flight, an unprecedented case in Sumatra. Unfortunately for Inala, he had been in the air for less than a dozen seconds when suddenly, the wings attached to the giant prana egg vanished. No, they didn't shatter from friction. They didn't fall off due to the primary nature of the slump lizards. No, it was something grander and eerie. The wings simply vanished, as if they never existed there in the first place. The vehicle slammed into the ground and sustained damage in the process. But its insides were unharmed thanks to internal inertial gravity. Inala rushed out in a hurry and stared at the location where the wings ought to have existed. What the? The location where the wings were attached to the giant prana bomb was smooth. Inala frowned, but as he didn't have the time to search his surroundings, he hunted some slump lizards and refined their bones into a pair of aeroplane wings once again. 10 minutes later, the lungs were filled with compressed air. This time, Inala focused on the wings as the vehicle took flight once again, placing all his attention on it. He regretted it immediately after. A mysterious eye, ethereal in nature, reddish, scaly in appearance, jotted with a million irises. It appeared next to the wings and stared at it. Cause and effect seemed to have been changed. In an instant, the pair of wings vanished, as if they never existed in the first place. The mysterious eye vanished as the vehicle slammed into the ground. Inala rushed out and sprinted to the previous crater where the vehicle had first crashed, shocked to see a bunch of slump lizard carcasses lying around. Fuck. These slump lizard carcasses were supposed to have been strewn around with pieces of their flesh mashed up. After all, their bones were taken out and used by Inala to make the wings. But now, when he approached a carcass and touched it, he felt the skeleton inside. The wings reverted to their original forms, location, and structure. It's as if I never refined them into the aircraft wings in the first place. Since it had happened twice, he would be an idiot if he still failed to understand what was happening. Recalling Sumatra Chronicles, he muttered, "It's not that no pranic beast can fly in Sumatra. Since they are constantly evolving, they ought to have evolved in the direction that allowed them to fly, since that means they would become the race that dominates the skies." Flying was forbidden. That was an absolute rule placed on the world, possibly by some omniscient entity with the power to alter cause and effect. Therefore, the moment a pranic beast evolves to gain a pair of wings or obtains a nature-granting flight, cause and effect would change, reversing their gains. Thereby, flight becomes impossible. In his case, he was only using his basic abilities to create a thrust. The only item granting flight was the pair of aircraft wings. Hence, they were erased through cause and effect. Thereby, the bones used in refining the wings returned to the carcass of their original owners, forming their skeleton, even though the slump lizards were dead. That was a valuable lesson for Inala. Had he tried something like that on his own, he himself would have been erased through this mysterious power. Wait, how did nothing happen when the 43rd Empyrean tusk shot us into the sky? He recalled the moment when he was shot into the sky, within the giant prana bomb, by the 43rd Empyrean tusk. When the Boar King rushed at him, he caused aircraft wings to appear on the giant prana bomb and used it to change his direction of flight. But nothing happened back then, so why now? He stared at the air slowly flowing out of the nozzle as the space within vanished, realizing what was up. When the 43rd Empyrean tusk shot us into the air, from the moment we left its trunk, we had begun decelerating. Therefore, that case was merely a projectile shot out with tremendous force. That wasn't pure flight. He then stared at the nozzle. But now, when I was in the air, I was constantly accelerating thanks to the thrust. And with the wings controlling the stability, that was proper flight. Hence, the wings were erased. But, he frowned and stared at the nozzle. Aren't they the source of the thrust? Why weren't they removed? Instead, only the wings were targeted. He thought for a while and eventually figured it out. I see. It's complicated. But I understand it now. Inala grinned. I can use this against my enemies. Chapter 121, Luring the Boar King, Part 1. The thrust unleashed by the pair of lungs forming the rocket was pretty much a forceful expulsion of air. All Empyrean tusks did the same using their trunks. It wasn't anything special. If Inala repeated the same now, the vehicle would only move on the ground. There didn't seem a restriction on the technology itself, at least one applied through natures, as Inala had done here. Maybe there was a restriction on technology created solely from scratch that didn't conform to the power system of Sumatra. It would be wise to be careful in that regard. Since the only variable that turned the ground-bound vehicle into an aircraft was the pair of wings, only that was erased through cause and effect. Even when Inala flew a second time, only the wings were targeted. Of course, since the source of that mysterious cause and effect wasn't a power but an entity, Inala didn't dare repeat the experiment another time. What if that entity were to become pissed at him and decides to erase him too? He didn't wish to go out like that. Hence, Inala restrained himself. Moreover, he made a mental note to never use this thrust option while he finishes developing his Empyrean Zinger body in the future. The moment his figure accelerates in the sky, he might be erased. And even if he intended to use the thrusters, it should only be for an instant to give him a burst in momentum. Since his figure would immediately begin decelerating, no matter how minimal the deceleration value was, he would only be considered a projectile that had been shot in the air. That was the way to avoid being erased by this mysterious entity that forbade flight. After feeding the rocket a bunch of filled prana bombs, Inala refined the front of the giant prana bomb into a wedge shape. 10 minutes later, once the lungs were full, he got inside the vehicle and activated them, causing them to unleash a powerful thrust. The vehicle shot forth on the ground, almost flipping upward due to the vehicle's aerodynamics. He hurriedly raised the vehicle's density, causing it to stably remain on the ground, maintaining enough traction. The wedge severed through the horde of slump lizards as it sped forward. Moreover, their primary nature kept the vehicle grounded. Otherwise, with the powerful thrust being unleashed at the back, the vehicle would have been flying around all over the place like a deflating balloon. The journey that had taken him hours was traversed within 30 minutes. The vehicle crashed into the walls surrounding the Rooster Tribe settlement and came to an abrupt halt. Inala got out and noticed the sky beginning to brighten. He quickly scaled up the wall and approached his cave, watching the giant prana bomb filled with cracks. Had he been a few minutes late, things would have turned troublesome. Inala pulled the giant prana bomb out of the cave and enclosed it with the biggest prana bomb he could create, one spanning a radius of 10 meters. He dumped all the prana bombs and life bombs that he had accumulated until now into it. Asiya was relieved at his arrival. She was then stunned by the truckload of life bombs, wondering what Inala had done to accumulate such a staggering number. Mixed among the pile was a bone slip as Asiya accessed it, hearing Inala's thoughts. There are enough resources to probably last you a week even if baby Ganala consumes more than usual. Stay here and take care of her. We are within range. So, I'm scheming to outwit the Boar King. I have a solid plan, so don't worry. In the meantime, look through the bone slip and formulate a plan for our stay at Elora Trade City. All the information he had collected from Elora City, including the maps, was left to Asiya. Even though he had recorded everything in the bone slip, Inala didn't have time to understand the information and make plans accordingly. Hence, he left it to her. She's smarter than me in such things. It was more efficient to play to their strengths. Inala was pretty good at scheming, but he drew a blank in terms of economics and politics. Therefore, it was best to leave it to his disciple who excelled at such things. The biggest prana bomb remained stuck to the mountain slope as there wasn't enough time to dig a cave large enough for it. Besides, that was unnecessary and would only hinder his plan. I'll outwit you perfectly, Boar King, Inala muttered, focused as he entered the cave and used 3 spirit weapons to drill through the cave. Once he drilled to the limit of his range, he dropped his 3 Empyrean Zinger scouts in them, 1 per hole. The scouts refined a spirit weapon of their own and continued the drilling process, proceeding through a route that he had informed them. They could communicate through the Zinger tongue, so it was easy to transmit vast streams of information through a shout. While they drilled a hole, Inala collected the dust in a large container and transported it away. He dumped the contents in the river, making repeated trips. By afternoon, he was unable to move anymore, suffering from the side effects of using the prana blood skill. He had used it for 4 hours in total, and until now, he forcefully prolonged its side effects. Grr! He rolled on the ground in pain, but when the Empyrean Zinger scouts approached him in worry, he growled and told them to continue with their work. It was midnight by the time he recovered a little. Originally, he required a few days at the very least to fully recover, but due to the lack of time, he activated the prana blood skill once again, using it to amass a large quantity of prana bombs and life bombs. Using the vehicle, he made repeated trips to the border to select the most optimal location. Upon return, he harvested prana and life force from the slump lizards. Using the shells of his prana and life bombs, he created a thick layer in the cave. Following that, he sneaked into Elora City, stole some more money from Safara, and used it to purchase paint. Using that, he painted the cave, taking a lot of time until the finish was natural. Now, despite the surface being bone, its color and texture were no different from the natural cave before. The 3 tunnels were narrow, only spanning a width of 2 centimeters. They traveled all the way underground, below the mountain, stopping only at a depth of 400 meters from the surface. From their starting point in the cave, the tunnels spanned a height of 1 kilometer, and at their bottom, Inala left a life bomb each. Following that, he poured the fluids of a life bomb throughout the tunnel until they were filled. With that, their entrance was closed up. The fluid was in direct contact with the bone floor of the cave, acting like an electrical wire for prana and life force transfer. A week had passed by now as Inala approached the biggest prana bomb, making eye contact with Asiya, who motioned that baby Ganala was asleep. He touched the biggest prana bomb and watched it crack before shattering. It was time to lure the Boar King into the trap. Chapter 122, Luring the Boar King, Part 2. Steady, Inala said as he carefully took baby Ganala from Asiya. She was exhausted, having had to constantly take care of baby Ganala's needs. The baby was an Empyrean tusk, despite her human appearance. As a result, her appetite was voracious. Of course, her waste products were equally terrifying. Once Asiya walked out of the biggest prana bomb through the entrance that had been cracked, Inala shut the entrance, intending to later dump it in the river. All the prana bombs and life bombs preserved in it had already been consumed. Holding the baby Ganala, he observed her, sighing upon sensing an instinct envelop him, making him feel warmth towards her. Ha! He sighed once, and then took out a vial from his pocket. That was something he created after purchasing the necessary ingredients from Elora City. It was a sleep-inducing agent. Inala made the baby Ganala inhale it, putting her in a state of deep sleep. He then took out a syringe that he had personally refined, using it to extract her blood, little by little. While doing so, he also fed her the fluid in a life bomb, replenishing her lost blood without harming her baby body. Once he had collected enough blood, he returned her to Asiya. Alert me if she's about to wake up. Okay, Asiya said and stared at Inala worried. His current condition wasn't in the least optimal. Reddish eyes, dark circles reaching his cheeks, blood dripping out of his orifices, and an overall weak presence, as if he was on the verge of death. Inala was in a sickly state, having pushed himself repeatedly to use the blood prana skill without healing from its side effects. You should rest. Asiya expressed her worry. At this rate, you'll die. I won't die, Inala said, serious. I have no plans on dying so soon. So, you needn't worry. I know my limits. If you say so, even though Asiya acted convinced, she was worried about his condition. I can't do anything to him. She was strong, yes. But outside battles, she was of no help to him. No, I should make myself more useful. It's fine. I'm almost done anyway. It seemed Inala was aware of her thoughts based on her body language as he consoled her. After consuming the contents of 4 life bombs, he waited a couple of minutes before chopping off his legs. Inala! Asiya shouted in a fluster. Quiet, Inala said, not even flinching at the pain. Or rather, he was numb. Not numb to pain, but in his severely exhausted state, his brain couldn't even process the pain. Don't do anything that'll wake baby Ganala. Mystic bone art, puppetry. He refined his legs to a form that was an exact replica of baby Ganala. He then created a life bomb and made it gently touch baby Ganala, retracting it a second later. Present in it was a tinge of her life force and prana. Inala shrunk the life bomb and placed it in the location where the heart ought to exist. He then began to insert various organs into the puppet, all extracted from his body after he turned himself young to the limit after becoming a female. Baby Ganala's blood, life force, and prana, since she was his daughter, once he turned himself into a woman and used his organs to create the puppet's body, the end result was a puppet with baby Ganala's presence. For the final act, he took baby Ganala and erected a prana bomb around them. He waited patiently until the effects of the sleep-inducing agent wore off, watching baby Ganala wake up. Gwa! She let out a smile and stared at him, excited. Dada! Dada! I'm sorry. Inala felt his heart lurch upon seeing the baby's excitement at his presence. He pinched her sensitive thigh, watching baby Ganala cry in pain. Seeing her crying expression felt like his heart was being slammed repeatedly by a hammer. Sorry. Don't cry. There. A minute later, he began to console her, not even realizing since when, but tears were streaming out of his eyes too. He had yet to come to terms with her existence. But things were forcing his hand, burdening his emotional state even further. It took him close to an hour before he managed to console baby Ganala. Upon noticing that she was hungry, he fed her the fluid from a life force-rich life bomb. After having her fill, baby Ganala fell asleep. Since she was regularly consuming life force-rich fluid, her development was pretty much the strongest among all Empyrean tusks. Any defects she might have gained after being birthed by a lacking human were all taken care of by the rich life force she constantly consumed. In terms of Empyrean tusks, she was the healthiest. Inala stared at her sleeping face in a daze for a couple of hours, his mind a mess. In the end, he shattered the prana bomb and walked out, giving her back to Asiya. I need a bit of your blood now. Take as much as you need, Asiya said, and used her prana to grab hold of one of Inala's prepared syringes and extracted her blood. That's enough. Inala created a puppet of her next. He had already created his own puppet. After placing the 3 puppets in the cave, he took out a part from his pocket. It was his throat, from his female form, that he had extracted and refined. Using the bone slip skill in conjunction with Mystic Skill Creator, he recorded baby Ganala's crying voice in it. And now, he inserted it into the puppet resembling baby Ganala, watching a realistic result. It's done. Taking in a deep breath, he activated the 3 puppets. Immediately in response, the heads of the Inala puppet and Asiya puppet flew off and slammed into the cave walls, coming to a stop as blood leaked out of their bodies. The blood splattered throughout the cave, and in response, the baby Ganala puppet opened its mouth and unleashed its cries. Yua! Yua! Hearing the voice, Inala felt his heart lurch, sighing in relief. It's working. Immediately in response, his internal inertial gravity flared up, feeling a mild sense of fear. That was a sign of the Boar King rushing in his direction. Inala closed his eyes and felt the rate at which the source of fear drew near. He's at least 20 times slower than before. It seems I failed to lure him properly. As a result, he fought the herd. I hope damage has been kept to a minimum. After observing for an hour in a meditative state, Inala's eyes shot open as he muttered, "He'll arrive in 4 days. Do we wait until then?" Asiya asked. "Nope, we're fleeing immediately." Inala got up, ready to act. Chapter 123, Luring the Boar King, Part 3. Inala used the severed feet of a slump lizard and made bloody footprints throughout the cave, using the blood leaking out from the Inala puppet and Asiya puppet. This way, it seemed as if a group of slump lizards had ambushed the group and left after killing them. He didn't forget to add bite marks throughout the bodies of the 3 puppets. But for the Inala and Asiya puppets, there were patches of the body bitten off using the jaws of the slump lizards, displaying resistance from the ambushed. And to make it seem as if both the fighting parties took out each other, he piled dozens of slump lizard carcasses at the cave entrance. With that gone, he carried the biggest prana bomb and dumped it in the river, watching it vanish in the depths of the darkness. With a thought from him, the prana bomb crumbled, causing its contents to blast out. The river water turned turbulent, as even the shit produced by an Empyrean tusk was medicinal for the average pranic beast. In a matter of minutes, everything was consumed, leaving behind no traces. Following that, Inala boarded a large vehicle that he had successfully finished constructing in the past week. The design was more stable and refined over his many trips to the border. Spanning a length of 30 meters and a height of 20 meters, it was a vehicle created by the fusion of 4 of his biggest prana bombs. Moreover, he had refined more layers of prana bomb shells on it for added security, ensuring it would remain sturdy long enough in the sandy gray void. There were 4 quarters in total inside. Prana bomb, life bomb, water, and living quarters for a total of 4. Even adding baby Ganala's consumption, there were enough resources to sustain them for 6 months. At the front were the living quarters where Inala took his seat. Asiya slumped on a berth that he had purchased from Elora City, carrying baby Ganala. She was amazed by what he had created, looking around with widened eyes. Inala had purchased a lot of clothes, toys, medicines, etc. from Elora City, all to ensure baby Ganala could develop healthily. "How?" Asiya asked but was met with no reply. While panting in exhaustion, his eyes drooped in tiredness as Inala fed a prana bomb into the rocket's mouth, sensing the 2 lungs suck in air. 10 minutes later, once they were fully charged, he made them expunge the air, slowly this time. The vehicle moved at a controllable speed, as they had sufficient time in their hands. At around 30 kilometers an hour, it moved through the forest region, treading through a path Inala had already mapped out. Due to the vehicle's weight, deep tracks formed on the ground. But that wasn't a concern, as by the next morning, once the slump lizards begin to retreat, they'll erase all unusual traces, including the tire tracks. Inala had already confirmed it. The slump lizards were his biggest collaborators, even if they were unaware of their role. It was through their help that he was able to perfectly mask his escape. Soon, they arrived at the border and entered it. The sandy gray void created by the muddropper was a kilometer wide and reached a depth of 100 meters. As the vehicle entered the region, it began to sink in through the sand, stopping at a depth of 80 meters. He had shaped the underside of the vehicle in such a way that the gray sand couldn't easily move around it. Hence, enough of the sand was stuck inside to ensure the vehicle didn't sink all the way to the bottom. If it reached the bottom and caused part of its surface to face the regular soil, there was a chance the Boar King could pick up traces. If he had natures geared toward detection, that was possible. Hence, Inala had to make such an elaborate setup. A couple of minutes later, all traces of the vehicle's presence vanished in the sandy gray void, making it seem as if such a vehicle hadn't entered the region in the first place. While the sandy gray void was gradually beginning to digest the vehicle, Inala seeped his prana into it from time to time and resisted the assimilation. This was the method used by the original Empyrean tusk herd when they planned to leave Sumatra continent. After understanding a small part of the memories inherited from the previous Ganala, Inala perfected his plan, allowing him to stay cooped up in the sandy gray void for 6 months. Thankfully, the potency of this sandy gray void was vastly weaker as compared to the original. Its effects were a tad weaker than even the safe routes determined in the real sandy gray void. It was why he could sustain himself for 6 whole months. Such plans wouldn't even last a couple of days through the real sandy gray void that bordered Sumatra continent. Now, I have 6 months to fully comprehend the sea of memories I inherited from the previous Ganala. Thinking as such, Inala relaxed, for they were finally in a safe place. The moment he did so, he dropped to the floor, unconscious. Inala! Asiya rushed to his rescue and placed him on a berth, assisting his recovery. Yua! Yua! Seated in a cave within a random mountain in the Dieng Canyon was the Boar King. Strewn on the floor next to him were some pranic beasts, unable to move due to the presence he unleashed. He usually feasted upon them alive to aid in his cultivation. After facing the Empyrean Tusk herd, he died twice, dropping to the one-life stage. To exact his revenge, he promptly returned to recuperate and build up strength. But upon hearing a newborn Empyrean Tusk's cries, he jolted awake, continuing to hear the sounds for a minute, getting up once the cries stopped. That's the newborn Ganala's voice. Since the previous Ganala died before I could kill her, I'll be sure to kill her successor. He was aware that the inheritance ceremony was completed. For a moment, he wondered if it was a trap, considering how Inala escaped his grasp the previous time. So what if it's a trap? He grinned. I have nothing to lose and everything to gain if I find her. He leaped out of the cave and landed on the ravine, gaining in size as he took on his pranic beast form. Mystic-grade pranic beast, Empyrean Boar King. Upon his transformation, an overbearing presence spread in his surroundings, causing the zingers to faint in response. As the bodies of the zingers rained down from the skies, the Empyrean Boar King rushed through the ravine, making a beeline in the direction of the voice he heard. He sensed the Empyrean Tusk herd far away, still in the Dieng Canyon. They are stirring up because of the cries too. But they don't have my endurance. They can't keep up pace for more than a few hours before expending their reserves. With such a thought in mind, the Empyrean Boar King accelerated, burning up prana to transform into a blur, and swiftly left the Dieng Canyon. But high-speed endurance is my thing. Even in my weakened state, I should be able to reach in 4 days. I'll kill you, Ganala. Chapter 124. The Man That Boned Your Ass Once. Once every few hours, he picked up baby Ganala's voice. Based on the tone of the cry, it was a show of pain, worrying the Boar King. No, I should be the one to kill her, not any of the other trash. He picked up pace, rushing through faster. From time to time, the Empyrean Boar King would gobble some pranic beasts, replenishing prana in such a fashion. The targeted pranic beasts didn't even know what hit them. One moment they were in their territories. The other moment, they were being digested in the body of the sole mystic-grade pranic beast of Sumatra continent. It was so fast the targets barely registered a blur before they were killed. As long as his prana was being replenished, the Empyrean Boar King could continue his high-speed sprint, reaching speeds up to 800 kilometers per hour, his optimal pace. Had this been before when he was at the 3-life stage, he would have casually broken through the sound barrier and traveled at hypersonic speeds. Non-stop, the Empyrean Boar King sprinted, eventually hitting his limit after almost 4 days. He took an hour's rest and sprinted once again, arriving at an abrupt halt soon after upon noticing the sandy gray void. Is this a trap to lure me to the sandy gray void? Reverting to his human form, the Boar King frowned in thought before feeling that something was amiss. Wait, this sandy gray void doesn't seem treacherous enough as in my memories. Intending to solve his doubts, he circled around the sandy gray void, soon noticing that it formed a circle with a radius of 500 kilometers. This isn't an enclave, so there should be no reason for the sandy gray void to be here, unless... He muttered in surprise, a muddropper is still alive? The Boar King crouched low and activated a bunch of natures gained from iron-grade pranic beasts, abilities he casually used around. With that, he leapt forth into the sandy gray void, landing on the other side, muttering in excitement, "It's only a kilometer wide. As I thought, it's a muddropper." He was indeed curious about the muddropper, but that wasn't a priority. The Boar King rushed in the direction of the voice he heard last, which was around 6 hours ago, soon reaching the mountain walls surrounding the Rooster tribe's settlement. Followed by a leap, the Boar King entered the cave, casually swatting around the pile of slump lizard carcasses. Before he even landed on the floor, he observed the corpses of Inala and Asiya there, recalling from memory, they were the ones with the newborn Ganala back then. A glance at the scene, and he could picture what had happened. Judging by their direction of flight back then, they would have landed in this region. It seems they had taken refuge in this cave. But unfortunately for them, the slump lizards ambushed their weary selves. The blunt injury on the heads of Inala and Asiya indicated that they had slammed their heads into the ground, obviously due to the primary nature of slump lizards. The sneak attack weakened them. Following that, when the two sides fought, they took each other out. The Boar King concluded right before his feet touched down on the cave floor. He landed at the entrance, sensing some life force in baby Ganala, excited. She's alive. Now I can kill her. He couldn't even become fully excited as the moment his feet came in contact with the cave's floor, copious amounts of his prana and life force were absorbed in an instant. TCH. The boar king clicked his tongue and lifted his legs one after another, ripping out patches of the bone floor stuck to his legs. With a twist of his toes, the bone plates crumbled. He then planted his feet on the actual cave floor, frowning. What is this? He leaped lightly and landed before baby Ganala, feeling his prana and life force be absorbed once again, at a rate many times stronger than before. A trap? With a flex of his toes, he shattered the bone floor there too, stopping the suction of his prana and life force. It didn't matter if he lost a bit of it, as long as he could kill baby Ganala. He glanced at Inala and Asia's corpse. Did they set this trap before they died? How futile. He extended his hand and touched baby Ganala. Now, finally, you're mine to kill, GHH. This time, he actually grunted in pain, for the rate at which his prana and life force were being stolen was the fastest. The boar king picked up baby Ganala and threw her towards his mouth. His mouth enlarged into a boar's and gobbled her body, swallowing it after a couple of crunches. But a second later, he growled in anger. It's fake. Since he didn't gain her primary nature, it meant what he swallowed merely a fake meant to mimic the original. Now that he had removed the baby Ganala puppet from the picture, he stared at the small platform on which she had been placed upon. It was a stone slab, and carved on it was the following sentence. Yo, Brangara, did you like my surprise? I'm sure the trap I set barely tickled you, but still, the fact that you're reading this means you've obviously fallen prey to my trap. Fret not, my friend. As I grow stronger, I'll set stronger traps for you. I know you wish to kill Ganala. So, I'll keep luring you to my traps. Let's see how long you'll give chase. Yours truly, the man that boned your ass once. Bastard! The boar king stomped his leg in anger and destroyed the cave, causing part of the mountain to collapse in response. Wait, he called me by my name and not my title as the boar king. How did he come to know that? Only a moment later did he realize in startlement, looking around in fluster to see that he had reduced everything to rubble. There was evidence here. Had he researched the puppets, he might have gotten a clue about Inala's abilities. But hearing the last line simply angered him to the extreme. He was a mystic-grade pranic beast, the pinnacle life form. The fact that a measly weakling dared to insult him triggered him unlike anything. As a result, he raged, ending up destroying the cave and part of the mountain by mistake. His actions buried everything Inala had set up. He learnt nothing and instead accumulated anger, having been outwitted by the trap setter. Bastard, I'll remember your ugly mug. I'll be going after you next. Kia, what happened? Part of the walls just collapsed. At first, the boar king didn't care about them. As he couldn't sense or detect any traces of baby Ganala, he intended to return to the Dieng Canyon and cultivate. He felt the Mammoth clan too was in this plan. After all, by distracting the boar king with baby Ganala's voice, he would always be on the move and hence wouldn't have time to build up his strength. That gave them valuable time to rest and recover their expended strength. And now that the two herds merged into one, they had enough strength to combat his weakened self directly and kill him. Hence, the boar king intended to return. But suddenly, the voices of the people turned strange, filled with chirps and screeches. Wondering what was up, the boar king peered out and noticed the rooster tribe. A ravaged tribe? His eyes suddenly glinted in enlightenment upon staring at their transformation as the boar king muttered, "There's a way to counter their traps." Chapter 125 Blessed Race of Sumatra. Chief, we captured the culprit that was responsible for the mass slaughter of our clansmen. A group of masters said, and knocked on the door leading into the study of the Mammoth clansman, who was in charge of the entire Mammoth clan. They had created a temporary settlement on the peak of a mountain, nearby the Varahan Enclave's entrance, after leveling its top, creating a place for Mammoth clansmen from different settlements to mingle freely. Carrying a bound Brangara and standing before the largest building was the group of masters that had captured him. The culprit was an Empyrean boar? A surprised voice resounded from inside as the doors opened. Just as the leader of the group intended to bring in Brangara, his body failed to budge. Despite urging himself to move, he couldn't. There was no formidable pressure exerted on him, no nature had been activated, etc. But even with nothing being used on him, he couldn't move. No amount of struggle could make him even budge the slightest, not to mention bat an eye. Just as he was feeling suffocated due to being unable to breathe, a voice resounded, following which he could move once again. "Sir Renduldu, please don't play around with a kid of my clan." The chief of the Mammoth clan had spoken. Once the master was able to breathe, he gasped for air and stared into the room, only now spotting a second entity in the room, seated opposite the Mammoth clan chief. This entity had a humanoid body but sported an octopus head. The tentacles were faintly ethereal, while a strange form of ink circulated over his body, like clouds moving through the world. They appeared and disappeared. A glance at it, and the master felt as if he had aged by 100 years, terrified in response. At the Mammoth clan chief's words, the octopus-headed entity, Rendulda, laughed. I was just joking, Andraka. Don't mind me. I simply wanted to test the strength of an average master of your clan. Surely you have better things to do. The Mammoth clan chief, Andraka, sighed. I don't, Rendulda said without hesitation. He then stared at the group of masters and waved his hand. We're talking here. So run along, kids. The group of masters stared at the Andraka in response, scurrying away when their chief told them to leave. They are pretty obedient to you, Rendulda commented. He then snapped his finger, causing Brangara's figure to appear next to them. This kid is pretty gifted, I must say. An Empyrean boar that hasn't lost its mind. That's a first. Andraka muttered as he calmly inched his hand forward and touched Brangara's forehead, seeping in his prana as he muttered amidst Brangara's pained cries. Tertiary nature of cultivator. By gaining this after eating my mammoth clansman, he can now cultivate like humans. He stared at Rendulda solemnly, whispering, That's similar to you. He's exhibiting the characteristics of a mystic-grade pranic beast. For now, Rendulda didn't seem bothered by it, but the moment he absorbs enough primary natures, he'll fall victim to his race's curse. There's nothing avoiding that. But isn't it dangerous? Andraka frowned. He might be the first among many. Isn't your race the only one blessed by Sumatra continent to attain the mystic grade? That is the case, Rendulda nodded. Mystic grade pranic beast. Empyrean tentacle. Empyrean tentacles were called the blessed race of Sumatra continent. There existed only 4 individuals in this race. And if one of them dies, they would naturally be reborn, just as how a parda tree begins growing for no reason at all. The 4 Empyrean tentacles were split between the 4 grades of iron, silver, gold, and mystic. Iron Empyrean tentacle, silver Empyrean tentacle, and gold Empyrean tentacle. These 3 lived at random locations on Sumatra continent. And when one of them devours the remaining 2, it evolves into the mystic Empyrean tentacle. It was that simple for this rate to attain the mystic grade status. Once the mystic Empyrean tentacle reaches the pinnacle of cultivation and attains transcendence, it would ascend to a higher plane, leaving Sumatra continent. Immediately after that, iron, silver, and gold Empyrean tentacles are randomly spawned on Sumatra continent. Throughout history, a mystic-grade pranic beast had only emerged from the Empyrean tentacle race. There had been no exceptions. Hence, they came to be called the blessed race of Sumatra. You know, Rendulda spoke in nostalgia. When I was an iron Empyrean tentacle, I barely had any strength to fend for myself. When I was on the brink of death, your mammoth clan ancestor saved me. For the next couple of centuries, she raised me as her pet, then a teacher, and eventually a friend, teaching me plenty of things. I eventually accumulated enough strength and experience to hunt the silver Empyrean tentacle. Eventually, I got the gold Empyrean tentacle too, becoming the first among my race where an iron Empyrean tentacle attained the mystic grade. Rendulda sighed. I know that already. Andraka tilted his head in confusion. Why are you telling it again? Just because. Rendulda's eyes glimmered faintly as he stared blankly into space. Following that, he recovered and spoke. We're only called the blessed race of Sumatra because we figured our path to attain the mystic grade and perfected it. Why do you think other races cannot do the same? He stared at Andraka. Aren't you trying to forge a path too? You're right, Andraka nodded. As the possibility didn't seem to exist in Sumatra, we are preparing to head into another continent. Why look elsewhere when there's a possibility right before you? Rendulda smirked and pointed at Brangara. If you use him, the Empyrean tusks will be able to attain the final step necessary to enter mystic grade. Are you seeing it through your ability? Andraka asked in excitement. It's not clear, to be frank. Rendulda said, Only after attaining transcendence can I see it clearly. But if I were to enter the transcendence stage, I would have no other choice but to ascend. Even if I were to make the necessary preparations up there and use the channel built by my race's transcendence, it would take me a couple millennia to return. So, it'll take at least 2 millennia before you can help us directly. Andraka nodded and stared at Brangara. Well, I can think of a way to use him. How? Rendulda asked in excitement as his eyes glinted. I'm sure you're able to see it already. Andraka laughed. We mammoth clansmen are experts at digesting things, you see. Interesting. Rendulda grinned and calmly patted Brangara. Resign yourself to your fate, young brat. Brangara wasn't even able to bat an eyelid, staring blankly like a sculpture because of whatever Rendulda had done to him. All he could do was passively hear the conversation, feeling the approaching doom. Chapter 126, The Supreme Tusk, Ganala. Arg, arghhhh. Rafa! Brangara bellowed in pain as his blood was extracted in large amounts. A pipe was inserted into his mouth as the crushed pulp of paruta fruit was inserted constantly. Standing beside him was Andraka, controlling his body. Since Brangara had learnt the mystic bone art, Andraka was controlling that now, activating it against Brangara's wishes as the mystic bone art digested the part of fruit pulp and rapidly regenerated his lost blood. And from time to time, flowing through the blood was his spirit containers that had been broken off from his heart. Andraka was controlling everything to ensure he shed the spirit containers. Through the consumed part of fruits, Andraka built spirit containers in Brangara by controlling the mystic bone art in the latter's body. Since Brangara had learnt mystic bone art, the only way for him to cultivate further was by using it. He could no longer learn any other cultivation technique unless he were to abolish his cultivation and start anew. Spirit containers flowed out of his body through the extracted blood that was stored in a large container. Seated in the container was a mammoth clansman couple. The pair of man and woman absorbed the blood and digested it, gradually acclimating to it. It took them a decade to do so, a time period no different from hell to Brangara. Once the couple had acclimated to Brangara's special blood, they were able to get a portion of his natures, or rather, the power in them. Following that, the couple mated in the container. The man burned his essence during the mating process, transforming into dust once he ejaculated. All he sent in was a single sperm, full of the genetic material he had adapted to in the past decade. The woman was calm throughout the ordeal, accepting his sperm as she focused, able to sense it slowly but surely approach her egg. Both of them had the fragment disease. They were the first Empyrean Tusk's children. They planned to birth an Empyrean Tusk that was significantly more evolved than the rest by absorbing the properties of Brangara's blood. Brangara was only missing 1 or 2 steps before he became a mystic-grade pranic beast. So his essence was valuable, capable of evolving even an Empyrean Tusk. "Demons! The lot of you are demons!" Brangara shouted shrilly. "You've turned my race into a farm crop, and now you're drinking my blood like it's water. Is this the famed Mammoth clan's true nature? Mia, bloodthirsty beasts!" "You are pretty animated," Andraka commented casually and ignored his screams, instead focusing on the woman in the container. "How are you feeling?" "I'm not sure if I can stay alive long enough to deliver the baby." The woman expressed her worries. "The energy condensing in my womb is beyond anything I've ever sensed in the women that birthed Empyrean Tusks." "Tell me what you need," Andraka commented casually, expressing words of one used to wielding absolute power. "I'll get you whatever you need immediately." "Nutrient-rich food," the woman said as she felt the sperm enter her egg. "The nutritional value must be highly concentrated. After all, there's a limit to how much food I can consume. Even eating poor fruits nonstop won't suffice. I need something more richly concentrated." Will the heart of an Empyrean boar do?" Andraka asked, not even bothering with Brangara's despairing howls. "That should do. But," the woman frowned, "it seems I would need too many. That might put a wrench in our plans." "That doesn't matter," Andraka commented. "If the need arises, we can drop half the herd. They can remain in Sumatra and continue to increase their numbers until they have amassed enough to make the trip in the future. The goal is to evolve, and if you succeed, we'll become ever closer to our goal." That statement from Andraka signed off the fate of the Empyrean boars. For the woman's needs, all Empyrean boars that were still alive were slaughtered mercilessly, and their hearts were harvested. Andraka brought an Empyrean boar's heart, frowning as it was the size of a room. "You can't consume something this big, right?" "It'll take time, but I can do it," the woman said. "Wait, you only need concentrated nutrients, right?" Andraka asked, smiling upon seeing her nod as he glanced at Brangara. "I have the perfect filter." "No! Stop! No! Please! Stop! Anything but this! I beg you! Please!" Brangara roared, pleading desperately. But with a thought from Andraka, his mystic bone art flared up. Brangara found himself transforming into his Empyrean boar form, beyond his control. His mouth was forcefully opened as the heart of his brethren was stuffed inside. Forced cannibalism. Brangara's mind snapped as he didn't even know what had happened. All he felt before the snap was an absolutely irreversible, disgusting sensation of digesting his brethren. The Empyrean boar's heart was digested as a torrent of energy filled Brangara's body, and the blood extracted from his body was no different from an elixir. No, it was the highest grade of elixir. The woman relished the elixir-like blood. "This is better than I thought. I never knew such a concentration of prana and nutrients could ever be attained. This is the result from stuffing a single Empyrean boar heart down his throat." Andraka smiled. "Wait until I stuff more of them." For the period of the next 9 months, all surviving Empyrean boars had been killed. Their hearts were stuffed into Brangara, and the resultant blood was extracted and consumed by the woman who finally gave birth to a human girl. At her birth, all 188 Empyrean tusks trumpeted in unison, expressing their joy. The first Empyrean tusk proclaimed at that moment, transferring a lot of information to the baby. Her name is Ganala, the Supreme Tusk. In their language, Ganala translated to Supreme Tusk. Even though Ganala wasn't a mystic-grade pranic beast, it seemed she had the potential to become one. A route towards mystic grade had been opened for her, something that wasn't available for the other Empyrean Tusks. All 188 Empyrean Tusks seeped a bit of their essence into her, providing her with the wealth of information they had each accumulated. The accumulation of each Empyrean Tusk varied, due to the lives their respective mammoth clansmen lived. It was a collation of their thoughts, experiences, ideas, etc. Ganala gained a portion from everyone, starting at a point way ahead of other newborn Empyrean Tusks, also sporting the longest road in terms of potential. You! Brengara glared at the newborn Ganala. I'll kill you. You were born through the deaths of my race. I'll kill you. Unfortunately for him, he was too outclassed in this place where the mammoth clan's power was condensed. Moreover, the presence of Rendaldu, the mystic Empyrean tentacle, ensured he could never escape his plight, which was worse than farm produce. Rendaldu casually walked past Brengara and lifted up Ganala, announcing excitedly, "It's unclear, but I can sense it. The route to mystic grade has been unlocked in her." His announcement was the confirmation they were all waiting for, both Mammoth Clan and Empyrean Tusks. Soon, Varahan Enclave was filled with the joyous trumpeting of the Empyrean Tusks. Chapter 127 Bolt of Transcendence. 100 Empyrean Tusks passed through the Varahan Enclave and exited Sumatra continent, treading through the sandy gray void. 88 Empyrean Tusks had been left behind as the resources meant for them had been used for Ganala's birth. Their original plan was to continue farming Empyrean boars for another 2 decades. But in their hurry to birth Ganala, they ended up eradicating the Empyrean boar race. As a result, 88 Empyrean Tusks were left behind. The strongest 100 were leaving with Ganala in order to complete the route she had gained, while the remaining 88 would build up their strength. And once they accumulated enough, they would follow the first herd to the other continent. The herd of 100 had already discussed with the second herd, making note of some signs that the leading herd would leave behind in the sandy gray void. That would serve as a route indicator for the second herd. The 88 Empyrean Tusks turned around from the Varahan Enclave's entrance and headed deeper into Sumatra continent, returning to their original route. Meanwhile, the herd of 100 Empyrean Tusks began their journey through the sandy gray void. 2 years since the journey began, Rendalda played around with Ganala, who had already taken on her Empyrean Tusk form. "Her growth is staggering," Rendalda commented as he was punched in the face by Ganala's trunk. "She's at a level above the rest of you." Even though he was talking to Andraka, he was addressing the first Empyrean Tusk through him. In response, the first Empyrean Tusk relayed its thoughts to Andraka, who then communicated it with Rendaldu. "She's happily aware of that." "Happily aware, huh?" Rendalda nodded as he got up, patting Ganala when her tiny trunk continued to coil around the tentacles dangling from his face and pull them hard. Of course, her strength didn't even tickle him. Even the first Empyrean Tusk's full-powered attack would hardly bruise him, for he was a pinnacle existence. "It's time," Rendalda spoke suddenly, causing the first Empyrean Tusk to stop abruptly. "I cannot hold back any longer." "Is it time already?" Andraka sighed. "Yeah," Rendalda nodded. "If I hold back my cultivation any longer, I'm afraid I'll invoke divine punishment. It's time I accept the transcendence stage and ascend. And I want you to accompany me," Rendalda stared at Andraka. "When I enter one of those worlds in the sky, I want a friend to support me. I'm not strong enough, I'm afraid." Andraka smiled wryly. "Especially when compared to you." "Only to me, yes." Rendalda chuckled. "But don't forget that you're a solid second place in Sumatra. I haven't seen a cultivator or pranic beast stronger than you in my long life. You're on a level similar to the mammoth ancestor. Hence, I want you to come with me. Besides," his eyes glinted, "you too are approaching your limit. You have been at the peak for too long. You won't be able to hold back long enough for this journey to end. But it's a dangerous journey," Andraka said in worry. "I need to be here in case of an emergency." "It's all right. You can go. Your ancestor has been requesting me to send reinforcements for a while. You're needed more above than here. If you're the one saying that, then I can be at peace." Andraka sighed and stared at Rendaldu. "It seems my ancestor is facing some issues in the transcendent world." "Then, that's another reason for you to come with me." Rendalda nodded. "As long as we have a mark in the transcendent world, our race will continue to exist here. So, there's nothing for you to worry about." Rendalda nodded. "Do I kill Brengara?" "He's my source of worry," Andraka said. "As long as I'm here, even if he becomes a mystic beast, I can easily deal with him. But it'll be troublesome in my absence. It seems you have remained strong for too long." Rendalda snorted. "Protect them too much and they'll grow weak. As long as they aren't annihilated, any harm is merely training." Struggle is the primary component necessary for evolution. Isn't the reason the herd is leaving Sumatra because it's too easy for them there? Rendalda stared and spoke with an admonishing tone. So, a threat is necessary. It seems you know something I don't. Andraka asked, care to tell me? I can't, Rendalda shook his head. I'll be erased if I were to do that. Fine, sighing in response, Andraka lovingly patted Ganala, who hugged him with her trunk. Grow big and strong, okay? You'll lead us into a new era. 10 life stage. His 10 lives began to merge into one as a torrent of power surged in Andraka, resulting in a terrifying energy storm that forced the herd to stop. It only took a second as the 10 lives merged into one, becoming a terrifying entity, one that had completed its cultivation journey, a true deific being. Transcendence. At the same time, both Andraka and Rendaldu attained transcendence, causing the energy storm to grow bigger. The settlement buildings were affected in response, as some of them broke. Had they not been at the sandy gray void where everything was assimilated into the region, damage by the storm would have been substantial, even if the herd didn't come into contact with it. The energy storm soon condensed into a tornado that connected the ground to the sky, entering one of the worlds hovering beyond reach in the sky. Terrifying energy currents ran through it, possessing enough destructive power to scorch a continent itself. Only someone at the transcendent stage could withstand it, and even for them it was hard. Andraka and Rendalda grunted in pain as numerous wounds formed on their transcendent bodies. But suddenly, their faces paled as a bolt of current in the energy storm was seemingly attracted out. It slammed into a building where Brangara was held captive. Once the building was vaporized, the figure of Brangara inside was revealed. He had currently activated all his natures. For the past 12 years, all he consumed were Empyrean boar hearts. And pretty much all natures stored in his body was that of his race. Once he activated them all simultaneously, the presence of an Empyrean boar in him strengthened to the extreme, making him have the same presence as that of a transcendent. That confused the energy storm for a moment. And to judge his qualifications, it sent an energy current his way, which he used to destroy his bindings. Primary nature, voracious nature. Tertiary nature, cultivator. By activating the two at the same time, Brangara transformed into an Empyrean boar and absorbed the energy bolt. Even though its destructive power ought to have destroyed him, since he was currently being reinforced by hundreds of Empyrean boar primary natures, his body withstood it. Moreover, he was even able to consume the energy bolt, an unprecedented event. Troves of information appeared in his mind as Brangara commented, watching the two transcendents head farther and farther up into the sky, unable to return. So those bolts are filled to the brim with information. I'm envious. He grinned like a maniac as the absorbed information was an extreme on its own, and it allowed him to condense his final nature. Secondary nature, astral chart. It seemed the bolt of transcendence was the last puzzle necessary for his race's evolution as Brangara mutated, attaining the pinnacle status, the status of supreme in Sumatra continent that to date had been held by only one race, breaking the custom. Mystic Grade Pranic Beast, Empyrean Boar King. Chapter 128, Empyrean Boar King's Ravaged Tribe. Oh fuck! Andraka and Rendaldu exclaimed in unison as their bodies vanished, transported into the transcendent world hovering far away in the sky. Brangara's abilities evolved once he became the Empyrean Boar King. He finally entered the body stage, which didn't seem possible until then. And since he already had his pranic beast form, that became his body. Since his body had already attained maturity, Brangara reached the peak of the body stage. The mammoth clansman atop the first Empyrean tusk rushed at him, intending to put an end to his life. In response, he bellowed, "Not so fast, fuckers. You tortured me until now. From today, the roles have been reversed." Since he was currently being reinforced by over 100 primary natures of voracious nature, Brangara was at his strongest. He raised his hand and slammed forth, destroying the settlement and sending everyone flying. Swathes of bone forming the first Empyrean tusk's exoskeleton began to flow like the sea as it was entering its battle form. He knew better than to challenge it, for even in his current state, one hit from it, and he would die. Instead, Brangara used the sandy gray void to his advantage and leaped off from the first Empyrean tusk, disappearing in the darkness. He circled around them, making a calculation based on their travel route as he rushed to the herd's back and targeted the 100th Empyrean tusk, injuring it since it was still in its energy-saving form. Ganala is missing. The first Empyrean tusk's roar alerted all 100 Empyrean tusks into action as they searched around while fighting against Brangara's sneak attacks. In the chaos, they veered off from the designated route, causing the legs of the Empyrean tusks to begin sinking. The battle raged for 8 long years, resulting in the deaths of 6 Empyrean tusks. As Brangara never fought them directly, but instead harassed them with sneak attacks, they took significant losses. Moreover, whenever he wished to rest, he transformed into a human and actually took refuge in a settlement. Once he had rested and recovered, he silently escaped, transformed into the Empyrean Boar King, and returned to attack them, making it seem as if he was tracking them through the sandy gray void. By the time the Empyrean Tusks figured out his plan, 6 of them were already dead, consumed by him. Moreover, the energy he obtained from swallowing 6 Empyrean Tusks allowed him to keep fighting without rest. Only after he stops using his abilities will the activated primary natures disappear from his body. Since he had enough prana to supply for their activation, thanks to the Empyrean Boar corpses, he continued to harass them. But after a while, he hit his limit when the sandy gray void became increasingly treacherous. In the end, he had to stop the hunt and return to Sumatra continent. Even though only 6 Empyrean Tusks had been killed, that day signaled the rise of a predator that targeted even Empyrean Tusks alone. Soon, the name of Boar King resounded throughout Sumatra continent, feared by all, a terrifying pranic beast with an insatiable appetite that hunted even Empyrean Tusks. Since there were still 88 Empyrean Tusks left behind on Sumatra continent, the Boar King intended to wipe them out first. After that, he would follow the first herd into the new continent and slaughter them all there. Staring at the rooster tribe, the Boar King muttered, "Seeing the sandy gray void here made me recall my horrifying past." He sighed and thought about the Mammoth clan. Through the Mammoth clansmen, the Empyrean Tusks increased their numbers. Before the arrival of the Mammoth clan ancestor, they were merely a ravaged tribe that were slaves to the Empyrean Tusks. No, they weren't even Empyrean Tusks back then. He nodded and calmly observed the rooster tribesmen flailing about in fluster to notify the rocketress about the broken wall. "I'm alone. My race has been annihilated. But," his eyes glinted in excitement, "if I create a ravaged tribe of my own and make them evolve into clansmen, as long as I take the same route as the Empyrean Tusks, I should be able to create my brethren through them." "Ha ha ha," he roared in laughter. "You fucker that lured me into the trap. You just enlightened me with hope. I'll raise my brethren and casually erase your kind." He was confident, especially with the information he had accumulated. "In 3 generations, I'll create my clansmen." The Boar King's figure flashed through the region, observing all 5 tribesmen. He spent a month obtaining enough data. Once satisfied, he left the region, making a beeline towards the Varahan enclave. "There's a kingdom of free humans 5,000 kilometers away from my home. I'll turn them all into my ravaged tribe." He jumped through the kilometer-wide sandy gray void, noting down the muddropper's position along the way. It seems to be preparing to lay down more of its kind. "That's better. I'll return when there's a bunch of them and swallow the primary natures of half of them." Originally, the Boar King that should have faced the Empyrean Tusk herd and Mammoth clan alone has now veered in a completely different direction. Inala's plan intended to make the Boar King fall prey to the trap, and hence think of all future cries from baby Ganala as traps too. That indeed worked spectacularly. From Inala's perspective, that was a resounding success. Now, he didn't have to worry about the Boar King chasing after him until baby Ganala matured. Even if he did, Inala could simply law down another such trap, fooling the Boar King once again. Fool him enough times, and in the future, even if he hears the cries of a baby Empyrean Tusk, the Boar King would shy away from making the journey. Until here, things had gone as planned. But the result was a blunder. Originally, the entity that was strong enough to not need anyone now desired to repopulate his race. And if he succeeds, under the Boar King would be an army of intelligent Empyrean boars that had full control over their abilities. The army of Empyrean boars would face the Empyrean Tusks. And whatever clan Brangara creates would end up facing the Mammoth clan. The endgame changed from a single, overpowered enemy to an overpowered enemy with an army. It was unknown who would face the brunt of this blunder. But as part of the Mammoth clan, all reincarnates were in the same situation. From now on, no matter where in the world they hid themselves, the Boar King wouldn't bother with them. Instead, the clan serving him would scour throughout Sumatra continent to weed out any hiding Mammoth clansmen. The birth of baby Ganala already changed the plot once, causing the Boar King and the Empyrean Tusk herd to clash prematurely. And now, Inala's blunder changed the plot further, resulting in the birth of an opposing force. Chapter 129: Varala's Windfall. A month ago, at the Dieng Canyon, an hour before baby Ganala's cries resounded thanks to Inala's trap, a figure skipped past the reddish lava streams that were beginning to cool down. Each lava stream varied in size, from a couple meters thick to dozens of meters. A solid layer had already begun to form over all of them once it began to rain. The Empyrean Tusk herd was still sorting through the merger, deciding on the ranks of the various Empyrean Tusks based on established factors. The Mammoth clans under Bora Tusk and Yahard Tusk were now homeless. Therefore, they were building large transports to travel, through while their respective Empyrean tusks grew. Ganala was with Anala, and Harala was with Greha. Since both had completed the inheritance ceremonies, the mammoth clansmen under Bora Tusk and Yahard Tusk, respectively, only had to wait. Of course, they couldn't cultivate or develop until then, but that didn't matter. Being unable to develop for a decade or two didn't matter, as they held on to hope. It was vastly better than a hopeless situation with their deities dead and without successors. While the herd and mammoth clan sorted through various stuff, a figure had slipped away, making way to the region where the Boar King and the Empyrean Tusk herd had battled. It was Varala. Sporting an expression of excitement, he continued to skip past the lava rivers. As toxic fumes billowed from the lava, not to mention the mountains in the region mostly destroyed, there were no zingers in the vicinity. To think even Dieng Canyon would be this peaceful. He thought and raised his pace, skipping past the larger lava rivers, feeling the region only grow hotter as he continued in that direction. Soon, he arrived before a sphere that was a meter in diameter. Lava streams surrounded it, still billowing despite the rains. But forming a contrast was this sphere, cold to the touch. Varala patted it, sensing his secondary nature of weaponization react in response, hyped up. It's there! Holy shit! It's a windfall. This was the sphere formed as a result of Harala's suicidal charge. After swallowing Ganala's corpse, Harala collapsed the gravity in her body, causing the concentrated mass to pull particles towards each other. The particles compressed and piled upon each other, resulting in a fusion reaction, birthing a star that was alive for a second before falling to the ground like a piece of rock. Moreover, before the star's birth, the Boar King's body too was consumed by it. Thereafter, the power of the Boar King, Ganala, and Harala was in this meter-wide sphere. Due to the fusion reaction, the powers of the three could have been broken down and destroyed. The possibility of that was very high. But it seemed voracious nature had a stronger influence this time, as until the birth of the star, both Harala and the Boar King were alive. And it seemed during the fusion process, these natures too fused into one, becoming a mysterious power. Varala only intended to check if it could be used through his power. And once he activated weaponization, he realized that it was indeed possible. The strongest nature exists in it. Of course, he wished to claim it for himself immediately. Without any hesitation, Varala touched the sphere and seeped his prana through it, activating his secondary nature of weaponization to check how many conditions he had to achieve before gaining possession of it. 17,610 conditions. This is absurd. Varala sighed. It would take him forever to gain ownership of the nature inside the sphere. But the fact that it required so many conditions was a testament to its power. Depending on its power, the primary nature of an iron-grade pranic beast or human equivalent required anywhere from 1 to 100 conditions. The majority of the conditions were easy to achieve. Touch with prana, nudge the owner, make the owner feel happy once, etc. All conditions were easy to achieve. They only took time to complete. For a primary nature from a silver-grade pranic beast, the conditions ranged in the 3 digits, for gold-grade pranic beasts. And finally, for primary nature on the level of mystic grade, the conditions exceeded 10,000. Varala had no idea of what nature existed in the sphere, but he knew that it would become his trump card. No matter how long it takes, I'll make it mine. He then took out a 1-story storage lantern and stored the sphere in it, watching it fully occupy the space within. After shrinking the storage lantern, Varala slung it to his hip and casually looked around, intending to return. He had just turned around when he was stunned to see Risha standing there, 20 meters away, calm, collected. Seeing Risha's countenance made Varala nervous. Damn, what is he thinking now? Say, Risha spoke calmly. What were you doing here? How long was he watching me? Varala wasn't aware. Therefore, making a lie here would only garner Risha's ire. He's currently strong enough to kill me easily. I can't talk to him like before. His mind spun in overdrive as Varala quickly thought up a solution. I guess using the truth is for my best here. I have the perfect plan in mind. Varala pointed at his 1-story storage lantern. I stored that sphere in here. Why? Risha asked. Are you truly unaware? Varala acted like he was irritated by the stupid question. Or are you simply messing with me? Answer me, Risha said. Fuck. Varala's back was drenched with cold sweat. Risha typically asked this question right before deciding to go for the kill. That was in his character. Keeping a handle on his emotions, Varala controlled his body language to be casual and shrugged nonchalantly. It's to research and find out the Boar King's weakness. How? Risha asked. You know about prana shock, right? Varala asked. It's the primary nature of a shock lizard. I know, Risha nodded. This was the most commonly fused with pranic beast among the elites. So every mammoth clansman was aware of it. Well, mine's somewhat special, Viral said, equipping 2 prana shock natures in his slots as he activated them simultaneously and placed his hand on the ground, causing minor fluctuations to spread out. The waves were faint, not even disturbing the natural layout of the place. Even Risha could only sense it minutely. After a moment of observation, he muttered, "You fused with a shock lizard? Do I seem that lacking in greed?" Varala scoffed. "You're a greedy bastard," Risha said. "Right," Varala laughed at the right answer. "So I took a gamble and stole a certain egg stashed away by one of the Zinger colonies. It belongs to a mutant version of the shock lizard." Varala snickered. "And through its power, I can unleash minor waves of prana through an object and learn of its intricacies. That's how I intend to figure out the Boar King's weakness." Chapter 130. Varala taunts Risha. "I see." Risha nodded and turned silent. The silence only caused Varala to break out in cold sweat further. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Varala was completely bluffing. He was simply using 2 prana shocks at the same time to unleash a combined effect that seemed on par with the primary nature of a silver-grade pranic beast. The Boar King had previously demonstrated the ability by using 10 prana shocks simultaneously. That level of power was tremendous. Upon seeing that, Varala was inspired to create the perfect cover for his power. During the chaos, he sneak attacked 2 mammoth clansmen that had recently become elites. They had fused with a shock lizard. Hence, he obtained 2 nature weapons with the power of prana shock. By equipping them, he could behave as if he chanced upon a mutated shock lizard egg and fused with it. The blame could easily be placed on the Zingers. After all, Zingers indeed raided and stole the eggs of other pranic beasts. So, it wasn't unusual for one to chance upon an egg or 2 in a Zinger colony. Many in the shelter at the 43rd settlement had witnessed him leap out and board a Zinger to crash into a Zinger colony. That served as an alibi for him obtaining this power. He could easily say that he was desperate due to the sheer power displayed by the Zingers during the first major disaster. Hence, he had taken such risks, especially since as a death row student, that was his only option. He only had 2 more months left to live. A shock lizard, really? After everything this guy did before, he obtained the power of a shock lizard. Risha found it hard to believe, but the effects he witnessed were proof enough. What made him obtain such a power? The 6 reincarnates knew things from his past life, and they took action and did things that he could never even think about. Risha failed to understand how that was possible. He intended to interrogate Greha later, and with that in mind, he followed Varala from some distance away, wondering what the latter did. He felt the most threatened by Varala for some reason, and hence, if he still perceived the threat, he intended to deal with the latter right here. There would be no problems if he were to do that. "So, what are you here for?" Varala didn't give Risha time to think, instead asking, "Surely you didn't coincidentally chance upon me this far away from our settlement?" "Let's see." Risha calmly condensed a bone hammer and gripped its handle tight. An instant later, he flickered towards Varala. "Why don't you reveal whatever you're hiding?" "Prana Shock X2." Varala charged up 2 waves of Prana Shock in both hands and clapped aloud, unleashing an arc of shockwave that slammed into Risha, barely managing to halt him for an instant. Varala clapped repeatedly, sending stronger waves, grunting as even though the ground cracked in response to his power, all it did was hold Risha in place. But a second later, Risha calmly walked towards Varala, causing him to curse mentally. "Fucking monster! This isn't even doing anything to him. Why are you imitating that bastard?" Risha changed the hammer into a spear and thrust forth, puncturing Varala in the gut. "That's the fastest way to trigger me." Varala was indeed imitating the Boar King, for that was the greatest display of power he could reference. "Guh!" Varala coughed out blood as he almost fainted from being stabbed in the gut. The spear peeked out from his back, dripping blood. "Bastard! Are you that desperate to kill us all?" Varala spat the blood that had collected in his mouth, intending to splash it upon Risha's face and blind the latter. But the blood simply swerved around the latter and splattered on the ground. "Why do you care?" Risha retracted the spear and stabbed again. "I can do whatever I want, alright? Fucker, you're trying to kill me." "Of course, I care about that." Varala grunted as a sphere of prana hovered before him, blinding as it became conical in shape. Immediately in response, it unleashed a concentrated beam on Risha, sending him skidding back by a few meters. The frequency of shockwaves impacting Risha every second continued to increase, from 10 to 20 to 30, increasing steadily as Varala's prana levels dropped alarmingly. "Guh!" Varala dropped to the ground, exhausted as blood continued to drip out of his body. Suddenly a bone slab fell out. Risha glanced at it as the bone slab flew towards him. He grabbed it and inspected it. "A spy bone detector? Look into it, you'll be surprised." Varala wheezed as blood continued to drip out of his body. By now, he had sneakily seeped 2 charges into the ground that moved underground and exploded from underneath a lava stream. The concentrated shockwaves sent the lava flying like a geyser, impacting Risha from two sides. But all they did was swerve around him, with not even a drop touching him. Risha didn't retaliate and instead brimmed with anger as he growled, "Who did you place the spy bone fragment upon?" "Blola," Varala said, continuing to unleash more lava geysers on Risha. "After I fused with the mutated shock lizard egg, the mountain I was upon collapsed. When I recovered, I noticed Blola returning. I sneaked this on him during then. And unlike me, he was stronger," Varala commented. "From what I know, I can conclude what he did. You didn't forget the conversation we had at Anuda Plains, right?" he taunted. In response, Risha lashed forth with a sword that expanded in length, intending to sever Varala into two. But suddenly, a plate of energy formed between the two, casually tanking the attack. Risha looked around, unable to determine where it came from. Did Varala do it? Is he finally revealing his trump card? He then noticed Varala charging a powerful attack, one strong enough to even send him flying. But it was simply a powerful attack using prana shock. The mysterious energy slab seemed to be someone else's. "Attack a clansman one more time, and I'll eliminate you." A cold voice brimming with authority resounded. TCH. Risha realized the Mammoth clan chief had taken action. He was the chief of the larger herd that arrived at the end of their fight with the Boar King. And even after the merger, he was still the chief. After all, he had reached the peak of cultivation. There didn't exist an opponent that could challenge him. Only powerful gold-grade pranic beasts and the Boar King were his opponents. He could control an entire region without personally moving, all thanks to his special ability. The fact that such a person had taken action meant Risha could forget killing Varala. "Consider yourself lucky." Risha snorted. "I have been nice to you all along, but you dared try to kill me not once, but twice. Fine then, I'll stop showing you mercy." Varala calmly got up, despite his injuries as he snorted. "Blola returned an Empyrean tusk, just like you. Do you know what that means? You orphan bastard." Chapter 131 Blola cries. "Blola returned an Empyrean tusk, just like you. Do you know what that means?" Varala growled. "You orphan bastard." Risha was already aware of it the moment the spy bone detector showed Blola's location. The fact that Blola returned to the clan meant he had succeeded in obtaining what he had set out to do, gain an Empyrean tusk's power. His parents were supposed to bring a baby Empyrean tusk at this time. Judging by the conversation he heard between Bora Tusk and Raha, chief of the larger Empyrean Tusk herd's Mammoth clan, and also chief after the merger, before it seemed the baby Empyrean Tusk was stolen from the larger herd. His parents were the thieves. Raha said they were killed by the Boar King, including the baby Empyrean Tusk. That was why his herd had raged. And when they heard another baby Ganala, Empyrean Tusk's cries, they charged in the respective direction and arrived here. When even someone with Raha's strength claimed that the killer of his parents and the baby Empyrean Tusk was the Boar King, Risha could only accept the verdict. So he concluded Blola had nothing to do with it. That was why he didn't take any action despite noticing Blola. The moment Blola arrived at the clan, Risha was aware. He observed that Blola didn't seem to exhibit any traits of having become an Empyrean Tusk. Rather, the presence emanating from him was that of a spirit moss. Risha had the tertiary nature of spirit moss cultivator in his past life. The fact that the reincarnates had knowledge of his past life allowed him to conclude that Blola was camping in that tunnel at the Anudu Plains to gain the nature of spirit moss. It was indeed a powerful ability with importance on a strategic level. But the current Risha didn't need such an ability. Hence, he didn't mind it being stolen. Besides, there was enough spirit moss in that tunnel for 10 people to obtain the nature of spirit moss cultivator. Blola was using his blood to fight the Zingers. And based on its power, it was a nature. Risha concluded that was the power he gained from a pranic beast. Even he didn't have an idea as to what pranic beast it was, but he could feel it wasn't an Empyrean Tusk. That was why he wasn't led by Varala, and instead targeted the latter. "Is that all?" Risha stared at Varala like he was a dead man. Since he could no longer attack the latter due to Raha's intervention, he could only turn around and return to the clan. "He's not targeting Blola?" Varala was stunned. How the fuck? Blola clearly exhibited an Empyrean Tusk's presence back then. There's only one way he would have obtained it. He ought to have killed that baby Empyrean Tusk. It was Varala's turn to be confused. But in the end, he snickered. "It seems I underestimated you too much, Blola. You indeed had a plan in motion for your return." Varala opened a vial and downed its contents, recovering some of his prana. His injuries were horrible, but once he swapped one of the nature weapons with Rava's nature weapon, he could control his leaking blood. The muscles around the wound tightened, blocking the blood flow. And by reducing the density of the region, he could seep prana into it better and heal it faster. After he had stopped the bleeding, Varala got up and began to make his way to the clan. It was safer to heal in the safety of the clan than out here. Since the chief has warned him, Risha wouldn't take action against me for the time being. Varala sighed, and before he gets an opportunity to do so once again, I will grow strong enough. Currently, Risha was more than 70% into the body stage, approaching completion. Varala was barely at the starting line. Therefore, he had to work harder to bridge the gap. Besides, both were building an Empyrean Tusk's body. Therefore, their resource requirement was strenuous. If I go the conventional route, it'll take me a century to finish building my body. Then there's only one thing to do, muttering as such, Varala returned. He had already forgotten his anger from being almost killed. His brain simply switched to another scheme and began to think in that regard. In the meantime, Raha stared at the kneeling figure of Blola. You say you obtained a secondary nature through an accident? Yes, Blola nodded. When our herd stopped at Anuda Plains to conduct a mammoth fair, while walking towards the fair on our Empyrean Tusk's trunk, I was sent flying by intense winds. I somehow managed to survive, but I lost consciousness in the process. He put on a somber tone. When I came to, the herd had already entered the Dieng Canyon. Thankfully, Anuda Plains is a safe region, and while preparing to chase after the herd, I chanced upon a tunnel filled with spirit moss. So you consumed it for close to 6 months and gained a nature? Raha calmly observed Blola. Yes, I obtained the secondary nature of Spirit Moss Cultivator. Blola then went on to explain about the ability. After obtaining it, I felt I was strong enough to make my return. But then, an intense shockwave coursed from deeper into the tunnel. I was roaming the Anudu Plains to see if there were any other fortuitous encounters there when this happened. When I rushed towards the entrance, I saw piles of spirit moss strewn around. He then pointed at the 8-story storage tower. This was among the rubble. When I found it, there was no imprint on it, so I made it mine. It was then I noticed a strange egg among the rubble. I could feel it was powerful and hence, I fused with it immediately. Saying so, Blola prostrated further. Chief, I beg you. With my secondary nature, I can contribute to the clan immensely. So please. He expressed genuine fluster at the end of the fake tale he had concocted. Please help me. I don't know what's happening to my spirit container anymore. Come closer, Raha said and touched Blola's forehead with his index finger, seeping his prana into the latter. His expression turned serious as he observed Blola's spirit container. What the heck is this? A monster shaped like a tree with a head resembling a pitcher plant. A bloodthirsty eye opened on it, glaring at Raha. For a moment, even he was stunned before noticing goosebumps had formed on his skin, not to mention his back was drenched with cold sweat. Is this even a pranic beast? Chapter 132 Weird Plant Spirit Container. Things were going as planned until Blola arrived at the clan. He had even prepared a one-off use ability, just to fool Risha's senses. He only wished to sell the spirit moss in his possession, and buy some Empyrean tusk bone powder to build his body. Following that, he intended to dip and flee to the Brimgon Empire. Based on the herd's route, he would be able to meet them in a couple of decades. By then, he would have used up all the bone powder, and also amassed enough spirit moss to trade once again. That was his plan. Unfortunately for him, things started going downhill from the moment the Boar King appeared. It seemed his presence had set off a chain reaction inside him. Remember the Paruta seed he had consumed? That suddenly manifested within his spirit container. After becoming an Empyrean Tusk, his spirit container had taken the shape of an adult Empyrean Tusk. But after the Paruta seed's appearance, that began to change. Roots protruded from the Paruta seed and gradually filled up the Empyrean Tusk's legs. Its stem filled the body while a flower bloomed out of its trunk, gradually transforming into a pitcher that could bloom like a flower, with the petals covered by jagged teeth. It had suddenly taken on eldritch qualities, terrifying Blola. The entire process happened gradually over the course of a week. It was subtle and didn't even alert him, growing like a plant undetected by all. By the time Blola noticed it, things had already progressed beyond recovery. Even though Blola trod the same path as Risha, their timing was different. When Risha consumed the Paruta seed, he was in the life stage. The case was the same as when he obtained the tertiary nature of Spirit Moss Cultivator. But what about Blola? The first nature he obtained was that of Spirit Moss Cultivator. This was when he was in the spirit stage. Secondly, he consumed the Paruta seed while at the spirit stage too. The Paruta seed was something that formed at the end of 1,000,000 years. What exactly was a Paruta tree, how it came into existence, etc. None knew about it. Even Sumatra chronicles never delved into the matter. The only account regarding the Paruta seed was from Risha's perspective. And it happened towards the endgame. Soon after he consumed the Paruta seed, Risha was killed by the Boar King. So if there were any hidden effects in the Paruta seed, it was unknown as Risha was killed before it could manifest. And that seemed to be the truth here. Risha was at the life stage when he had done so, already building his second body. Therefore, he was resistant to changes even at the genetic level. But Blola's case was different since he consumed the Paruta seed at the spirit stage. With his spirit container being empty, rich with prana but no body being built into it, the Paruta seed considered it the perfect pot to take root into. It manifested there and began to grow. Soon, it covered the spirit container and took hold of it, beginning to morph its shape too. When that happened, Blola hurriedly made up a story and rushed to seek Raha's help. If anyone could help him, then it was Raha, a mammoth clansman who stood at the peak of Sumatra. That leads to his present. Is this even a pranic beast? Raha observed Blola's spirit container. It exudes a primal feeling unlike anything I've ever sensed. Is that still under your control? He asked. Yes, Blola nodded, but I'm terrified by its presence and appearance. It has already swallowed my pranic beast and permanently changed my spirit container. Either this can become a boon or the greatest of curses. Raha thought and probed deeper into his body, soon approaching his nature slots, muttering in confusion. Wait, why is there only your secondary nature of spirit moss cultivator? What happened to your primary nature? It was swallowed, Blola cried. This was what pained him the most. After going through all efforts and surviving countless encounters with death, he finally obtained the power of internal inertial gravity, the most potent power to exist in Sumatra. But now that was no more. The weird plant had consumed it. As a result, he despaired. Internal inertial gravity was his hope in becoming one of the strongest cultivators of Sumatra continent. But that hope was squashed mercilessly. Don't lose hope so soon, Raha said as he continued to observe. One of the roots of the weird plant extended out before wrapping around Blola's secondary nature. No, 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 no. Blola was going mad as he felt it clearly this time. Unfortunately for him, the plant didn't seem to care about his thoughts. Like absorbing nutrients from the soil, the plant's roots absorbed the secondary nature of spirit moss cultivator. In a few hours, the slot turned empty. Blola had lost his secondary nature too. His eyes turned vacant as he stared blankly into space, with thoughts of suicide streaming into his mind from time to time. What am I supposed to do now? Blola despaired. Nothing. There's nothing left for me anymore. Why should I continue to struggle? This fucking plant would eat up everything anyway. Are you still in control of it? Raha asked. I can't do shit against it. Blola shrieked. But an instant later, his body failed to budge an inch. Only then did he realize he was talking to the Mammoth clan chief, a powerhouse among powerhouses, one of the reasons the Boar King failed to kill any Empyrean tusks part of his herd. Have you calmed down enough? Raha asked calmly after a couple of minutes, his voice coercive. Are you still in control of it? For some reason, his voice calmed down Blola, causing him to instinctively focus on the weird plant that had now become his spirit container. After a minute of observation, he said, It's still my spirit container. That hasn't changed, despite me being unable to control it. Then wait, Raha commanded. Whatever it wishes to do, let it run its course. I'll be keeping a watch to ensure you're alive. Against such a situation that made no sense, even that guarantee was enough. As long as Blola was alive, he could build his strength once again. Whether or not his willpower could endure the process was another matter entirely. A few more hours passed in such a fashion before which, the weird plant seemed to have stabilized. It didn't do anything after finishing its growth. But immediately in response, intense hunger pervaded his being as Blola felt like he was going insane. Hungry. I'm hungry. Chapter 133 in Empyrean Tusks, The Aging Process. Sandy Gray Void. When the energy current slammed into the Brangara and destroyed part of the settlement on the first Empyrean Tusk, Ganala was sent flying away. The Mammoth clansmen acting as her protectors were vaporized when a portion of the energy current arched towards her. Ganala was a special existence, capable of attracting a small energy current even when she was merely 2 years old. This was something only summoned by transcendence. Even Brangara only pulled in a bolt after activating all the Empyrean Boar primary natures in his body simultaneously. That was a display of her speciality, titled the Supreme Tusk by all Empyrean Tusks. The resulting explosion sent her flying away from the settlement on the first Empyrean Tusk and into the depths of the sandy gray void. Slowly, she began to sink into the gray sand, causing her presence to vanish. By the time the first Empyrean Tusk felt her disappearance, it was too late, for her presence had already been masked. This had all happened within a few seconds. Ganala was bloody from the impact, losing consciousness as she sank deeper into the gray sand. But as she did so, her powers activated, turning her body lighter, so light she stopped sinking. Gradually she surfaced, waking up somewhere far away from the herd due to the undercurrents in the sand. When she regained consciousness, she knew what to do, for in that tiny energy current that fused into her was valuable information. It even contained information about the secrets of the sandy gray void, allowing Ganala to navigate her way through it and reach a safe path where the effects of the region were weak enough for her to withstand. But by now, she was too tired to chase after the herd. The Boar King's actions only made things chaotic, destroying the marks the herd had left to indicate their route. As a result, Ganala didn't know which way they went. In the end, she was forced to return to Sumatra continent, the only route available in her memories thanks to the inheritance from the herd. The sandy gray void was bereft of life. But as a biome herself, Ganala consumed the gray sand and broke it down to the nutrients she needed. This wasn't possible for other Empyrean tusks. But through the information gained from the energy current, she knew the method to use internal inertial gravity to break down the gray sand into minerals necessary for her survival. This only provided her enough to survive. She could neither build her prana nor bulk her body. In the end, she remained small, the same size as a newborn elephant, losing a good deal of her growth. With her small frame, she had limited traveling means, spending a lot of time on her return journey. The journey that had taken the herd 2 years cost her a decade. Eventually, she returned to Varahan Enclave. The first task she did upon arrival was to jump into the marsh and drink her fill of water. By eating the grass, tree bark, leaves, nuts, etc. of the forest produce, she made up for the lack of nutrients. The Boar King had already returned to Sumatra continent by then, and was voraciously hunting strong pranic beasts to collect their primary natures. Unwilling to confront him, Ganala hid in the Varahan Enclave and built up her strength. Once she had accumulated enough and recovered from the damage sustained in the sandy gray void, she left the region, entering the mainland of Sumatra continent. She wanted to regroup with the 88 Empyrean tusk herds still left on Sumatra continent. But upon hearing about the Boar King's activities that were closely based around their path, she refrained from heading there. She would be needlessly sending herself to death. There was a greater chance the Boar King would chance upon her first than her herd. And even if she were to rejoin the herd, the Boar King who's closely following the herd would still end up finding out that she's alive. She was practically born out of his race's annihilation. So the Empyrean tusk he hated the most was her. As a result, she chose to go on alone. But that was easier said than done, especially since an Empyrean tusk wasn't a flexible pranic beast. To become flexible, she would have to take on her battle mode, which was heavily resource-intensive. She couldn't be in that state for more than a few minutes. Her energy conservation mode was severely lacking in the means to fight against invasive species like the mud vipers and thousands more that littered Sumatra continent. The only way to combat that was through the Mammoth clan. But she was alone. Hence, she made a rather bold decision. Seated in a cave, Ganala began to shed blood, losing her accumulated prana and life force on purpose to de-age herself, a process considered taboo among Empyrean tusks. She was originally born a human, and transforming into an Empyrean tusk was voluntary. Usually, Empyrean tusks remain human for a decade or two, living as Mammoth clansmen. When they attain maturity as a human, they naturally become Empyrean tusks, starting as baby Empyrean tusks. Their growth would begin from then on. As Ganala was significantly more endowed than her brethren, she could transform into an Empyrean tusk within 2 years of her birth. But now, she was regressing that development, shedding all her growth to revert to her human form. This was a desperate measure the Empyrean tusks used in a situation where their race felt threatened. By transforming into humans, they would mingle in a human kingdom, recover their strength, build their numbers, and emerge as Empyrean tusks once again. This was a tactic they used ages ago, one that was deemed unnecessary once they attained a certain level of strength. Besides, for the past 8 to 10,000 years, they had the support of the mystic Empyrean tentacle who considered them his friend. Therefore, they truly were one of the strongest forces in Sumatra. The problem with this age regression was losing their strength tremendously. The older they were as an Empyrean tusk, the greater they lost their strength. They also sustained countless genetic problems as a result. Ganala was only a decade old as an Empyrean tusk, but even she had to pay a sharp price, feeling her body grow weak, unable to ever realize her potential. The path to mystic grade existed in her, but this action meant she would never grow strong enough to pursue it. But if she didn't de-age herself, she wouldn't be able to survive Sumatra continent due to her race's structural limitations. In the end, for her future, for her race's future, to attain their lifelong goal, Ganala subjected herself to torture. Ayaha! The screams of a human woman, one of unbearable pain, resounded from the cave as a frail girl walked out, a bloody self. With sunken eyes, she dragged herself to the closest kingdom. Chapter 134: A Goddess That Rains Blood. The pranic beasts have breached the wall. A soldier standing atop a city wall screamed as he thrust with his spear, unleashing a fiery radiance that melted his opponent. He was merely in his teens, but despite that, his cultivation displayed he was in the body stage, with a significant level of development at that. It was apparent that he was a genius cultivator, but that didn't matter against the horde of pranic beasts that continued to swarm the city wall. He was the sole cultivator at the body stage. Everyone else was in the spirit stage, with very weak levels of prana and training. The majority of them didn't even have a cultivation technique. There once existed a mighty empire that had lived on for close to a millennium. Unfortunately for it, the empire was blessed with 3 peerless talents among its royalty. When 2 of the 3 reached adulthood and began to contest for the throne, their supporters were split in 2. Both princes were equally worthy to inherit the throne, possessing talent far superior to their ancestors, not to mention radiating an aura of grace and leadership that caused followers to gather around them. The empire was divided into 2 factions and conflicts began to emerge, only growing more and more vicious as the 2 princes entered the life stage and truly became part of the powerhouses. The 3rd genius prince was still a child when the first 2 genius princes fought for the throne. The mighty empire was plunged into civil war. With both sides equally matched, the result was catastrophic, ending in mutual destruction. With their loss in power, the empire could no longer hoard and lord upon as large a land area as they did before. The perceived hit to their military might resulted in an invasion of pranic beast hordes, culling their population further. The sole survivor among the royalty was the 3rd genius prince who gathered whatever resources he could and flew the region with his followers. Their empire land was too dangerous as more than a dozen gold-grade pranic beasts fought for ownership of the place. They fled to a weak region bereft of resources to create the Saga kingdom, which basically consisted of 1 city. The region's lack of resources meant the strength of pranic beasts was equally limited. But that didn't mean they were useless. They had numbers on their side. Consuming humans resulted in more benefits than the region provided. Hence, they invaded the city daily. Pretty much everyone with power had participated in the civil war and died in the process, either at the hands of a cultivator from the opposing faction, or the horde of pranic beasts under the leadership of gold-grade pranic beasts at the end. Gansagar, the sole surviving prince and royalty of the fallen empire and the current ruler of Saga Kingdom. He was only a teen, but as the sole cultivator at the body stage, the responsibility lay in his hands to protect his people. Attack! Followed by a roar, Gansagar slashed forth with his spear, causing flames to burst and condense into an elongated blade that severed through dozens of pranic beasts like a laser. It hardly put a dent in the horde. Shit. Why are there so many today? The battered wall began to collapse one after another, causing more and more pranic beasts to flood the city. As the people screamed in fright from their shelter, Gansagar became more and more desperate. Fight! Protect everyone! Civilians! Arm yourself! He roared. No matter how weak you are, attack the pranic beasts. Just keep them at bay long enough for the soldiers to finish them off. His cries barely did anything. After all, if they had enough soldiers to fight, the walls wouldn't have been breached in the first place. People began to die in droves, making him despair further. But when it seemed like their end was near, blood began to drip from the sky like rain, stunning everyone. Suddenly, the pranic beasts shredding apart the citizens like paper began to tremble in fright, feeling the presence of an overlord. What is happening? Gansagar was confused by the situation, but he didn't dilly-dally with the thoughts. Upon seeing the pranic beasts tremble in fright, he took action. They're hesitant. Kill them. His figure flickered through the streets, efficiently puncturing the heads of the pranic beasts one after another, clearly experienced with the process. As the number of pranic beasts rushing through the broken walls stopped, the soldiers were able to catch their breath and focus on eliminating all enemies within the city. Grr! After puncturing the head of the last pranic beast, Gansagar rushed to an intact portion of the city wall and climbed it up, noticing the blood rain grow intense in that short period. When he reached the top, he finally understood the cause. In the center of the horde of pranic beasts was a girl, a couple of years younger than him. In her hand was a mace, with the shaft attached to a 3-meter-long chain. The weapon seemed to be made of bone and was insanely tough. Holding the end of the shaft, the girl spun like a Beyblade, grinding through the horde like a meat grinder. The bodies of the pranic beasts splattered into blood mist upon impact with the mace that seemed to weigh as much as a hill. It couldn't be defended against, resulting in a slaughter so violent that the blood of the pranic beasts fell down like rain, a torrential downpour at that. The girl seemed to be venting her anger as she continued to spin non-stop, mowing through the horde without a moment's rest. Who is she? Is she human? Can a human even become that strong? The soldiers climbed the walls and clamored at the sight, staring agape at one individual mercilessly slaughtering the horde of pranic beasts that numbered in the tens of thousands. She seemed sickly, malnourished even. But despite that, her enemies were like helpless packs of ants crushed under the mighty legs of an elephant. Even in a human form, the might of an Empyrean tusk was unsurpassable. When more than half the horde was slaughtered, the remainder fled in fear, bringing an abrupt end to the invasion. As the soldiers cheered in relief, Gansagar stared at the blood rain trickle down to a halt, commenting upon the individual standing amidst the land covered in blood, as if a bloody river had flooded the region. She's like a goddess. A goddess that rains blood. Chapter 135, 2 Centuries of Human Life. What's your name? Gansagar approached the bloody girl and asked hesitantly. I can't risk my name reaching the ears of the Boar King, even by mistake. Thinking as such, Ganala let out a faint smile and spoke. Risha, call me Risha. Risha? Gansagar tilted his head in confusion. I thought you were a girl. In my hometown, Risha is a gender-neutral name, Ganala argued. She then dragged her bone mace and walked towards the city. Do you have a shelter for me to stay? I'm not sure, Gansagar shook his head. We'll have to see how many buildings remained intact after this invasion. But no matter, you can stay in my home. It's empty anyway. Sure, Ganala nodded and observed the soldiers, frowning as she asked, Who's the leader of this settlement? Me, Gansagar replied, sighing at her judging stare. Yes, as you might have guessed, I'm the only one at the body stage here. Weak. I'm surprised your settlement lasted this long. Ganala commented. She then stared at Gansagar. You seem decent, though. Haha, thank you. Gansagar smiled wryly. He was trying his best to project a positive image to Ganala in hopes she would stay in their city and help defend it. With her strength, they'll have an easier time surviving. Come on, everyone. Break time's over. Gansagar riled up the citizens. Let's repair the walls before the pranic beasts invade again. Ha! Here we go again. I'm exhausted. I want to sleep. It has been a while since I did that. If only we could drink tea like the good old times. The citizens complained in exhaustion, but began to rebuild the walls efficiently. They had done it many times already. But upon watching their work, Ganala frowned and approached a wall, casually knocking on it to comment upon its collapse. This won't do. These walls would come collapsing easily. She frowned and reached forth into the blood covering the ground. Followed by a clench of her hand into a fist, she tugged with force, causing a pillar of bone to geyser out. With a snap of her finger, the stream of bone pierced the ground around the walls, forming a basement before they began to create a layer of wall. There were enough corpses to go around fishing for bone. As Ganala walked around, the bone wall formed behind her. It only took her as much time to fully erect the wall as her walking pace around the city. And when she was done, there was a tough wall surrounding the city, reaching a height of 10 meters. The bones forming the skeleton of these pranic beasts are very weak, so the walls aren't as strong as I would like. She commented, dissatisfied. I guess I'll have to wait until a stronger pranic beast shows up. She then stared at the workers. Cover these bone walls with brick and stone, will you? They are too eye-catching. Who are you? Gansagar voiced the shock of his people. How can you make something so massive in such a short time? It's nothing that great. All my people can do the same. Ganala shrugged. As for my identity, well, you can think of me as the fallen princess of an ancient clan. And that was the fated encounter between Gansagar and Ganala. The duo formed a powerful team to defend the Sagar kingdom, stabilizing it over the next 2 centuries. Gansagar practiced a gold-grade cultivation technique of his fallen empire. The material he fused with was an agnorate, a liquid-like flaming material that solidifies and hardens over extreme heat. In terms of material quality, it was almost gold-grade, thereby granting him many centuries of lifespan. In these 2 centuries, Gansagar and Ganala had plenty of kids in an effort to repopulate Sagar kingdom. Their kids spread throughout the growing kingdom and started their families. By the 6th generation, at the end of 2 centuries, more than 90% of the population was related to Ganala by blood. I'm sorry, Risha. This is my end. Gansagar wheezed in pain as he lay on his bed, old, reaching the end of his lifespan. Even though the cultivation technique he cultivated was spectacular, and the material he used to build his human avatar was equally impressive, he couldn't live long. After all, the material, agnorate, didn't exist in Sagar kingdom. It only existed in the volcanic mountain that was present in the center of his fallen empire. That became a den to a family of gold-grade pranic beasts. As a result, he couldn't even head there to harvest more agnorate. In the end, he didn't even finish building his body. 200 years was already his limit. Staring at Ganala, he gently touched her cheek. From day one, I realized you were different from the rest of us. I haven't seen you consume any resources to build a body. But despite that, you have only grown stronger and stronger. And even after 2 centuries, you look like you're only in your early 20s. Before my death, can I know the truth? Gansagar asked, That's my last request as a foolish king. You're not foolish, Ganala held his hand and spoke in seriousness. Don't ever call yourself that, okay? You did everything in your power to protect your people. There's that habit of yours once again, treating everyone as weaklings requiring your protection. He wheezed. Are you truly a goddess that descended from heaven to protect us? I'm not something that grand, Ganala sighed and revealed the truth. I'm an Empyrean Tusk. Empyrean Tusk? Gansagar felt like he heard her wrong. Are you from the legendary Mammoth clan? Yes, but I'm also an Empyrean Tusk, Ganala spoke. Ha ha ha. Gansagar laughed as he closed his eyes and breathed his last, sporting a smile until the very end. So my wife was an actual goddess. That's reassuring. Protect our people, all right? I will. Ganala patted his forehead, her eyes streaming with tears. Go peacefully. If there's an afterlife, I'll join you there eventually. Gansagar's human avatar naturally combusted his body upon death, not even leaving any ashes behind. Ganala stared at the spot on the bed where he originally lay and remained still like a statue for a good couple of days, reminiscing her past 2 centuries living as a human. It comes to an end now. She exited the castle that they had built together and peered out into the large palace grounds, observing the tens of thousands of people gathered there, announcing, Your king is dead. And today we march into a new horizon. She proclaimed and finally let go of her human form, becoming an Empyrean Tusk once again, this time for permanent. Chapter 136, 100-Year Path. Sagar Kingdom had no future due to a lack of resources. To date, despite its stabilization over 2 centuries, the sole cultivator at the body stage was Gansagar. Even iron, the most common material used to build human avatars, was lacking here. Forget entering the body stage, the nutrient content in the crops grown in the region was so lacking that ingesting it didn't even fully satisfy their body's nutrition requirements, not to mention converting that into prana. Therefore, their cultivation was slow, often staggeringly dead, with the strongest among them barely hitting 80 prana. The density of energy in the food was abysmally lacking. Therefore, even if one stuffed themselves to the brim and digested to the limits of their daily consumption, they still wouldn't be getting enough nutrients. It was a stark contrast from their previous home, the fallen empire. The land was bountiful there. The grown crops not only gave a high yield, but were also rich with nutrients, causing prana to be built up in people naturally over time, even if they didn't cultivate. That wasn't an option in Sagar Kingdom. If there existed at least one Paruta tree, they could have nurtured some cultivators to the body stage. But that was simply a big question of if. Ganala didn't wish them to reach the body stage either, which was another factor. It was because over 90% of Sagar Kingdom people were connected to her by blood. They were her descendants. For a pranic beast to create a ravaged tribe, centuries upon centuries were required. Time, patience, luck, and a necessity for evolution were what created a ravaged tribe successfully. But that was because the only connection between the pranic beast and the humans part of the ravaged tribe was the pranic beast's imprint in their spirit containers. Therefore, evolution took time. It was different for Ganala. Her targets were basically people connected to her by blood. Therefore, they were already family in the first place. Even though none were aware, since she had never activated it, they were all part of her ravaged tribe already. Her actions were also why Gansagar called himself a foolish king, because he wasn't competent enough to give them a future where they could stay as free humans. Hence, once he saw his kids settling throughout the city to create their families under Ganala's instruction, he gave in to his fate. He wasn't wise enough to offer his people a future as free humans. Therefore, he surrendered himself to Ganala's plans, as that was the next best thing. There was one last step left for Ganala's ravaged tribe to become clansmen, and that was to be accepted by an Empyrean Tusk and made part of its immune system. From then on, they would become mammoth clansmen. Her human form morphed, revealing a baby Empyrean Tusk that was the same size as a baby elephant. She would have to grow as an Empyrean Tusk from scratch, but her strength remained in her, thanks to her 2 centuries of accumulation as a human. Therefore, her prana values were already close to completion. She only needed to grow her body to fully realize the potential of her strength. Ganala's Empyrean Tusk form was a tsunami of hope that washed through the people. After all, the majority of them were related to her by blood. Hence, in extension, they were related to an Empyrean Tusk, the pranic beast that stood at the peak of Sumatra continent, worshipped as a deity by many races, including, but not limited to, mammoth clansmen. And upon seeing her Empyrean Tusk appearance and feeling her Empyrean Tusk presence at full brunt, their spirit containers reacted, instinctively making them realize what they had to do next: nurture Ganala's growth until she was ready to accept them as part of her mammoth clan. For the next 80 years, the Sagar Kingdom people zealously helped bring her resources, collected from far away: plants, nutrient-rich soil, pranic beasts, etc. Anything Ganala required was brought by them. Once her body had grown enough, Ganala ventured out on expeditions, accompanied by large armies of people as they hunted and gathered resources from various regions. During the process, once her body reached a kilometer in height, a couple of paruta trees began to grow in the biome forming in her stomach. That was a cause for celebration. And at the end of 80 years since she revealed her Empyrean tusk form, Ganala finished growing fully as an Empyrean tusk. Of course, she hadn't realized her potential, for the damage sustained at the sandy gray void and her de-aging process stunted her growth. But that didn't stop her, for she believed that even if she failed to achieve it, one of her successors might inherit her path. She only needed to create enough variables to make that happen. On that day, she accepted 86 people as her mammoth clansmen, selectively picky about it. Exactly a year later, 43 baby girls were born in her settlement. By using up a large portion of her essence, she turned the 86 people into those with the fragment disease. They were the ones that were highly attuned to her bloodline, almost born with the fragment disease naturally. She had been gearing the relationships of every one according to their genetic compatibility, raising this probability. In the end, she obtained 86 candidates, all of whom succeeded, a success rate unprecedented among Empyrean tusks. The success rate was barely 1%, and plenty of factors affected the result. A good majority of the time, the born baby dies quickly due to genetic defects. As the Supreme Tusk, Ganala was empowered with a lot more power than a regular Empyrean tusk. Moreover, she worked on her direct descendants, performing everything necessary to raise the success rate to the maximum. 43 baby Empyrean tusks were successfully birthed and healthy. Unfortunately, their parents became collateral to the success. Once the baby girls were born, Ganala conducted the inheritance ceremony, naming them all before granting them everything necessary to be an Empyrean tusk. Of course, she excluded the information behind the births of Empyrean tusks, unwilling to do anything that would alert the Boar King. After all, by the time these 43 Empyrean tusks matured and grew strong enough to birth more of their kind, the Boar King would have become even more terrifying. Even now, having consumed enough primary natures of Empyrean tusks, the Boar King was able to hear the cries of a baby Empyrean tusk. Therefore, it was a dangerous risk to undertake. The other herd in Sumatra continent had already sustained some damage based on the information she had collected. Their population was shrinking slowly thanks to the Boar King's relentless pursuit and hunt. Ganala brought the 43 baby girls to the biome in her stomach and made them become Empyrean tusks prematurely in a response to ensure they never remember about them being birthed as humans. That was how the secret would remain a secret. 60 years later, 43 Empyrean tusks appeared in Saga Kingdom. Alongside Ganala, they divided the people of Saga Kingdom into 44 portions, making them their respective mammoth clansmen. By now, 100% of the population were related to Ganala by blood. After living low for another 60 years, they accumulated strength. Eventually, 4 centuries after the establishment of Saga Kingdom, 44 Empyrean tusks emerged, trampling the abandoned Saga Kingdom to ruins, erasing all traces of their existence there as they ventured into Sumatra continent, picking a route far away from the other herd's route. That was the start of their infamous 100-year travel path mentioned repeatedly in Sumatra Chronicles. Chapter 137 Mystic Grade Requirements. Approximately 2 millennia since Brangara became the Boar King, followed by a flash of energy currents, an ethereal entity manifested atop Sumatra continent. It was a humanoid with an octopus-shaped head. The tentacles on his chin dangled like infinite rivers, turning more and more transparent the farther away from him they got, until they trailed into one of the celestial worlds hovering high up in the sky. Mystic Grade Transcendent, Empyrean Tentacle. Rendaldu had returned to upkeep his promise to the Mammoth clan. He first headed to the other continent, where the stronger Empyrean Tusk herd had ventured into. But that was an old generation. It had already been 2 millennia since then. The herd was entirely replaced by another generation, all unfamiliar with him. Following that, he returned to Sumatra continent and spotted a herd with 62 Empyrean tusks. The original number of 88 had dropped to 62, and none of these 62 were from the original generation. They were successors to the survivors of the previous generation. This place is completely unfamiliar to me now. Rendaldu sighed. 2,000 years is indeed a long time, even though it felt like nothing up there. He scanned around Sumatra continent, unable to sense his race out in the open anymore. While searching for the Iron Empyrean Tentacle, he chanced upon the Boar King. The Boar King had already devoured the Iron Empyrean Tentacle and now possessed its primary nature. Due to that, no Iron Empyrean Tentacle ever appeared on Sumatra continent. This was his plan to ensure a mystic Empyrean Tentacle, would never appear and fight for his seat as the supreme existence of Sumatra continent. The gold Empyrean tentacle was in the hands of the Mammoth clan chief leading the herd of 62 Empyrean tusks, Raha. He had fused with it. His emergence was what stopped the merciless slaughter of the Empyrean tusk herd, allowing balance to be attained by thwarting the Boar King's attacks repeatedly. Just as Rendaldo planned to return dejectedly to the transcendent world, he felt the presence of the silver Empyrean tentacle. At the end of the path was Yahard Tusk, settlement leader of the 43rd Empyrean tusk, Harala. There's another Empyrean tusk herd here? He then noticed a certain individual moving at the back of the herd, old, weak, helpless, shouting in shock. Jiganala? What happened to you? His figure hovered before her eyes in disbelief as he felt her presence. You, how is this possible? Why are you weaker than an Empyrean tusk when you're supposed to be their strongest to exist in history? He touched her eyelid gently, communicating with her. As a transcendent, he was no longer limited like before, able to communicate freely with any life form he wished to. Uncle Rendaldo? You're back, just like you said you will. Hearing her cheerful voice, Rendaldo teared up in nostalgia. How are you, Ganala? Currently, he arrived as a form of energy, detectable only to the individuals he revealed himself to. He couldn't arrive with his true body, as transcendents weren't allowed to a lower world, for they were too powerful. Brangara has become a menace. He's hunting us non-stop. I'm doing my best to hide my existence until now. He has learned about the existence of this herd, but isn't aware of me being alive yet. I have ensured we don't run into him. I'm not concerned about a mere boar, Ganala. I'm worried about you. Rendaldo spoke in seriousness. Why are you this weak? I was hoping you would have become a mystic-grade pranic beast by now, and was preparing to become a transcendent. To survive, I had to turn my path murky. It's impossible for me to become a mystic-grade pranic beast anymore. Hence, I have been accumulating strength all along. You have arrived at the perfect time. Take a look at my 7 wondrous kids. Rendaldo observed 7 babies on the 44th settlement, sensing fearsome energy levels fluctuating over the baby bodies, undetectable to all life forms at Sumatra. Only he, a transcendent, could sense them, muttering in shock. You have installed a path in them all? Yes. I carefully influenced my Mammoth clan to selectively breed for the finest and most suitable offspring to be birthed, generation after generation. And in every generation, I infused a tinge of my essence in them. That's why my strength dropped so drastically, because I was burning my path to construct one in them. Every Mammoth clansman possessed a brick that was passed down through the generations, accumulating in the bodies of successors in different forms to forge their own paths. In the end, the paths finished forming completely in these 7 children. 7 paths to the mystic grade. Rendaldo grinned in hype. You're something else, Ganala. So, you're telling me these 7 could pretty much create 7 ways for an Empyrean tusk to attain the mystic grade? If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't have believed it. Even my race only has 1 path. It's not a guarantee yet. I want you to check and tell. The size of their paths varies a lot. I see. Rendaldo frowned. By splitting Ganala's path into 100 fragments, or 100 bricks, he calculated the size of the paths of the 7 children. A glance at them, and he knew their names, muttering. Risha, 27 bricks. This is a robust path. I can see that it'll succeed with a guarantee. Oraka, 20 bricks. This is a pretty solid path. The outcome seems interesting too. Yenda, 2 bricks. I never thought such a small path was possible. It seems the most fragile too. Greha, 14 bricks. This is by far the most stable path of them all, but it's also the slowest. I feel even an Empyrean tusk's lifespan would prove insufficient. Blola for bricks. It's mostly geared by luck and relies too much on chance. It's barely possible, but I don't see this ever being achieved. Inala, 16 bricks. It's a versatile path with a lot of substitutes. It feels the easiest to achieve of them all, even though it's not as stable as Risha's. Virala, 17 bricks. That's surprising. This is extremely unstable. It can either result in resounding success or a blatant disaster. What do you think? All 7 paths are genuine, Rendaldo nodded, but I feel Risha's has the most likelihood chance of success. Though, I do get the feeling the success of all paths is reliant on me. You're correct. I made them with the assumption of your arrival. After I inferred the requirements of your races and Empyrean boars to attain mystic grade, I figured out the last component required for Empyrean tusks. Apart from a plethora of conditions, there existed the final component. It was the last piece of the puzzle, and also the most difficult to attain. For the Empyrean tentacle, the experiences, memories, personalities, and natures of all 3 Empyrean tentacles must be condensed into one. Once done so, the entity reaches mystic grade. For the Empyrean boar, one must ingest the primary nature of all its brethren, and activate it to attract a bolt of transcendence. Attracting the bolt of transcendence was the highlight here. If the number of primary natures of the Emorian boar were lacking, the bolt wouldn't be attracted. It resulted in a failure. For the Empyrean Tusk, one must live in two different realities. This meant that any Empyrean Tusk that wishes to reach the mystic grade must head to another world, at the very least to live in another reality. That was impossible. The various continents were part of one world. Even leaving Sumatra continent wasn't easy, not to mention heading to another world. The transcendent worlds were considered another world, but reaching it was impossible. Therefore, the only other possibility was my power. Rendaldo was surprised as he stared at Ganala. It'll be tough, even for me. I can't bring anyone that isn't a transcendent to the transcendent worlds. But you must know of a nascent world whose laws haven't finished forming yet. Bring them there. Chapter 138. Inala wakes up. I know of one such world. Rendaldo nodded. It's a transcendent world that has barely begun to form. Some weak creatures without powers have already appeared in that world. I can bring them there, but not their bodies. That's too risky. Sumatra would reject them during the return trip. Rendaldo said, for safety reasons, I'll bring their souls with me. He then stared at Risha and changed his mind, but I'd like to use my ability on him first. I'm curious about what the future holds in store. His future is the clearest. After collecting the souls of the 6 babies, Rendaldo touched Risha and activated his power. In an instant, he experienced Risha's entire future, until the moment he was killed by the Boar King. I see, so that's what happens. Rendaldo sighed. What happened? Brangara basically steals all your accumulation in the end, grows even more terrifying, and annihilates your herd. It wasn't available in Risha's future, but I can guess what happens next since I can feel it. Rendaldo spoke. He kills the other herd and fills his astral chart with internal inertial gravity. He then heads into the nearby continent to kill the Empyrean Tusk herd there. And by the end, he reaches the peak of cultivation and becomes a transcendent. Even in the transcendent world, he continues to hunt the Mammoth clan. As I thought, he's too dangerous. Well, it hasn't happened yet, so don't worry. Besides, a good enemy only makes you stronger, if you can survive, that is. Rendaldo said in seriousness, trust me, you will require all that experience before becoming a transcendent. Because once you reach my stage, your growth halts entirely. Since he had used his power, his body began to disperse. Now that he had seen Risha's future, he made some changes to his plans and extracted the souls of the parents of all 7 children. Rendaldo patted Ganala gently and disappeared. I'll return soon. Traveling through space and time, he arrived at Earth, inserting the souls of everyone into the bodies of people there. By making the native souls dormant, he made the souls he brought remain active, hence controlling the body and living through that life. This way, the souls also inherited all skills, talents, and memories of the native bodies. Rendaldo could only do so on bodies compatible with the souls he carried. Hence, he couldn't simply plant them in the bodies of the best that humanity on Earth could offer. He made a family with Risha's parents and lived there as a native. And once he grew up, he began to write a book titled Sumatra Chronicles. It was a decent hit with a sizable following. And through a bit of targeted ads, Rendaldo ensured the eyes of everyone, from Sumatra, fell on Sumatra Chronicles. Even though the parents couldn't recall their past lives, they were still drawn to Sumatra Chronicles. Of course, they weren't the target of Rendaldo's power. They were simply brought as guardians to ensure the 6 kids were safe. He monitored the comments from the accounts used by Inala and the rest. And eventually, the day for the ending arrived. The comments from many readers were full of anger and hate at the abrupt ending. But the ones from Inala and the 5 others took the cake. They didn't understand the reason they were so enamored by Sumatra Chronicles to the extent it became a distinct part of their lives. In truth, it was merely their souls longing for their home world. No matter how treacherous it might be, that was the world these souls belonged to. Hence, Sumatra Chronicles resonated with them intensely. The consequence of that was the horrible negative reviews they left. Even though Rendaldo tried his best to maintain his composure, he was currently occupying a human body. As a result, he was pissed. He left his human body and barged into Inala's room to pummel the latter. By making it seem like a challenge, he brought everyone to Sumatra continent, the 6 reincarnates and the 14 parents. It had barely been an hour at Sumatra continent. Upon arrival, Rendaldo dumped the souls back in their original bodies. He used his power to shed his experience living on Earth and inserted it into Risha, only to the extent he attained the qualification of living in 2 realities. Of course, his ability suppressed and erased all that over time, ensuring Risha only retained the qualification. This was to prevent his soul from being corrupted. It's done, Ganala, he said, sensing Ganala read through the memories of the 7 babies and their respective parents. He asked once she was done going through them all. "How is it?" "I'll try my best." "Good." Rendaldo patted her once before disappearing. "I'll be waiting for you in the transcendent world. It'll take me another 2 millennia to return here like this, but I won't bother." "I understand. Thank you very much, Uncle. It was fun to see you again." Ganala lifted her trunk and coiled it around Rendaldo, slowly pulling his tentacle like she did when young. "Ha ha ha." Rendaldo's voice echoed and subsided gradually. He had already returned to the transcendent world. He had paid a sharp price to descend down to Sumatra continent and make that trip to another world. So, it was unlikely he would do something like that ever again, especially since he had no incentive to do so. Ganala was the sole familiar individual here. And after another 2 millennia, she too would be no more. Sumatra continent would be no different to a foreign world for Rendaldo by then. Ganala observed Bora Tusk approach the parents of Risha and others, speaking to them in private about Ganala reaching the end of her lifespan. He gave them his 8-story storage lantern, teaching them a bunch of skills and knowledge necessary for their mission. A month of preparations later, the parents of the 7 babies left the settlement in search of a baby Empyrean Tusk. Bora Tusk labeled the group of 14 parents as missing in action. The Mammoth clan at the 44th settlement then raised Risha and the group as orphans. As the babies grew and reached the age of 10, they joined the Academy of Refinement and became death row students. The side effects of the soul transfer caused them to feel a disconnect from the world the moment their memories on Earth resurfaced. But in truth, they were true Mammoth clansmen, and they possessed the bloodline of Ganala, fragment disease, to the utmost concentration, not to mention the paths to mystic grade that she gave her everything over a period of 2 millennia to create with detailed hope and care. On the day Risha recalled his past life, and the remaining 6 reincarnates remembered their life on Earth, the story began in the truest sense. Drip, drip. Tears streamed out of Inala's eyes as he woke up from his long slumber, having finished comprehending the knowledge and memories he gained from Ganala. "That means, my parents are dead." Chapter 139, I'm a genuine Mammoth clansman. Sumatra Chronicles was pretty much a recount of the future Rendaldo had seen through his future sight ability. His goal was to bring back the reincarnates. But, to make it seem like an action he took in anger upon seeing the negative reviews, Rendaldo hid the truth from them. This meant that the lives of Inala and the other 5 reincarnates were simply edited out in Sumatra Chronicles to hide the truth. That resulted in a sad conclusion. In Sumatra Chronicles, Risha's parents returned after the first major disaster with a baby Empyrean Tusk in tow. They seemed distraught due to whatever they had experienced during the mission. A few days later, after teaching Risha all the skills they had gained during the mission, they committed suicide. Sumatra Chronicles didn't go into details. However, it did mention that since Risha's parents were the sole survivors from their group, they felt obligated to visit the rest in the afterlife. Their experiences during the mission only wore them down and stretched their sense of guilt to the extreme. Risha respected their sacrifice because their arrival gave hope to the Mammoth clan. But now, Inala knew the entire truth. The so-called group that accompanied Risha's parents were the parents of the 6 reincarnates, their genuine parents. And they had died during the mission, since the baby they stole belonged to the other Empyrean Tusk herd. To not bring the other herd's wrath onto their clansmen, Risha's parents committed suicide upon succeeding in their mission. It was to erase their traces from the settlement. And since the 2 Empyrean Tusk herds didn't have any intersection paths along their route, they would never confront each other. It was the thought process that played in their minds moments before death. They were satisfied since they had succeeded in the mission they had set out to achieve. The ones that were his parents on Earth and in Sumatra were the same individuals. But as abruptly as his reincarnation, their deaths too happened. Since they were part of the group that had stolen an Empyrean Tusk baby, the herd would have given chase. His parents had become martyrs during their escape. Inala was sad. He was close to his parents. No matter how much they were disappointed by his shut-in nature on Earth, they still created assets in his name to ensure he could live a comfortable life just through interest and rental income. They wouldn't have done that if they didn't love their child. And even in Sumatra, they gave their lives to fight for the future of the settlement where Inala lived, fully aware of Ganala's approaching death. What the fuck was I doing all along? Inala admonished himself. I believed that I could live alone and not be stuck to the Mammoth clan as long as baby Ganala grew up. We could travel wherever we wanted on our own, unfettered. Shit. The moment he went through the memories gained from the previous Ganala, the sense of disconnect he felt with Sumatra vanished. He truly was a denizen of this world, born at the 44th settlement to his parents, Gahar and Chanya. The Mammoth clan was where he belonged. It was his home. He was a true Mammoth clansman, by flesh, blood, and soul. I will and should fight for my people. Even though they aren't there anymore, I'll be a son they can be proud of. I have disappointed them on Earth already. At least here, in the world of Sumatra that I always dreamed about, I'll become someone they can be proud of. Inala got up and wiped his tears. I'll fight to my utmost and succeed. The Mammoth clan wouldn't be annihilated. He looked around, noticing that he was alone in the room. Getting up, he entered the adjacent room, watching the figure of Asiya asleep, cuddling baby Ganala, who seemed to have grown considerably since he last saw her. The moment he entered the room, she seemed to have sensed his presence as baby Ganala woke up and squealed happily. Dada! Inala approached baby Ganala and picked her up, ending up using his internal inertial gravity at full strength, commenting, "You've grown heavier." "Yua, I'm not calling you fat." Inala smiled wryly, accepting baby Ganala as his daughter. "It's time I stopped being narrow-minded. Let's just forget Oyo ever existed. Thinking about her only angers me, so I won't do that." He cradled her and approached the room with life bombs, noticing their level of depletion to calculate. "I was unconscious for 4 months? Gwa, are you hungry?" Inala caused a life bomb to fly towards him as he transformed his hands into Empyrean Zinger claws and poked a hole, watching the fluid within seep out like a river stream and enter baby Ganala's mouth. She was sucking it casually, experienced with the task. In a matter of seconds, she had finished a life bomb. Inala continued to feed her until she was satisfied, using up another 20 life bombs. She has a voracious appetite. He then closed his eyes and concentrated upon his secondary nature of internal inertial gravity, no longer able to sense the Boar King. He must have gone far away. "Inala?" Asiya's voice resounded as she woke up and observed baby Ganala no longer next to her. She got up and arrived at the room with the life bombs, for a moment surprised before hugging him in relief. "You've finally woken up. I was anxious all along." "I'm sorry," Inala apologized and observed her. Dark eye circles, unstable spirit container, a malnourished body, unkempt hair, etc. She was a mess. She hadn't had proper sleep for the past 4 months, having had to take care of baby Ganala nonstop. Her worries ensured she couldn't even eat and cultivate in peace, causing her mental health to take a dip. Living in the sandy gray void further took a toll on her. Even though the luminescent crystals within their home kept her surroundings bright, but when she peered out of the prana bomb home, all she saw was absolute darkness. That was terrifying. It felt like the thin walls of their house were all that protected them from endless horrors out there. The fact that she had to constantly pour the fluids within prana bombs on the walls to mend them only added to her worries. The sandy gray void was constantly eating through the walls of their home. Sometimes even cracks appeared, terrifying her. Every time this happened, she had to pour more of the prana bomb fluid on them. Only after the walls regrew to become thick enough could she be a bit relieved. But the entire ordeal stressed her endlessly, especially since at the start she panicked, wondering if Inala's plan worked. Otherwise, the Boar King would find them. She faced nightmares daily of the Boar King finding them. Had this gone on for a few more months, her spirit container would have shattered. "You're awake, you're awake. You finally woke up." Asiya repeated like a broken record and refused to let go of Inala, hugging him tightly. She had been traumatized. Chapter 147 Paths. "You won't fall unconscious abruptly, right?" "I won't. Are you healthy now?" "I am. Your head isn't spinning or anything, right?" "I'm perfectly fine. The Boar King won't be showing up, right?" "He won't, not after the spanking I gave him." "You're really all right?" "I am, Asiya." Inala consoled a traumatized Asiya. His left hand held baby Ganala, who had fallen asleep once again. His right patted Asiya and rubbed her back, consoling her with his warmth. Despite being a settlement leader's daughter and having had intensive training from a young age, Asiya was only 13 years old. She was merely a child. Had she been on an Empyrean tusk, no matter what came her way, she could endure it, for she gained strength just by being in the presence of her spiritual pillar, her deity, the 43rd Empyrean tusk. But being on the ground in a faraway land, buried deep in the sandy gray void, added to her stress. And the longer she remained there, the greater her stress grew. She was afraid, experiencing hallucinations of the Boar King gobbling up everyone nonstop. "He won't be here, I assure you." Inala continued to console her. "You might not know this, but the Boar King is afraid of me. I spanked his ass recently. So he won't come anywhere near my vicinity. The next time he comes, I'll tell him to not bother Asiya and spank him again. He's terrified of me that much." Puffed. "Haha." Asiya laughed in the end. "Really? The Boar King's afraid of you?" "Of course," Inala grinned. "And he'll become more and more terrified of me in the future." "Just wait," he boasted. "In the future, when you come across him, just shout my name." Before his brain could even process the shout, he would be running away. My name alone will terrify him. Inala nature, the Boar King's absolute fear. Well, it was absolute bullshit, but Inala had to spin such lies to make Asiya recover. It would take a while, but he was confident in healing her back to normal. There's 2 more months left before our stockpile here runs out, he thought. We'll begin training to regain our strength in this time. Currently, the bodies of both Inala and Asiya were malnourished. Asiya lost weight due to stress while Inala was unconscious and hence couldn't upkeep his bulky body, even when Asiya fed him the fluid from a prana bomb frequently. After a week of consolation, Asiya recovered enough to resume training. Inala acted no different from a monkey during this time, his antics causing her to break into laughter all the time, making the atmosphere of the place cheerful. They then began to train in full swing. Inala had completely comprehended the 2 memory clusters he gained from the previous Ganala. The first cluster detailed the Boar King's life, from his birth to when he became the Boar King. Andraka had extracted everything from Brangara during their torture sessions. That knowledge was available within the inheritance the first Empyrean Tusk of that time had given to Ganala. The Boar King's power, character, habits, history, primary natures, etc. The data about his primary and tertiary natures was detailed to the extreme, fully allowing Inala to understand how the Boar King became who he was. The second cluster contained the previous Ganala's life journey, from her birth to her death. The main point of importance was her interaction with Andraka and Rendaldu. There was also the information Ganala received from the Bolt of Transcendence, not to mention the 7 paths she had developed and the process she went through to achieve it. His mystic skill creator was firing up non-stop, as there was a lot of material to work with here for the creation of new skills. Inala held himself back because the time wasn't right yet. Simply creating a bunch of skills was a waste of time and effort. He already had 11 skills and 1 prime skill. Adding more would simply weaken him. After all, if he was in a pinch in the future, he would hesitate a moment, unable to decide what skill to use since he would have at least a few skills that were appropriate to use in the situation. That would be a foolish way to shoot himself in the foot. Instead, he would first have to finalize the direction of his fighting style. Following that, he would condense and reorganize his set of skills to optimize his survival. Prime skill, Empyrean Slip. By activating it, he touched baby Ganala. Since he was her father, she automatically granted him access, allowing him to appear in the void and observe the mountainous clusters of information strewn around. That was the inheritance received from the previous Ganala. As baby Ganala grows, she will eventually unlock this inheritance bit by bit and obtain everything the previous Ganala possessed. This included memories, skills an Empyrean Tusk used, the fighting techniques developed by Ganala, and all Empyrean Tusks before her, etc. Ganala had received an inheritance from 188 Empyrean Tusks. She was at a caliber superior to the other Empyrean Tusks, for even at birth, she was significantly more evolved, hence given the name of Ganala, which meant Supreme Tusk in their language. Baby Ganala wasn't exactly a Supreme Tusk, but she currently possessed the path prepared by Ganala in Inala, the path with 16 bricks as stated by Rendaldu. As she was Inala's child, she inherited the path present in him. The path wasn't meant for Inala to attain the mystic grade status. No, he was simply the medium through which his child, an Empyrean Tusk, would attain the mystic grade status. Through the Empyrean Slip Prime skill, Inala observed the cluster that was related to the path. It seemed the largest and most complex of all memory clusters, spanning a size beyond which he could even handle. Inala's mind would explode by the time he absorbed 1/100th of the cluster. Only an Empyrean Tusk's mind could possess such voluminous information. At present, all the information clusters were sealed, as baby Ganala wasn't old enough to access them yet. Therefore, if Inala were to access them, he would destroy the seal and harm baby Ganala's mental growth. Hence, he returned to reality after looking around for a bit, silent as he pondered deeply. For some reason, he couldn't forget Brangara's tertiary nature of cultivator. He stared at baby Ganala. The moment she transforms into an Empyrean Tusk, that's final. She could no longer become human. To do so, she would have to burn her growth and sacrifice her potential, just as the previous Ganala had done. But if she has the nature of cultivator, she could transform back and forth between human and Empyrean Tusk forms. Moreover, by cultivating, she could become many times stronger once she enters the life stage. He thought. The cultivation journey of a pranic beast ended at maturity. In a cultivator's term, that was hitting the peak of the body stage. Hence, no matter how strong a pranic beast was, it only had one life. That was why the Boar King was so terrifying, as he possessed multiple lives. Since he had the information regarding it, Inala couldn't help but think about it. Chapter 141 Royalty and Cultivator. Inala was currently an Empyrean Zinger, but he wasn't a true Empyrean Zinger. That was because he could only transform into an Empyrean Zinger. While in his transformed state, he expended prana to remain in that form. Therefore, he was limited in how long he could remain transformed as an Empyrean Zinger. But an Empyrean Zinger pranic beast lived without such a limitation. After all, it was in its actual body. This was the major difference between a cultivator and pranic beast. The tertiary nature of cultivator allowed Brangara to freely switch forms between human and Empyrean boar king. Both were his actual bodies, and hence, he didn't expend any prana in either form. That level of freedom further contributed to his strength. He could live, eat, shit, and cultivate as a human. He could live, eat, shit, and cultivate as an Empyrean boar king. There was no drawback in either form. Inala's primary nature of royalty was similar, but all it did was allow him to change forms between male and female versions of himself. In his male form, he was an Empyrean Zinger king, and in his female form, he was an Empyrean Zinger queen. Both royalty and cultivator were equal in terms of power, but they differed in application. The nature of cultivator allowed a pranic beast to take on a human form and cultivate like a human, gaining many lives after entering the life stage. The nature of royalty allowed the prana bomb to mutate into its higher version, a life bomb. In the life stage, a cultivator could build multiple bodies and possess many lives. A cultivator at the 4 life stage had 4 bodies and 4 lives. If needed, that cultivator could make his 4 bodies travel in different directions. While fleeing in a battle, by splitting himself into 4 and running in different directions, he could save himself. As long as a single body was alive, he too would survive. And as long as he had enough resources, he could cultivate and enter the life stage once again. All bodies created at the life stage were actual bodies of the cultivator. That wasn't the end of it. Life stage granted a cultivator power unlike other stages. It was an overpowered concept. If the cultivator at 4 life stage remained a single entity, it meant his 4 selves were stacked into one, meaning the strength, power, mental ability, reaction time, speed, etc. were all stacked upon each other. It wasn't a simple addition of 1 + 1 = 2. With 4 stacking, the cultivator's strength didn't simply increase by 4 times. No, he had 4 times more strength. But add that to 4 times speed, reflex, muscle density, etc. The end result was an exponential increase in power. This continued to stack until the 10 life stage, where even cultivators that had made human avatars out of iron became powerhouses that could face a gold-grade pranic beast. The exponential stacking of power was what led to this. That was the reason why Brangara became the Boar King, a terrifying mystic-grade pranic beast. His strength and potential as a mystic-grade pranic beast surpassed the likes of mystic Empyrean tentacles. That was because, despite being a mystic-grade pranic beast, a mystic Empyrean tentacle only had 1 body. But if Brangara were to reach the 10 life stage, he would possess 10 bodies. The difference between their power would be heaven and earth. It was why even at the 3 life stage, the Boar King was capable of fighting against 43 Empyrean tusks and their associated mammoth clan to a draw. Had he been at the 4 life stage, the herd would have been annihilated, as simple as that. It was why Risha died a dog's death at the end of Sumatra Chronicles, unable to even scratch the Boar King. Inala wanted to make baby Ganala obtain the nature of cultivator. That would easily birth the strongest Empyrean tusk to ever exist. Andraka had similar thoughts back then, which was why they kept Brangara in captivity and brought him with them as they left Sumatra continent. The research was underway already, but they met with lots of obstacles along the way. In the end, they didn't succeed because Brangara became a mystic-grade pranic beast, the Empyrean Boar King. He escaped and caused the research to halt. It was known whether the Mammoth clan continued the research after reaching the other continent. Maybe they never recovered after most of the researchers died when the bolt of transcendence hit Brangara, vaporizing everything in its path, including the researchers. But except for the data collected in the last 2 years, pretty much everything else was passed to Ganala by the then first Empyrean tusk through an inheritance. And now, that information was with him, since he obtained it from the previous Ganala through his Empyrean slip prime skill. Since there was enough research data about gaining the nature of cultivator, Inala wished to continue in their footsteps and succeed. He didn't know about other Empyrean tusks, but baby Ganala was his daughter, meaning he could influence her, since she was his blood. With the help of the Empyrean slip prime skill and mystic skill creator, Inala had the means to figure out a solution. As long as baby Ganala obtains the nature of cultivator, she can seclude herself as a human in a massive human empire and accumulate strength using their resources. With a lifespan of 2 millennia, she had more than enough time to build her strength to the peak and reach the 10 life stage. Inala intended to kill the Boar King long before that, but just in case he failed, there would be someone strong enough to kill him in the far future. Baby Ganala could continue his research results, and maybe even pass it down to the Empyrean tusks she births. As long as a bunch of Empyrean tusks possess the nature of cultivator, they'll become terrifying enough to give even peak Brangara a challenge. Moreover, if she succeeds in her path and attains mystic grade, baby Ganala could truly give the Boar King a run for his money. Inala didn't wish to stop at that point. Even though Empyrean tusks had reached peak evolution, as evidenced by the prefix of Empyrean in their name, mutation was still an option. Inala planned to make baby Ganala mutate, and in response, he planned to awaken the secondary nature of royalty in her. Yes, by combining royalty and cultivator in her, she would become a pinnacle existence surpassing the Boar King. It seemed like a pipe dream at present, but Inala wasn't afraid. He didn't hesitate at the challenge and gently cradled baby Ganala, truly intending to succeed. He wasn't a power type like Risha who rushed headfirst into a battle. He was a strategic type to scheme around and create things, bringing new variables into the mix. Therefore, working hard to give baby Ganala the two natures of royalty and cultivator was in line with his nature. And now that he had a solid goal to strive towards, Inala began to busy himself. Renduldu, I challenged you at the start that I'll surpass Risha. I need to make a correction, he muttered resolute. Add Brangara to the list. I'll surpass both. He stared at baby Ganala. And my descendants too shall do the same. Chapter 142 Empyrean Zinger Jaw. Stage 1 Jaw. Inala stared at his reflection in a mirror, watching his jaws transform into an Empyrean Zingers, tremendously tough and sharp enough to casually bite into a prana bomb. Moreover, the structure was that of an Empyrean Zinger, but the material forming it was an Empyrean tusk's bone powder taken from its tusk, the hardest material in Sumatra. Therefore, his jaws were tougher than an Empyrean Zinger's. Since he had almost awakened his bloodline before fusing with the Zinger queen egg, he gained the power to transform into his pranic beast form in stages, just like Risha. Though while Risha had 4 stages, Inala only had 3, jaw, wing, and Empyrean. At the jaw stage, he developed an Empyrean Zinger's jaw, useful for eating prana bombs and life bombs. His hands and feet too resembled an Empyrean Zinger's, allowing him to perch onto any surface at any angle. At the wing stage, his limbs fully developed into an Empyrean Zinger's, causing a thin membrane to connect the limbs on either side to create a pair of wings that allowed him to glide through the air. At the Empyrean stage, he completely transformed into an Empyrean Zinger. By having 3 stages, Inala could conserve his prana and only transform limitedly according to the situation. He didn't have to become an Empyrean Zinger unless necessary. Of course, he couldn't become one at the moment, since he had barely begun developing his body. At present, he had only built his body enough to activate the jaw stage. To activate it, he had first focused on building his body at the jaw, hands, and feet areas. Staring at the powerful claws that his hands had transformed into, Inala felt strong. It had been 2 months since he woke up. In this period, he focused on building his body, barely finishing enough for the jaw stage, making an estimation accordingly. I should be done in about 40 years. Since I need to understand an Empyrean Zinger's body, the time required is this high. But building my body from the second onwards should only take half the time. That means I should be reaching the 10 life stage in about 220 years. He thought, that's well before my lifespan reaches its end. He couldn't hurry anymore, but he trusted the reincarnates, believing that they would buy enough time for the eventual battle between the Empyrean tusks and the Boar King. Originally, Sumatra Chronicles ended in a century. From the date in Chapter 1 to the date of the final battle between Risha and the Boar King, a bit more than a century had passed. If the same were to happen this time, then their death was guaranteed. Even Risha was aware of that. Hence, Inala believed Risha and the remaining reincarnates would do everything in their power to change the herd's route to buy as much time as possible. As long as they buy 2 centuries, Inala was confident in reaching the peak of cultivation. When that happens, he would possess enough power to harm the Boar King. This was why he primarily focused on a silver-grade pranic beast. An Empyrean Zinger's prana was 1,800 after maturing. This meant his reserve of prana wasn't as high as Asiya, who had a reserve of 3,449, not to mention gold-grade pranic beasts like the Empyrean tusks that had a reserve of 8,398 prana. Yes, he had a limited reserve, which was a drawback. But from another point of view, it was also a boon. It meant he only had to train to attain 1,800 prana. To finish building a body, Risha would have to give in approximately 5 times the effort, meaning he would need 5 times the duration to finish building a single body. By the time Risha finishes building a second body, Inala will have reached the end of cultivation. At that point, he would be stacked 10 times, resulting in an explosive power that vastly outclasses a 2-life stage Risha. Inala would be able to quickly reach the peak of cultivation as compared to his peers, and even his enemy, the Boar King. As a mystic-grade pranic beast, the Boar King would have to train even longer. The fact that even after 2 millennia, Brangara only reached the 3 life stage was enough proof of his strenuous training requirement. Of course, a mystic-grade pranic beast lived for 10 millennia. So, he had enough time to reach the peak casually. Since he had the perspective of living on Earth, Inala was more broad-minded than the natives of Sumatra. That was because, for any situation, he had 2 perspectives to tackle from, in contrast to the single perspective of the natives. Moreover, since he hailed from a technological world centered around information, he knew a lot for someone his age. He had read hundreds, if not thousands of cultivation novels alone. If you were to list the novels from magic, apocalypse, romance, sci-fi, etc., it would be endless. Even though they were merely fiction, the thought process used in them would serve as a database to draw inspiration from. Information was power after all. Therefore, if Inala were to encounter a block in cultivation, he could rely upon his vast trove of knowledge to solve it. Maybe some character in some novel was in a similar situation. He only had to apply that knowledge and voila, he would solve the problem. In contrast, a native would have to break his head in trial and error for a solution. An Empyrean Zinger's body was small, reaching a few meters. Therefore, its resource requirement was limited, unlike Risha who had to build an Empyrean tusk body. With less resources, training, and time, Inala would reach the peak. Had he fused with an iron-grade pranic beast, he would have reached the peak even faster. But that was useless, for an iron-grade pranic beast was too weak. Only a silver-grade pranic beast was perfect. Its powers were strong while its development needs were conservative. With his ability to recover prana through prana bombs, everything lined up perfectly for Inala. Moreover, the time period of 220 years was only if Inala were to traditionally cultivate. There were treasures available that could hasten this process. In Sumatra Chronicles, Risha obtained various treasures, both big and small. Among them existed 5 major treasures that allowed him to attain a qualitative breakthrough every single time. Cure, attribute, weapon, pet, seed of transcendence. The first treasure was the cure to the fragment disease. And as explained by the previous Ganala, what Inala obtained wasn't the cure. All he did was get rid of the fragment disease plaguing him. The one written as the cure in Sumatra Chronicles wasn't the actual cure. In the second information cluster he obtained from Ganala, the true cure was detailed. Risha had obtained it. Once he got to know what the true cure was, Inala sighed. The current Risha already has around half his previous life's strength. He's indeed a terrifying rival. Chapter 143 Treasure of Attribute. A mammoth clansman with the fragment disease had a potent concentration of an Empyrean tusk blood in him. Basically, among mammoth clansmen, he was the closest genetically to an Empyrean tusk. That was why when 2 mammoth clansmen with the fragment disease copulate, they birth an Empyrean tusk. Of course, if the female didn't have enough foundation to nurture an Empyrean tusk baby, she dies and the baby follows suit. Only those with a high cultivation at the life stage could birth a baby, and even then, there was a considerable risk of failure. All Empyrean tusks were birthed by mammoth clansmen. The cure was very simple in essence. It was to mutate the genetic data of a mammoth clansman with the fragment disease to give that final push for them to become an Empyrean tusk. The one that succeeds would become an Empyrean tusk. Not a regular Empyrean tusk, but one that could cultivate, basically a portion of what Inala wished to achieve in baby Ganala. That was the cure. By obtaining the cure, Risha's primary nature was upgraded. The primary nature of an Empyrean tusk is internal inertial gravity, a power of gravity that affects the Empyrean tusk body internally. But when the same power can affect outside the body, that comes to be called external inertial gravity. When the 2 powers combine, they create total inertial gravity, the primary nature Risha obtained. It was why he could slingshot towards the Boar King during their fight. He had locked onto his target with external inertial gravity and caused both his body and the Boar Kings to attract each other. Only 7 people had the qualifications to obtain the cure: Virala, Inala, Blola, Greha, Yenda, Oraka, and Risha. It was because they were Ganala's children in the genetic sense, with their genetic material closely resembling Ganala, the supreme tusk. But here was where the issue lay. It wasn't as if any mammoth clansman with the fragment disease could obtain the power of an Empyrean tusk if they absorbed the blood and essence of an Empyrean tusk right as they broke through to the body stage. They were simply unfit to absorb that. Only the mammoth clansman with the fragment disease of Ganala could do so. After all, they weren't children of an Empyrean tusk, but the supreme tusk. Had Inala headed into the heart of any Empyrean tusk and absorbed its blood for some time, he would have obtained the same power as Risha from Sumatra Chronicles. It was why Blola and Virala had succeeded in becoming Empyrean tusks. But what they had wasn't the cure. Only by absorbing the blood and essence from Ganala, the supreme tusk, could they obtain the primary nature of total inertial gravity. Unfortunately, Ganala only possessed enough for one of them. She had expended everything else to create the paths in her 7 children. Back then, when Inala was on the verge of awakening his bloodline, had he gone through the final push, he would simply obtain internal inertial gravity and gain the power to transform into an Empyrean tusk, no different from Blola and Varala. Therefore, she hoped that through their experience living in another world, the 6 reincarnates would find another cure. Unfortunately, there was less than a year available for that. As a result, none of the reincarnates found a cure. It was also because they couldn't communicate. They all relied upon Sumatra chronicles and assumed the heart of an Empyrean tusk to be the cure, when in truth, it was Ganala's heart all along, not because she was an Empyrean tusk, but because she was the supreme tusk. Sumatra chronicles didn't state a lie. The reincarnates simply interpreted it falsely due to a lack of information. Without the information Inala obtained from the previous Ganala, it would have been impossible to piece together this fact. After all, even when they conversed during the time he fused with the Zinger Queen Egg, time was too short. They could only exchange a few sentences. And this happened during the fusion process. Meaning, even if Inala were to find out, it was too late to find a solution. It was the primary reason for the reincarnates failing to obtain the cure. Among Ganala's 7 children, 2 were dead. Blola and Varala used the blood of another Empyrean tusk to gain its power. Greha and Inala didn't even obtain an Empyrean tusk's power. In the end, only Risha obtained the cure. The cure gave him enough strength to even wound the Boar King. After all, total inertial gravity was a cheat even among cheats. It had infinite uses. It was why Risha already possessed half his previous life's strength. It had only been a year since his regression, but he already accumulated 50 years' worth of his previous life. Among the 5 treasures, the first treasure, Cure, was obtained by Risha. The second treasure, Attribute, would appear at the Brimgon Empire 20 years later during the second major disaster. Every major treasure would appear during a major disaster. In the 4th major disaster, the Pet and Seed of Transcendence would appear. The Seed of Transcendence was so powerful that before it even appears, it releases powerful prana fluctuation, alerting every cultivator and pranic beast of Sumatra continent. As a result, billions of creatures would converge upon the region, resulting in a bloodbath once the Seed of Transcendence appears. It was where the Boar King faced the Empyrean Tusk herd and annihilated the latter. Of course, the herd was already beaten and battered by then due to the hordes upon hordes of pranic beasts they had to face to approach the Seed of Transcendence. Cure, Attribute, Weapon, Pet, and Seed of Transcendence were each powerful in their own right. And with each major treasure he obtained, Risha's strength jumped in levels accordingly. The treasure of Attribute grants an attribute to the owner's prana. This attribute is granted based on the cultivator's nature. When he obtained it, Risha only had his primary nature of internal inertial gravity. Hence, the granted attribute was through it. Once he obtained it, his prana itself possessed the power of internal inertial gravity. Therefore, any item containing his prana too held the power of internal inertial gravity. Any spirit weapon he refines held that power, and one of the most broken uses of that was in him being able to create storage lanterns without limits. Since his prana had the property of internal inertial gravity, as long as he was the one carrying it, the storage lantern could have a space surpassing a cubic meter and still remain stable and economical. Just that factor alone made it worth a fortune. But in battles, it made Risha even stronger. Since through his prana alone, he could unleash the might of internal inertial gravity. What do you think would happen when he activates his primary nature atop that? The answer was an OPMC. Chapter 144, Leaving the Sandy Gray Void. Prana was an energy required to activate a primary nature. But when it had the same properties as the primary nature, the resultant effect was a multiple. Therefore, Risha's power attained explosive growth, making him even more overpowered. But at the end of the day, Risha was innately talented in battles. Therefore, his mind was geared only in that direction. Even after regression, he only planned to grow stronger faster. The attribute wouldn't even realize its full potential in his hands. Instead, it was better left to Inala. Even though Inala obtaining the attribute would make Risha weaker, he didn't care about that. In his past life, even with everything, he died a dog's death at the hands of Brangara. No matter how strong he becomes, he'll never be the Boar King's match. The reason was simple. Brangara was a mystic-grade pranic beast that could cultivate and have multiple lives. Even though Risha had the cure, he was a regular cultivator. Meaning, every time he took on an Empyrean tusk form, he was burning through prana to maintain the transformation. That wasn't all. An Empyrean tusk was a gold-grade pranic beast. Iron, silver, gold, and mystic, the strength jump between every grade was phenomenal. No pranic beast could overcome the grade difference and defeat a higher-grade pranic beast in a one-on-one battle. Even the Empyrean boar was an exception only because its mind had collapsed. Therefore, it could be killed easily by a silver-grade pranic beast, while it was mimicking the habits of some pranic beast unsuited to its constitution. When Brangara was an adult Empyrean boar, he held the power of a true gold-grade pranic beast. No silver-grade pranic beast was his opponent. In terms of power, this gap could never be overcome. Therefore, no matter what Risha does, he could never be the Boar King's opponent. The Boar King only needs to activate a dozen internal inertial gravity simultaneously, and he would wield strength superior to Risha, even if he were to have both the cure and the attribute. The Boar King had more than a dozen internal inertial gravity in his arsenal. Therefore, the realistic way to fight the Boar King was to swarm him. And even though Inala was an Empyrean Zinger, a silver-grade pranic beast, his power was regarding stealing prana and life force. Inala never planned to confront the Boar King. He only intended to set traps for the Boar King and gradually steal all his life force. No matter how strong the Boar King got, if he ran out of lifespan, he'd die of old age. For that to happen, Inala had to get the treasure of attribute. Even though the reincarnates failed to obtain the cure, they succeeded in ridding themselves of the fragment disease. Therefore, they no longer had to worry about their bones shattering at the slightest exertion and could truly fight for their desires. All of them, including Risha, knew the value of the attribute. Hence, this time, the competition would be bloodier. In 20 years, everyone would become a powerful elite, also having significant battle experience under their belts. They would have refined their battle styles and would have become proficient with their natures. The second major disaster was more disastrous than the first major disaster. Not only was its scale bigger, but the level of enemies was also higher. Zingers simply launched projectiles to fight. A puncture to their wings, and they'll fall to their deaths. They were relatively easier to deal with. However, the enemies in the second major disaster had tougher bodies and fought head-on. It wasn't just that. The treasure of attribute appeared in the Brimgon Empire, a major human civilization. The Brimgon Empire had existed for thousands of years and held a considerable level of foundation. Its peak powers were on a whole other level, almost on par with mammoth clansmen. The emperor and princes possessed human avatars on the level of gold-grade pranic beasts. They were walking, talking disasters. They too would be actively participating in the second major disaster for the ownership of the attribute. Yes, the enemies in the second major disaster were free humans from the Brimgon Empire, a human civilization that had produced cultivators who once ranked at the top of Sumatra continent, beings on the level of Renduldu. Their founder was rumored to have been on the level of a mystic-grade pranic beast, the rarest exception in the history of Sumatra when a human surpassed a mystic-grade pranic beast. Due to the terrain at play, the Empyrean Tusks wouldn't be able to interfere. That implied the war was between mammoth clansmen and the Brimgon Empire people. In Sumatra Chronicles, the war was portrayed as one of the most gruesome in the history of Sumatra. Over 80% of mammoth clansmen were annihilated in the war, causing their overall strength to dip to the extreme. As a result, the mammoth clan failed to fulfill their duties following that, causing the strength of the Empyrean Tusk herd to weaken over time. Eventually, when the third major disaster started, many Empyrean Tusks died. By the time the fourth major disaster started, the number of mammoth clansmen was at their minimum most. The Empyrean Tusks too were weak and exhausted. They were easy pickings for the Boar King. It was the second major disaster where they truly took an irrecoverable beating. Therefore, I need to obtain the attribute before the war goes into full swing. Inala firmed himself and began to make up a plan accordingly. "I finished preparations," Asiya said, slightly tired. She had just finished dumping all excess waste in their house into the sandy gray void. The region had already finished assimilating the excreta contents cast into it. The large house was almost empty. They only had enough resources to last them a couple more days. Asiya fed a prana bomb into the mouth of the rocket. After 10 minutes had passed, and the two lungs were filled with compressed air, she came to inform him about it. "Are you ready?" Inala asked. "Yes, I have practiced enough," Asiya said, having changed herself into a flowery dress, behaving naturally in it. She had also grown older, now appearing like a woman in her 20s. Her life force had been absorbed by a life bomb to assist with it. She safely placed the life bomb, that Inala had shrunk to nail size, in a locket and strung it to her neck like a necklace. As long as she consumes it, she'll return to her original age. The moment he created the life bomb, Inala grew a decade older, also resembling a man in his 20s. They planned to live as a couple in Elora Trade City while making preparations for traveling to the Brimgon Empire. Since they had a baby in tow, this was the most realistic choice. It was best to behave in a way no one would be curious about. Besides, for baby Ganala's mental development, They couldn't remain cooped up here. At a thought from him, the rocket unleashed a thrust of air, causing their house to rush up through the gray sand and arrive at the surface soon after. Followed by another thrust, they glided over the sandy surface and landed on normal land enclosed by the circular sandy gray void. It was nighttime as the slump lizards roamed the region. Asiya climbed out and inhaled a deep breath before becoming relieved that she could vent out all her stress and frustration. She raised her hand and clapped violently. Chapter 145 Wood Sculptures. The slump lizards suddenly became blind, terrified in response. While they were helpless, a spirit weapon in the shape of a chakram sliced through their necks. Mystic bone art, puppetry. Controlling 6 spirit weapons, Asiya slaughtered the slump lizards whose sight, hearing, and sense of smell had been robbed away. They simply became stationary targets for her to kill. For the next 3 hours, Asiya continued to kill them, creating a river of blood until she had vented fully. The slaughter allowed her to regain her usual demeanor, reverting to her original state of mind. Moreover, through this fight, she had gotten used to her adult body. After all, not only had she bulked up in response, but she had also grown taller. So, she needed some time to become used to it. While she was doing that, Inala chopped some trees and used his sculptor skill in conjunction with puppetry skill to make wooden sculptures. He made realistic sculptures of slump lizards in both miniature and life-sized forms. With his current skill level, it was a lot easier. Moreover, the spirit weapons he was using for the carving process were prana bombs shaped into carving tools. Therefore, he could increase or reduce their density as he pleased, allowing for a more diverse marksmanship. Whenever they were tired, they would retreat to their house. Even though they planned to head to Elora City, they weren't fully ready yet. There was still a bit of stuff left to do before they could embark on the journey. For half the night, Inala carved sculptures. For the remaining half, he accumulated prana bombs and life bombs. By making them as small as possible, he stuffed them in his storage lantern. Currently, in his storage lantern, the first floor had Empyrean tusk bone powder. The second floor had realistic puppets of him, Asiya, and baby Ganala. The third floor had clothes, money, and a bunch of miscellaneous items necessary for their life in the city next. The fourth floor was filled with prana bombs and life bombs. Even though they looked identical, Inala could tell them apart. No one else apart from an Empyrean zinger could do so. Asiya made portraits of mountains and rivers, drawing inspiration from the scenic beauty of the Dieng Canyon. Soon, dawn approached as Inala and Asiya entered their house along with all the wooden products they had carved. After arranging everything inside, they waited patiently, watching the slump lizards clean the ground of all traces of battle. The blood, corpses, etc. were all cleaned away by then. They even took care of the wooden splinters resulted from the carving process, truly cleaning up the field. If not for the tree stumps, Inala and Asiya's actions would seem as if they never took place. There was a bit of confusion among the slump lizards as they stared at the tree stumps. It didn't tally with the image from their memories. After some time, a slump lizard licked the tree stump with its tongue, infusing prana through it. The tree stump absorbed the prana and began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2 hours later, the tree looked no different from before Inala cut it. A group of slump lizards had lost their lives in the process of restoring the cut trees. Their corpses were dragged by their brethren into the river. The river meandered throughout the region, possessing multiple tributaries, all of whom formed paths for the slump lizards to move about. It had been carved with a lot of care. Even the river here has been artificially carved. Inala understood. There probably was a main river somewhere away. The 5 silver-grade pranic beasts worked together to divert a large tributary through this region before it rejoined with the mighty river downstream. Even that little tributary spanned many kilometers in breadth, appearing like an actual river that watered the region. Of course, the region of the river within the sandy gray void was littered with slump lizards. Hence, no other pranic beast species dared to enter. If it tried to do so, it would be swarmed by the slump lizards. Measures had been taken to ensure the slump lizards didn't cross the region marked by the ring of sandy gray void. Since the sandy gray void couldn't cover the river area, there existed something else preventing the slump lizards from spilling out. It was probably the power of one of the silver-grade pranic beasts. "Get some rest," Inala said to Asiya once the slump lizards had retreated into the water. "What about you?" Asiya asked as she fed baby Ganala. "I still have something to do." Saying so, Inala sat atop his house and circulated prana through his jaws. Stage 1 jaw. Keek! He let out a shout in the language of the Empyrean zingers. Following that, he remained silent. Almost a minute later, there was a response. Keek! Hearing the response, Inala's expression morphed into one of both excitement and tension. He then waited patiently for a few hours, casually carving a sculpture in the meantime. Soon, he saw a flight of entities gliding in the air. Grinning, he got up and extended his arms wide. Come here. Keek. Quack. Gwa. More than 30 Empyrean zingers rushed at him and landed around his house. 6 of them turned into their miniature forms and landed on his head, chirping nonstop. He read through the memories of each one after another, eventually focusing on the 3 new individuals. Empyrean Zinger King. Empyrean Zinger Queen. There were 2 Empyrean Zinger Kings and 1 Empyrean Zinger Queen, obviously created through the trap laid for the Boar King. They hatched through the prana and life force of a mystic grade pranic beast. That was why, even though the absorbed prana and life force were for a short interval, the quality was so high it easily birthed them. After they hatched, they remained in hiding until the Boar King left. Until then, they listened in on his actions, stealthily observing him in their miniature forms. Their presence was so faint he didn't bother with them in his state of anger. Why would a peak existence bother about every ant that roamed around? Inala had picked a region with plenty of ants to bury the eggs. And now, through their memories, Inala learnt of everything that had transpired. From the Boar King landing into the cave to him destroying everything in a fit of anger, he became aware. Upon knowing that the Boar King scouted the location of the 5 silver grade pranic beasts, and spent the majority of his time observing the 5 ravaged tribes, Inala derived what he intended to do. Brangara planned to create his clansmen, and the route he was taking was no different from what Ganala did at Sagar Kingdom. Since he could transform into a human, he planned to create children through free humans. Eventually, there would arrive clansmen through whom Empyrean boars would be birthed. The future has changed tremendously, Inala muttered, but he wasn't pressured. In contrast, he was excited. Chapter 146, Sumatra Zinger. Of course, even if the Boar King succeeds, the clansmen would only give birth to Empyrean boars and not Empyrean Boar Kings. The natural birth of a mystic grade pranic beast was impossible. The limit of a natural birth was the gold grade. If an Empyrean boar wishes to reach the mystic grade, it would have to follow Brangara's route. But why would someone that experienced his race's annihilation give way to another tragedy? He would never reveal the method to reach mystic grade. Besides, even if an Empyrean boar were to swallow all its brethren, it still needed to harness a bolt of transcendence. That will only happen when someone becomes a transcendent nearby. Otherwise, the energy storm of transcendence would never form. Therefore, the chances of an Empyrean boar becoming another Empyrean Boar King were next to nil. The reason Inala was excited instead of feeling pressured was simple. Until now, the Boar King was like a wild card, roaming throughout Sumatra continent as he hunted prey. He could go anywhere he pleased without facing any repercussions. But now, he would have returned home to Varahan Enclave in preparation for creating his clansmen. History had changed drastically indeed, but it was in Inala's favor. The Boar King wouldn't leave Varahan Enclave until another Empyrean boar was born. Therefore, he wouldn't be available to interfere in any grand plans Inala makes in the future. That wasn't all. Thanks to the memories of Brangara that he had obtained, Inala knew the entire layout of Varahan Enclave like the back of his hand. Therefore, he could scheme against it. There was no place safer than Varahan Enclave in Sumatra continent according to the Boar King, since it was an enclave and also his home. The conditions naturally suited the birth and growth of Empyrean boars. It was the perfect place to raise his clansmen. Therefore, the Boar King wouldn't pick any other place. And once Empyrean boars start to appear, he would be rooted to the place, protecting his young brethren and caring for them to ensure they develop mentally without consuming any pranic beasts. That meant the unfettered Boar King had a weakness, his brethren. His actions would be limited to the region surrounding his home. Moreover, due to the traumatic incident of his past, the Boar King wouldn't be inclined to leave the place at least until enough Empyrean boars had reached maturity while retaining their intelligence. Inala could target them and place traps throughout Varahan Enclave for the Boar King to stumble upon. The moment the Boar King moves to target the Empyrean tusks, Inala would attack the Empyrean boars with a swarm of Empyrean zingers. The Empyrean boars would be a great source of prana and life force to birth more Empyrean zinger kings and queens. Inala gently patted the Empyrean zinger queen, smiling. You're doing well to raise your numbers. Continue doing so. In the future, once the muddropper lays down an egg, steal it. We'll have a mammoth clansman fuse with it and use that power to create a region solely for Empyrean zingers. Keek. All he had to do was screech in the Empyrean zinger tongue once to transmit all his thoughts to the Empyrean zinger queen. She was growing well. Currently, they had perched themselves atop the mountain walls surrounding the rooster tribe. They developed while remaining hidden in their miniature forms. After talking to them a bit, Inala sent them away. Once their numbers had reached a sufficient level, he could truly begin to scheme against the Boar King. As there existed an Empyrean zinger queen, they could develop without his intervention or help. Of course, The ones birthed by the Empyrean Zinger Queen only possessed one nature. Only the ones created out of his life bomb were the mutated Empyrean Zingers. The rest were simply Empyrean Zingers. The difference between them and the regular Zingers of Diang Canyon was their grades, silver and iron respectively. Empyrean Zingers possessed a larger, stronger body, could glide longer and faster, and possessed a greater prana reserve. The mutated Empyrean Zingers he creates could use mystic bone art, but the ones created by the Queen weren't capable of the same. Moreover, when he touched the Empyrean Zingers birthed by the Queen, he couldn't read their memories. They were also incapable of taking on miniature forms. It seemed only the mutated Empyrean Zingers he created personally conformed to his rules. The rest were simply Empyrean Zingers. Due to the king and queen's presence, they didn't attack Inala. But in their absence, they would treat him no different from an outsider. After all, they were simply regular Empyrean Zingers. There were some limitations, but it didn't matter in the end. As long as there existed a king and queen among a group of Empyrean Zingers, the entire nest would heed his orders, since their rulers were part of his immune system. Inala sent them away and retired for the day. He woke up in the evening and resumed his carving work alongside Asiya. For an entire week, it was a non-stop grind. The following day, Inala sneaked into Elora City and spied upon the people there, gathering some more information. Accordingly, he and Asiya practiced their characters and perfected their disguise. They also worked on their accent to conform more to the culture of the place. It wasn't perfect, but they could act to the extent they weren't suspected. As for their weapons, Asiya carved them out of some iron she mined from the river. The exterior was iron while the interior was bone. They were controlling the bone, but made it seem as if they were controlling the piece of iron. After creating a bunch of spirit weapons, they were almost done with their preparations. Inala then dismantled their home, using some of the pieces to fill the insides of a wooden cart he carved. The remaining was chucked into the sandy gray void, erasing all traces. The cart was loaded with all the wood sculptures they had carved. The bone within the cart was simply to allow ease of pulling it forward with the aid of psychokinesis. Moreover, it served as an emergency ration of bone to create spirit weapons. There finally was the rocket that he had painstakingly created using his organs. Inala refined it and began to shrink its size, making it a miniature form of its original. He optimized the layout of the internal organs inside and created a hand-sized instrument with a long barrel. "That's a funny design." Asiya commented. "What does it do?" "This." Inala tapped the barrel and watched it suck in air through the nozzle. 10 minutes later, he pointed it at a tree and loaded a miniature prana bomb in the barrel. "This is a weapon perfected to kill." There was no mechanical trigger, as it only needed a thought from him to activate. With his thought as the trigger, air gushed out of the barrel at terrifying pressures, sending the miniature prana bomb spiraling at speeds surpassing the sound barrier. The prana bomb pierced through the closest tree, creating a hole an exact size of itself. It had high penetration power. With every tree it passed through, the size of the hole increased as more of its momentum was being transferred into the tree trunk. After about a dozen trees, it slammed into one and caused its trunk to shatter, splattering wood splinters everywhere. Inala approached it and fished out the prana bomb, observing that it sported a mild dent. "This'll do." He patted the instrument and commented, "This is my trump card." "I'll call it." He stared at it and laughed. The Sumatra Zinger. Chapter 147. Entering Elora Trade City. Standing before the gates of Elora Trade City were 4 guards, donning colorful armors with intricate details. They were unnecessarily grand, emphasizing more on form over function. Though a closer glance would reveal another armor inside, plain and simple in design. That was the actual armor meant to protect their bodies. The extravagant exterior armor was simply for demonstration purposes. It existed solely as a means to boast the stature of Elora City. After all, the gate guards were pretty much its face, being the first among the city's populace that any outsider would lay their gaze upon. The 4 of them were at the body stage, having built around half their human avatars. The material they had fused with was almost on par with an expert iron-grade pranic beast in terms of quality. It boosted their lifespan by a few decades. Becoming a gate guard was the height of a commoner's career attainable through merit alone. Hence, these 4 garnered a lot of respect from the populace living closer to the gates. "Halt!" One of them shouted and tapped the blunt end of his spear on the road, careful to not damage it. There existed a set of cobblestone roadways connecting the various cities of Ganram Kingdom. As it was morning, traffic was minimal at best. Therefore, the guards had enough time to pay attention to the outsiders approaching the city gates. The gate guard observed the cart that had stopped. It was only made from wood, but the workmanship was impeccable, the carving intricate. The loading area spanned around 40 square meters, making the cart pretty large. It was filled to the brim with items. Unfortunately, They were all encased by wooden boxes, hence the gate guards could not see the inside. There was a seat at the forefront of the cart. Seated on it was a luxuriously dressed woman, captivating to the eye. She adorned a flashy outfit weaved using 5 colors, symbolizing her power and authority. In her hold was a baby that was asleep, cute. But a glance at her, and the gate guard felt the urge to submit for some reason. Pulling the cart alone was a youth in his 20s, sporting ripped arms that his flashy dress failed to conceal. He had shoulder-length hair tied into a tiny bun at the back, accentuating his sharp jawline. Even though the cart seemed heavy, the youth was casually pulling it forward, his mannerisms akin to a noble, a very high-classed one at that, judging by the air of arrogance casually oozing out of his eyes. Had anyone else exhibited such a level of arrogance, the gate guard would have taught them a lesson. The one that had shouted intended to do so at first, but a glance from the youth, and he felt a formless pressure halt his thoughts. It took him a couple of seconds and a nudge by his fellow gate guards to recover as he asked, "Your entry permit?" "Here." The youth casually tossed over a decorated tablet. He didn't seem aware but was disrespecting the gate guard, something nobles did subconsciously. And even though he was only at the entry level of the body stage, he seemed vastly stronger than the gate guards. Moreover, his suffocating presence portrayed clearly that if the 4 of them were to gang up on him, they would be killed in a matter of seconds. He must be higher up on the social ladder, even amongst nobles. Thinking as such, the gate guard stared at the items in the cart. "May I ask what you're carrying in them?" "Where's to sell?" The youth replied curtly and tossed out another decorated tablet. "This is my permit to set up shop and conduct a business." The gate guard inspected both the permits and observed that they were the real deal. He then bowed and made way for the cart to enter. "Have an enjoyable stay. Welcome to Elora Trade City." Nodding in response, the youth casually pulled the cart and set foot on Elora City officially, having entered it through its front entrance this time. Leading straight from the entrance was a large road, spanning at least 100 meters in width. Situated on both sides were massive buildings, spanning dozens of stories, ranging from restaurants to high-end apparel showrooms. As its name signified, Elora City was a trade city. Import and export of goods was its selling point, as the majority of its populace was great at craft-related professions. The city was situated foothill of a mountain rich with mineral resources that were perfect for crafts of all shapes and forms. The main road spanned a few kilometers in length and made a beeline to the center where the city lord lived. As he walked through the main road, pulling the heavy-looking cart without breaking a sweat, the youth garnered a lot of attention from the onlookers. He then noticed flirtatious glances from the women dining at the upper-story balconies of the high-end tea-houses, feeling uneasy. Until now, he was perfect with his acting. But getting so much attention wasn't his thing. Followed by an awkward cough, Inala continued to pull the cart, inscribing his thoughts into the bone slip carried by Asiya. "Am I really that attractive?" Asiya rolled her eyes at the statement, but appeared smug as she replied through her bone slip in Inala's possession. "From a mammoth clansman's perspective, you're slightly above average in terms of appearance. In these human kingdoms where appearance is highly valued, you're average at best. The aspect of you that's attracting these women is your strength and confidence. For some reason, women from human kingdoms find mammoth clan men charming." "I see. Sumatra Chronicles indeed showed such scenes, but I thought it was only because of Risha's appearance. Honestly, that bastard ticks all the boxes of a main character, from appearance to overpowering strength." Inala thought and replied, "What about our clan's women?" Asiya's smile grew deeper at that as she said, her eyes turning cold for a moment. "They fear our clan's women, of course. Any woman from the surface who managed to successfully charm one of our men mysteriously finds herself in the jaws of a pranic beast the next day. Truly pitiful." "Mysteriously?" "Yup, mysteriously." Inala didn't continue the discussion after that. Mammoth clan women disliked sharing their men with others, casually going in for the kill when displeased. Even Risha got stabbed by his lover simply for flirting with a woman mildly on the surface. For a moment, Inala became distracted by remembering that scene from Sumatra Chronicles. He, along with other readers, spammed memes at paragraphs where Risha was stabbed multiple times, not by a pranic beast, but by the woman he pledged affection towards. But soon after, Inala returned to reality, understanding that Asiya had the hots for him. Whether or not he liked her was another matter altogether. If he dares get chummy with another woman, he would have to prepare to lose all his senses. It would be the day he'll personally experience the Grim Nell's power. A Mammoth clan woman will fight for her love interest without holding back in the slightest, oftentimes treading onto obsessive levels. Whether it was one-sided or not wasn't a concern for them. Of course, considering their very high death rate and the rapid need to replenish their numbers, it wasn't a surprise the women were obsessed. "Where are we going?" Asiya asked next. "Wait and see." I made some preparations already. Saying so, Inala parked the cart in a narrow alley right next to the main street, at the entrance of a dingy courtyard. Chapter 148: Buying an Anklet Shop. Orwalo Anklet Shop. It was a dingy shop spanning a breadth of 3 meters and a couple meters in length. The shop's entrance was an old table on which a bunch of anklets were placed. Judging by the dust covering them, it had been a while since any customers appeared. These anklets were unsold for months. Staring at them vacantly, seated behind the table with a paper fan in her hands, was an old woman that kept watch on the narrow street. This narrow street was once a bustling area when a local gang was active in the place and used it as their base of operations. But when the scale of their activity got too high profile, the city lord sent troops to curb the disturbance. The gang was dissolved. The members were punished according to their criminal activities. Those who had committed milder crimes were sentenced to life at the mines. The rest were killed. The gang members, unfortunately, had been children and family members of the shop owners of this street. With the gang destroyed, the older parents grew despondent. The majority of them simply waited for their deaths as they sat idly in their shops. Orwalo was one such woman. She was in her late 80s and was simply counting the days to her death. Beside the shop was a gate leading into a large courtyard spanning at least 200 square meters in area. This once used to be the area for the shop's logistics. Placed to the right and left of the courtyard were buildings serving as workplaces to create the anklets. One was a plant for processing the raw materials, while the other was for the end carving process. Both were decrepit now, having been abandoned for years, if not decades. At the rear end of the courtyard was a house. It was a double-story house with a balcony at the top, nothing fancy for the area, but it was comfortable enough to live in. When Inala scouted through the city for a place to live, he chanced upon the house. Upon arriving at a halt near the entrance, Inala stared at Orwalo and bowed. "Grandma, I've arrived. I have transferred ownership of this place to you already." Orwalo didn't even bat an eye as she placed a slab on the table. Carved on it was Inala's name and face, detailing his ownership of the place. Carved on the back side were a map and accurate dimensions of the land area he owned. It had already been registered. Inala barely used half of the money he stole from Safara to make the purchase. Considering the fact that this narrow alley was adjacent to the main road, he basically got it for dirt cheap. "Grandma, this is my wife, Asiya." Inala pointed at the luxuriously dressed woman and then lifted baby Ganala and approached Orwalo. "She's my daughter." "What a lovely child." Orwalo smiled gently as she touched baby Ganala. Her eyes moistened, recalling her family that had been killed. Many merchants had approached her after that incident to purchase her property. They were all based on the main road. So, they could easily extend their shop areas to encompass hers after they acquire it. Orwalo never gave in, and so did the rest of the people on the narrow street. They hated the big merchants to the core, since they were the cause that prompted the city lord to destroy the gang. She was stubborn originally, but now, she was in the last stretch of her life, not knowing if she would live to see the next day. Aware that her property would simply be seized by the large merchants upon her death, she hoped someone would come by it. Of course, the large merchants prevented anyone from doing so, keeping her property unsold for years since she had the thought. That changed upon Inala's arrival. "This place is very old," Asiya commented as she walked through the courtyard. "The buildings will collapse the moment we start our training." "Well, hardly anyone lived in here for decades." Inala said, "So it's only natural. You shouldn't focus on this. This place is right next to the main road. With a bit of advertisement, I can bring in a lot of traffic." The once silent courtyard became noisy at the arrival of the family of 3. Orwalo calmly stared at them, feeling the final days of her life wouldn't be dull and uninteresting. "Grandma, can we rebuild the place?" Inala asked respectfully. Even though he had gained ownership of the place, the clause in their contract stated Orwalo would reside in the place until she died of old age. He wasn't bothered by it. Or rather, he welcomed it. An old grandma was the best to have around when raising a kid. She could impart wisdom to baby Ganala through her life experiences. "Do whatever you want." Orwalo didn't seem to mind. "You're the owner now." "Thank you." Inala bowed and began to discuss with Asiya about the rebuilding plans. "He's such a polite child," Orwalo thought as she observed Inala and Asiya. "They are young and strong. Judging by their clothes and mannerisms, they are probably nobles that had fled here from another city." Politics existed everywhere. It wasn't rare for someone in power to lose everything to a rivaling family member and was met with no other choice but to flee somewhere else. A glance at Inala, and she knew he had a history. It was one of the reasons she decided to sell her home to him. Orwalo remained seated in her place while Inala began to transfer the wares on the cart into the house. It hadn't even been a few minutes since their arrival when a group of men, armed with blades, approached the shop. There were 7 of them, at varying levels of strength at the spirit stage. The one at the lead was a burly man with a rough mustache. His beard seemed like a patchwork on his face, irregular and unkempt, granting him the perfect appearance of a thug. Staring at the cart, the burly man snorted aloud. "A bastard dares by the shop that establishment Lord Maharel was eyeing? You rotten old woman. Have you gone senile?" He growled at her Walu, growing angrier upon seeing her ignore his existence. He shifted his gaze to the cart and stared at the wares on it, grinning cunningly as he kicked the cart with all his strength, intending to demolish it. His foot slammed into it with a bang, denting the wooden exterior. But unlike what he had assumed, the cart didn't break, for a moment confusing him. Before he could attack again, he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he, along with his 6 cronies, were tied up on the floor, forced to kneel. Casually seated before them was Inala, who stared at them as if they were dirt, say. His voice oozed power and authority, causing the burly man's heart rate to spike. "How many limbs do you wish to retain? Your choice is between limbless and death." Chapter 149. Attacking first. The group of thugs was sent by a powerful man. Trying to reason with them was a simple waste of time. Moreover, Inala didn't wish to lose brain cells trying to hear whatever crap they had to say in order to take action against him. Hence, he simply attacked first. His prana hand flew around and punched all 7 thugs squarely in the jaw, knocking them unconscious. He then tied them up, thinking of a plan of action while waiting for them to get up. Of course, Inala had already investigated the dynamics of the place before he bought it. Safara was a rather ambitious woman, keeping tabs on people in power. She used her smarts to maneuver her way through the political scene of the marketplace and emerged successful. She was his primary source of information, whether he wanted funds, information, etc. Inala simply paid her a visit and got what he wanted. Through that, he knew Maharel, establishment lord of Alora City's largest warehouse, had set his sights on this property. It bordered one of his establishments, and by annexing the area, he could expand the establishment and become even more prominent. The majority of the people living in the narrow alley were old, with no successors. After the major merchants locked traffic to the alley, the lives of the people there took a turn for the worst. They made no money and simply lived the days watching dust accumulate on their wares. By cutting off their means to make a living, the large merchants were trying to force them to sell their properties. Inala had investigated it already, which was why he placed himself in the middle of this Cold War. In Sumatra Chronicles, the Mammoth clan operated alone, remaining on the backs of Empyrean tusks. Despite the vast power they possessed, capable of overturning entire kingdoms casually, they never used it. It was why once things turned bad due to the Boar King, they failed to recover. Simply having strength wasn't enough. There were plenty of other factors involved. He was from Earth and had been an avid viewer of geopolitics, knowing how many countries played their games to keep each other in check. The military was merely the last bastion to turn to. The greatest weapon they relied upon to exert dominance was economics, especially through trade. As a Mammoth clansman, even at the entry level of the body stage, Inala was strong. Adding onto his 3 natures, he could even fight a 2-life stage cultivator from the human kingdom. With his level of power, he could spread his influence. Setting up shops in Ganram Kingdom with free humans who had pledged loyalty to the Mammoth clan was their surest way to exert influence. These shops would be able to operate without issues, since they were being backed by one of the strongest forces on Sumatra. When necessary, the Mammoth clan will ask these shops for a portion of the revenue. This way, even if the Empyrean Tusks exhausted their resources by fighting the Boar King, they could recover faster. As long as such spheres of influence were set up in all human kingdoms and empires, the Mammoth clan would have a robust foundation of resources to rely upon. Of course, he could only use free humans for this. Human kingdoms and empires were strict in maintaining their purity. Moreover, free humans at the life stage were able to sense whether or not someone was a free human or not. And upon finding them, the kingdoms and empires would flush out the people that they considered infected. Even Inala wasn't an exception to this rule. The moment he unleashes his prana, his identity as a Mammoth clansman will be revealed. Ganram Kingdom would come for his throat. Well, there are things I can do in preparation for that. I still have plenty of time for it. Inala thought and focused on the task at hand. Let's not get carried away and deal with this situation first. He removed the bindings of a thug and kicked him out of the courtyard. Tell your boss to come crawling here with his tail between his legs. Otherwise, I'll be coming for his neck. Why yes, the thug scurried away in fear. Since Maharel was keen on obtaining this property, he would continue to harass the place. Instead of passively defending against the attacks, it was best to strike first. Freeing one of the thugs was only to alert the other party into investigating the place. It would cause him to delay a retaliation, giving Inala more than enough time to act. Can you move the rest of the wares inside? Inala asked Asiya, who stared at him in worry. I can do it, But aren't you being too hasty about this? Asiya was hesitant. We don't know who is backing Maharel and how strong they are. Since the people here came from the Brimgon Empire, they would have plenty of powerhouses among them on the same level as our masters. You shouldn't underestimate them. Who said I'm underestimating anyone? Inala laughed and stared at her, asking, do you know that the stronger one's backing, the greater their arrogance and the more ballsy they become? Yes, Asiya nodded after giving some thought. You make sense, but how does that correlate to your recklessness here? Am I being arrogant enough? Inala grinned. Asiya's eyes widened. So, you want to fool your enemies into believing that your backer is above everyone else? Pretty much, Inala nodded. So they'll stop harassing me and instead focus all their energy on finding out who my backer is. But if they do that, they'll eventually figure out that no one's backing you, Asiya said. I do have a backer, though. Smiling as such, Inala calmly walked out of the courtyard and approached the establishment where Maharel stayed. The strongest backer, in fact. He was a Mammoth clansman. His backer was the infamous Mammoth clan, which had destroyed many kingdoms simply when angered. All Inala was doing here was acting in such a way that his foes would assume his backer is someone from the Ganram Kingdom's upper echelon. Whether or not they figured out the truth didn't matter. After all, in either case, he's not someone they could touch without suffering the consequences of annihilation. Maharel Wares and Services. It was a sprawling building on the main road of Elora Trade City, selling everything from carpets to elixirs. 2 guards stood at the entrance, revealing their presence of body stage cultivators. A large number of people entered and exited this 12-story building that occupied at least 100,000 square meters in area, the size of a typical shopping mall on Earth. Behaving like the natives, Inala occupied a lot of space as he walked and entered the establishment, looking through the wares as he enacted his scheme. Chapter 150, How to Screw an Establishment Lord, Part 1. Intricately decorated shelves littered the place, creating numerous aisles to shop around. Of course, the items here weren't that expensive. Hence, security was minimal. The staff only existed to point the customers to the location of their desired item. On the ground floor were simple utensils. The 1st to the 5th floor had clothes. The 6th floor contained food items ranging from rice to spices. The items from the 7th to 12th floor were related to cultivation, from weapons to elixirs. Inala arrived at the 11th floor that sold medicines and elixirs. The floor space made it vast. With rows upon rows of precious goods available on the shelves, it painted a sharp display of establishment Lord Maharel's wealth and influence. The majority of them were medicines, though. From the variety that treated illness, diseases, and sickness to those that aided in building up one's constitution, gave clarity of mind, increased training efficiency, etc. There was a small section at the very end that sold elixirs. Majority of them were low-grade elixirs that upon consumption granted 100 prana. Encased in decorated glass containers were mid-grade elixirs that granted 400 prana upon consumption. There were only a dozen of them. Inala couldn't see the sight of any high-grade elixirs. Due to their value, they wouldn't be sold in a shop. Rather, they would be auctioned to high-paying customers. Even though elixirs raised one's prana, they couldn't be consumed in succession. That would straight-up destabilize the spirit container. Therefore, long intervals were required before another could be consumed. Elixirs worked on building up the spirit container and then filling up the required prana. Therefore, the cultivator needed to spend a lot of time acclimating to the change. But using a higher grade of elixir granted greater strength. Even though the acclimation process was even longer, during that entire time, they were vastly stronger than if they consumed a low-grade elixir. Inala currently had a bit more than 120 prana. If he were to consume a high-grade elixir, he'd straight up reach 920 prana. Even though he'll have to acclimate for years, in all that duration, he was strong, possessing 920 prana, in contrast to 220 prana if he were to consume a low-grade elixir. The rich ones simply consumed a high-grade elixir and spent the rest of the acclimation duration building their bodies. It was more efficient this way. The moment he set foot on the floor, 3 nail-sized entities slipped out of his sleeves and crawled toward the closest rack. Following that, they climbed the racks and made their way to the ceiling, remaining inconspicuous as they trailed between the edges of the rack and the ceiling. They remained within his spirit weapon range, allowing Inala to observe everything they witnessed. 2 staff members laid their eyes on him upon his entry, watching his every move. They weren't concerned as long as he roamed in the medicine section. But the moment he began to walk towards the elixir section, they became alert. Those who dared to purchase an elixir were among the wealthy and powerful. So, they had to provide the best service to please the customers. Another job of the staff was to ensure none stole the elixirs. Even among the wealthy, such people existed, intending to get more than what they paid for. The staff were responsible for preventing such things. 1, 2, 3, a total of 12 staff. 8 are in uniform, and 4 are mixed among the customers. Through the eyes of the 3 Empyrean Zinger scouts, Inala got a bird's-eye view of the elixir section. Following that, he observed the actions of everyone. Every customer was accompanied by a staff that told them the properties of every elixir on display. The staff also watched the actions of the customers to ensure they didn't sneak in an elixir or two during their purchase. There was security at the exit of the establishment that scanned through the purchased goods. They had marked the goods similar to the bone slips used by Varala. Therefore, they had the means to detect thievery. But it was best to prevent things from getting to that point. If someone wealthy and powerful was caught stealing, they'd develop bad blood with the establishment. It was best for a business to avoid such things. "Sir, may I know what you're looking for?" One of the staff paying attention to Inala stepped forward the moment he entered the elixir section. "I need 4 low-grade elixirs," Inala stated his request. "This way, please." The staff bowed and guided him to a shelf. "We have a variety on display here, from low-grade elixirs that grant 20 prana to 100 prana. Depending on the materials used, the effects and side effects of the elixirs varied." The staff began to explain them. In the meantime, an Empyrean Zinger scout crawled on the ceiling and stalked a lone staff. Right as the staff approached a region that avoided the eyes of others, the Empyrean Zinger scout dropped from the ceiling and glided in its miniature form, increasing its weight to the limit. It then slammed into his jaw, knocking him unconscious. The Empyrean Zinger scout held his clothes and behaved like a parachute to prevent him from falling hard. It gently laid him on the floor and proceeded to drag his body towards a staff exit. Inala was controlling their bodies to give them cues on when to move and what action to take. 2 Empyrean Zinger scouts kept watch over the elixir section, while the 3rd scout took out the staffs one after another. While the staff was explaining about elixirs to Inala, the scout slammed into his jaw and knocked him out. His body was hidden behind the counter and later dragged into the staff exit. "Excuse me, can you come here for a second?" Inala approached a staff that was talking to another customer. "Why isn't someone there to guide him? Are they slacking?" The staff thought but didn't voice it aloud. He then apologized to the customer he was serving and asked for a moment. He approached Inala and asked, "Can I help you, sir?" "Yeah." The person explaining the elixir variety to me left suddenly. He was extremely rude. Inala acted annoyed. "It seems this establishment has grown too big for its own good, considering this is the service you provide to your valuable customers. I apologize for the behavior of our staff, sir. Please be assured that I'll take up the case with my superior and see to it that he is punished." The staff bowed in a hurry and then pointed at a nearby shelf. "We'll offer you a discount on one of our products. I hope this at least makes up a little for our mistake." "You better offer something like that." Inala snorted grumpily and approached a shelf. He casually looked through, making the staff follow him. And once they were out of sight from the others, an Empyrean Zinger scout slammed into his jaw and knocked him unconscious. While the poor staff was dragged into the staff exit, Inala approached another staff, repeating the same. A few minutes later, there were grumbling customers throughout the elixir section, wondering where the heck all the staff members disappeared. Many were vocal about it, shouting in anger, causing the staff from the medicine section to scurry towards them in an effort to apologize. That created a lot of chaos and focused the attention of everyone on the raging customers. In the meantime, Inala casually pocketed all 12 mid-grade elixirs and a bunch of low-grade elixirs. Chapter 151, How to Screw an Establishment Lord, Part 2. Stage 1, Jaw. Inala opened his mouth wide and swallowed an elixir vial. Secondary nature, internal inertial gravity. He activated it in full swing, causing his stomach to transform into a biome, just like an Empyrean tusk's. Of course, his biome was unstable, as he didn't store enough resources in his body to maintain such a spatial distortion. Therefore, he was burning through prana rapidly to maintain it. Since he only needed to maintain it for a short while, Inala could endure the expenditure. He first swallowed all 12 mid-grade elixir vials, followed by over 100 low-grade elixirs. He only stopped because he had hit his limit, sighing, "Had I reached the end of the body stage, I could have stolen more. These elixirs will support our growth." But that wasn't an issue. He brought 3 Empyrean Zinger scouts. Taking chance when there were no eyes on him, the 3 Empyrean Zinger scouts reached their full body size, swallowed as many elixirs as possible by turning their stomachs into biomes too, and resumed their miniature forms. They were burning through prana faster than him to maintain it. Acting nonchalant, Inala slipped out of the elixir section, of course, not without hurling a string of expletives, becoming part of the group of angry customers that stormed out due to the crappy service. Since the elixirs were inside his biome, all prana signatures emanating from them were cut off, hence rendering the detectors at the establishment exit useless. He left the establishment and returned home, vomiting out all the contents before a surprise to Sia. "You stole?" she shouted in a fluster. Don't mind it. Saying so, Inala turned around to face the 6 captive thugs. So how are they faring? They're blind, deaf, can't smell anything. Asiya casually listed a bunch of things she did to them. At present, the thugs couldn't even raise a scream, for their voices too had been snuffed out, absolutely terror-stricken. Prepare 2 chairs, Inala said to Asiya and stared at the figure of her Walu, who observed his actions with an incredulous gaze. Who are you? She was unable to control her shock. What Inala displayed here was beyond what she ever thought was possible. Grandma, do you want an elixir? Inala asked. You can reach the body stage by consuming one. That will increase your lifespan. I'll pass, she sighed and shook her head. An elixir's too valuable to be squandered on these old bones. Just use it on yourselves. Inala smiled wryly and didn't force her. They were just strangers at the end of the day. He was simply being polite, and also because her presence might have a positive influence on baby Ganala. Well, it's a work in progress. She'll warm up to us over time. Thinking as such, Inala took a seat on a chair Asiya had laid in the courtyard. The other chair was placed 3 meters opposite to him. Inala crossed his legs and closed his eyes, waiting patiently. His Empyrean Zinger scouts were posted around the house, informing him of everything they saw. Maharel wares and services. In a room on the topmost floor was Maharel, the owner. He had been going through the accounts of his establishment when the thug released by Inala walked in, bowing in fear. We failed, sir. Is that so? Maharel didn't even spare a glance his way, continuing to stare at his account book as he spoke, casually. Is this person strong? I didn't know what hit us. We were all unconscious and bound before we realized what had happened. The thug said, trembling as he continued. He has requested for your presence at his house immediately. Not worth it. Maharel waved his hand casually. Go away now. I'll call you when there's work for you. Sir, the rest of our group is held captive by him. The thug didn't even finish the sentence when a bag of coins fell before him. Use it to buy them back. Anything else? Maharel asked. And no, sir. Saying so, the thug grabbed the bag and ran away. Seems spirit stage cultivators aren't a match for him. He thought for a moment before resuming focus on his accounts. He was a busy man, and every second of his time wasted meant a loss of a lot of money. Lord Maharel, there's been an issue. Suddenly, a staff entered his room and shouted in a fluster. What now? Maharel stated in annoyance. Can't you see I'm busy? Our elixirs have been stolen. The staff said in a flurry. Bang! Maharel got up with a start, causing his table to shatter in response as prana billowed out of him in a torrent. He glared at the staff, causing the latter to shudder. Speak. Who dares to do so? It's a man named Inala. The staff said. He's the one that bought Arwala's property. He took out a tablet from his pocket and gave it to Maharel. This was a note left in the cabinet where we stored the 12 mid-grade elixirs. Inala. Maharel seethed in rage. But as a seasoned merchant, he calmed down immediately, realizing that actions taken in fury would most of the time result in a loss. He stared at the tablet and read the line inscribed there. Come and have a chat with me, Inala. It was a short statement, but it was a blatant display of power, proving that Inala did not need to introduce himself since Maharel would have investigated the latter already. Bring me the list of items he had stolen from us, Maharel said and waited a couple of minutes. Once the staff tallied the list, he stared at it. His face turned beet red from anger. This fucker is crazy. The current market price for a low-grade elixir was anywhere between 800 to 22,000 paruta. A mid-grade elixir costs anywhere from 44,000 paruta to 104,000 paruta. The exchange rate between their currency, pella and paruta, was 40 to 1. 1 paruta netted 40 pella. In other words, he lost a shit ton of money. Get my carriage, Maharel announced as he snapped his finger, causing a team of masked men to appear before him, all at the body stage. We're going out to teach a bastard some lesson. Yes, sir, the team of masked men shouted in unison. They were all tethering around the peak of the body stage. Their team leader was at the 2 life stage, a powerful cultivator. Maharel himself was at the 6 life stage and had fused with the most expensive material money could buy. This was a squad powerful enough to intimidate any force, causing the powerful merchants on the main road to divert their attention onto Maharel as he entered the narrow street adjacent to the main road. The carriage stopped before a dingy shop as Maharel glared at the person casually seated in the courtyard behind, balancing a fruit on his nose. When it fell off balance, he gobbled it up with his mouth, appearing playful and completely unperturbed by Maharel's presence. This fucker is Inala? Maharel felt mildly intimidated already. Chapter 152, How to Screw an Establishment Lord, Part 3. Arwala was seated in her usual place in the dingy shop. But unlike before, her eyes were no longer vacant. Rather, they were brimming with energy, mildly excited about whatever Inala was doing. Well, it couldn't be helped since in the last phase of her life, she was treated to a front-row seat of a conflict, especially against the man she detested to the extreme. Maharel stared at her Walu and snorted mildly. He was older than her, and obviously as neighbors they had some history. He then peered into the courtyard and observed Inala, a youth around 24 years old. He's already at the body stage. But I don't see where he gets this confidence from. You talk to him first. Maharel pointed at one of his guards. Yes, sir. The guard nodded and entered the courtyard, stopping a couple meters before Inala. Were you the one that stole our wares? Inala casually dug into his ear and stared at the earwax in shock. Damn. I need to clean my ears regularly. Are you mad? The guard became angry at being disrespected so blatantly like this. He clenched his hand into a fist, activating his human avatar to transform into a metallic giant. Just before he was about to attack Inala, the guard noticed the 6 thugs bound at the side. They were terror-struck and seemed to be mouthing at him to not attack. But it was too late already. Energy condensed at the tip of his fist, intending to pummel Inala into a paste. But right as the attack was about to land, the guard heard a faint clapping sound. The next moment, he became terrified. He was blind, deaf, couldn't hear, lost his sense of touch, and couldn't speak either. It wasn't limited to that, as even his motor senses were stolen, causing his figure to plop to the ground. Without his active control, his human avatar disappeared, reverting him to his human form. Inala calmly set his foot on the guard's head and stared at the carriage. I'm not a patient guy. Fine. A voice resounded from inside as Maharel stepped out, his expression serious as he stared at Inala. Come. Sit here. Inala excitedly pointed at the chair before him. It was a rough-looking chair that seemed to have been carved just recently. Maharel took his seat and glared at Inala. Tell me now. Do you want to drink something? Inala asked and snapped his finger. We have just arrived here, so we don't have tea, but we'll serve you the next best thing. At the snap of his finger, Asiya exited their house, holding a tea tray as she brought a cup to Maharel. The cup was an old porcelain, containing only about 20 milliliters of a grayish-black liquid. At the sight of the liquid, Maharel fumed. Are you screwing around with me? Of course not, sir. Inala waved his hand in a hurry. It is only apt that we show the appropriate respect for someone of high stature such as you. That's why we're serving you an elixir. The liquid in the teacup was a low-grade elixir. It cost around 9,000 paruta. In their local currency, it was 360,000 pella, a fortune enough to buy a luxurious carriage. It was also the annual income of a lower-middle-class citizen household. It was Maharel's elixir that was being served to him, an action no different from slapping his face and making him lick his wounds in public. Prana billowed out of his body as Maharel got up with a start, intending to destroy Inala. You dare mock me? It finally dawned on you, eh? Inala grinned as suddenly 2 life hands burst out of the wooden chair Maharel was seated upon and grabbed his legs. Immediately in response, Maharel shrieked shrilly as his life force was sucked in rapidly. Mystic bone art, prana blood. Upon its activation, the rate of Maharel's life force being stolen increased, resulting in him losing control of his prana. He was a merchant, and despite having cultivation at the 6th life stage, he was weak, for that was attained through elixirs and not through training. Basically, he had little to no battle experience. Protect him! The guards rushed into the courtyard, intending to save Maharel, when Asiya stared at them and smiled brightly. She then opened her mouth and uttered with her soft voice, "Hello there." All guards became blind and deaf instantly, terrified as a result. They had never faced such an ability before, unprepared to endure or counter it. Death knells were rare on Sumatra continent as is. Grim knells were even rarer, existing only in the most treacherous regions of Sumatra, where gold-grade pranic beasts ran amok. Ganram Kingdom was situated in a safe region, with the only enemy they faced being the slump lizards. Therefore, they had only experienced the effects of a couple of natures at the iron grade. A silver grade nature was a whole other matter. What is this? Help me. Please spare me. I'll do anything. Please. As his guards cried, Maharel stared at Inala, terrified. He felt weak, as his body had aged considerably due to his life force getting stolen. The pain from losing his life force overwhelmed him to the extent he couldn't even activate his human avatar. Inala grabbed the teacup from Asiya and crouched before the figure of Maharel, who was prostrated on the floor in pain. Sir, you are our guest. Please don't be impolite and accept our hospitality. He brought the cup before Maharel's face. If you drink this, you'll stop growing older. If you don't, well, pick a good river segment for your ashes to be dissolved, all right? I'll drink, damn it. Maharel shrieked and gobbled up the contents of the teacup in an instant. He lost his fighting spirit once Asiya stole his eyesight. Inala retracted his life hands. He had returned to his teenage version already. Hence, he condensed a life bomb and made it absorb all the excess life force in his body. He poked a hole in it, poured some of its contents into the teacup, and made Maharel drink it, causing him to recover some of his lost life force. Originally, he looked like someone in his 30s. Now, he looked like someone in his 40s. Inala nodded at Asiya, motioning for her to return home and deactivate her power. Once that happened, the guards got up in unison, in relief upon recovering their senses, their expression one of fear as they stared at Inala. "Be there," Inala casually addressed them. In response, the guards stood like statues, unwilling to budge in the slightest. Inala helped up Maharel to his seat and spoke. "Sir, are you all right? You looked like you were about to die. So, I had no other choice but to use my life-saving treasure on you." Inala sighed and expressed his worry. "In these troubled times, it's hard to make a living. I'm saddened by the fact, but I have no other choice but to charge you." He took out a contract and placed it before Maharel, causing the latter to spit blood upon seeing the terms. You're a monster. How rude. I'm a doctor." Inala pouted. A second later, he pointed at the contract. "You can sign here." Chapter 153, Never Mess with the Crazy. "Go on," Inala urged Maharel, his voice calm and soft. He had never spoken so gently in his life. But such a gentle voice was akin to the devil's whisper in Maharel's ears. The contract stated that Maharel would never legally move against the shop Inala owned from a business side of things. If he dared so, he'd be required to pay a mid-grade elixir as compensation every month for as long as he conducted business. At first glance, this seemed like a fair deal, created to ensure Maharel wouldn't target Inala's shop. But in their short interaction, Maharel realized a valuable point. Inala was a madman. The moment this contract is signed, Inala will softly target Maharel wares and services. He wouldn't harm the goods, staff, or the customers. Therefore, he wouldn't be legally held accountable. Inala's actions would be similar to a housefly, harmless to the most extent, but extremely irritating. As long as Inala were to keep at it for some time, even if Maharel held back, someone else in power at his establishment would retaliate. As long as that someone was Maharel's relative, staff, or an outsider he was on good terms with, the clauses of the contract would come into effect. That would place Maharel in Inala's debt, forcing him to pay a mid-grade elixir every month. But the worst part of this contract was the fact that the reparations could stack. Meaning, if Maharel was aggressive towards Inala twice, he would be forced to pay 2 mid-grade elixirs every month. The moment Maharel does anything, he would be shooting himself in the foot. He would lose everything he had built from scratch, ending up liquidating everything to purchase mid-grade elixirs for Inala's use. He would definitely do that. Staring at Inala's gentle expression, Maharel felt more and more terrified. "I made a mistake. I underestimated him, just because he's in the body stage. What the heck is he? Kill me and be done with it," Maharel stated resolutely. "I'm never signing that." "Is that so?" Inala sighed and retracted the contract. Too bad. Inala backing out only pressured Maharel. He panicked, unable to determine what Inala planned to do next. Unfortunately for him, what Inala had thought was a stage above whatever nightmare Maharel had assumed would happen next. "You guys," Inala waved at the guards, "your boss wants to evade all responsibility and die. You know, when that happens, I'll hold you all accountable. Including your families," he laughed. "You have been affected by a certain power of mine that's akin to a disease. Whenever I want, I can make you lose all your senses like before. But that's not limited to you alone. Your entire bloodline would be infected with the same." "Yes, sir, please spare us." The captain of the guard slammed his head into the ground in apology. "Take my life, but don't touch my family." "How rude," Inala acted like he was offended. "We're living in a civilized society. I'm not going to harm your family or anything. It's just that." "Well, forget it." Inala shrugged and waved his hand, motioning for them to leave. "You don't need to do anything. Just leave." "You sure?" the captain of the guards asked in hope. "Yeah." Inala nodded and turned silent, watching the guards scurry away. But right as they reached the courtyard's exit, he uttered softly, "Look around the city one last time. You won't be able to do so after this." The team of guards stopped abruptly. Their bodies were drenched with sweat, nervous, tensed, unable to determine if only they were getting punished or their families too. Unless that was clarified, they couldn't leave. Inala showed no intention of clarifying them, causing the captain of the guards to break out mentally and beg. What do you want us to do?" "Nothing." Inala shrugged once again and casually spoke. "If I need anything, I can simply get it from Maharel wares and services. None of you guys have the capability to notice my actions. Therefore," he smiled, "there's nothing you can do for me." Inala patted Maharel on the shoulder. "Same for you, sir. Do you think the city lord would allow you to rampage around as you please?" Maharel was at the end of his wits, hence decided to use his final card, intimidation, using the name of a stronger existence. Go ahead and ask for his assistance. Inala didn't seem to mind that. He casually propped Maharel up and motioned for him to leave. Do you want to visit the city lord's mansion now or later? I can accompany you there if you want. What the fuck? Inala's actions flustered Maharel. He couldn't make sense of Inala's disposition. Was he simply crazy or didn't even place them in his eye because of a powerful backing? He couldn't tell. And considering how a fledgling body stage Inala subdued a 6-life stage Maharel, it was apparent that Inala was on a whole other level of strength. Someone that strong at such a young age wasn't anyone simple. I'll sign the contract, Maharel said dejectedly, quickly grabbing the contract from Inala to sign and stamp it. You can notarize it yourself. Inala waved his hands, motioning for Maharel to leave. I'll notarize it and return immediately. Saying so, Maharel sped away in his carriage. A couple of hours later, he returned, exhausted, giving a copy of the contract to Inala. It had been notarized by the notary board in the city council. Once notarized, the contract was legally effective. Even though it was a messed up contract, Maharel had no other choice but to sign it. After all, this at least gave him some peace of mind. As long as he ensures his people never go anywhere near Inala's shop, he could avoid paying the price. But if he didn't sign the contract, he would have no idea what Inala might do next. That was 100 times more terrifying. Maharel didn't wish to lose everything he had built up. He acted otherwise to appear resolute, but he held his life dear, unwilling to die. With a slumped back, a dejected Maharel boarded his carriage and returned to his establishment. Once they were gone, Asiya returned to the courtyard and stared at Inala to ask, "Are you sure he wouldn't team up with the other merchants to retaliate against us?" "He'll have that thought." Inala nodded, "But he'll never do that." "Why are you so sure?" Asiya wondered, unable to understand the thought process behind Inala's actions. This is a dog-eat-dog world where the survival of the fittest reigns supreme. Inala said, "No matter how strong you are, a mistake, and you'll end up in a vicious cycle where you'll lose everything. And in the end, you'll be devoured by someone else. That holds true for merchants even more. None of them are allies of each other. Besides," he grinned, "anyone that lives long would know and abide by this fact resolutely." "What's that?" Asiya asked. Inala laughed and began to bring the wooden chairs into their house. Never mess with the crazy. Chapter 154, Sumatra Chronicles Heroine. Zahara Kingdom. It was a human kingdom that had existed for more than 2 centuries, decently successful among human kingdoms. Established atop a mountain range, Zahara Kingdom was a hilly civilization that used the terrain's advantage to forge a future. They were rather successful at that. The mountain range was rich with resources, with some of them being powerful materials to forge human avatars. And despite the deaths they faced from the surrounding pranic beast invasions, the kingdom's population was at a steady incline. At this rate, as long as they continue developing for a few more centuries, they'll eventually evolve into an empire. They only had to make decently smart decisions and avoid any drastic setbacks to succeed. If they played their cards right, they'll survive well past a millennium, the criteria achieved by all major empires on Sumatra. Until now, they were on the right track. Until now, that is. The Zahara king exited his palace and slumped to his knees, trembling in terror alongside his ministers, the strongest of his kingdom. None of them had the confidence to resist, the sense of doom pervading their minds. "We worked so hard to reach this far." The Zahara king despaired. "Is today our last? Frustrating. I can't do anything, not against him." The king, the princes and princesses, the ministers, prominent people from the government, etc. More than 80% of the kingdom's peak power was currently concentrated at the palace grounds, with the cultivation of them all tethering on the latter half of the life stage. But despite that, they held no hope of being able to face the other party, a youth at the peak of the body stage. An infamous existence that was the most popular in Sumatra continent due to the sheer terror he caused in everyone. Pretty much every single human civilization had posters of his image circulating around. Tales were created, songs were sung of his power, and even plays were conducted to display his feats. The individual who had single-handedly resulted in the significant weakening of the strongest force in Sumatra and struck enough fear in them that they avoided him to this day. Mystic grade pranic beast, Empyrean Boar King. Visiting the Zahara kingdom was none other than Brangara, the Boar King. He might only be at the peak of the body stage, but he was a mystic grade pranic beast. The current strength he possessed was that of a mystic grade pranic beast that had reached maturity. It wasn't something a kingdom could face. Maybe an empire could resist the current him, as long as they prepared themselves to lose most of their strength in the process. The Zahara king prostrated on the ground, displaying no will to fight, knowing very well the consequences of doing so. He didn't even ask Brangara's purpose in visiting his kingdom, only hoping the latter would leave after satisfying whatever he wanted here. You don't need to fear. Brangara observed the humans and stated casually, 5,000 virgin women at the spirit stage and under 30 years in age. Bring them to me. Please give us a week. The Zahara king neither asked for the reason nor refused, simply asking for the time he needed to bring the numbers. We'll need to bring them from many faraway cities. 1 week. Brangara nodded upon understanding the Zahara king had quoted the shortest duration possible. That's fair. I'll wait here until then. Go, find the best women our kingdom has to offer. The Zahara king ordered his ministers. Even though the ministers were disappointed in their king, they had no other choice but to heed his orders. They understood the situation at play. Even if they wished, they couldn't do anything else. Of course, even though the king ordered them to bring out their best women, that wasn't what he implied. They wouldn't bring out the talented women who would become future pillars of their kingdom. The ministers began to think of ways to please the Boar king, intending to select only those within the criteria set by the Boar king who had more beauty than talent. You see, they'll be birthing my family. It seemed Brangara could guess their thoughts as he laid out a statement. Why you mean? The Zahara king felt his ears were playing a trick. He stared at Brangara with utmost fear and respect, asking again, You're not planning to consume them? Why would I ask you if I wanted to do that? Brangara snorted. I could simply swallow your entire kingdom and filter through the primary natures I wanted. These 5,000 women will be my wives and would work in birthing my descendants. They'll be pivotal in the creation of my wing clan. He concluded. He just finished speaking when prana burst out of the bodies of all the ministers, including the king, not in anger, but one of excitement. All humans instinctively considered tribesmen and clansmen as murky inferiors, irrespective of their strength, unwilling to become part of them. But becoming the clansman of the Boar king was completely different. The Ween clan will be the first clan in Sumatra that's related to a mystic-grade pranic beast. The Ween clansmen will be superior to even the likes of Mammoth clansmen and Cooter clansmen. Moreover, once this happens, it means the Zahara kingdom was fundamentally tied to the Boar king. Since all his wives would be from the Zahara kingdom, they'll have that relation through their daughters. That meant, in the likelihood of the Zahara kingdom facing a threat, they could request the Boar king's help. In the future, the Ween clan itself would support them. The entirety of Sumatra would know that the Ween clan was birthed from the Zahara kingdom. Therefore, no force, whether human or pranic beast, would dare target the Zahara kingdom. It didn't matter even if the Ween clan doesn't support them in the future. Just the fact that no other force would actively target them meant the Zahara kingdom could actively grow and quickly attain empire status. Besides, through this relationship, they could even mine the precious minerals at Varahan Enclave to forge stronger human avatars. Maybe that would be the key that allows the Zahara kingdom to birth a hero who eventually attains strength on par with a mystic-grade pranic beast, something only the Brimgon Empire had achieved to date. Everyone in the royal palace sped away frantically, intending to bring the best women from their own families. As long as their daughter becomes the official first wife of Brangara, their status would shoot up to an unprecedented level. Please look at her. The Zahara king was the first to arrive, in tow with his most cherished daughter. She's our kingdom's gem, the most talented in our history. She was born with 99 prana, an unprecedented existence. I have forced her to remain at the spirit stage, as I have yet to chance upon a mineral worthy enough for her human avatar to be built upon. Is that so? Brangara stared at the girl, becoming surprised a moment later. She's special. Yarsha Zahara, Sumatra Chronicles heroine. Chapter 155. Yarsha blackmails Brangara. Born in the same year as Risha, Yarsha Zahara would make an appearance during the third major disaster in Sumatra Chronicles. 2 years from now, the Zahara kingdom chances upon a mysterious mineral, unlike anything in one of the mountains in their territory. Yarsha Zahara forges her human avatar using it, attaining a terrifying level of strength. Her power wasn't geared in terms of fighting, but was strategic in nature, capable of refining the humans' avatars of others and on rare occasions, even mutating them. Yes, she was the first among humans to create a mutated human avatar, allowing the talented cultivators of her kingdom to possess two natures. That fact alone instantly caused the strength of their kingdom to shoot up exponentially, making them reach an empire level in a mere few decades. Unfortunately for them, their fortune became their curse. Zahara kingdom was situated 5,000 kilometers from Varahan Enclave. To date, the reason they stood strong was because they were too weak for the Boar king to notice them. But once their strength ballooned and they reached an empire's level, it caused waves throughout all pranic beast territories in the region. The Boar king felt it and arrived at the Zahara empire, reducing it to rubble. Yarsha Zahara was one of the few survivors. She, along with her royal guard that had survived, vacated the place. Hoping to exact vengeance against the Boar King, they roamed Sumatra continent, building up their strength in the process. Everyone in her royal guard had two natures and were in the life stage. They were powerhouses. Yarsha Zahara too became strong once she completed her secondary nature. During their travels, they were enveloped in the mess created by the third major disaster. That was when Yarsha meets Risha and eventually falls in love with him. Of course, Risha was already married by then, and his wife hates Yarsha to the core, even ending up stabbing him multiple times as a result. Due to the strength difference, Risha's wife fails to deal with Yarsha, whose talents are inferior only to Risha. In the end, unwilling to set aside her pride to become Risha's second wife, Yarsha makes her exit. She bears Risha's child, but nothing is revealed about that. Yarsha never appears after the third major disaster. Her duration of stay in Sumatra Chronicles amounted to less than 100 chapters. But her impact was so significant that all readers considered her the heroine of the story and not Risha's wife. And now, since history had changed a lot, the Boar King met Yarsha prematurely. But this time, it wasn't as enemies. "What's your name?" Brangara approached the 15-year-old girl and asked, sensing the purified waves of prana emanating from her. "Who is this girl? Even I've never seen such a human." A memory he wished to suppress at the depths of his consciousness surfaced, causing him to recall the time of torture at the hands of Andraka, the then Mammoth clan chief. Brangara recalled the figure of Ganala, an existence that stood at the pinnacle of Empyrean tusks. When Ganala was just born and remained in her human form, her presence matched what Brangara sensed from the girl before him. Yarsha Zahara, the girl introduced herself. Her eyes were bright. She was terrified of the Boar King, but unlike the others, her will to resist wasn't in the least affected. Had she possessed even an ounce of power, she would have fought the Boar King to the death. Courageous, possesses a strong will, and exudes the same level of dominance as Ganala. She's different from the rest. If Ganala could be considered the ruler of Empyrean tusks, then Yarsha Zahara was the ruler of free humans. Brangara stared at her and gently grabbed her hand. "Do you wish to reach the peak of cultivation?" "I do," Yarsha Zahara nodded without an ounce of hesitation. "But I will remain a free human. I won't become a clansman." "That's fine," Brangara laughed. "The first generation can't become clansmen. And you're too valuable to be wasted for something like that." He held her hand tighter and proclaimed, "Our child will be an Empyrean boar, and you'll remain a free human, the strongest the free humans have ever seen. Do you accept my proposal?" he asked. "You haven't given me any reason to refuse." Yarsha Zahara smiled. Her sole condition was to remain a free human, and Brangara accepted it without hesitation. It meant that her husband would be the Boar King without her losing any of what made her herself. There wasn't a better deal than that. Just as Brangara felt that things were going positively, Yarsha Zahara suddenly put forth a condition, causing the Zahara King to break out into cold sweat in fear. "What did you say?" Brangara felt like he hadn't heard her clearly, asking her to repeat herself. "The only woman you'll ever sleep with is me," Yarsha Zahara said, and pointed her index finger at her neck, causing prana to condense into a pointy sphere. Even without the respective nature, her control over prana was at such a level that she could exhibit the power of prana shock. What she proposed was simple. If the Boar King fails to accept her proposition, she'll commit suicide. "Do you think you have the means to blackmail me?" Brangara snorted. "Your entire kingdom is merely a speck of dust before me." "Mystic-grade pranic beast, the Empyrean Boar King," Yarsha Zahara calmly uttered. "Sumatra continent has never witnessed an existence stronger than you. Even among mystic-grade pranic beasts recorded in our history, you stand head and shoulders above them. But you're alone, the last of your kind." Her eyes calmly stared into Brangara's as she continued. "Your goal for arriving at my kingdom is to create clansmen similar to the Mammoth clan and the Cooter clan. Through your Ween clan, you'll result in the birth of Empyrean boars. Am I right until now?" "You are," Brangara said, his eyes cold. "That makes it simple, then." She caused the prana in her fingertips to transform into the image of an Empyrean boar, shocking Brangara. It was hard to control prana directly, hence why every single existence used it through either a skill or nature. The most one could control it directly was by infusing it in something, or making it flow in a direction. Yarsha here was able to manipulate her prana to condense it, knead and shape it, and even make it exhibit traces of abilities like the primary nature of shock lizards, prana shock. Making note of Brangara's expression, Yarsha commented, "You'll never find a human or pranic beast better than me. I'm pretty sure as a mystic-grade pranic beast, you'll be able to revive the Empyrean boar race." "But," she eyed the figures of the ministers entering the palace grounds with their daughters and scoffed, "Look at them and look at me. Whose children do you think will be the most talented?" Chapter 156. Welcome to the Varahan Enclave. However many descendants Brangara wanted would have to be achieved through Yarsha Zahara. That was her proposal. She claimed that her children would inherit her talent and would be levels superior to the children Brangara has with other women. Through the other women, Brangara would indeed be able to revive the Empyrean boar race. But that was the end of that. They would simply be Empyrean boars. If he tried it exclusively through Yarsha Zahara, then their descendants would be significantly more talented. Just her ability to control prana was almost on par with a nature. Therefore, her proposal was simple. Don't work on quantity, but instead on the quality of your descendants. If Brangara doesn't accept her proposal, she'll simply commit suicide. The situation was dangerous. If the Boar King was angered, he would decimate the Zahara kingdom. He had raised down plenty of regions until now. Zahara kingdom wouldn't be an exception. But despite that, Yarsha Zahara dared to blackmail him. The palace grounds were still as a formless pressure filled the region. The ministers that were arriving stopped in their tracks, unable to take a step forward due to the Boar King's presence. He was angry. This was the first time since he became the Boar King did someone dared blackmail him. But once he began to think about it, he liked Yarsha's logic. She's only claiming to birth stronger descendants. Of course, since I'm already reviving my race, it's in my best interests to make them as strong as possible. This will delay my plans, but it doesn't matter in the end. I have around 8,000 years left to live. Being delayed by a couple of decades is nothing in the grand scheme of things. He concluded, if he were to have 10 children with Yarsha, and every child was to produce 10 children each, then by the 4th generation, they'd be 1,000 strong. Brangara was originally confident in turning the 4th generation into his clansmen. But maybe Yarsha's addition to the equation will hasten the process. The result will be superior. Along that line of thought, he suddenly had an epiphany, asking her, "You were born with 99 prana, right?" "Yes," Yarsha nodded. "How long did it take you to reach 100 prana?" He asked next. "Around a month, I think." Yarsha thought and stared at her father to inquire about the accurate details. "You took 17 days, the Zahara King stated. "That means in a mere 17 days, you reached the peak of the spirit stage and remained at that level for the past 15 years. He said and stared at the Zahara King. "You haven't found a worthy material for her human avatar?" "Yes," the Zahara King said and transformed his hand magenta. "This is reactive jade, the material the Zahara Kingdom royalty uses to forge our human avatars. It's the most powerful mineral in this region." Reactive jade had the property to react to every single ability, either to assist them or counter them. Using this, the cultivator could entirely amplify a nature or counter it, weakening it to the limit. The most advantageous of this ability was that it could stack. Hence, when the Zahara Kingdom royalty activates their human avatars in unison, they could practically render the natures of a horde of pranic beasts ineffective. Moreover, the material was tough and heavy enough to be a force of its own. Hence, the human avatars forged using it were strong enough to fight against pranic beasts physically. In Mammoth Clan terms, reactive jade was equivalent to an advanced silver grade pranic beast. It wasn't even the peak of the silver grade. In the eyes of the Boar King, it was too weak, especially to be used for someone as talented as Yarsha Zahara. "You did well in not using such a trashy mineral to forge her human avatar." "I commend your insight," Brangara commented. "Thank you for your praise." The Zahara King bowed in response. The Boar King then lifted Yarsha Zahara and announced, "From today onwards, Yarsha Zahara is the Boar King's wife. She will remain my sole woman." At his proclamation, Yarsha smiled and coiled her hands around his neck. "I thought your pride would feel wounded by what I spoke. What made you accept it?" "Your confidence," Brangara grinned. "The Boar King's wife needs to be that confident and have the means to back it up. You have what it takes to be my partner. Empyrean boars have a polygynous nature, but that's because of the influence brought by the yoked WRMS they have swallowed. That generation was pitifully eradicated." He said, "Hence, it's best to change things up in this generation. Empyrean boars will have a monogamous relationship from now onwards. One partner for life." He proclaimed, "I'll etch this in the genetics of our progeny." The previous generation of Empyrean boars was a failure among gold-grade pranic beasts. Therefore, Brangara intended to change things at a fundamental level for the next generation. It was best to go all out right from the start. "We'll return here once our kids reach maturity and start desiring a partner." Brangara stared at the Zahara King and the ministers. "Work hard in training worthy successors. From today onwards, the Zahara Kingdom falls under the Boar King's protection." Saying so, the Boar King leaped away with Yarsha in tow, leaving the Zahara Kingdom. Once he arrived at the kingdom's entrance, he activated a rocketress ability to erect a rock pillar. Astral chart, rocky intimidation. This was the rocketress' primary nature, capable of unleashing mental pressure on targets designated as enemies. Anyone approaching the pillars of rocks created using this ability will feel their thoughts, abilities, and prana suppressed. The Rocketress' rocky intimidation was already potently powerful, but when activated using the Boar King's prana, it was on a whole other level. The Boar King didn't erect a layer of wall around the kingdom like the Rocketress had done at the Rooster Tribe settlement. That wasn't necessary. The rocky pillar he erected only unleashed a mild presence of himself. That was enough. Any force that dares target the Zahara kingdom following this would make an enemy of him, the Boar King. They should be prepared to be annihilated in return. The rocky pillar only existed to remind them of that, which was more than enough of a deterrent. Unlike when he chased after Inala, during the time he set the trap using the baby Ganala puppet, for 4 days straight at his top speed, Brengara strolled casually this time, conversing with Yarsha to better know about her. As they conversed, he actually began to like her confidence more and more, feeling more reassured by this decision. A week's leisure stroll later, they arrived at the Varahan enclave. Pointing at the forest patch filled with petrified geese, Brengara introduced himself. "My name's Brengara. And this," he stared at the creatures acting like sculptures to avoid his gaze, "is my home. Welcome to the Varahan enclave." Chapter 157, The Ween Clan. Brengara plucked a ripe fruit from a tree and gave it to Yarsha. She bit into it, relishing the taste. Her eyes lit up as she announced, "What the heck is this fruit? Why is it so tasty? Moreover," she exclaimed, "it's faint, but there's prana in it." "That's thanks to the yoked WIRMS," Brengara explained. "Their existence enriches the Varahan enclave. As long as their population is kept in control, they are a resourceful asset. They are why the Varahan enclave was rich enough to accommodate gold-grade pranic beasts in the past." "Amazing!" Yarsha was amazed. Seeing her response caused Brengara to feel pride for some reason. He then brought her to other scenic locations throughout Varahan enclave, treating her to a variety of forest produce. "How is it?" he asked at the end of a month-long tour. "This place is great, right?" "I like it." Yarsha nodded and slapped him lightly. "I knew you were a fun guy, despite your infamy." "Of course I am," Brengara boasted. "I just never had a reason to be that person before this." As they continued to walk, Yarsha arrived at a stop atop a plateau, overlooking a marsh. The water here was clearer than in the other regions, while the trees growing were larger too, causing the air to be fresh and dense with vitality. She liked the place immediately. Brengara had been observing her expressions all along, and upon seeing that she liked the place, he stepped forward and used the Rocketress ability to erect an intricately carved fortress. The rocky walls morphed in color to blend in with the environment. Brengara activated a bunch of the yoked WRM's primary nature and refined the mineral deposit of the region, infusing his prana to aid the growth of the tree roots, causing them to cover half the walls. In a matter of minutes, the fortress looked as if it was a natural formation of the region, a product of nature. Yarsha had been observing everything, but even then she couldn't make sense of things, asking in disbelief, "Is there anything you couldn't do?" "With a bit of preparation, there's nothing I cannot do." Brengara flexed. "There's a reason I'm a mystic-grade pranic beast." "By the way," he grunted and spat out a tiny gem, turquoise in color, shaped like a pebble, sporting patterns of gold in the shape of lightning. He cleaned it a bit and gave it to Yarsha. "What do you think of this?" "This is?" Yarsha stared at the tiny gem and fell into a daze, only breaking out of it a few hours later, stunned to the extreme. What is this mineral?" "It's called Sumatra gold," Brengara explained. "It's by far the most valuable mineral in Sumatra, hence named after the continent." "Sumatra gold? This is Sumatra gold?" After a moment of reverie, Yarsha shouted in a fluster, "This is real? That legendary Sumatra gold exists? Is it really that big of a deal?" Brengara scratched his ear. "Of course." Yarsha grabbed Brengara by the shoulder. "This is the legendary mineral every human cultivator desires to get their hands upon. Legends state that a human cultivator from the Brimgon Empire managed to figure out a way to integrate Sumatra gold into his human avatar. Even though it was a tiny sum, it allowed him to become the strongest human cultivator to date, possessing power surpassing a mystic-grade pranic beast. "This is that valuable, huh?" Brengara nodded, making a funny expression, unable to figure out whether to laugh or cry. "Why are you making that face?" Yarsha seemed angry. "Are you mocking Sumatra gold? Do you know how it forms?" Brengara asked. "I don't." Yarsha shook her head like it was obvious. "If I knew, I would have found it by now. Sumatra gold is a tumor that grows in a mystic-grade pranic beast spirit container." Brengara said, "I don't know the cause or reason, but it steadily accumulates in our spirit containers. When its size reaches a certain point, it causes us pain. So, we generally extract them." "It's a tumor?" Yarsha stared at the Sumatra gold in a daze. The mystic tentacles tried to research upon Sumatra gold generation after generation, but they failed to find an answer. Brangara continued, "They are as mysterious as Paruta trees." He then asked, "Are you able to build your human avatar using it? As a mineral, it qualifies. This is the best there exists. But," Yarsha sighed, "I need to devise a suitable cultivation technique first. I need to find a mineral that's compatible with Sumatra gold and derive a cultivation technique that merges them seamlessly. Only then can I start building my human avatar." "Why do you need to integrate it with another mineral?" Brangara frowned. "Isn't it better to primarily fuse with the best mineral?" "Well, that's obvious." Yarsha nodded. "But where will I find that much Sumatra gold? It's impossible to get enough for a single human avatar, not to mention the rest I'll have to build at the life stage." "You needn't worry about that." Saying so, Brangara took out a small bag filled with Sumatra gold. "This is my stash alone. Give me some time, and I'll find the stash of the mystic tentacles. They have been becoming mystic-grade pranic beasts for hundreds of generations. They all must have stashed Sumatra gold somewhere." He said, "Sumatra gold is useless for pranic beasts anyway, so they'll remain untouched to date. Give me some time, and I'll bring you as much as you need to reach the peak of cultivation." "Wow, you're the best." Yarsha cheered. "I'll start creating a suitable cultivation technique then. Here, take this. They'll serve as a valuable reference for you." Saying so, Brangara took out 2 slabs of granite and infused a cultivation technique in each. This granite slab was the bone slip equivalent of the Zahara kingdom. Brangara had obviously been there before and had learnt their cultivation techniques too. Holding the 2 granite slabs, Yarsha frowned upon seeing the level of detail present in the cultivation techniques within. "What the heck are these? Are you telling me such an intricate cultivation technique exists?" "Of course, they are mystic-grade cultivation techniques, after all." Brangara nodded. "They are the 2 pinnacle cultivation techniques of Sumatra. The Mammoth clan's mystic bone art, the Kudur clan's mystic mist art. Both were the highest grade of cultivation arts that could exist. Brangara had stolen them both after devouring a bunch of Empyrean tusks and Empyrean snappers. And now he gave them to Yarsha. Using these 2 as the base, you can create a mystic-grade cultivation technique suitable for yourself. Our children too will learn it. I'll help you perfect it using my vast knowledge." He concluded. It was the start of the rise of the 3rd power in Sumatra continent, following the Kudur clan and Mammoth clan. The Ween clan. Chapter 158, Transcendent Eater. At the same time when the Ween clan was established, the herd of 104 Empyrean tusks exited the Dieng Canyon, proceeding about in their new route. In Sumatra Chronicles, the focus was only on the smaller herd of 43 Empyrean tusks. But now, after the merger, they reached the 3 digits. The moment they did so, the herd began to unleash a formless pressure onto its surroundings, causing any approaching pranic beasts to weaken in response. While the herd left the Dieng Canyon, a figure jumped from the head of the first Empyrean tusk, carrying a boy in his arms. Mammoth clan chief, Raha. In his hold was Blola. Raha landed on the mountain, at the Dieng Canyon's edge. His arrival caused the Zingers there to flee in fear, for they were merely Zinger scouts, the weakest of their kind even among scouts. On the empty mountain peak, Raha threw Blola and observed the latter. "Have you stabilized completely?" "Yes." Blola closed his eyes and sensed his spirit container. "I have just finished comprehending my powers. I'm fully in control now." "What is it called?" Raha asked next. "What is its grade?" "Gold grade," Blola said, "but that's simply after it assimilated into me. In truth, it's a far scarier existence. Beginner gold grade pranic beast, transcendent eater." This wasn't a creature that was supposed to exist in Sumatra continent. Rather, it was an existence feared by the transcendents in the worlds hovering high up in the sky. A transcendent eater devoured even transcendence, a terrifying existence unlike others, hence its name. It isn't a native creature. Rather, it came from the cosmos, and one of the transcendent worlds assimilated it into itself, resulting in the birth of the transcendent eater. Blola explained, "When a Paruta tree remains untouched for 1,000,000 years, it creates a Paruta seed. It would then germinate into the Paruta tree king. If even that is left untouched for 1,000,000 years, it evolves once again. But this time, it's able to move and hunt around, becoming the transcendent eater." Blola said, "Had a transcendent eater appeared in Sumatra continent, all life would have been devoured overnight. It's that powerful since even transcendents flee on sight." "You mean to say you fused with such an entity?" Raha felt it hard to believe. "Is that even possible?" "I'm not an actual transcendent eater." Blola shook his head. "Mine has regressed to a pranic beast version. Therefore, it's well within the power norms of Sumatra continent. Its current power is only equal to a beginner gold grade pranic beast." All right, show it to me, Raha said and stepped back a little. What exactly is a transcendent eater's power? Primary nature, memory revival. A transcendent eater was able to revive all the transcendence it had consumed. And once revived, these transcendents became its servants, following its will. That was why a transcendent eater was feared. After all, the longer it lived and consumed, the stronger it became, capable of growing virtually without limits. There have been transcendent worlds that were fully taken over by a transcendent eater. The gold-grade pranic beast version Blola was a watered-down nerfed version of a transcendent eater. It could only revive 2 people, and the revival slot was his natures. Since his secondary and tertiary natures were empty, he could revive 2 cultivators. Moreover, unlike the other Mammoth clan cultivators at the body stage that needed to consume Empyrean tusk bone powder to build their bodies, Blola's was automatic. Once Raha backed away, Blola activated his transformation. In response, all the prana in his spirit container was consumed, causing tiny tendrils to jet out of his feet and dig into the ground. These tendrils resembled his hair at the start. They behaved like roots and began to voraciously suck in the soil's nutrients, thickening up in response. Just as how a tree grew from a sapling stage, Blola's body began to transform, slowly but surely. Raha patiently waited in response. The Empyrean tusk herd had already vanished from the horizon, proceeding in its route. He commanded them to not stop, for that would cause problems with their resource accumulation. Now that the herd had crossed 100 in number, no region could single-handedly facilitate their need for resources. If they remained in one place for more than a month, they would suck up the region dry. Hence, it was mandatory to keep moving. It was why Raha made them leave while he stayed behind with Blola. He had already reached the peak of cultivation. Hence, he had no need for resources other than food. His 10-story storage lantern had more than enough food for his consumption. With his strength, he had nothing to worry about. Even alone, he could destroy a kingdom casually, being one of the strongest cultivators at Sumatra continent presently. Besides, he kept Blola's changes a secret, hence why they were alone. As days passed in such a fashion, Raha kept note of Blola's growth. 2 months later, Blola's body finished growing. A tree reaching 20 meters in height, sporting a dozen flowers shaped like a pitcher plant's pitcher. Its insides were jagged while vines akin to tentacles squirmed around inside, behaving as tongues. Paruta fruits began to grow on its branches, gradually ripening. They were dense, with each fruit capable of granting a unit of prana. The roots behaved like the legs of a millipede, too numerous to count, squirming incessantly while they dug into the ground and consumed the soil. Blola, Raha uttered once he judged Blola's growth was complete. How's your cultivation? Chief, I'm at the peak of the body stage, Blola said, though it seems I cannot build a second body for some reason. I can't figure out the reason, but I feel it's something related to the mind. Raha stretched his hand and tugged casually, causing a zinger from far away to fly into his grasp. He threw it before Blola. Consume it and revive it. Let's experiment and see how effective your ability is. I'm afraid I cannot, Chief. Blola apologized. Currently, I can consume 2 beings and fill their data in the slots of my secondary and tertiary natures. But somehow, these 2 slots are already filled. Filled with who? Raha asked, feeling mildly irritated. Oraka and Yenda, Blola said, 2 of the 7 death row students from the previous 44th settlement. Seeing Raha's confusion, Blola stated, sighing in response, I can now understand why this happened, Chief. The one that caused this is Renduldu. Renduldu? Raha's eyes widened in surprise. You mean the previous mystic tentacle and our clan's staunch ally, that Renduldu? Yes, Blola nodded. He was behind everything. This is his last show of support to our clan. The Transcendent Eater's power is his final contingency measure against the Boar King. Chapter 159 Araka returns. The reason no life could exist on Inudu plains was thanks to the actions of the mystic tentacles. It was unknown for how long they existed. Some clues state that they have been there since the birth of Sumatra continent. And since the start, they had unlocked the path to mystic grade. Every era on Sumatra continent birthed a mystic tentacle. After a few eras, the then mystic tentacle intended to create a new power for its race. In research towards that, it turned towards the power of a paruta tree. Even though it was rare, once a cultivator reached the peak of cultivation, they could communicate with their ancestors in the transcendent world. Through it, the mystic tentacles of every era were able to know what was happening in the transcendent world. Upon understanding the problems that their race had been facing in the transcendent world, one fine mystic tentacle researched the paruta tree, knowing very well they were dregs produced from a transcendent eater. Therefore, the mystic tentacle created the Inudu plains and caused a paruta tree to grow in the region, situated at the end of a long tunnel-like cave. The goal was to birth a transcendent eater on Sumatra continent and steal its power, thereby creating a new race of mystic tentacles that possessed the abilities of a transcendent eater. Of course, it wasn't a feat that could be completed within its lifespan. Even though mystic-grade pranic beasts have a long lifespan, that was only 10,000 years. For a Paruta tree to create a Paruta seed, it needed 1,000,000 years. Therefore, the task was taken up by generation after generation of mystic tentacles. All Paruta trees had an owner. It was because both humans and pranic beasts were able to instinctively sense a lone Paruta tree. That was why the mystic tentacles went through great pains to refine the Anudu Plains era after era to ensure no life was supported on it. They used the gray sand from the sandy gray void to further terraform the region. Things proceeded as planned. The power of a mystic tentacle allowed it to perceive the truth of nature. Hence, any plans they create would withstand the test of time. Finally, it was Rendalda's turn. Upon observing the wilting Paruta tree, he determined it would complete the process only 2 millennia after his ascension. Therefore, their plan would have to be completed by his successor. Unfortunately, when Rendalda used his ability to glean details about when his successor would appear, he drew a blank. That meant the next era didn't belong to the mystic tentacles but some other race. It was only for an era, though, as Rendaldu could perceive the reappearance of mystic tentacles after that one era. But that missing era was the most important among them all, for it was when the Paruta seed would appear. The appearance of the Paruta seed meant half the process was done. But it was futile if there wasn't a mystic tentacle to oversee it. If another mystic-grade pranic beast were to appear, it would eventually sense the Paruta seed's presence. There was a stronger possibility of it consuming the Paruta seed to further its own ambitions. Rendalda took a gamble upon seeing Ganala. He felt the Paruta seed would be helpful for her and eventually assist his race's goals. Hence, he made preparations accordingly. Once he left for the transcendent world and returned after 2 millennia, Rendaldu observed the Paruta seed. When he brought the souls of the 6 reincarnates to Earth, he coded their data in the Paruta seed, knowing through Risha's memories that he would consume the Paruta seed in the future. Since he planned to make the 6 reincarnates know the existence of the Paruta seed through Sumatra chronicles, he knew with assurance that one of them would consume the seed. Hence, he used his power to ensure the Paruta seed would hatch prematurely once consumed by either Risha or one of the reincarnates. Had it hatched after another 1,000,000 years, it would be a proper transcendent eater that was capable of devouring transcendence without limits. But since the Paruta seed hatched prematurely, it only became a pranic beast equivalent. Blola's spirit container was that of an Empyrean tusk, a gold-grade pranic beast. After consuming it, the transcendent eater evolved into a gold-grade pranic beast variant. And based on the order of their deaths, the reincarnates took up the slots, since their information was already coded into the transcendent eater. In Blola's secondary nature was Oraka, the first death among the reincarnates. In the tertiary nature was Yenda. Thankfully, only 2 of them had died. Had a third one died, there would have been no way to revive him, since Blola only had 2 slots. The way memory revival worked was through some mysterious cause and effect that Blola couldn't make sense of. But the individual he revives would possess the same strength he had moments before death. It was basically a checkpoint for Risha and the reincarnates. As long as Blola was alive, 2 of them could revive without issues and constantly target the Boar King. Incessant waves would eventually topple the tallest of mountains. That was Rendalda's actual scheme to ensure the Mammoth clan had a future. Blola didn't know all these details. All he was aware of was the fact that Rendaldu was the reason Oraka and Yenda occupied his 2 revival slots. He then focused on them, appearing in a void to stare at 2 fruits. The size of the fruits would vary depending on the individual's potential and accumulation, also a direct representation of their path. What the hell? Why is the size different so much? Blola was stunned as he stared at the 2 fruits before him. The fruit representing Yenda was human size, but the fruit representing Oraka was 10 times bigger. He couldn't understand the reason, only knowing that Araka's potential for greatness vastly outclassed Yenda. He then relayed the thoughts to Raha, asking who to revive first. Chief, it'll take some time to revive them. Start with Oraka, Raha said. All right. Blola focused on the fruit representing Oraka in his mind space. In reality, a fruit began to grow from one of the transcendent eater branches, gradually growing in size. 20 days later, the fruit fell on the ground and hatched like an egg, revealing a naked Oraka in the same pose as a human baby in its mother's womb. Gaka! Oraka coughed violently as he grabbed his jaw, confused upon realizing that it was intact. He then observed his limbs, seeing that they were attached. I'm not dead? Was that a dream? He muttered before a piece of information surfaced in his mind, fed to him by the transcendent eater moments before he hatched. I died to the mud vipers, huh? He glanced at the carnivorous tree beside him, inhaled a deep breath, and bellowed in anger. Riasha, you damn Badar! His overexertion shattered his ribs. As one of them pierced his heart, Oraka coughed out blood and collapsed to the ground, dead. Chapter 160 Raha Investigates. Huff puff! Oraka gasped for breath after he was revived a second time. He stared at the figure of Raha standing before him and bowed in response. I greet the Mammoth clan chief. You know me? It was Raha's turn to be surprised. I don't think we encountered each other before. Yes, that's true. Oraka subtly eyed the carnivorous tree beside him and motioned to talk farther away. As the carnivorous tree was in the process of developing a second fruit, Blola couldn't hear their exchange. Raha brought Oraka far away and erected an energy barrier around them, preventing details of their conversation from leaking out. He then stared at Oraka and motioned for the latter to speak. Tell me what you know. Blola's transcendent eater isn't entirely on our side. Oraka said, while I was being revived, I could access the information stored in the transcendent eater. The mystic tentacle, Rendulda, couldn't entirely erase the transcendent eater's will. Therefore, the longer Blola remains transformed, the greater its growth. Eventually, it'll erase his mind and take over his body. Where's the proof of your claim? Raha asked. Please allow me to revive a couple dozen times. Oraka said. By then, you'll be able to observe changes in Blola's mentality. All right, go ahead. Saying so, Raha extended his hand and pointed at Oraka, vaporizing the latter instantly. He then approached the gold-grade transcendent eater and spoke. Continue reviving Oraka. All right. A reply came once the fruit belonging to Yenda finished forming. Soon it hatched, revealing a confused Yenda. I failed, Yenda muttered, disappointed. Why did I even think otherwise? Are you Yenda? Raha stared at the latter, observing him with a hint of disappointment. I felt interested in Oraka's presence. He's strong by mind to the extent I want to see what he's up to. But this Yenda guy is lackluster. During the merger, Raha noticed a few things. First of all, was the Boar King's declaration towards Risha. Second, were the strange existences that resembled an Empyrean tusk more than a Mammoth clansman, despite being a clansman themselves. The point of note here was the 7 death row students from Ganala's settlement. Having reached the pinnacle of cultivation as a Mammoth clansman, and having accessed the final segment of the mystic bone art, belonging to the transcendent stage, Raha was capable of conversing with all Empyrean tusks. Hence, when he discussed with them, he realized that the herd of 44 Empyrean tusks was single-handedly created by Ganala. That seemed impossible. An Empyrean tusk, throughout its life, was at most capable of giving birth twice. And this was only for the strongest among Empyrean tusks. The weaker ones could only succeed once. But Ganala gave birth to 43 Empyrean tusks. Even though he wished to claim that it was a lie, the truth lay before him. Empyrean tusks never lied. And since they all claimed the same story, he had no other choice but to believe it, concluding that Ganala was different from the rest. And she was explicitly showing support to 7 of her children, those with the fragment disease. Upon knowing that, Raha became curious and began observing them. It was then he saw the figure of Virala stealthily walking deeper into the Dieng Canyon, while Risha followed him from behind. Just as he was curious about what they intended to do, he was surprised to see Risha trying to kill Virala. I can't have that. Since he had yet to figure out the truth, he stopped Risha. Originally, had any other Mammoth clansman done the same, he would have punished them severely. But his curiosity took priority here, especially since the presence he felt from Risha and Virala was unlike anything he ever witnessed. Risha exerted the presence of an Empyrean tusk more than the Empyrean tusks. Similarly, Virala exerted the presence of a Mammoth clansman more than all the Mammoth clansmen. Greha had the capability of nurturing an Empyrean tusk baby, raising the success rate close to the maximum. This meant that any Mammoth clansman with the fragment disease could birth an Empyrean tusk successfully. With his presence around, the success rate was 100%. Raha didn't know much about Inala. However, the previous incident he observed caused him to have a stronger opinion of Inala. Right as the merger started, baby Ganala's voice resounded amidst the herd, alerting all Empyrean tusks. But the distance was too far to reach in a short time. Despite that, they wished to move. After all, the herd was now strong enough to protect their newborn. But as they took action, they noticed the Boar King racing towards the source first. Even if they wished to stop him, they couldn't, due to the vast distance between the two, and the Boar King's speed was superior to them. From time to time, they heard baby Ganala's voice, one of pain. But suddenly, for days later, they realized what was up once the Boar King arrived before the voice. The voice was a fake. The Empyrean tusks were smarter than a human. They quickly figured out that Inala had set a trap for the Boar King, and the latter had fallen prey to it. It was the first time one of them played the boar king like that, causing the Empyrean Tusk herd to break into a fit of laughter. Of course, the frequency of the sound produced by their laughter couldn't be felt by the Mammoth clan. Only Raha could hear it, understanding that Inala too was something worth keeping an eye on. It made him curious about the rest of the death row students. Moreover, at his level, he could see through all Mammoth clansmen. If he wanted, he could access all information in their bodies as he did through a bone slip, for that was what a cultivator that had mastered the mystic bone art could do. It was also why Andraka was able to extract all information out of Brengara back in the day, because Brengara was using the mystic bone art. When Blola approached Raha in terror, even though he didn't exhibit it, Raha was fuming, because he clearly sensed the presence of an Empyrean Tusk in Blola, not similar to the one he felt from Risha and Varala, but one gained from killing an Empyrean Tusk. Blola gained the power of an Empyrean Tusk by killing it, and that Empyrean Tusk was the baby that was stolen from his herd. But he had to control his anger, for none of the Empyrean Tusks did anything, even though they all could feel it too. It was why Raha controlled himself and took on the task of observing Blola, and in response, Oraka and Yenda too, now that they had been revived. I haven't felt Inala's presence, so I cannot judge him. But from what I sensed, Oraka has the second strongest presence right after Risha. He then stared at the carnivorous tree and the saddened figure of Yenda near it, and these two have the weakest presence. They seem barely special, and only thanks to whatever Ganala had done. As he thought, his expression subtly turned cold as he stared at the carnivorous tree. But no matter what, killing an Empyrean Tusk signs your death sentence. I'll be watching you, Blola. You become even the slightest bit useless to the clan, and I'll be the first to dispose you. Chapter 161 Iron Empyrean Tentacles Power. What do you wish to do, Yenda? Oraka asked once he was revived for the third time. I don't know, Yenda said, drooping in sadness. Whatever I planned for has failed. Now I'm simply Blola's slave. I have no future. I see. Muttering as such, Oraka walked away. Arriving behind a large boulder, he watched an energy barrier erect around themselves and spoke. Chief, as long as his body absorbs enough blood of an Empyrean Tusk, he'll become one too. Does that apply to everyone with the fragment disease? Raha asked. No. Oraka shook his head. Based on what I absorbed this time, it seems only us 7 are eligible for that. All right, go find out more. Saying so, Raha vaporized Oraka. Coded within the Transcendent Eater was information about all 7 death row students. And this information was being updated in real time through Rendalda's power infused within it. Blola's spirit container was the baby Empyrean Tusk he had killed and absorbed the heart of. The Transcendent Eater had used that as its pot to take root and grow within, gradually filling up the container. Therefore, present within the container was the essence of both an Empyrean Tusk and Transcendent Eater. While Oraka's body was being constructed, his fragment disease harnessed the Empyrean Tusk essence naturally. And while it flowed into his body, it also tugged part of the Transcendent Eater essence into him. Present in the Transcendent Eater essence was the coded data. As Oraka absorbed it, he gained information gathered by Risha and the reincarnates. Yenda couldn't do so since his fragment disease was at its weakest. He had given birth to a baby Empyrean Tusk after all. Therefore, the path Ganala established in him had already been transferred to baby Harala. As a result, Yenda caused no reaction in the Empyrean Tusk essence. Originally, Yenda's situation was supposed to be the case for everyone. Despite the danger involved, all reincarnates knew better to survive and accumulate strength strategically. Even if they died, it would only be after they had attained the body stage at the very least. By then, they all would have a child or two, and the paths in them would have moved into their children. Even Rendaldu assumed that to be the case. But as a regressor, Risha's actions could no longer be predicted. And when he killed Oraka, things went out of plan right then and there. And now, Oraka was at the spirit stage. His fragment disease was at its full power, not to mention the path in him being the second strongest among the 7. As a result, his presence instinctively called forth the Empyrean Tusk essence within the Transcendent Eater. Most of all, he died on the first day, the day when the souls of all reincarnates had surfaced as a result of Rendalda's power. Therefore, when he was being revived, Oraka's body was being built in the same state as his death. That state also included Rendalda's power, which affected him at the time. As a result, every time he revived, Oraka absorbed the essence of the powers dominant in the Transcendent Eater, Empyrean Tusk, Rendaldu, and Transcendent Eater. Upon activating his mystic bone art, the absorbed essences fused into his body, gradually causing his prana levels to increase. By his 20th revival, Oraka reached the peak of the spirit stage and fused his 100 spirit containers into a singular whole. Raha killed him right after. The Transcendent Eater began to revive him immediately. This time, he was being built at a cultivation level that had just entered the body stage, but with an empty spirit container. To truly enter the body stage, he would have to fuse with a pranic beast egg. Oraka wished to experiment and see if it was possible. After all, Risha gained the cure in that state within Ganala's heart by absorbing her essence non-stop. Even without fusing with a pranic beast egg, he gained an Empyrean tusk's power. A baby was birthed in a woman. It was a result of the condensation of genetics, life force, and resources. For a pranic beast or cultivator, prana too was condensed in the womb. When Risha was absorbing Ganala's essence, his empty spirit container acted as that womb. Eventually, as enough of her life force, prana, genetics, and resources condensed in it, a life was formed. And this life fused directly with the spirit container it formed within. Oraka was attempting the same this time. And he planned to die and revive until a life begins to grow in his empty spirit container and end up fusing with it. That was the smartest way to obtain a strong power. After all, within the Transcendent Eater were the powers of an Empyrean tusk, a mystic Empyrean tentacle, and a Transcendent Eater, gold grade, mystic grade, and transcendence respectively. Blola was too stupid to even understand the wealth in his possession, and neither did he have the means to take advantage of it. Hence, through Raha, Oraka took them upon himself, treating Blola simply as his revival device. Technically, Oraka couldn't harm Blola. Just because of this one reason, Blola didn't care about whatever Oraka did, blindly listening to whatever Raha ordered him to do. When he revived the 21st time, Oraka smiled, having obtained a nature. By remaining in an extreme situation, doing nothing but die, absorbing information while being revived, and reviving in a loop, for more than a year, Oraka finally obtained a nature. Secondary nature, daily checkpoint. It took him 20 days to revive, and it was currently his 21st revival. Therefore, he had spent more than enough duration in the same situation to end up obtaining a nature. Daily checkpoint was the Iron Empyrean Tentacle's primary nature. The power currently was in the Boar King's possession. Rendaldu was originally an Iron Empyrean Tentacle before he evolved into a Mystic Empyrean Tentacle. Therefore, by absorbing enough of his essence, Oraka had obtained this power. But there was one absolute law to be noted here. In Sumatra continent, the Empyrean Tentacle was its blessed race, and the powers of the Empyrean Tentacle could only exist as a single copy. Raha had fused with a gold Empyrean Tentacle, gaining its power of thought condensation. Yahard Tusk fused with a silver Empyrean Tentacle, gaining its power of prana solidification. And finally, to prevent the arrival of a mystic Empyrean Tentacle, the Boar King swallowed an Iron Empyrean Tentacle soon after becoming the Boar King. Rather, it was his first priority, hence preventing the birth of his strongest competitor. As long as he held on to its power, an Iron Empyrean Tentacle wouldn't be born on Sumatra. As a result, a mystic Empyrean Tentacle will never appear. But now that Oraka gained the Iron Empyrean Tentacle's power, there was a clash. In Sumatra's rules, there could only be one of it. As a result, when the rules took effect, they observed the source through which Oraka and the Boar King gained the power. The Boar King devoured an Iron Empyrean Tentacle, while Oraka gained it from Rendalda's essence. Since a transcendent was involved, Sumatra continent's cause and effect contacted Rendaldu in a transcendent world, since he was part of its blessed race. An instant later, the Boar King's howls echoed throughout Varahan Enclave as he lost the Iron Empyrean Tentacle's power. Chapter 162 Compound Human Avatar. What just happened? The Boar King was in a state of fluster upon seeing the Iron Empyrean Tentacle's nature disappear from his astral chart. Is it about to revive? Did something happen? Yarsha Zahara asked in concern. I lost the Iron Empyrean Tentacle's power. The Boar King explained the details. I was saving it to prevent the Mystic Empyrean Tentacle's birth. But somehow, it disappeared from my astral chart. While the concerned duo were butting heads about the cause, Oraka was jubilant. It's a success. Daily checkpoint was a power that had an effect for a day. Oraka could select a location and place a checkpoint there. After that, as long as he's killed within the next 24 hours, he would revive at the checkpoint. And while reviving, he could pick any state of being he was at during the 24 hours to revive. Maybe if he consumed a valuable elixir, he could kill himself while fleeing and revive in a state of being where he had just consumed the elixir. Even though the effects lasted only for 24 hours, it was a valuable ability. Moreover, once the duration ends, Oraka could activate it once again. It was also this ability that Rendalda fused with prana solidification and thought condensation to derive his future sight ability upon becoming a mystic Empyrean Tentacle. Oraka approached the location behind the boulder and spoke to Raha. Chief, I obtained the Iron Empyrean Tentacle's power as my secondary nature. You did? Raha's eyes lit up before he roared in laughter. That's great. It's worth the time spent here. He knew about Sumatra continent's bias towards the Empyrean tentacles. The fact that Araka obtained the Iron Empyrean tentacles' power meant the Boar King lost it. This also meant that currently, the Mammoth clan held all three powers of the Empyrean tentacle race. As long as we take caution, we can pass on the powers of the Empyrean tentacle through the Mammoth clan generation after generation. Raha thought. He didn't just blindly believe it to be the case. Rather, the Mammoth clan possessed records left behind by Renduldu detailing the workings of the Empyrean tentacle race. Through it, Raha could take measures to ensure the Mammoth clan would possess the powers of all three Empyrean tentacles. And if the need arises, they could work on the birth of a mystic tentacle. The initiative lay with them from henceforth. He patted Araka on the shoulder and disintegrated him. Continue whatever you're doing. While Araka continued to die and revive, Yenda was sent to the Inudu Plains to live on a diet of spirit moss alone. He was accompanied by a team of talented Mammoth clansmen, all of whom were evaluated to have enough potential to become masters in the future. The goal of them all was to gain the secondary nature of spirit moss cultivator. Since Raha knew the value of that nature, he had no plans to leave it be. Hence, he had already set things in motion. Besides that, a panel had been established to research the environmental conditions in various regions along their route that could nurture a nature in them, planning to use them to strengthen the Mammoth clan by a whole other level. Yenda was simply made to accompany the team already en route to Inudu Plains. Besides, if the team were to encounter any mishaps, Blola could revive Yenda. They'll be able to figure out the cause through him then. Yes, that was Yenda's purpose. Since he lost his value, Raha planned to use Yenda as a tester, the first one to be sacrificed to figure out the danger level of any place. In his 45th revival, Araka sat cross-legged on the ground as he felt the changes in his body. Slowly, his eyes shot open as he smiled. He had officially entered the body stage. Tertiary nature, Mystic Eater. Primary nature, Human Avatar. Mystic Eater was a derivative of a transcendent eater, limited to devouring resources, specifically the minerals necessary to build a human avatar. Mystic Eater wasn't just limited to devouring resources. Rather, the moment Araka devours a mineral resource through it, he'll instantly obtain the cultivation technique necessary to build the mineral into his human avatar. And this change would be done to his mystic bone art. Yes, Araka was taking a free humans cultivation route while remaining a Mammoth clansman. That was achieved through his primary nature of human avatar. While he continued to die and revive, the various essences were absorbed in his body. Eventually, they condensed in his spirit container to birth another him, basically a mutated pranic beast version of himself that mimicked a free human. But for a free human, the primary nature they obtained was based on the mineral used to build their human avatar. Araka's was a bit different. Through Mystic Eater, Araka could consume any resource of his desire and incorporate it into his human avatar. His mystic bone art would be modified accordingly. And since his primary nature was the human avatar, he could rebuild his human avatar as he pleased, in conjunction with his Mystic Eater. Suppose he chances upon a valuable mineral in the future, but by then, he's already at the 4-life stage. Then through Mystic Eater, he would devour the mineral. Following that, Mystic Eater would modify his mystic bone art accordingly to integrate the mineral into his human avatar. Thereby, he would split the mineral into 4 parts and integrate them into his 4 human avatars respectively. Moreover, if he chances upon more of the mineral in the future, he could modify his human avatar further. And if he feels the current version is weaker, he could remove some minerals, make the necessary modifications, and change his power. For other free humans, this wasn't possible. It took them a lifetime just to create a cultivation technique and generations upon generations to refine and increase its efficiency, eventually raising its grade. They'll have to carefully build their human avatar according to the cultivation technique, keeping the mineral pure. If their cultivation technique doesn't allow other minerals, having a purity of less than 100% could cause their human avatar to collapse. It was risky. Thanks to his primary and tertiary natures, Araka would become the first in Sumatra to build a compound human avatar, able to optimize the effect according to his wishes until the power he could unleash surpasses what the strongest of pure mineral human avatars could unleash. Since he succeeded, Araka approached Raha and bowed in response. "Chief, I have hit the limit to the information I can obtain from the Transcendent Eater. If I try to gain any more, the Transcendent Eaters would start growing. Record everything in this." Saying so, Raha pointed at a massive bone slip. Nodding in response, Araka recorded everything he wished to convey to Raha, withholding sensitive information that only Risha and the reincarnates ought to know. Raha accessed the information in the bone slip and frowned in response. The Boar King's planning to create his clansmen? That's worrying. Chapter 163 Araka leaves for Brimgon Empire. Who came to know this information? Raha asked. Inala, Oraka said. He's currently living in a region blocked from the rest of Sumatra by a muddropper's powers. A muddropper? Raha was stunned. There's still a muddropper in Sumatra? Yes, Oraka nodded. In the region it created, there exist 4 other silver-grade pranic beasts, rocketress, carcass snail, rooted clam, and a boutique lizard. There's also an offshoot of the Brimgon Empire living there. They call themselves the Ganram Kingdom. Currently, all 5 silver-grade pranic beasts are in the process of creating a ravaged tribe. Seeing their actions was what inspired the Boar King to create his clansmen. Oraka sighed. Honestly, he wished to know more about Inala upon knowing the influence he had on the Boar King. But there was a limit to what he could find out from the database. All core information regarding Risha and the reincarnates was heavily protected. Had he tried to access them, the Transcendent Eaters would have surfaced, putting an end to his plans. Hence, he didn't disturb them and only absorbed the information he could obtain without consequences. Even that was a lot, allowing him to know what the Risha and the reincarnates were up to. After explaining everything he wanted, Oraka said, "Chief, there's a problem with Blola." "I know," Raha said. "I have been observing him all along. So I have an idea already." The Transcendent Eater's revival wasn't without limits. The stronger the revival target, the greater the strain it endured. There's a strong chance of it wilting after reviving the current Risha once. In terms of grade, Risha was at the expert gold grade, while the Transcendent Eater was at the beginner gold grade. In terms of cultivation, Blola was currently at the peak of the body stage, while Risha was only around 80% into the body stage. But the moment Risha's cultivation reaches equal to Blola or surpasses him, reviving him wouldn't be possible. This was the first limitation. The second limitation stemmed from Blola himself. As the months passed, his mind was gradually being assimilated by the Transcendent Eater. As long as it had taken root, the Transcendent Eater was capable of growing on its own. If it was allowed to develop freely, it would breeze through the cultivation ranks at the life stage. The stronger it got, the faster it would devour Blola's mind. Hence, Rendaldo added a restriction, stopping its growth at the peak of the body stage. Only when Blola's mind develops enough to suppress and overcome it would he be able to cultivate into the 2 life stage. But the current Blola showed no signs of that. He was already losing to the Transcendent Eater. Therefore, at this pace, forget cultivating to higher stages, Blola would continue weakening until the Transcendent Eater devours his mind. Once it becomes free, it would take root and blaze through the cultivation ranks and reach the 10 life stage. It will then reach the Transcendent stage and leave Sumatra continent. And before that, it would wreak havoc through the Mammoth clan. If they don't do something, this is bound to happen. Hence, Blola needs to be trained enough so that he picks up the slack and wins the battle of the mind. It's impossible to erase the Transcendent Eater's will. I tried and failed. Raha said, "A mysterious power is preventing it from being erased." This feels similar to how Sumatra continent guards the power of the mystic Empyrean tentacles. So the only option we have left is to train Blola. "Yes, Chief," Oraka nodded. "At this pace, Blola will become useless once the 6 of us reach the life stage. He would become incapable of reviving us. I don't know the full story, but from what I found out, Ganala created us 7 with 2 goals in mind. First is to complete the route to the mystic grade, and second is to kill the Boar King." He continued, "And the only one who knows the entire truth regarding both plans is Inala. It seems he inherited that information from Ganala. Moreover, his daughter is Ganala's successor. So, it's mandatory to meet with them as soon as possible." Ganram Kingdom," Raha muttered. "It's not anywhere close to our new route. And even if we were to send a team, Inala might be gone by the time they reach the Ganram Kingdom. Our paths coincide at the Brimgon Empire, so it's best to wait until then." "I wish to go there early, Chief." Oraka bowed. "My cultivation requires mineral resources, which isn't found in our settlement. By heading to the Brimgon Empire, I can gain the various resources in their possession to create the strongest human avatar. Moreover, with my abilities, I can serve as a communication point between us. Once he heads to the Brimgon Empire and meets Inala, Oraka could commit suicide when the situation deemed necessary and be revived by Blola, communicating with the Mammoth clan. Moreover, if Blola were to improve by then and improve his cultivation to the life stage, he might be able to revive Oraka within a day. As long as that was possible, Oraka could place a checkpoint at the Brimgon Empire, die, get revived by Blola, communicate with the Mammoth clan, die, and revive at the checkpoint. It would allow the Mammoth clan to keep tabs on the Brimgon Empire from far away. That was a solid proposition, since the Brimgon Empire was one of the strongest human civilizations in Sumatra. Moreover, with his human avatar, as long as Oraka keeps it active, His presence would be that of a free human and not a mammoth clansman, the perfect disguise to remain active in a place like the Brimgon Empire filled with powerhouses. Chief, I promise to accumulate a large wealth for the clan by the time the herd reaches the Brimgon Empire. Seeing that Raha wasn't fully convinced, Oraka said in a hurry. How much are we talking? Raha raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. The Mammoth clan's annual budget, Oraka said. If you are boasting without substance. Raha turned mildly serious. Oraka didn't promise to accumulate a year's worth of his settlement's budget, but the entire Mammoth clan's. That implied he would amass a wealth worth the annual budget of the entire Mammoth clan, stretching across 104 settlements. That was an exorbitant sum, and he promised to accumulate that within 17 years, for that was when the Empyrean Tusk herd would reach the Brimgon Empire. I'm confident, Oraka patted his chest. With my current abilities, I'm not boasting. And if I were to fail, I'd commit suicide and return to the clan and find another way to contribute. All right, don't waste the chance, Raha said and brought Oraka and Blola to the herd. He then bestowed a storage lantern to Oraka and sent him away to the Brimgon Empire. All right, once he was far away from the herd, Oraka posed in victory. I'll create a strong force in the Brimgon Empire. Once it's time to fight for the attribute, I'll use my power to get it first. Currently, he was the most free unit in Sumatra. Despite being a Mammoth clansman, he could survive without any reliance on an Empyrean Tusk. With his abilities, he could wander the Sumatra continent, collect resources as he pleased, and build his strength, facing no limitations whatsoever. Whether the Mammoth clan was annihilated by the Boar King or not wasn't his concern. Either way, he could freely mingle around as a free human. The reason he didn't cut off his connection to the Mammoth clan was because it was profitable. On Earth, he was a merchant. Hence, he knew it best to take advantage of a complex situation. Besides, now that he could revive, both through his secondary nature and through Blola, he didn't fear death, allowing him to enact the most daring of plans. I'll be the one to get all 4 major treasures. Chapter 164 Theater Owner Inala. Elora Trade City. The street adjacent to the main road, renamed the Theater Street, was bustling with activity, a sharp contrast from 3 years ago when it was a narrow street with hardly any human activity. Luxurious carriages arrived on the Theater Street as poshly dressed men and women got down one after another. There was a queue of uniformed youths, the staff of the place. They offered valet services, bringing the carriages to a parking lot. When the place was originally a shopping street, the road was narrow. The buildings too were arranged in a haphazard manner. But now all of them had been demolished, and standing in their place was a 10-story building with each floor serving as a theater. On the ground floor were artists of small but decently recognized troupes. They performed to smaller audiences. The higher the floor, the greater the troupe's renown, and so were the customers visiting to watch their plays. There was an open ground on the end of Theater Street where people performed unofficially to entertain crowds with little to no money. If anyone gains renown from there, they would eventually be asked to perform on the ground floor of the theater. The theater didn't have any name, for it was the first of its kind. The owner even purchased sole rights of ownership for the name and form of establishment. The nobility all made their way to the topmost floor, which was gargantuan in size, for the entire floor was a single theater room. The cheapest ticket here cost 40,000 pella. In other words, 1,000 parta fruits. Despite that, it was a house full, for the event happened only once a month. Drinks were offered to the seated guests as the curtains were drawn on the stage. The highlights focused on the figure of Inala, who bowed at the audience and exclaimed, "It fills my heart with joy to have all the seats filled." Without further ado, I present you today's tale. The Soul Society Arc. The claps resounded in full swing as a row of puppets came on the stage. They began to speak, appearing almost real. Sounds accompanied their actions, enhanced by a bunch of puppets who shouted the related sound at regular intervals. It had been rehearsed plenty of times for the past month, hence the result was perfect. Each puppet was controlled by a body stage cultivator, repeating the actions as practiced perfectly. There also existed puppets to unleash the effects of the attacks unleashed by the characters on stage. Standing backstage and observing the play proceed successfully, Inala smirked. I'll be making a lot of money today, too. Today's play was a perfect rip-off of the anime Bleach. One of its best arcs, the Soul Society arc, was being enacted today. Of course, Inala had to make a lot of changes to the original story to make it perfect for theater. The play would span a total of 6 hours, with an hour's break in the middle. Therefore, it was more concise. Hearing the cheers, bouts of shock, and surprise from the crowd, Inala felt proud. It had taken him 3 years to reach this point. After making Maharel sign that unfavorable contract, Inala opened his comedy troupe, advertising it to the customers of Maharel wares and services. While the latter hesitated to take action, Inala procured a decent crowd. It was soon a big hit as more and more customers came, oftentimes beyond their seating capacity. At that time, the shop owners of the narrow street joined hands with Inala to create a larger venue. Moreover, Inala vowed to help them all accordingly, promising them cultivation resources. But the shop owners refused and instead asked him to take care of their relatives who were struggling to make a living in different parts of the kingdom. Only their direct family that was part of the gang was annihilated. They still had family relations outside. Of course, Inala was happy to get the extra hands, since that would free up his schedule too. Once they arrived, Inala selected the talented ones among them and fed them a low-grade elixir each, bringing them to the body stage. And the mineral he selected for them to fuse with was the carinal. It was a material that upon fusing with the spirit container improved the cultivator's strength and control of their psychokinesis. That was its only function. It didn't increase one's lifespan. It was simply a material equivalent to a beginner iron-grade pranic beast. Moreover, upon reaching the peak of the body stage, a cultivator that created a human avatar out of carinal would only have 160 prana. It wasn't valuable at all. Anyone worth their salt chose some other mineral to have a future, which was exactly why Inala picked it. The reason was simple. Control over psychokinesis was exactly what he needed here, since he wanted them to control puppets. Following that, Inala modified the iron kinesis art, the cultivation technique practiced by those who intended to make a human avatar out of carinal. This cultivation technique was the weakest of them all and seldom used, hence dirt cheap to procure. Through the mystic skill creator, Inala used his inspirations from the puppetry skill to modify the iron kinesis art, making it more geared to controlling spirit weapons, especially puppets. He then created a watered-down version of his puppetry skill, one that could be activated through the iron kinesis art, teaching both to the people who served him. Following that, Inala created more skills to be used for the iron kinesis art, with each geared towards a certain character. For example, he created a Naruto puppet skill. The one that trains this skill would be able to control a puppet looking just like Naruto and make it talk, behave, run, and fight like Naruto, skills exclusively for characters. Depending on the popularity of the characters, the puppet skills of the respective characters were priced accordingly. Once Inala publicized the modified iron kinesis art, the lowest rungs of society that wanted to gain fame, but were unable to do so, jumped at the offer. Inala trained another batch of people who were focused on building puppets. The ones that wished to have a troupe and perform at a theater learnt the iron kinesis art, purchased a character puppet skill, and bought the respective puppet. They then performed it in the open ground at the end of Theater Street. And those that gained fame moved into the theater to perform, creating a market of talent. Eventually, Inala could simply pick the cream of the crop to perform at his theater, earning money without lifting a finger. He had become a theater owner. Chapter 165: 3 Reasons to Succeed. It wasn't easy to reach this point, but there were 3 primary reasons for Inala's success. The first reason was his field of business. It was in theater, a brand new field that had cropped up. Since Inala possessed the sole ownership of this type of trade, nothing could be done about it. This trade didn't conflict with the merchants that had shops on the main road. Moreover, since there existed only one theater throughout the Ganram kingdom, people from all over the region came to watch the plays, raising the tourism sector of Elora City. All the major merchants directly profited from this. And as they say, a merchant would love you as long as you make him money. Through Inala, their profit margin had increased a lot, so they couldn't make any complaints. No matter his character, a merchant was honest in his desire for money. This also directly resulted in the second reason. After making Maharel sign the unfavorable contract, Inala didn't stop at that. Since he had beaten Maharel with the stick, it was time to dangle the carrot before him. As the theater's fame increased, so did the demand for theater-related merchandise, as Inala had extensively promoted them by integrating them into his plays. Plushies, lockets, posters, etc. Inala signed a deal with Maharel. Maharel wares and services would sell the merch. And by paying a lump sum, Maharel purchased exclusive rights to sell all merch related to Inala's first major theater production, Tom and Jerry. As a result, his customer traffic ballooned in response. The greater the play's fame, the stronger the people's desire to buy the related merch. Maharel was minting so much money that despite losing a couple decades worth of lifespan to Inala, he had forgotten about it altogether, having been smiling all day, every day. Seeing Maharel's success caused the other big merchants to go green with envy. Originally, they planned to group up and deal with Inala to curb his business. But now, upon seeing the business opportunity, they rushed to him, fighting amongst themselves to purchase exclusive merchandise rights for other plays. That became Inala's chip to control the big merchants, hence accumulating both funds and logistics to accumulate a lot of influence. He also had a 30% stake in the factory that made the merchandise. Basically, he was minting money for free from it. Through his political actions, Inala secured both a source of money and brought the big merchants to his side. Moreover, he was so intrinsic to their massive profits that the big merchants did everything in their power to ensure no external force ever interfered with his plans. The 30% stake might seem like a loss to him at first glance, since it was his intellectual property. But in the eyes of the big merchants, they had a 70% stake in the factories, meaning they would have to do everything to ensure the business remained profitable. Hence, they protected their interests, which in turn resulted in Inala's protection. Inala had a 30% stake in all merchandise factories, so the revenue he raked in every month was around 250,000 paruta fruits. In 3 years, he became one of the most noteworthy individuals at Elora Trade City. Moreover, his actions caused the wealth of Elora City itself to increase, raising the city's standards as compared to other cities. And the reason he didn't fall prey to someone was the third reason, his mysterious strength. Inala had only fought a few times, but in all instances, he subdued opponents in the life stage almost instantly, terrifying the latter. Losing their senses, prana, lifespan, etc. were all terrifying. Therefore, no one dared to touch him, including the truly strong ones, as by the time they learnt of his existence, Inala had already become an untouchable existence. The self-interests of too many big shots became intertwined with him. There's 2 minutes left for the intermission. Inala observed and spoke to a youth at the side. Raghu, alert the servants to remain ready. Right as the intermission starts, they are to serve refreshments to the guests. The rest of the staff should be ready to guide the guests to the washroom and recreation area. The cheapest ticket at the topmost floor cost 1,000 paruta. There were 6 VIP suites reserved for the rich amongst the rich, with each VIP suite costing 40,000 paruta. Even he wondered if such a price was worth it. But every month, all 6 suites were filled, surprising him. I guess in every place, there's the filthy rich with more money than what they know to do with. Yes, master. Raghu bowed in response, and went ahead to proceed with the plans. He addressed Inala as master, and was the grandson of Arwala's younger sister. Raghu was the first to join the theater and personally received Inala's teachings. Thanks to Inala's guidance, he reached the 2 life stage. Of course, since his human avatar was forged using Carinal, his strength wasn't anything worth commenting about. But he was rather talented in controlling puppets, currently the most experienced apart from Inala and Asiya. He was also the one controlling Ichigo's puppet in the Soul Society arc play. Soon, half the play was over and it was time for the intermission. The audience got up and entered a ballroom beside them. It was an open balcony that surrounded the theater, overlooking the city. The view was pleasant as measures had been taken by the big merchants to decorate the surroundings as much as possible to be aesthetically pleasing. It's time to meet them. Thinking as such, Inala inspected himself, staring at the bracelets on both his hands. The bracelet was an inconspicuous piece of wood embedded with miniature prana bombs encased by a layer of wood. Faint engravings had been added to them to make them look presentable. There was a bracelet on his 2 hands and similarly designed anklets on his 2 legs. Strung around his neck like a choker was another similar item. Their function was simple. It was to absorb any and all traces of prana he exuded. After all, the moment he does so, any free human at the life stage would recognize him as a mammoth clansman. Hence, these prana bombs would work in fully masking his presence. Inala had perfected them by creating a skill that assisted their function through the mystic skill creator. It was how he was able to perfectly hide his existence. When he fought Maharel at the start, Asiya snuffed out the senses of both Maharel and the head of his guard team that was at the life stage. Hence, they were unable to sense his presence as a mammoth clansman. Even now, if he were to control a spirit weapon, it would be easy for them to detect his origin, despite the bracelets. They only worked on emissions from his body by absorbing it. To control a spirit weapon, he would have to emit prana past them, which countered their function. Asiya and baby Ganala too were equipped with the same. Despite the bracelets proving their perfect capability every single time, Inala still exercised caution. A single mistake and everything he created would come crashing down, especially since I'm close to finishing my preparations to head to the Brimgon Empire. Master Inala, it's a pleasure to meet you. A couple approached him with wide smiles, making him nervous instinctively. It's hard to get a hold of a busy man such as you. Please, you only need to send word, and I would have arrived at your doorstep. Inala flashed an expression of flattery and bowed politely, staring at the faces of the city lord and his wife. His back was drenched in cold sweat, because unlike everyone he faced until now, they were true powerhouses, related to the kingdom's royalty. In terms of strength, they rivaled a mammoth clansman, especially the city lord as Inala felt the latter's strength. 8 Life Stage. Chapter 166 Empyrean Zinger Information Network. Hadliok, the mineral used by the Ganram Kingdom royalty to forge their avatars. The mineral behaves similarly to ice and can encase everything that comes into contact with it. Hadliok is a crystal and has the properties of one. Not only is it tough and hard, but depending on the cultivator's wishes, they could use it to create the mightiest of structures almost instantly or turn it brittle and crumble existing ones. It can also grow in size by absorbing shock and, due to its porous nature, can also act as a selectively permeable membrane depending on the cultivator's wishes. It was versatile in nature with strengths that lay in fighting and kingdom building, the perfect material for the Ganram royalty. At the peak of the body stage, a Ganram royalty would possess 3,600 prana, the peak of the silver grade. The lifespan they gained was also the peak of the silver grade, 600 years. This was the most powerful mineral in the region, which was what the Ganram Kingdom founder decided to use for his descendants. He was the sole exception, cultivating a human avatar using a gold-grade mineral that was used by the Brimgon Empire. He only brought enough for his cultivation. Elora city lord, named Ghidorah, was part of Ganram Kingdom's royalty. Since he built his human avatar using Hadliok, his battle strength was on par with Mammoth clan settlement leaders. And considering Inala's infamy in terms of strength, there was a good chance Ghidorah would ask him to demonstrate his strength. After all, Inala suddenly appeared 3 years ago and took Elora city by storm. Therefore, when Ghidorah investigated Inala, nothing concrete turned up in the report. It was why Inala was nervous in their interaction. Ha ha ha! You're too humble, Master Inala. Ghidorah laughed and casually patted Inala on the back. I'm enjoying the play. I never knew I needed something like this in my life, but now that I experienced it, I cannot go back. I will take pride in your compliment, Inala replied, all while trying his best to observe the body language of both the city lord and his wife. He would die the moment his identity was revealed. Therefore, he had to exercise the utmost caution. I'll not take too much of your time. Ghidorah linked hands with his wife and walked away. We'll socialize a bit and then return to our seats. If you need anything, I'll be right within earshot. Please summon me, Inala said and watched the duo walk away. Master Inala, the performance was incredible. I'm looking forward to the second half. A noble approached Inala next to offer praise. I'm grateful that you're enjoying it, Inala said. I noticed something, the noble said after a round of dialogue. Sometimes the effects were too colorful. It became a bit hard to see the characters through that. I'll take note of it and correct them, sir, Inala responded like clockwork. Some suggestions were genuine while the rest were nonsense, said for no other reason than to nitpick on something. He was careful in filtering through the responses. The break ended quickly as the audience returned to their seats. Inala arrived at his spot backstage and continued to observe the play, ready to take the reins the moment any mishap happened. Thankfully, the play concluded successfully. Inala stood at the exit and greeted the leaving customers while receiving their reviews of the play. I loved it. I want to watch it again. We'll host it again 4 months later. Please look forward to it. Inala responded politely. It was enjoyable, Master Inala. Ghidorah was the last to leave, saying as he handed over a letter, I'll be hosting a secret meeting for the city's higher officials 2 days from now. I'm expecting your presence there. I'll be there on time, City Lord. Inala nodded, sighing in relief once everyone left. He slumped on one of the seats and waved his hand weakly at the staff. Good work, folks. It's all thanks to your guidance, Master. The staff replied in joy. Since the play was a success, they'll be receiving part of the profits apart from their salaries. A joyous occasion for them indeed. Inala closed his eyes, looking like he was resting due to the day's exhaustion. In truth, he was listening silently, having extended his prana through the floor. Seated there was an Empyrean Zinger scout in its miniature form. It was present in a node of tunnels that stretched throughout the theater. Faint cries echoed through the tunnel network as this Empyrean Zinger scout received them. Inala read its memories, using that to learn everything that was happening at the theater to have a solid grasp on things. At present, this network stretched across the entire their street, allowing Inala to react immediately in response to any situation. Focus on Ghidorah and his wife. The words appeared in a bone slip that the Empyrean Zinger scout carried on itself, knowing Inala's thoughts by accessing it. It then let out a chirp and transmitted the information throughout the network. Soon, the conversation shared between Ghidorah and his wife, Hanya, reached Inala. There were tiny holes present throughout the theater, all pin-sized. Affixing their ears in these holes were the Empyrean Zinger scouts in their miniature forms. Since they weren't using any abilities, they didn't emit any prana, keeping their existence hidden. Sensory means in Sumatra were weak. Only when the target emitted something, whether it be prana, killing intent, or presence would a person sense their existence. It wasn't possible otherwise. The usual way one kept note of their surroundings was to disperse their prana around themselves in a small radius. This way, the moment any foreign entity entered the region, their prana would react accordingly. They would feel a prickling sensation on their skin in response. The location and intensity of the prickle determined the position and power of the target that had intruded upon this range. As the theater wasn't a battlefield, all the customers refrained from releasing their prana, which made it easy to spy on their activity. Otherwise, the moment they released their prana, they might detect the existence of the Empyrean Zinger scouts throughout the theater. It was why Inala took special caution to ensure everything functioned seamlessly to avoid agitating the customers. And finally, his efforts paid off, for he was invited by the city lord for a secret meeting. But to ensure his identity wasn't leaked and to know beforehand the details of the meeting, Inala spied upon Ghidorah and Hanya. Walking through the hallway, their arms interlinked were the concerned duo. Staring at scenic poses of popular plays inscribed throughout the hallway to make it into a gallery of fame, Ghidorah commented, "Looks great." "Yes, but," Hanya frowned, "I have been observing him from the start. Despite his contribution and the positive impact he has on our city, even after hearing the praises sung by his people, I have yet to find a single reason that proves his trustworthiness." Chapter 167A Failed Scouting Mission. "Not here, Hanya." Ghidorah calmly eyed the people around them. "We'll discuss it once we return home." "Okay." Hanya nodded and remained silent for the rest of the journey. Seated in the theater room, Inala's eyes shot up in disappointment. They didn't say much. "Do I do it or not?" After a moment of hesitation, he decided to take the risk. "If it's a trap, I'll be inviting myself to death in 2 days. I can't avoid the risk this time." Thinking as such, he gave a command to the Empyrean Zinger scout, which relayed the message with a short screech through the tunnel network. At the terrace of the theater was an open pipe. 2 Empyrean Zinger scouts crawled out and leaped like a pair of leeches, covering long distances with every jump by harnessing their secondary nature of internal inertial gravity. They stopped at the edge of the roof and observed the figures of Ghidorah and Hanya entering their carriage. Once the carriage started to move, the 2 scouts jumped down from the edge of the roof and spread their wings to glide around. They flew in their miniature forms, not emitting any prana, as all they did was glide around using their physical prowess. They circled in the air to keep pace with the slow-moving carriage, creating distance between each other. The goal was to sneak into the city lord's house and inspect the layout beforehand, so that Inala could prepare. While the 2 scouts tailed the city lord's carriage, a dozen more scouts exited the pipe. They glided over the city at a high altitude and quickly dropped onto the terrace of the houses at farther locations, 1 per each. They were creating a line of communication for message transfer. After all, there was a solid chance the scouts tailing the city lord would only have one opportunity. Therefore, their mission was to find out everything they could and transmit all the information through a shout. This communication line formed by the Empyrean Zinger scouts would relay the message to Inala. While the carriage continued to move slowly, the scouts had already established their line of communication, reaching the entrance of the city lord's estate. The 2 scouts continued to circle around on either side of the carriage, keeping their distance. But when the carriage made a turn, the scout on the left came between the carriage and the sun. As a result, its shadow was cast on the carriage window. It was only a small dot due to diffraction of light, but Ghidorah noticed it, as the shadow was cast from an unnatural angle, from a height beyond the buildings on the street. "Is it an attack?" In reflex, he pointed his palm out of the carriage window and unleashed a glitter mist that slammed into the Empyrean Zinger scout like a ray, encasing it in a layer of crystal. The scout was trapped, unable to move as it began to fall to the ground. If it tried to break free, the commotion would cause its prana to billow out, revealing its identity. Even though it was a scout, it was still a silver-grade pranic beast, one that had been growing for more than a year. Its strength wasn't insignificant. Knowing that revealing its existence would offset all of Inala's plans, the Empyrean Zinger scout collapsed its internal inertial gravity, causing a controlled singularity. The gravitational flux pulled its body towards the center, while not affecting the crystal around it. In an instant, the Empyrean Zinger scout's body shrunk into a speck of dirt too small to be visible to the naked eye, erasing all traces of its existence, for it was now dead. The carriage arrived at a halt as Ghidorah jumped out and stared at the crystal that fell onto the roof of a nearby building. Followed by a leap, he arrived at the terrace and picked up the crystal, one that was almost spherical in shape. Originally, it formed the Empyrean Zinger scout's shape, for it had layered the scout's body. But once the scout's body shrunk into a dot, the absolute loss in pressure deformed the crystal's shape, for everything happened before it had fully solidified. As a result, it was almost spherical. Ghidorah frowned as he observed it. Why is there nothing inside? He bent down to pick it up, surprised to grunt in response. Why is it so heavy? Since the effect of internal inertial gravity vanished, the resultant speck that the Empyrean Zinger Scout had become held its entire body weight. That was a significant amount, puzzling Ghidorah. He observed the crystal from all angles and failed to notice anything inside. But the strangeness of its intense weight puzzled him. This needs to be looked into. He gazed around, failing to notice anything else that was amiss. Thud! There was a loud sound, akin to a meteor slamming into the ground. The roof of the house nearby collapsed in response, followed by screams from within. Ghidorah leaped into the house and noticed a crater on the floor, one that was almost a meter wide and a dozen centimeters deep. He stared inside and failed to see anything. There's nothing inside. He then observed the people in the house, asking, "Is anyone hurt?" "And no, city lord." The man of the household shook his head. "The ceiling caved in suddenly and frightened us." "Did you see anything?" Ghidorah asked next. "No," the man expressed his confusion. "It felt like something heavy slammed into the ground. But I didn't see anything." Ghidorah placed his hand in the crater and felt around, still unable to make out anything of notice. He got up and erected a dome around the crater, addressing the people at the house. "No one is to touch this, all right? I'll send someone to look into this later." "Yes, city lord." The people in the house accepted without any complaints. "This is very strange," muttering as such, Ghidorah returned to his carriage and prompted the coachman to resume the drive. He stared at the heavy crystal in his possession and commented, "There's some sort of secret in this. Do we forward it to the king? He's the one most knowledgeable about everything." Hanya asked. "Not yet," Ghidorah said. "We need to conduct an investigation first. Only after getting some clues will it be okay to ask for assistance in the matter." "I feel uneasy for some reason," Hanya said. "I feel strange ever since we visited the theater. I don't have proof, but I have a hunch that something isn't right." "Are you sure Inala could be trusted?" "I never said that." Ghidorah continued to stare at the spherical crystal in his hand. "There's no account of his existence 3 years ago, no matter where I asked in the kingdom. It's a sure say that he's from the outside. But that doesn't mean I can suspect him for everything." Chapter 168, Baby Ganala's Tantrums. "It failed, huh?" Inala muttered as he got up and stretched a little. Honestly, he didn't have much confidence in the scouting plan succeeding, since the city lord was a fearsome character. 2 Empyrean Zinger scouts prowled on the houses closest to the city lord's estate, but couldn't go anywhere near it. After all, there were waves of prana unleashed by the guards posted throughout the estate. It would be easy to discover them. Since the scouts weren't stealth type, this was their limit. After thinking a bit, Inala dispersed a few more scouts, posting them to strategic locations throughout the city, at the rooftop of the tallest buildings. This gave them a bird's-eye view of everyone. Since they couldn't hear the contents of the city lord's discussion, the next best plan was to at least keep an eye on everything of importance that happened in Elora City. That way, as long as he was aware of who the people attending the secret meeting in 2 days were, he could at least make preparations accordingly. Once it was evening, the top floors of the theater closed one after another. Their primary customers were the nobility, who had to return to their duties during the night, keeping watch over the walls that were attacked by the slump lizards. Hence, only the lower floors of the theater functioned late into the night, closing up at midnight. Inala retired for the night, leaving the rest to his trusty subordinates. He entered the courtyard situated behind the theater and gazed at a small mansion that had been built. It was his home. "I never thought I would amass such a level of wealth so quickly when I arrived at Sumatra. It's all thanks to my mystic skill creator." Inala felt glad to have obtained such a valuable skill. This allowed him to adapt and make the most out of any situation. It was how he was able to create and run a successful theater business. Thud! Crack! Hearing a loud sound, Inala became alert, rushing into the house in a hurry. What happened? He burst through the door and observed 2 people in the living room. One was a lady with a large build, while the other was a 3-year-old kid. They were Asiya and Baby Ganala. "I hate you!" Baby Ganala shouted as she held Asiya's arm, exerting more strength as she overpowered the latter. Strength surged through her hands as Baby Ganala gripped tighter, resulting in cracking sounds from Asiya's arms. Her bones were cracking. "Don't touch me! You're giving me a rash, you rash woman!" "Shut up!" Asiya shouted upon noticing Inala, using him to activate her ability and snuff out all of Baby Ganala's senses. Once Baby Ganala became weak, she used a rope to tie her up. "Untie me, woman!" Baby Ganala screeched once all her senses returned, unable to move as her joints were knotted down by the rope. She then noticed Inala's arrival, shouting in hope, "Dada! Save me!" Ugh! Inala felt a headache as he stared at Asiya. "What happened?" "She refuses to eat." Asiya grumbled as prana surged in her arms and mended the fracture, When I forced her to have food, she broke my arm. You know you should eat well to grow up healthy, right? Inala stared at baby Ganala and slowly untied her. Once her bindings came undone, baby Ganala leaped into his embrace, ignoring his grunts as she screamed, I hate your life bombs. I'm bored of it. They taste like slump lizards. Don't be a spoiled brat. Inala activated his internal inertial gravity at full strength to withstand baby Ganala's weight, relieved once his bones stopped making creaking sounds. If you don't eat, then I won't talk to you. That's not fair. Baby Ganala complained, pouting in sadness. You think it's a pain to raise me? I can read your thoughts. Congratulations. You've chosen the correct answer. Inala laughed and pinched her cheeks. So, be a good girl and eat lots. Yuwa! Baby Ganala broke into a crying fit. Her voice ruptured the air, creating powerful sonic booms. Inala hurriedly encased them in a large prana bomb, grunting as he prevented the sound waves from going out. But that also meant the waves were reflected inside, causing a trail of blood to drip from his ears. For the next 3 hours, he had to endure the sonic booms unleashed by a crying baby Ganala. Though 3 years old, she was an expert gold-grade pranic beast. Her mental faculties were already on par with a 12-year-old human girl and continued to develop in an accelerated fashion. In terms of prana, she already had more than 500, an exorbitant sum for a 3-year-old. As a result, despite being in a human form, she was already exhibiting more and more traces of an Empyrean tusk. More than half her organs had become biomes at present. As a result, she had a voracious appetite. If she doesn't eat, it would only hinder her development, which in turn weakens the mammoth clan that expectantly awaits her return. In terms of intelligence, she should almost be on par with Asiya. She's only acting like a 3-year-old to mess with us. Inala sighed mentally as he tried to console baby Ganala. However, the moment he had the thought, baby Ganala stopped crying, stared at him, and spoke in a saddened tone. I hate you, Dada. Yeah. Inala nodded and patted her back. Since she stopped crying, he shattered the large prana bomb and walked out. I'm hungry. Let's eat. Okay. Baby Ganala spoke sullenly while dangling from Inala's neck. Dada, can't you make some life bombs from the rocketress? You mad or what? Inala grumbled. It's one of the strongest silver-grade pranic beasts in terms of combat. Your useless dad will swiftly become its breakfast. Don't lie. Baby Ganala argued as she used her powers to vary her center of gravity and swing around him, using his neck as a pole. I read your memories. You have methods to defeat it. Your dad is a dumbass. Don't believe whatever he thinks. He's delusional. Inala ignored her ramblings and brought her to the dining room and placed her before a pile of prana bombs and life bombs. Eat them all without wasting anything. Baby Ganala was Ganala's successor. Therefore, Inala was considered part of her immune system, allowing her to access all his thoughts and memories. As a result, he considered her to be annoying, especially since she was pretty demanding in nature. All Empyrean tusks were demanding in nature, but the difference between them and baby Ganala was the existence of the mammoth clan serving her. Her only mammoth clansman in the area was Inala, who was her old man. He didn't behave like her servant, like all mammoth clansmen part of her settlement would do. Moreover, he didn't pay her much attention, causing her to well up with complaints. Dada, at least bring me some highly fertile soil. I want to eat something different for a change. She pouted. We have fertile soil at home. Inala said and pointed at their garden. It's all yours. Chapter 169 Empyrean Zinger Logistics. That's rude. Baby Ganala complained. The soil at home is bland. I need something delicious and nutrient-rich. Bring me some from outside this region. The outside is scary. Inala condensed prana into his palm and remained ready. Your old man won't be able to return in one piece. What? Baby Ganala burst into tears as Inala swiftly erected a prana bomb around them, preventing any third party from hearing her cries. Dada, you're mean. Why did you even birth me if you can't pamper me? She cried profusely for 2 seconds before recalling a piece of memory she observed in Inala's mind. Ah, baby Ganala was depressed. Right, you wanted to kill me. I'm an unplanned baby. Right. She turned sullen, slumping in response. She lost her appetite. Getting up, she punched the prana bomb, grunting in pain. But by activating her internal inertial gravity at full strength, she unleashed a powerful punch. Thump! The prana bomb didn't even sport a crack, as its density too increased proportionally, thanks to the effects of Inala's internal inertial gravity. I can't head outside now, but I'll bring some tasty soil for you tomorrow. Inala relented in the end. For every time baby Ganala punched the prana bomb, he lost 20 prana. That was how much he expended to raise the prana bomb's density and ensure it withstood her punches. This was an unnecessary expenditure of prana. Hence, he gave in, patting an agitated baby Ganala. Shouldn't you understand our situation? But I'm hungry, Baby Ganala was sullen. I'm craving all sorts of things to eat, but my diet only consists of the prana bombs and life bombs. I'm getting all the necessary nutrition, but my craving isn't satisfied. She complained. All Empyrean tusks innately wish to roam and eat up all sorts of trees, soil, etc. She was indeed speaking the truth. Empyrean tusks had a voracious appetite, but they also craved a variety of nutrients. It was why they roamed throughout Sumatra continent, tasting stuff from all the regions. Being confined to one place was taxing on Baby Ganala's mind. Rather, it wasn't just her. Arg, why are you so annoying? Asiya raged. Can't you see that Inala is busy with a lot of things? Why do you care? Baby Ganala snapped back at her. You're part of Harala's immune system. We have no relation. So stop talking to me. Empyrean tusks relied on Mammoth clansmen for all its needs. The Mammoth clan acted as its immune system. But it was also a fact that the Mammoth clan was innately reliant on the Empyrean tusk for all sorts of needs, from physical to spiritual. It was similar to placing a freshwater fish in the sea. Asiya hated living on the ground. She wished to return to her settlement and feel the presence of her deity daily. The lack of such a thing was slowly but surely eating away at her sanity. It made her prone to emotional outbursts. She wished for nothing other than to return home. But Baby Ganala's existence prevented her from doing so. She had a mission to do, given to her by her deity. It was to protect Baby Ganala. Besides, it was impossible to traverse through the wilderness of Sumatra continent and reach the herd. It was hard to calculate their travel pace and hence, they might miss each other. The only guarantee was the fact that the herd would make a stop at the Brimgon Empire to trade. They were long-standing trading partners, hence stopping there was a necessity. Based on what she knew, there were still 17 years before the herd would arrive at the Brimgon Empire, which meant she had to live for 17 excruciating years away from her deity. It was frustratingly difficult for her. Hence, she took her anger out on Baby Ganala, causing both to butt heads all the time. All right, stop fighting. Inala mediated in the end, sighing as he dragged them both to the dining room. Let's eat first. It was a grumpy dinner. After swallowing a prana bomb's contents, Asiya returned to her room and began cultivating. I'll listen to stories from Grandma. After swallowing a bunch of prana bombs, Baby Ganala ran into a room adjacent to the living room. It was where Awala lived. Don't pester her too much, all right? Inala said, I'll return in 2 hours. I should see you sleeping when I return, okay? Fine. Baby Ganala pouted for a moment before happily entering Awala's room. Inala entered his room and grabbed his 4-story storage lantern, expanding it to its full size. He picked out Sumatra Zinger, his gun, from it and inspected it. The organs are functioning without issues. The only way his organs worked after being extracted was by being fed life force through a life bomb. That life force enriched the cells forming the organs, revitalizing the pathways to keep everything alive. He had to feed it a life bomb once a week. As the life force in the life bomb was sourced from the slump lizards, it was of the lowest quality. If he fed Sumatra Zinger a life bomb that contained a rocketress life force, he wouldn't have to feed it another for months. Carrying the Sumatra Zinger, Inala reached the theater's terrace. In response to a command from him, an Empyrean Zinger scout in its miniature form exited the open pipe beside him. Inala opened his mouth and unleashed a short screech, informing everything he needed the scout to know. He then encased it in a prana bomb and loaded it into the Sumatra Zinger. 10 minutes later, once the lungs within Sumatra Zinger were full of pressurized air, Inala pointed the gun in the direction of the Rooster Tribe's settlement and launched it. Followed by a muffled sound, the prana bomb blasted forth into the night sky and sped in the direction of the Rooster Tribe settlement. Once the prana bomb lost all its momentum, it cracked and shattered, revealing the Empyrean Zinger scout that unfurled its wings and began to glide. It quickly expanded to its maximum size and continued to glide until it came within eyeshot distance of the settlement. Opening its mouth, the Empyrean Zinger scout unleashed a shriek, communicating with the horde of Empyrean Zingers there. The walls surrounding the Rooster Tribe settlement had now become home to the Empyrean Zingers, led by an Empyrean Zinger queen and 2 Empyrean Zinger kings. They were mutated beginner silver-grade pranic beasts, too powerful in the region now that they have grown a bit. All the Empyrean Zingers birthed by the Empyrean Zinger queen were only scouts and not the mutated kind. But despite that, they were all beginner silver-grade pranic beasts. Therefore, even after the rocketress detected their existence, it could do nothing by prey they don't gang up on it. As a result, the Empyrean Zingers got a comfortable home, using the height, 600 meters, of the walls to glide around for their purpose. And the moment they heard the message relayed by the scout, the horde stirred. Immediately, one of the Empyrean Zinger kings brought a troop of scouts and left the area, carrying a large bag of prana bombs. Chapter 170 Throw and Catch. The Empyrean Zinger King leaped with all its strength, taking flight while carrying the massive load of prana bombs. After reaching its maximum altitude, it unfurled its wings and glided. It was accompanied by 20 Empyrean Zinger scouts, all carrying their respective load of prana bombs. All these scouts were created by Inala. Hence, they too possessed the secondary nature of internal inertial gravity, allowing them to carry such weights and glide fast. These prana bombs were filled with prana, accumulated over time from the slump lizards every night. This was the excess in their reserve. Each prana bomb contained 100 prana. Now they were being transported to Allura City. After all, Inala couldn't freely hunt around anymore for fear of leaking his identity. Hence, he had to be sneaky with the prana bomb accumulation. He needed them for baby Ganala. Otherwise, it was impossible to handle her voracious appetite. She was consuming so many prana bombs that the number of slump lizards attacking the cities was reducing slowly but surely. The reduction wasn't at a noticeable level yet. But in a few years, anyone would be able to observe the difference. The Empyrean Zingers were hunting the slump lizards for prana, both to accumulate prana bombs and for the Empyrean Zinger Queen to birth more of her kind through life bombs. An hour's travel later, the Empyrean Zinger King arrived at a location 3 kilometers away from Allura City walls. There was a secluded spot with a high vantage point here. Once they arrived, the Empyrean Zinger scouts formed a perimeter and hunted the slump lizards in the vicinity. In the meantime, the Empyrean Zinger King gathered all the prana bombs. It stood on the elevated platform and waited, letting out a series of high-pitched screeches at a frequency inaudible to the human ear. A few seconds later, a screech arrived at the same frequency. The Empyrean Zinger King adjusted its body accordingly, facing a certain direction towards Allura City. It grabbed a prana bomb and took on a throwing position, calm, collected, and focused on the target. Scurry! Followed by a shout, it hurled the prana bomb with all its strength, watching it bolt away at tremendous speeds. The projectile arched through the air and flew deeper into Allura City's airspace. Standing at the theater's terrace was Inala, bracing himself for impact upon hearing the Empyrean Zinger King's screech. For prana hands floated around him, controlled through his psychokinesis. Mystic bone art, puppetry. Currently, his spirit weapon's optimal range was 100 meters. Therefore, in a radius of 100 meters around him was the target area. As he waited, the prana bomb came hurling in. A prana hand shot forward in response and grabbed the prana bomb. It was pushed back dozens of meters in response before the momentum behind the prana bomb was expended. Successfully catching the prana bomb, the life hand arrived before the open pipe and dropped the prana bomb into it. The prana bomb rolled through the tunnel network as the Empyrean Zinger scouts within it navigated it, eventually pushing it into a storage room deep underground. The prana bomb landed atop a pile of prana bombs. It was the reserve that Inala was steadily accumulating over the past 3 years, prepared for all events. Upon knowing his reserves was why baby Ganala claimed he could hunt down the rocketress. The prana hand had just dropped the prana bomb into the tunnel network when another prana bomb flew towards the theater, slightly off the mark. But it was still within his catching range as Inala sent his second prana hand to grab it. Soon, his 4 prana hands were working in full swing, grabbing the thrown prana bombs continuously. In the meantime, Inala assumed female form and created a life bomb, losing a decade's lifespan in the process, since it was a life bomb that could birth a queen. Loading it in the Sumatra Zinger, he fired it in the general vicinity of the Empyrean Zinger King, taking measures to not result in friendly fire. The life bomb slammed into a slump lizard and pulverized it, absorbing all its life force. Upon seeing its arrival, an Empyrean Zinger scout approached it and smacked it with a wood branch, sending it flying like a golf ball and into the face of a slump lizard. Once all its life force was absorbed, the Empyrean Zinger scout continued to hit it with a wood branch and make it land on the bodies of slump lizards until it was brimming with life force, unable to absorb any more. Once it was full, the scout presented the life bomb to the Empyrean Zinger King, who threw it back to Inala. After an hour, Inala told them to rest a little, since the Empyrean Zinger King's arm ought to have been hurting like mad. He commanded it to drink the life force in the prana bomb they had just begun to fill up. While it was recuperating, Inala returned home to check whether or not baby Ganala was asleep. But upon seeing that she was wide awake, doodling on a wooden slab, he scolded her. "Go sleep." "Dada!" Baby Ganala happily leaped into his embrace. And upon coming into contact, she read his memories, knowing what he was up to, asking, "Can I also come and see?" "No," Inala stated grumpily. "Please, I won't make trouble." Baby Ganala pleaded. "I'll remain quiet and we'll just watch. I cannot sleep anyway." "All right." Inala carried her as he leaped from one floor to another on the theater and reached the terrace. "But if you disturb me even the slightest, I'm not bringing you here ever again." I promise, Baby Ganala said and placed a finger before her mouth, expressing that she would be obedient. A minute later, Inala resumed the process. Every 10 minutes, a life bomb would return. He poked a hole in one and drank its contents from time to time, ensuring he maintained his current age of 27 years. His actual age was 17, but to interact freely, he masqueraded as an adult who was a decade older. While he was catching the prana bombs and the occasional life bombs, 10 Empyrean Zinger scouts arrived at a forest patch with a lot of flora remains. Just the hydrocarbons formed a layer 20 centimeters thick on the soil, created by years of leaves, grass, and tree parts decomposing. The scouts took out broken shells of their prana bombs, activating the mystic bone art to refine it, creating a shovel. They began to dig the soil rich with nutrients, piling them up in a corner. After digging enough, an Empyrean Zinger scout created a container resembling a prana bomb, filling it up with this soil. Once it was full, the entrance was sealed. They stopped digging after filling up 30 such containers, feeling that it was sufficient for the night, and transported them to the Empyrean Zinger king, who hurled them towards Inala. The process concluded 2 hours before dawn as the Empyrean Zingers made their way to the Rooster tribe settlement, intending to rest. Inala finished collecting a large reserve, smiling in satisfaction. Since there existed no enemies that could fly in Sumatra, no soldier or citizen had a habit of keeping watch over the skies. The soldiers were busy fending off against the slump lizards from the walls. It was why no one knew such a large transaction between a human and pranic beast had taken place. It was Inala's exclusive secret. Chapter 171, Precursor to a Minor Crisis. It was soon dawn as Inala returned home and slumped on his bed, resting. He had been constantly busy with a lot of things, oftentimes to the extent he had to forego sleep. I just want to cultivate and roam Sumatra in peace. He thought and closed his eyes, falling asleep immediately. Unfortunately for him, an Empyrean Zinger scout arrived beside his bed in its miniature form, exiting from a tunnel entrance nearby. It opened its mouth and let out a short screech. Inala's eyes shot open in response, slightly red. Is that true? Cake! The Empyrean Zinger scout said in response and retreated into the tunnel, closing the entrance behind it. Inala sat up straight, frowning in thought. Something's about to happen. The Empyrean Zinger scouts had been dispatched throughout Elora City, located in crowded places where people refrained from using their prana. It was the best place to remain hidden while spying around. And after the night's ordeal, he sent hundreds of them outside, keeping them perched on the trees in their miniature forms. It was a contingency measure. In the likelihood of Ghidorah, the Elora City lord, figuring out his identity and going in for the kill, these Empyrean Zingers would swarm the city. As they were all silver-grade pranic beasts, the city would enter a state of full alert. That would ensure Ghidorah would have to focus on thwarting the crisis first. He might resort to jailing Inala after breaking his limbs to prevent him from escaping. As long as that happened, Inala would survive. He could easily recover from such an injury and wait for Asiya to rescue him. Moreover, these dispersed scouts would also serve as his information network, casting a wide net over the region. He had just returned after casting the net when a concerning piece of news was discovered. The water level of the river flowing through the Ganram kingdom was steadily declining. It had already declined by a couple of meters overnight and was only accelerating in pace. That was already a cause for concern, as reported by people who exited the city at dawn to travel around. The Empyrean Zinger scouts tailed after a few informed people who were sons and daughters of the city's powerhouses. Through the information gained from them, Inala realized that this wasn't an ordinary event, and the meeting he was invited to was related to it. Is it a minor crisis for the Ganram kingdom? Inala thought. Upon coming to this conclusion, he couldn't sleep. A minor crisis was too dangerous to take lightly. He survived the first minor crisis only because of his location. His settlement lost half its population as a result. This wasn't a normal group of people but mammoth clansmen, 20,000 of them. Moreover, they were situated atop an Empyrean tusk, fighting in favorable conditions. Also, once the 44th Empyrean tusk moved far enough away from the mud viper nest, the first minor crisis ended prematurely. It was because the mud vipers disliked being far away from their home. But things would be different on flat ground. The invading party would be arriving in full force and wouldn't disperse until every last one was killed. The strength of the people here was vastly inferior to the Mammoth clan. Moreover, there were too many people. The Mammoth clan's strength in the 44th settlement was concentrated in the 40-plus thousand clansmen. Everyone could fight, including the students, since they were primarily trained for that. But Ganram Kingdom wasn't like that. There were too many people belonging to non-combat professions. Therefore, when disaster strikes, the combative personnel would be dispersed throughout the large kingdom, spread too thin while protecting the largely helpless population. As a result, something on the level of a minor crisis would be 10 times more dangerous here. It was why Inala became restless. Why now? 2 years later, my preparations would have been perfectly complete. I would have left after that. He got up, dressed flashily, slung his storage lantern to his hip, and exited Elora City through its front gates. Once he was away from view, he changed into his Mammoth clan clothes that were comfortable to move around and fight in. Armed with his 2 prana hands and 2 life hands, Inala rushed in the direction of the river. A couple of the Empyrean Zinger scouts in the vicinity landed on his head and hid between his hair. He went through their memories and gained further understanding of the situation at hand. He arrived at the river and indeed was able to notice its drop in level. But that wasn't all. He could see some slump lizards swimming deeper in the waters, agitated for some reason. He observed their reaction as his expression turned solemn. They're afraid. What is the enemy to induce such a strong reaction in them? Keek! He suddenly heard a sound and rushed in the respective direction, arriving before a massive cactus. There was a tiny hole in it, one created by an Empyrean Zinger scout 3 years ago. The scouts entered through it and spied upon the mollusk tribe living within. In regular intervals of a week, one of the scouts would exit and transmit the information to the Empyrean Zinger king, making its way to Elora City. The Empyrean Zinger king would then inform Inala through a bone slip it chucks at him like it did with the prana bombs. But now, the scout brought forth disturbing news. Raising his body weight through his secondary nature of internal inertial gravity, Inala kicked the cactus and slammed open its entrance, sensing a thick stench of blood immediately. He rushed down the flight of stairs and arrived at the large dome. What the fuck is this? Everyone part of the mollusk tribe was lying down on the ground as corpses in their transformed states. Their transformations seemed to have been activated for extended durations, causing their mutations to go wonky, leading to multiple organ failures. Adding to that were their bodies that were made to forcefully collide with each other, in a method similar to controlling spirit weapons. It was apparent that the carcass snail had taken action to get rid of its ravaged tribe. Inala stared down at the carcass snail that was gradually shifting its massive body into the dome. Originally, half of its body peeked into the river. But now, it was planning to hole up in the dome, secreting a mucus that upon mixing with its shell moss created a chitin armor to patch up the hole. Inala observed the carcass snail, noticing that safely tucked in its body were 2 mollusk tribesmen, a boy and a girl, barely adults by this world's standards. They were being protected by the carcass snail. After all, their transformation as mollusk tribesmen was the most advanced in the tribe. Hence, the carcass snail prioritized protecting only them, with the intention that as long as they were alive, it could repopulate the tribe. They'll be better than the current mollusk tribe. It was gorging on as much of the river bed as possible, preparing to hibernate for a long time. The fact that even an advanced silver-grade pranic beast was taking such drastic measures to hide could only mean the approaching danger was that much horrifying. Chapter 172: Everyone Flees. Managing a large population was easier said than done, especially in terms of food. If they were to seek refuge, the food requirements would be astronomical. No matter how much was saved up, the reserves would be drained through rapidly. Upon arriving at that conclusion, the carcass snail gave the order to its mollusk tribe, causing the tribesmen to commit suicide by killing each other. It only spared the most evolved boy and girl, for they were the fruits of its efforts. As long as they were alive, it could recreate the mollusk tribe to full strength in a couple of decades. They'll be superior to the existing mollusk tribe, so the carcass snail wasn't even concerned by their deaths. The sole intention behind its actions was to conserve resources. Feeding 2 tribesmen was nothing in comparison. The carcass snail intended to hole itself within the dome, having created it for such a use in the first place. But it wasn't a mobile creature, and hence could only move slowly. And while it did so, it began to close up the entrance, masking it to resemble the surroundings, concealing its location perfectly. By now, the carcass snail had noticed Inala's presence, since he wasn't exactly subtle about it. But it didn't attack him and only stared at him warily upon sensing his strength. The carcass snail had reached maturity, so it was terrifyingly strong. In comparison, Inala was still in the initial phase of the body stage. But he possessed 3 natures that elevated the sense of danger he exuded to terrifying levels, which was what made it nervous. Even though it had the confidence to kill him, it would lose too much in response. Injuries, depletion of prana, traces of battle, and worst of all, destruction of its hiding place. If it left too many traces, then its location would be discovered by whatever it wishes to hide from. Hence, the carcass snail didn't dare make a move, only hoping for Inala to take his leave. The 3 of you stay here. Inala allocated 3 Empyrean Zinger scouts to keep watch over the place and returned to the surface, now even more nervous. If the carcass snail could move like a normal pranic beast, it would have vacated the place already. Its body language was screaming that intention. He had a bad feeling as Inala quickly made his way to the rocketress location, observing the same situation there too. All rooster tribesmen except 2 had been killed. These 2 were brought to the lake at the top of the tallest mountain and placed inside a cave. After closing the entrance with a boulder, the rocketress retreated deeper into the lake, erasing all traces of its existence. Moreover, even the formless pressure exerted by the walls forming its settlement vanished. The rocketress retracted its power, causing the walls around its settlement to simply resemble a natural mountain range. Its actions caused the Empyrean Zingers to be in a state of fluster. Upon his arrival, the Empyrean Zinger Queen landed on his head in her miniature form, allowing him to access her memories and understand everything the rocketress had done. "Get ready to leave this place," Inala informed the Empyrean Zinger Queen. "Collate all your accumulations and pack up. We're leaving tonight." He then headed to the Pearl tribe, which was controlled by the Rooted Clam, and the Guardian tribe controlled by the Boutique Lizard. The situation was the same in both places. The Boutique Lizard was an expert silver-grade pranic beast, the strongest of the 5. Primary nature, pranic beast registry. Through this power, the Boutique Lizard was capable of birthing other races, as long as it held their genetic data. Even though its powers were limited to iron-grade pranic beasts, unable to control the pranic beasts it birthed, it was in the Mammoth clan's list of the most sought-after pranic beast egg. But as it was an incredibly rare pranic beast, the Mammoth clan had yet to find one. It was why Inala intended to originally leave after 2 years. By his calculations, all 5 silver-grade pranic beasts in the region would have laid their eggs by then. He would steal them and make his way to the Brimgon Empire. Moreover, the Empyrean Zinger Queen would have matured enough by then to create her own ravaged tribe. With his help, the success rate would have been higher. All slump lizard eggs were created by the Boutique Lizard. It was the driving force behind this region's power balance, creating the external threat necessary for the 5 ravaged tribes to grow. But now, even it was hiding itself, having stopped the creation of slump lizard eggs. It dumped whatever it created into the river and retreated deep into a volcanic mountain to find its tribe. However, unlike the rest, it didn't stop with sparing only 2 of its tribesmen. Rather, it carried a couple dozen of them on its back and sprinted towards the sandy gray void. The rest of the tribe were simply abandoned in their home, not informed of anything. Unaware, they continued about with their daily lives, only wondering where the Boutique Lizard was heading with a small group of tribesmen. The Boutique Lizard was only incapable of moving while laying its eggs. Otherwise, it was a decently agile creature. Inala trailed after it by turning his body lighter, making long leaps to easily keep up with its sprint. He hid behind a boulder upon arriving close to the sandy gray void, watching the Boutique Lizard make faint purrs at the border. Slowly, an opening appeared in the sandy gray void, revealing an island patch that spanned 100 meters in area. It was a normal-looking piece of land, created exclusively for the Boutique Lizard that landed there and slumped, closing its eyes to begin its hibernation. A large shell revealed itself from the gray sand. It was the Muddropper. It opened its mouth and sucked in the Guardian tribesman. It then stared at the Boutique Lizard, as the two seemed to trust each other a lot, conversing primitively. The Muddropper retreated into the gray sand and reached a depth of 100 meters, leading into an underground dome where its Ropper tribe lived. It allowed the Guardian tribesmen to seek refuge there. No pranic beast would dare enter the sandy gray void. Therefore, the Muddropper was the only pranic beast that wasn't in a state of fluster. It even provided refuge for the Boutique Lizard and its most promising Guardian tribesmen. Encased by a prana bomb, Inala sent 4 Empyrean Zinger scouts to this shelter, intending to keep watch over their actions. This was the first time he saw the Muddropper, for it was always elusive in nature. Now that he had seen the actions of all 5 silver-grade pranic beasts that had been scheming in this region, he decided. Since all of them unanimously decided to flee, he had more than enough confirmation. Based on the sense of urgency they displayed, he predicted the minor crisis to strike within a week. It's best to flee, or in the worst-case scenario, I can take refuge within the sandy gray void like before. Thinking as such, Inala tasked the Empyrean Zingers to make the construct while he returned to Elora City, intending to inform Asiya. But the moment he entered the city, a scout alerted him, causing his complexion to ashen. He hurried home and entered it, staring at the figure of Asiya seated in the living room. Sitting before her was Ghidorah, having made an appearance as if he instinctively felt Inala's desire to flee. "You're here, Master Inala," Ghidorah spoke, his eyes no longer carefree like before. Now they expressed his resolve to see through things decisively. Chapter 173, There's a Reason I'm Arrogant. "You're here, Master Inala." Ghidorah lifted his head and calmly stared at Inala. Where were you all along? I have been waiting here since morning. Inala shot a glance at Asiya, quickly noticing that one of the prana bombs embedded in her bracelet was missing. That wasn't supposed to happen, but through his attention to detail, he noticed a small, almost invisible to the naked eye wood splinter next to her feet. Based on the location, it was apparent that it was a result of the prana bomb being forcibly yanked out from her bracelet. And despite her trying to hide it, Inala had been with her for 3 years. He had a great understanding of this disciple of his. Asiya was being forced to act nonchalantly, and she was being threatened to do so. There was only one thing that she could be threatened with. Since Ghidorah wasn't emitting his prana, Inala could take action. He extended a stream of prana from his feet and seeped it into the ground, making contact with a node in the tunnel network situated 20 meters deep. He made contact with the Empyrean Zinger scout seated there, using it to understand all information that was being exchanged in the tunnel network. From there, he obtained a scene of Hanya seated in the adjacent room, calmly eyeing Erwalu. But anyone could understand that she was keeping an eye on baby Ganala, who was in Erwala's embrace. They have threatened Asiya with baby Ganala. That's why she's unable to do anything. Technically, she could use her prana to steal all the senses of Ghidorah and Hanya. Through that, she could retaliate and make her escape. But she hadn't done that, for she wasn't privy to the entire picture. Hence, she didn't wish to act hasty and wait for Inala. Moreover, even if she stole their senses, things would go wrong if either Ghidorah or Hanya were to split their bodies. And in the fraction of a second it'll take her to steal the senses of all the new bodies that appeared, Hanya's attack would reach baby Ganala. Hanya was strong enough that her attacks could one-shot baby Ganala. Empyrean Tusk she might be, but baby Ganala had no combat experience. She also hadn't tapped into the combat experience archives part of her inheritance. She was merely 3 years old, and if she were to sustain an injury that wounded her potential, then everything they sacrificed for would go up in flames. The mammoth clansmen of the 44th settlement that were waiting for baby Ganala would despair when after 2 decades of patience, all they received was a wounded Empyrean Tusk that couldn't even perform its usual functions. If a battle were to erupt, they had too much to lose. Hence, Asiya dared not act. In 2 seconds, Inala had the full picture. He bowed during that duration, using his respectful actions to comprehend the situation, speaking, "I had gone out for a bit. And your reason being?" Ghidorah asked, his words lacking the respect he showed the previous day. "He knows, huh?" It would be a mockery of his intelligence if Inala hadn't figured it out yet. Ghidorah had discovered their identity of being mammoth clansmen. "Then, I need to change the way I approach the situation. It seems a fight is inevitable. That means my approach should be in regards to exerting dominance." "I heard some rumors," Inala said, and made eye contact with Ghidorah, not displaying the slightest hint of weakness. This wasn't the time to remain humble. "About tomorrow's meeting, I mean." "So, I went out to check." "You heard some rumors?" Ghidorah neither affirmed nor denied. Instead, he calmly took out a spherical crystal from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Through this, I mean?" "What is that?" Inala asked. But in truth, he knew. It seems my slip-up alarmed him. It wouldn't be a lie to say Inala didn't get slightly cocky after the 3 years. After all, he had a lot of means to do the things he pleased and wielded enough power to make his dreams a reality. Hence, even though he was cautious, he made a mistake. No matter the level of caution he exercised, sending Empyrean Zinger scouts after an 8 life-stage cultivator was too risky. And the spherical crystal before him contained the body of one of the scouts that had committed suicide, despite being invisible to the naked eye. Ghidorah had no idea of what it was or what had actually happened. His goal was to probe here. Staring at Inala, he raised an eyebrow. "It seems you don't have a full grasp of the situation." "Oh, I do." Inala cut off Ghidorah mid-sentence, stating, "Your wife is holding my daughter hostage. So let me ask you this." He stepped closer to Ghidorah and sported a bright smile, while his eyes were unreasonably calm. "It seems you don't have a full grasp of the situation. Are all mammoth clansmen this arrogant?" Ghidorah's expression turned chilly. "You are forgetting something. Your clan isn't here." He raised his index finger and tapped once, turning the chair he was seated upon into crystal dust. "In my territory, I alone can act arrogant. Not you. You can either state your objective for coming here despite knowing my identity." Since the opponent expressed his hostility, Inala didn't hold back any longer, "or I can prove the reason for my arrogance." "You dare?" Ghidorah grunted, unleashing torrential waves of prana that billowed out of his body like a volcanic eruption. His energy burst was a signal for Hanya to take action, as she clenched her hand into a fist and punched forth, aiming for baby Ganala. But suddenly, dozens of prana bombs appeared between the two, acting like a shield. The prana bombs shattered from the impact, but not before absorbing a good amount of her prana. The liquid that flowed out of the broken prana bombs was filled with the prana stolen from her. Baby Ganala opened her mouth and sucked in the fluid, burping in satisfaction. Now that's some quality meal. Swoosh. SWSW swoosh. Dozens of Empyrean zingers in miniature forms revolved around Baby Ganala in a protective embrace. Each held a prana bomb, ready to retaliate. If so many were to slam into Hanya, she would be drained of all prana. Bang! A loud thunderclap resounded in the living room as the walls shattered. Ghidorah held his hands in a cross before his chest, having transformed them into crystals. There was a small dent on one of them as a prana bomb spun rapidly. The impact had sent Ghidorah reeling back for a dozen meters, causing him to break through the walls in the living room and the rooms past it. Mystic bone art, prana blood. The prana bomb's rotation speed was deadly, as even though Ghidorah's power intended to crystallize it, as the prana bomb rapidly absorbed all the prana within the power, it wasn't getting crystallized yet. Before he arrived, Inala prepared a little, since he was alerted by the scouts in advance of the situation. He took out the Sumatra zinger and slung it around his hip, making the nozzle pointed forward. Since such a weapon didn't exist in Sumatra, Ghidorah didn't seem bothered by it. That was why he couldn't react on time when the Sumatra zinger shot the prana bomb at him, causing him to be sent reeling away. Arriving at a stop, he grunted, causing the prana bomb to crystallize before it shattered into dust. The prana bomb had absorbed 60 prana in that short interval. And since he had destroyed it, that all went to waste. Inala's goal with the shot was only to buy time to prepare. Empyrean zingers flew out of the vents in his house in large numbers, surrounding Inala, who glared at Ghidorah. You see now? There's a reason I'm arrogant. Chapter 170, For You're a Mammoth Clansman. The previous night, once Ghidorah and Hanya arrived at the city lord estate, an investigation had been conducted upon Hanya's urging. In a matter of hours, a long scroll was brought to Ghidorah. It contained Inala's purchase history, not limited to him alone, but anyone and everyone related to him. Upon staring at it, Ghidorah was surprised. Why does a theater owner require all this? Medicines, elixirs, cultivation techniques, large volumes of food, and most of all, frequent commissions to cartographers and explorers. Pretty much every single map in the market, whether legit or fake, had been procured by Inala through a variety of channels. He also bribed higher officials with large sums of money and valuable resources to purchase whatever maps were in their possession. This started around 30 months ago, and the scale of activity was increasing every month. It was exorbitant in the past month when Inala met the Elora city councilor at the latter's home in what seemed to be a casual get-together. But strangely, the councilor's lacking son became a genius overnight. He suddenly seemed to possess a bunch of skills to excel in any situation. The city councilor did his best to hide that and make his son gradually reveal his talents bit by bit. But Ghidorah had an iron grip on the city's information network, having been developing it generation after generation. He had plants in the houses of every single noble, and through them he got hold of this information, muttering in realization, whoever this guy is, he's not simple. He has large ambitions, and his actions seem as if he's preparing an army. That's why I couldn't bring myself to trust him. Hanya commented. Externally he seemed too perfect, and whatever background he had is pretty much forged. There's no evidence to back it, but for some reason, all the related institutions claim his background to be valid. That's only possible if they have been bribed significantly. Ha! I didn't want to suspect him. Ghidorah sighed. I don't have any evidence. Moreover, he's too powerful. Too many people worship him like he's their hero. He single-handedly turned around and made prosperous the lives of thousands. Hanya analyzed. The moment we take any legal action, these people would stand in his defense and would even give up their lives for his cause. After all, to date, he has only done good for them. That's the issue, Ghidorah frowned. There's not a single blemish in his records. We don't have the justification to make an enemy out of him. If I do, even the city councilor will move against me. Inala is the sole reason his useless son became a genius with a bright future. If there isn't a reason, we'll make one. Hanya said, her eyes turning cold. He's a smart guy. As long as we reveal the mildest of inclinations to harm his precious daughter, he'll figure it out and retaliate in response. But in the eyes of others, we wouldn't have done anything. Is this the right thing? Ghidorah stated in worry. We have no other choice, Hanya muttered. The water is depleting from our river at a rate dozens of times faster than our records. What we're facing will be a disaster unlike any in the past. Based on the prediction from our scholars before, the upcoming disaster shouldn't have been this dangerous. But in the past 3 years, there was an accelerated activity. And this date perfectly coincides with Inala's arrival. I fear he's the one that has accelerated the disaster to an unprecedented level of danger. Moreover, there are no records of him using the large quantities of food and medicines that he had purchased. Hanya said, What if he's a tribesman acting under the orders of the Centangers? Have we confirmed if he's a free human yet? Isn't he always mingling around life-stage cultivators? We would have noticed it by now if he used his prana. Ghidorah stopped, muttering in realization. He has never used his prana before us. No one knows what his human avatar is made out of. There's no guarantee he has one either, Hanya said, her expression solemn. The duo discussed throughout the night, and once dawn approached, one of their soldiers informed them of Inala leaving the city. Let's go, Hanya said. If he's a tribesman, his daughter too would be one. She looks too similar to him to not be his child. Half an hour later, a luxurious carriage stopped before Inala's house. Ghidorah and Hanya got out, observing the servants open the door as they entered the living room. Ghidorah released a tinge of his prana and observed the servants, whispering, "They are all free humans." A minute later, Asiya rushed into the living room, bowing in apology. "Please be seated. I apologize for not greeting you beforehand." "That's fine with me," Ghidorah said and smiled politely. "I had something urgent to discuss with Master Inala. Hence, I had to come here unannounced. Please forgive me." No, you needn't apologize, City Lord." Asiya waved her hands in a hurry. "I'm not sure when my husband would return. He went out of the city." "Oh, he went alone?" Ghidorah expressed shock. "Isn't he only at the body stage? Aren't you worried something will happen to him? There's only slump lizards outside, and they don't emerge during the day." Asiya didn't seem to mind the question, "So there's no trouble in strolling outside." "I wonder." Ghidorah trailed off. At his signal, Hanya got up and entered the nearby room, staring at the figure of baby Ganala sleeping next to her Walu. "Oh, let me show you around the house." Asiya got up, masking her worry as she intended to guide Hanya around. She argued and fought with baby Ganala all the time. But at the end of the day, she was a mammoth clansman and baby Ganala was an Empyrean tusk. A mammoth clansman's primary concern was always an Empyrean tusk, especially against an external party such as Hanya. Asiya felt something was amiss and hence intended to intervene, unwilling to allow Hanya to come into contact with baby Ganala. "It's fine." Saying so, Hanya's figure flashed as she swerved around Asiya and grabbed baby Ganala, intending to seep her prana in her and observe whether or not she was a free human. But a moment later, she was stunned, exclaiming, "She doesn't budge." Her voice was soft, but Ghidorah heard it. If even Hanya felt perplexed, then baby Ganala must weigh beyond what a human ought to. His hand flashed forward and grabbed Asiya by her wrist, speaking curtly, exerting pressure on her. "Sit down." What is happening?" Asiya expressed fluster externally, but internally, she was ready to unleash her strongest attack. Crack! Her intent to attack was interrupted by a cracking sound. When Ghidorah grabbed her wrist, his grip damaged her bracelet, causing one of the bulges on it to break off, revealing a miniature prana bomb inside. Ghidorah flicked a tinge of prana towards Asiya. The prana barely dug skin deep into her before his expression turned solemn. You're a mammoth clansman." Chapter 175 Free Humans vs. Mammoth Clansmen, Part 1. The moment Hanya entered the room, Urwala froze up in response. Immediately, memories of the past flickered past her mind. She recalled the faces of her son and daughter-in-law, who were killed by soldiers under Hanya's orders. Upon seeing Hanya grab baby Ganala, Urwala seethed in anger. After her son died, she simply lived like a corpse, waiting for the day her death approached. But for the past 2.5 years, she had an enjoyable life, watching baby Ganala's growth. She recalled the day baby Ganala turned 2 years old, and suddenly began speaking a string of words without rest, expressing a level of intelligence vastly superior to her age. Urwala approached Inala later that night, after baby Ganala and Asiya had fallen asleep. Seated in the living room, Inala had been observing a map that he had just purchased. When she called him, he rolled up the map and motioned for her to take a seat. "Grandma, do you want some tea?" He got up and entered the kitchen, preparing some. "Thank you." Urwala sat in a comfortable cushion, staring at the mansion that now stood in the place of her dingy home. Inala had rebuilt and renovated the place luxuriously. His theater too had kicked up a notch, bringing him a lot of revenue, making him a busy person. That meant he only had limited time to be at home, causing baby Ganala to spend most of her time with Urwala. As a result, both developed a close bond. Sipping the tea that Inala brought, Urwala pieced through her thoughts and asked, "Tell me the truth. Who exactly is she?" She asked, "Is she really your daughter? Isn't she starting to resemble me?" Inala tilted his head in confusion. "Why are you wondering about that, Grandma? I'm not talking about her appearance. She indeed looks like you. But that's not what I'm getting at." She stared at Inala in all seriousness. "Tell me the truth. Is Ganala even human? Are you sure you want to learn the truth?" Inala asked. "Grandma, please know that I won't be revealing it to you without the associated consequences." "That's fine with me." Arwala nodded. I will die any day now. So, I'm not concerned about that. I just wish to know the truth. Who exactly is Ganala? And in extension, she stared at Inala. Who are you really? We are Mammoth clansmen, Inala said, and Ganala is a Mammoth clan princess. I see. Arwala nodded, satisfied. Are all Mammoth clansmen as smart as her? If that was possible, we would be controlling all of Sumatra, Inala laughed. Only a Mammoth clan princess is special. He stared at her. Are you repulsed because we aren't free humans? Maybe I would have cared when I was younger. Arwala snorted. But at my age, I can't bring myself to feel such attachments. Besides, I'm simply staying as a guest in your home until the day I die. So I don't care. Ganala is a sweet child. Slightly selfish, but pure by heart. Arwala got up slowly. I treat her as my granddaughter. And do you know Inala? She grinned. She calls me Grandma with all her heart. It warms me to see her grow. Staring at Inala's trembling hands, she spoke softly. So, you needn't look at me like that. I won't do anything that'll sabotage your existence. Unless, of course, you plan to destroy us. I'm not a psychopath, Inala muttered. I'll be leaving this place in a couple of years. We have simply stopped here to prepare for our journey to Brimgon Empire. I wish you success then. Arwala yawned and returned to her room, staring at the figure of a sleeping baby Ganala. I'll raise her well. Ha! Inala sighed, retracting the prana in his hands. If Arwala displayed the slightest intent to sabotage his plans, he intended to kill her. Thankfully, nothing happened like that. It would have weighed on my mind had I killed her. Returning to the present, Arwala stared as dozens of Empyrean zingers revolved around baby Ganala in a protective formation. Asiya rushed to her rescue, unleashing sounds that stole Hanya's senses. But suddenly, Hanya's body flickered as she swapped her body with another. Only the senses of the previous body had been stolen. The new one was in its pristine state. She activated her human avatar in full swing, transforming into a swamp-like humanoid with acidic properties. Prana bombs slammed into her body, but melted in a matter of seconds. The swampy fluids simply dispersed the momentum behind the impacts as Hanya closed in on baby Ganala. Don't you dare touch her, Arwala shouted as she took out a dagger that had been passed down through her family for generations. Followed by a roar, she stabbed it into Hanya, causing the contact area to turn into ice. That's a decent weapon you got there, Hanya muttered as a tendril shot out of her body and spilled onto Arwala's forehead, melting through the latter. In an instant, Arwala turned into a puddle. With barely any prana, she was too weak and outclassed here, hence one shot by the 4-life-stage cultivator, Hanya. Thankfully, Arwala's sacrifice bought enough time for Asiya to arrive between Hanya and baby Ganala. 6 spirit weapons floated around her and attacked Hanya while she used her powers to rob the senses of both Hanya and Ghidorah. But she couldn't do anything beyond that. The moment her spirit weapons came into contact with Hanya, they melted, rendering them useless. It was a bad matchup. Grandma! No! Baby Ganala screamed in sadness as tears streamed out of her eyes. She glared at Hanya, inhaled a deep breath, and puffed through her mouth, unleashing a sonic boom as Hanya was sent flying away. What the heck was that? Forming a pair of deep trenches in the floor as she dragged her feet to a halt, Hanya was surprised to see the level of power exhibited by baby Ganala. How is a 3-year-old this strong? Hanya slammed her palms together and expanded them to create a sludge film, tanking the prana bomb projectiles. After melting through them, she created a sludge whip and lashed at Asiya, intending to incapacitate her. Her goal was to capture Asiya and baby Ganala to use them as a bargaining chip against Inala. Just before her attack landed on Asiya, Hanya lost her sense of sight, hearing, smell, and touch. Using that chance, Inala appeared behind her, carrying a bone paddle that was bigger than her body. He swatted her with force, having activated his secondary nature, sending her reeling into Ghidorah as her human avatar melted through his. Hanya! It's me! Ghidorah grunted, watching the layer of crystals covering him melt in response. But Hanya was unable to hear his shouts, continuing to damage him. If he were to retaliate, she would suffer worse. Hence, Ghidorah was in a predicament. Chapter 176 Free Humans vs. Mammoth Clansmen, Part 2. Leaving behind one body to suppress Hanya, Ghidorah rushed out, retaining the power of his remaining 7 bodies. With a flash of his hand, the region transformed into a crystal castle, giving him a terrain advantage. Inala's legs began to be covered by a layer of crystal that was slowly creeping its way up. And the longer he remained in this terrain, the faster this crystal grew over his body. Secondary nature, internal inertial gravity. Inala flexed his toes, creating enough power to shatter the crystal layer covering him. His sudden display of overwhelming power shocked Ghidorah. Staring at the cracks that formed on the crystal-covered ground as Inala walked, he realized how heavy Inala was, asking, Are you really a mammoth clansman? Are you seriously asking it now? Inala snorted. You shouldn't have attacked me in the first place. That's so. Ghidorah created a crystal hammer and slammed into Inala, grunting upon seeing the latter defend it without flinching. I'm using the strength by stacking 7 bodies. He's withstanding it without trouble. There was a qualitative difference between the natures of pranic beasts at different grades. Inala's internal inertial gravity was a gold-grade pranic beast's primary nature. It was the strongest power under the mystic grade. It was why the moment Inala activated it, he could go against Ghidorah. After all, the latter's primary nature was only silver grade. Of course, this was only in terms of physical might. In terms of sheer ability, Ghidorah vastly outclassed Inala, since he was currently stacking 7 bodies of himself into one. Meaning, his primary nature's effectiveness was reinforced 7 times. I should change my attack. Thinking as such, Ghidorah unleashed a mist, causing everything touched by it to transform into a crystal. Inala created 2 prana bombs and activated his mystic bone art, combining them into one before transforming them into a large fan. Through his secondary nature, he raised its density, allowing him to unleash a lot of force through it. As he waved the fan, a fierce gust of wind was generated, sending the mist flying back at Ghidorah, preventing it from approaching anywhere close to him. Moreover, he directed the mist at Hanya, causing a layer of crystal to form on her body, immobilizing her. Ghidorah hurriedly retracted his power to ensure no harm was done to her. Honestly, if he were facing Inala alone, he would have subdued the latter by now. But every time he attacked, his senses were stolen, preventing him from controlling his attacks to target Inala accurately. And to escape from the ability, he had to switch bodies, which took a moment. And when he does so, he couldn't attack, allowing Inala to counterattack. This was all because of Asiya. Besides, even after changing his body, Ghidorah would still fall victim to her power, as she only had to activate it once again to steal his senses. With Hanya no longer keeping her engaged, Asiya had more than enough leeway to accurately target them. Hanya was repeatedly switching her bodies in an effort to free herself from the loss of her senses. But Asiya accurately timed her attacks, placing Hanya under the effects right after she switched a body. It was why Hanya was incapacitated and couldn't rejoin the battle. Surrender, Ghidorah. Inala said, using 3 prana bombs to create a hammer. The next attack wouldn't be pretty. By now, the Empyrean Zingers had taken position, ready to bombard Ghidorah with a rain of prana bombs. They unleashed their presence simultaneously, stacking everything into a singular whole, pressuring even Ghidorah, causing him to grunt in response. We have no reason to be enemies. So why don't we stop this farce? Inala asked. Farce? Ghidorah snorted. There has been a disturbance in the Red Draft River since the day you appeared in my kingdom. As a result, the disaster we face once a century suddenly grew many times stronger. Red Draft River? Inala blurted in shock. What the fuck are you talking about? Isn't the river in this region called the Angan River? Inala was confused. Based on all the information he had obtained till now, he confirmed that the river passing through the Ganram kingdom was called the Angan River. He had never heard about it before, but considering how Sumatra chronicles only recounted the places in a small region of the Sumatra continent, he didn't consider something to be amiss. It was originally called the Red Draft River before we renamed it the Angan River. Ghidorah said, expressing confusion. Only the royalty ought to know its previous name. So, the fact that you recognize the name means you're involved. They renamed it? Inala's face paled in response. All the gears in his brain whirred in a hurry, recalling everything he knew about Sumatra chronicles. A disaster that strikes once a century, rapid depletion of the water before its arrival, and this happens in the Red Draft River. The Millinger catastrophe. Inala now understood what was happening. It's not that the Ganram kingdom remained secluded and managed to not be detected by the Empyrean Tusk herd in Sumatra chronicles. Red Draft River comes within the herd's route. The fact that the Ganram kingdom never appeared despite that is apparent enough. He stared at Ghidorah. They're annihilated in the upcoming days. Keek! Quack! Suddenly, incessant shrieks resounded from the Empyrean Zingers placed throughout Elora City. Damn! This is the worst timing. D. Inala growled and combusted half his prana reserves, condensing them all in his right leg as its density increased to the extreme. He lifted his right leg and slammed into the crystal floor with force, causing an earthquake. You're mad! Ghidorah shrieked in a fluster as he erected multiple pillars throughout the region, propping up the falling ceilings of the nearby houses. Screams resounded as many people were alarmed by the collapsing houses. The earthquake traveled for more than 100 meters, causing all the walls there to collapse in response. If not for Ghidorah's prompt response in erecting pillars to prop up the ceilings, many people would have been squished. Dust billowed throughout Inala's house as he lifted his leg, and stared at the tunnel entrance that was revealed at its bottom. This led straight to the storeroom, where he had stored all his prana bombs and excess life bombs. Stage 1 Jaw. Transforming his jaw into an Empyrean Zingers, Inala opened his mouth wide, watching miniature Empyrean Zingers leap from the tunnel and throw miniature prana bombs into his mouth. They were rapidly emptying the storeroom, pouring everything into his stomach. Inala consumed prana voraciously and transformed his stomach into a biome, allowing for the storage of all the prana bombs. In the meantime, controlling his 4-story storage lantern and Sumatra Zinger like they were spirit weapons, Inala placed them in Asia's custody, informing her through his bone slip in her possession. Run! Now! Chapter 177 Free Humans vs. Mammoth Clansmen, Part 3. What happened, Inala? Let's run together. Asia was stunned by his change in tone, hurriedly replying through her bone slip in his possession. This kingdom's king will be here any moment now. He's too powerful. If we go together, he'll capture us all. I'll stay behind to buy time. Head to the sandy gray void and board the vehicle I made. The Empyrean Zinger Queen would be there shortly. She's capable of operating it. Don't stay in this region. Escape at full sprint until you reach the Guna Caves. Wait there for my arrival. Inala replied in a hurry and inscribed a map of the Guna Caves in the bone slip, pointing at the accurate spot where they would meet up later. Wait! What about you? If you stay behind, you'll be killed. Asia was in a state of fluster. As she said, if Inala were to stay behind, he would be killed. It was one-sided at present, but she was in love with him. Abandoning him was impossible for her. We don't have time. Just listen to me. Ganala's safety takes top priority. If she falls into the king's hands, he'll use her for his benefit. He's someone capable of that. So run away. Quack! Inala unleashed a roar, informing the Empyrean Zingers of everything he needed to tell them. They'll take care of the rest, as there was enough of them to protect baby Ganala and Asia. Inala threw a bunch of prana bombs that expanded to encase Asia and baby Ganala within. With a thought from him, the imprint in his storage lantern changed to Asia's prana signature. From now on, she'll be able to open and access its contents. At present, it had the Empyrean tusk bone powder, elixirs, and life bombs, filled with life force. There was more than enough in them for Ganala's needs. Any more could be accumulated at a later date, since the Empyrean Zinger Queen would be accompanying them. Dada! Baby Ganala screeched in protest, but a glare from Inala and she shut up, shedding tears in response. Don't abandon me. The large prana bomb finished encasing them as the Sumatra Zinger stabbed into it, having finished absorbing enough air. With a thought from Inala, it unleashed the thrust, sending the large prana bomb flying in the air. Over 200 Empyrean Zingers in miniature form latched onto the large prana bomb, spreading their wings for an instant to give it the necessary lift, sending it flying high up in the air. The remaining Empyrean Zingers used their secondary natures to leap into the sky, forming a cloud that covered the large prana bomb in its flight trajectory, stunning everyone in Elora City who had arrived on the streets due to the commotion. Suddenly, a group of the Empyrean Zingers unleashed a sharp cry. A menacing presence was rapidly approaching them. Hearing the shout, Inala took out a prana bomb, filled with 100 prana, and threw it lightly, making it cover a couple of meters in distance. Before it touched the ground, he rushed forth and kicked like it was a soccer ball after spiking his body's density to the maximum. He transferred all the momentum into the prana bomb through the kick, causing it to blaze forth with a whistling sound. And while it flew, the 100 prana in it was consumed, unleashing the effect of internal inertial gravity to raise its density, making it weigh hundreds of kilograms. It arched through the air and made a beeline towards the menacing presence that was rapidly closing in on the cloud of Empyrean Zingers. The prana bomb was like a flash of lightning as it slammed into the menacing presence and sent it reeling through dozens of buildings. It shattered upon impact but had thwarted the enemy, gaining more than enough time for the cloud of Empyrean Zingers to leave Elora City. You're not going after them, fucker! Inala roared, having finished swallowing all the prana bombs he had stored underground. He also swallowed the remaining Empyrean Zingers that numbered close to 80, storing them all in his biome. At regular intervals, one of them would pop open a prana bomb and allow the biome to digest it, supplementing Inala's rapid prana consumption. The biome was tiny, a cramped space. Thankfully, all Empyrean Zingers remained in their miniature forms, hence taking up limited space in comparison to the prana bombs. Since the biome was tiny, his prana consumption was within the limits that he could generate on time through prana bomb consumption. Now, I just need to endure torture for a short while. Inala sighed for a moment before rushing towards Ghidorah to go on the offensive. His hammer slammed into the ground, causing another quake. TCH. Ghidorah waved his hand, causing a hail to cover Inala and encase him in crystal. A second later, Inala broke free. But since Asiya was no longer at the scene, Inala was driven into a corner in a matter of seconds as both Ghidorah and Hanya ganged up on him. Through the mystic bone art, Inala covered himself with a layer of armor using his prana bombs, absorbing Hanya's and Ghidorah's prana every time they attacked him. He fused his two life hands into his hand armor, ready to target at the right time. "You're a freaking turtle," Ghidorah grunted as he bombarded Inala with attacks. But the moment his crystal touched Inala, the prana in them was absorbed, turning them brittle. And using the absorbed prana, Inala mended the damage. That was how he was able to hold on for so long. He truly was a tank with insane recovery speed. But that ended as suddenly, a giant with a golden crown landed behind him, reaching a height of 8 meters. It extended its hand and grabbed Inala, exerting pressure to shatter his armor instantly. Cook! Inala was prepared for this attack as he faced his palms covered by the life hands and touched the giant's palm, rapidly absorbing life force from the latter. Guh! There was a grunt from the giant that let go of its hold. But a moment later, it swatted him into the ground like a bug, shattering his limbs. With that, the life hands crumbled, losing their power to absorb life force. Like a rag doll, the giant lifted a bloodied Inala, muttering upon observing his limbs that were crushed into pulp. "That's better." The giant vanished, and in its place stood a middle-aged man with an imposing presence. His bushy mustache dangled along the sides freely, reaching his shoulders. Every time he opened his mouth, it twitched like a serpent. Ex-prince of the Brimgon Empire, and founder of the Ganram Kingdom, the sole entity in the region to possess a human avatar made out of a gold-grade mineral. Ganram Kingdom's king, Fung Brimgon. Is this mammoth clansman the cause behind our worsening situation? Staring at Ghidorah, Fung Brimgon asked with a commanding tone. "We haven't confirmed it yet. But," Ghidorah said, "he's able to command a mysterious pranic beast race." Fung Brimgon stared at the unconscious Inala and slapped him awake, asking after a moment's observation, "What's your relationship with the Dieng Canyon rulers?" Chapter 178 Free Humans vs. Mammoth Clansmen, Part 4. What's your relationship with the Dieng Canyon rulers? Fung Brimgon asked as he observed Inala's broken body. Pulpy limbs, cracked ribs, fractured skull, and ruptured organs. It was a wonder Inala was alive. Originally, Fung Brimgon intended to pummel Inala close to death's door. Following that, by treating him limitedly, he would wake Inala up and interrogate him. But upon seeing that Inala's condition was a lot better than he had expected, Fung Brimgon had to change his plans and interrogate beforehand. He hadn't been to the Dieng Canyon, but he heard about the Zingers that ruled the region through some records at the Brimgon Empire he went through randomly. And since they were protecting Inala, he assumed Inala had a relationship with the 3 Zinger queens that controlled Dieng Canyon. That was how they dispatched a team of Zingers to protect him. That was very far from the truth, but information exchange was limited in Sumatra, and Fung Brimgon fled the Brimgon Empire. Hence, his education was lacking. After founding the Ganram Kingdom, he holed himself in the region to cultivate and develop the place. Despite everything, he was the most knowledgeable out of everyone in the Ganram Kingdom. The fact that he recognized the Zingers itself was a wonder, something most kingdoms didn't even know about. The Dieng Canyon was very far from their location after all, without a proper path to travel towards it from their region. "Why do you care?" Inala wheezed but displayed no trace of fear. "Whatever I do is none of your business." "It is if my kingdom is involved in it," Fung Brimgon replied, subtly motioning Ghidorah to keep quiet in response to the disrespect Inala displayed. As long as Inala replied, Fung was confident in extracting the necessary information. Limited clues were enough for him to piece together the whole picture. "Let me be clear about one thing." While Inala spoke, an Empyrean Zinger shattered a life bomb in his stomach. He carefully circulated the life force through the vital organs, healing them to the point his life wasn't in danger. Earlier, when he was attacked, through internal inertial gravity, he strengthened the most important parts and protected them, ensuring he would survive Fung's attack but still appear to be severely wounded to others. "Whatever I did here is, and will never be a concern for your kingdom." Inala expressed arrogantly, "If you think otherwise, the Mammoth clan will explain it clearly in 2 years. Question them if you're confident enough." "Are you threatening me?" Fung increased the strength in his palm, causing cracking sounds to resound from Inala's bones. "Do you think the Mammoth clan will dare fight my kingdom for a measly cultivator? They might be strong enough to destroy my kingdom, but the losses they'll face in the process will be devastating." Fung analyzed calmly, acting as if he was merely a third party. "If they are wise, they wouldn't risk everything. Depends on the measly cultivator's status." Inala didn't even react at his bones developing more fractures, and I can guarantee this. "Kill me," he revealed a confident smirk, "and you'll all join me in the afterlife." "Are you a settlement leader's son?" Fung snorted. But internally, he was nervous. Inala didn't even twitch at his bones getting crushed. His mind was way too strong for someone his age. Feng was strong, but he didn't dare face the Mammoth clan. Every single leader of free human civilizations knew very well the fact of the Mammoth clan's tyranny. They had razed down many regions, whether human or pranic beast once offended. Moreover, if the Empyrean Tusks were to personally take action, his kingdom would be dust in a matter of hours. His strength didn't matter. He could at most face 3 or 4 settlement leaders. But that was it. The various princes like Ghidorah could face a settlement leader each. Even then, the Ganram kingdom only had 7 cities. Meaning, there were 7 city lords in total on Ghidorah's level. In comparison, the Mammoth clan had 6 times the number of powerhouses. Moreover, the average quality of Mammoth clansmen was very high, capable of taking on at least 3 to 4 free humans at the same cultivation. It wouldn't even be a fight. The Ganram kingdom would be annihilated. "I'm not a settlement leader's son," Inala said, smiling upon seeing the visible relief on Feng's face. His lips curved up wide as he uttered, sending waves of despair in the faces of Feng, Ghidorah, and Hanya. "I'm an Empyrean Tusk." "So," he chuckled, "there you have it. Empyrean Tusk." Feng's hands trembled as he let go of Inala subconsciously, staring at the man on the floor with pulpy limbs. "And no, this isn't possible. An Empyrean Tusk cannot take on a human form." He stopped speaking when Inala inhaled a deep breath of air, compressed it, and unleashed a powerful gale. He hadn't used his prana externally to unleash that effect. But rather, it was a simple inhalation and exhalation that was unleashed with such power. Only one existence could do that in Sumatra continent. It was an entity worshipped as a deity among many free human communities, the most feared and respected pranic beast. Expert gold-grade pranic beast, Empyrean Tusk. He wanted to refute it, but the power behind the prana bomb that slammed into him just before was vivid in his memory. Moreover, when he was rushing through Elora City, he witnessed the intense quake personally. Only internal inertial gravity was capable of unleashing such a power. "You're lying!" Hanya shrieked in fear. "You're not an Empyrean Tusk." "Sure, kill me then," Inala stated calmly. "You'll know the answer in 2 years." 2 years? Feng Brimgon thought of the last time he saw the herd at the Brimgon Empire. Since the century-long rout of the Empyrean Tusk herd was famous, he calculated accordingly. There's 17 years before they arrive at the Brimgon Empire. Based on that, they might pass through this region in 2 years. It's closer to the route they take alongside the Red Draft River. "I will then," Hanya shouted and transformed her hand into acidic sludge, intending to kill Inala. But Ghidorah erected a wall of crystal between the two. Hanya glared at him. "Why are you stopping me? This region is protected by the ring of sandy gray void. Empyrean Tusks won't approach this place," she argued. "Wait a minute." Saying so, Ghidorah sprinted out and arrived on the city walls, waiting for a few minutes until he saw some soldiers return. "How's it? Did you capture them?" "We apologize, City Lord." The soldiers trembled in fear. They entered the sandy gray void. But they were accompanied by flying monsters. "How many?" Ghidorah asked. His face paled as he heard the answer, recalling Inala's statement when he stated his reason for being arrogant. 3,000 Empyrean Zingers. That wasn't all. He saw a massive pranic beast perch upon a hill 2 kilometers away and stare his way like a hawk, oozing the strongest presence among the Empyrean Zingers he witnessed. It didn't do anything but simply stare. Slowly, it opened its mouth and uttered, "Chirp." It was loud, echoing throughout the city. In response, Inala's smile only widened, causing terror to churn within Feng's heart. Chapter 179 Treasure Trove of Information. At least if they had captured Asiya and baby Ganala, the Ganram kingdom could have acted ignorant about Inala's existence if the Mammoth clan were to arrive in the future. But they had escaped. It meant that the truth would eventually reach the Mammoth clan. When that happens, they would be fucked, without given any chance to plead for forgiveness. "Shit!" Ghidorah stomped in anger, and returned to a region of rubble at the center of which were Feng and Hanya. He subtly shook his head, signaling that they failed to capture Asiya and baby Ganala. "You needn't act secretive." Inala teased. "They've already left this region. It's impossible for you to cover the traces of my existence. So, what will you do now?" "Damn, this fucker is completely relaxed." Ghidorah was nervous upon staring at Inala. But suddenly he thought of something and asked, "If you're truly an Empyrean Tusk, then your actions make no sense. First of all, you created a business here," he said, feeling more confident the longer he spoke. "You amassed a lot of wealth, uncharacteristic of an Empyrean Tusk that has no materialistic need. Secondly, you were raising an army of Zingers. That makes no sense." "Oh, you're finally using your brain," Inala eyed Hanya for a moment. "Unlike someone that acts based on gut feeling here." I'll let you figure it yourself. Grinning in response, Inala uttered, gather a team of experts with detection prowess. Head to the Rooster Tribe settlement and find a cracked region among the walls. Dig the ground at the foot of the wall and do your best to sense the life force present there. Come here when you do so. Saying so, Inala closed his eyes and daringly fell asleep. Send a team immediately. Fung took a seat next to Inala. I'll keep watch here. Make the trip personally. Yes. Nodding in response, Ghidorah gathered his best team of scouts and rushed to the Rooster Tribe settlement. As Inala had said, there was a damaged portion among the settlement walls. Even though it had been mended, it looked too damaged as compared to the rest. Dig here, he said and pointed at the foot of the wall, watching his team do so immediately. Soon, when they reached a depth of 40 meters, they noticed faint traces of a fluid that had mixed with the soil there, surprisingly maintained as such. And the deeper they dug, the more the mysterious fluid appeared. The best scout among the team scooped out a milliliter of the fluid and activated his human avatar, sensing faint traces of life force within the fluid, exclaiming, "Such a rich life force. Is this even possible? Anything else?" Ghidorah asked, frowning at the result. Is high-quality life force meant to imply something? Let me take over. A young scout who hailed from a prestigious family line of scouts grabbed the fluid and activated his power. I'll try to manifest any innate traces remaining within it. The scout's prana surged and seeped into the fluid, causing the image of a pranic beast with wings to appear for an instant before collapsing. But a moment later, the projection of a ravenous boar head appeared, expressing bottomless avarice. Goosebumps formed on the scout's limbs as he dropped the fluid, muttering like a broken record, "Bibibobo boar. Boar King, are you serious?" Ghidorah's expression turned solemn as he ordered the team. "Double-check it. Did the Boar King really come here?" Back at Elora City, after a short nap, Inala opened his eyes upon hearing a screech. They have returned. The majority of the Empyrean Zingers left the region with Asiya and baby Ganala. But the Empyrean Zinger Queen was worried. Hence, she left behind an Empyrean Zinger King along with a dozen Empyrean Zinger scouts. Currently, they remained in the forest outskirts of Elora City to inform Inala of whatever happened outside through their shrieks. Their blatantly obvious presence kept pressure on the people in Elora City, preventing any drastic measures from being taken against Inala. And it had worked wonders, for Inala had even safely taken a nap. At his words, Fung Brimgon stared to the side and noticed Ghidorah arrive with a depressing expression. "What did you find out?" "The Boar King visited this place 3 years ago." Ghidorah iterated his findings. "He spent a month here. We were unable to find out anything else." "There you have it," Inala said. "I came here after learning of the Boar King's arrival." "To do what?" Fung asked solemnly. "The Boar King will return," Inala said with assurance. "The sole muddropper of Sumatra exists here. In 2 years, it'll lay its eggs. The Boar King will return to consume it then. Hence, I've been raising an army of zingers to trap him in the sandy gray void. That's pretty much it," he concluded. "I have no relation to the Centangers. Rather, the lot of you are foolish to live right in the center of their mating bed." "We know this is their mating bed," Fung snorted. "We were able to defend our kingdom against the Centangers successfully until now, and will continue to do so." "Good for you. It's not my concern." Inala shrugged and reverted to his male self. "Well, since my plans have been revealed, I'll ask it formally. You don't mind me doing my thing here, right?" "Oh, absolutely, I do mind." Suddenly, Fung Brimgon revealed a grin and grabbed Inala. "The Mammoth clan is terrifying, yes. The Empyrean Tusks are even more terrifying. That is even more obvious. But if the Boar King will return in 2 years, I can't ask for better news myself." He commanded Ghidorah, "Imprison him. When the Boar King arrives, we'll bribe him with an Empyrean tusk. He'll love it dearly." Fung spoke, seeing Inala's face turn ashen in response as he grinned. "The Mammoth clan will not dare come anywhere near here after the Boar King's arrival. In the meantime," he stared at Hanya, "interrogate this Empyrean tusk for all its information. Each one is a treasure trove of information. We'll benefit tremendously through this and might even surpass the Brimgon Empire." Treasure trove of information. Ghidorah's eyes lit up as he stared at Inala. "I now understand how you turned the city councilor's son into a genius. You used your vast seat of knowledge to equip him with skills perfect for his cultivation technique. Everything's crystal clear now." Ghidorah saluted in excitement at Fung. "We'll extract everything, father." "Good," Fung nodded. "I'll send a team of experts to aid you in this. They'll record and analyze everything you find out." He stared at the fear-struck expression of Inala. "This Empyrean tusk came at the right time. Once we gain everything from it, we'll offer it up to the Boar King on a golden platter." He left after leaving behind a statement. "I'll go speak to the muddropper and tell it to widen the sandy gray void." As long as I supply it with enough resources, it can make the sandy gray void large and deep enough that even the Empyrean tusks would refrain from entering it. You'll regret this. Inala shouted. Oh, shut up! Hanya slapped Inala. We'll benefit a lot by selling you to the Boar King, and also seek his protection. No one in Sumatra can go against him. So give up. Chapter 180 Torture and Information. Ellora City. Arriving at the prison beneath the city lord estate was Hanya, in tow with Inala. Arriving at a cell, she threw him inside with force. This is your home from today onwards. You'll regret everything. Inala gasped for breath and muttered. No longer arrogant, are we? Hanya grinned and gagged him, preventing him from speaking. His limbs were already mushy. Hence, she nailed them to the floor, making eye contact with Inala to utter softly, Be patient, all right? We'll be spending a lot of time together from now onwards. Saying so, she erected a sludgy dome around Inala. No third party would be able to enter it, ensuring Inala wouldn't be able to escape too. She then returned to the living room of the city lord estate, staring at Ghidorah to speak. Inala has been secured now. Good work. Ghidorah retired for the day, taking a nap. Wake me up in a few hours. I need to prepare for tomorrow's meeting. All right. Hanya nodded and returned to the prison, taking seat on a comfortable cushion as she downed some medicine and circulated her prana, recovering from her injuries. From time to time, she observed Inala, smiling upon seeing him remain put in place. Good, he's not creating a racket. Evening that day, she opened her eyes, having finished her recovery. She entered the cell and stopped before Inala, seeing that he had lost a mild amount of muscle mass. Empyrean tusks have a voracious appetite. How does going hungry for a change feel? Inala stared at her in silence, not expressing anything. You don't need to talk. I have methods to strip information from your mind. But before they arrive, she brought a woman in her 20s who had drowned herself in debt. What should I do, Lady Hanya? The woman asked, trembling. Bear his child. Hanya hadn't even finished her sentence when a gust of wind slammed into them, knocking them to the end of the corridor, where they slammed hard into the wall. You bastard! Hanya shook her head, experiencing a mild concussion. She hurriedly circulated her prana to heal the damage and swerved her head to the side, her eyes widening to see the woman was knocked unconscious, bleeding from multiple areas. Let's see how much you can resist. Snorting in response, Hanya snapped her finger, causing a couple of guards to escort the woman out. She brought another woman and entered the cell, being sent flying in response once again. But this time, she observed that the strength behind the wind was a tad weaker. Your strength is depleting quickly. It's just a matter of time. Her plan was simple. She intended to have a woman bear Inala's seed. If it succeeded, they'll obtain an Empyrean tusk's progeny. As long as they enslaved the progeny properly, they could use it to farm valuable resources. An Empyrean tusk's tusk was renowned across Sumatra as the hardest material. Moreover, it was the vital component necessary to make storage lanterns, the primary item sold by the Mammoth clan. The Ganram kingdom would be able to develop at a stronger pace as a result. Hanya didn't mind being sent flying, which was the other aspect of her plan. By showing her intention to make a woman bear Inala's seed, she was making him defend himself. As long as he continued to do so, his strength would be deprived eventually. That would make it easy for her intelligence team to pry open Inala's mind and extract information out of him. They were carefully nurtured with human avatars to become experts in the field of the mind. They regularly used it on the captured slump lizards to understand everything that was happening in the region. That was how Ganram Kingdom continued to prosper and remained at the top of things. The intelligence team was already waiting at the city lord estate, but they had zero combat power. Hence, even the gentlest of attacks would be critical towards them. It was why Hanya was making Inala use up all his power. Gur! Inala raged, unable to speak while gagged. He inhaled a large volume of air and exhaled it sharply, sending another woman flying. But this time, the gust of wind only sent the woman flying halfway into the corridor. It wasn't strong enough to slam her into the wall like the first time. Of course, the woman had barely 10 prana, so she couldn't endure the impact, falling unconscious in response. Hanya didn't mind that, since she had more women lying in wait. All of them were unable to pay their debts, having lost everything in gambling houses. Their fate was to be subjected to relentless labor at the mines. Hence, Hanya could do whatever she pleased with them, promising them a future if they managed to bear Inala's child. It was why those women were desperate. Heh! Hanya chuckled upon seeing the gusts of wind weaken after every successive use. It's only a matter of time. She stared at Inala grunting nonstop, seemingly harnessing all the latent power in him, grinning sadistically, futile struggles. Of course, she couldn't be farther away from truth. Inala was simply exercising his acting skills. In the biome that his stomach had transformed into, an Empyrean zinger cracked open a prana bomb, pouring it onto the stomach muscles. With Inala's activation of mystic bone art, the fluid in the prana bomb was digested little by little, causing his prana to recover. He was steadily accumulating power, but instead showed as if he was desperately holding on. There were plenty of life bombs in his biome, enough to make a full recovery and still have excess. His goal was simply to buy a week's worth of time. By then, the Ganram kingdom would be no more. The Millinger catastrophe would begin shortly. The moment he knew what was about to happen, Inala planned accordingly to make Ghidorah and the rest mistake him to be an Empyrean Tusk. As they couldn't take responsibility for killing an Empyrean Tusk, upon getting clues that the Boar King would return, they would be happy to offer him to the Boar King and receive some benefits in return. Inala led them on perfectly, making Fung Brimgon assume it was his idea, when actually, that idea was simply planted in his mind through the manner in which Inala machined the sequence of events and information delivery. And as Inala expected, he was imprisoned. Now, he only needed to endure for a week to break free. Hence, he was acting to buy some time, making Hanya think he was steadily expending all his strength. Besides, he was curious about the intelligence team. I never knew of their existence before this. I want to see how good they are. Through his mystic skill creator, Inala intended to derive a skill that allowed him to gain information from his opponents, similar to his prime skill of Empyrean Slip, but more forceful in nature. It was necessary for his future plans, and since the best opportunity presents itself, he took action. Fush! A woman was sent flying a few meters, only managing to startle her in response. Upon seeing that, Hanya grinned, snapping her finger as the intelligence team entered the prison. Chapter 181 Battle of the Mind. Batalda was a 120-year-old cultivator at the 3-life stage, reaching the latter half of his lifespan. He had dedicated his life to gathering intelligence for Elora City. Since young, he had looked into the minds of slump lizards, various ravaged tribesmen that had been captured, and dissidents of the city. The mineral his human avatar was made from was called brahasp and was very valuable. It was equivalent to beginner silver grade, but in terms of rarity, it exceeded even hadliok, the mineral used by the Ganram Kingdom royalty to forge their human avatars. It was available only in discrete amounts and had to be mined judiciously. Hence, the number of cultivators part of the intelligence team barely numbered 5, with the cultivation of everyone at the peak of the body stage. Only he, the head of the intelligence team, holding the title of intelligence officer, received enough brahasp to reach the 3-life stage. And at his lord Hanya's orders, he entered Inala's cell. He was accompanied by 2 of his intelligence team members. "Anything I need to know beforehand, my lady?" Batalda asked Hanya as he stared at the crushed limbs of Inala. "He's an Empyrean Tusk." Hanya said, "You need to extract all information from his mind within 2 years. It's fine even if his mind breaks, but his body shouldn't be harmed. We need him to birth more of his kind. But first, we'll wait for your information." There were differences in mating strategies for every race, and if not done correctly, a progeny wouldn't be birthed. Besides, Hanya didn't even know if a human woman could bear Inala's child. Hence, it was best to wait until Batalda got the required information. They could always make the decision accordingly. "I got it." Batalda nodded and calmly took position behind Inala's head while his subordinates positioned themselves on either side of Inala's legs. "This will hurt." He spoke to Inala and activated his human avatar, transforming his body into a glass-like humanoid, sporting his previous stature. Faint rings of information churned through his body, accumulating prana as they condensed in his hands. Batalda placed his hands on Inala's temples and asked, "How old are you?" In response to his question, a ring in his hand seeped into Inala's head, causing the latter to grunt in pain once. A couple of seconds later, the ring returned to its original position in his hand. Batalda opened his mouth and uttered, 17 years old. The moment he talked, the respective ring in his hand shattered, dissolving into his body. He expended 1 prana to extract that information. One of the intelligence team members took out a crystal and coded the information into it. This crystal was the bone slip equivalent for their cultivation technique. The Mammoth clan only used the bone slip for information exchange, as the only cultivation technique they practiced was the mystic bone art. But in the Ganram kingdom, where people practiced dozens of cultivation techniques, the devices used to store information varied accordingly, too numerous. As a result, information exchange took time, done so through cultivators practicing the same cultivation technique. If a third party wished to access that information, the respective device would have to be taken to an institution where the cultivator practicing the same cultivation technique could access it and manually record it into a book. Following that, another cultivator would access the information in the book and encode it into a different device, which could be accessed by the third-party cultivator. Every single time someone wanted that piece of information, A cultivator in that institution practicing the same cultivation technique would have to manually inscribe the book's contents into a bone slip equivalent for that cultivator. As a result, information exchange took a lot of time in Ganram Kingdom. It was the same for the intelligence team too. At present, they were recording all information in their bone slip equivalent, since that was instantaneous. After this, they would have to manually print the information on a book and store it in their database for public access. By public, it was limited to the royalty and people of power who gained permission from the royalty. Batalda stared at Hanya. Is there any information I need to prioritize? Find out what he knows about the changes in the Angan River, Hanya said. Okay, nodding as such, Batalda seeped another ring into Anala's head, asking the latter, what do you know about the changes in Angan River? His power worked by sending an energy packet into the target's mind. Following that, he would ask a question. Even if the target was unwilling to answer, his brain would think up an answer automatically, since thinking was what the brain did. This energy packet captured all the thoughts generated by the brain in response to the question. Of course, there would be a lot of accompanying noise, since no human would have a streamlined thought process. There would be information jumbles, parallel thought processes, etc. Batalda had gone through extensive training to filter out most of the noise and capture only the essence of the information he wanted. Experience played a crucial part in his abilities. As a result, the older someone was in the information team, the greater they were valued. And Batalda was valued across the entire Ganram kingdom. But now, that same person was experiencing a state of puzzlement. The energy packet he sent to Anala's head was destroyed for some reason. Even the prana infused in the energy packet was absorbed by something, confusing him. That hurt, but it's good since I can understand its mechanism. Inala thought, I want more experience regarding this, but not at the cost of leaking sensitive information that might fuck me up. Mystic Bone Art, Prana Domination. This was the skill he got from Granny Oyo as a bribe in advance of what she did later in the night. Forgetting that incident, the skill of Prana Domination allowed Inala to exercise sovereign control over his prana. Prana was an energy created through the fusion of energies from the body, mind, and soul. Therefore, Prana Domination allowed Inala to have complete control over his prana, and in extension, his body, mind, and soul. No third party would be able to go against that, unless they knew the skill and were vastly stronger than him. Offensively, Prana Domination skill could only be used on Mammoth clansmen. When used, he could make the target's skeleton into his spirit weapon and also influence their spirit container. Defensively, it prevented others from influencing his body, prana, spirit container, etc. The moment he used it, Inala realized that Batalda didn't have enough power to overcome the defenses of his Prana Domination skill. Upon arriving at the conclusion, he grinned. Now, I need to evolve this skill to be effective on targets other than Mammoth clansmen. Prana steadily surged through his body as Inala controlled his mental defenses, only allowing Batalda to get what he wanted the latter to receive. As Batalda continued to obtain useless pieces of information from him, Inala recorded the process happening in his head, activating another ability. Mystic Bone Art, Mystic Skill Creator. Chapter 182 Sentanger, Mating Season. He has strong mental defenses, Batalda muttered as he wiped his sweat. The more valuable the information, the stronger it's guarded. It'll take me a while to obtain anything of importance. Well, it's only natural since he's an Empyrean tusk. They wouldn't be a gold-grade pranic beast if it was easy. Hanya said and placed a group of guards to protect Batalda. I'll ask for more experts from the capital's intelligence team. That will be helpful, Batalda nodded. We'll be able to obtain information at a faster rate if my master were to come here. I'll ask the king about that, Hanya said. I can't give any guarantees due to how sensitive of a time period this week is. After the short exchange of dialogues, Batalda resumed his work while Hanya returned to her residence to rest. After 2 hours, Batalda sighed and motioned at one of his subordinates. You take charge now. Yes, the intelligence team member nodded and activated his human avatar, seeping an energy packet into Inala's head. What's your relationship with the 2 Mammoth clansmen that lived with you? As expected, he received no information. The energy packet was consumed in Inala's head. The intelligence team member continued asking questions of varying difficulty. But in the end, he was unable to obtain even the simplest of information, like Inala's name. His mind's defenses are too strong for me to breach. The team member sighed and returned to recording duty, leaving Batalda the only one with the capacity to extract anything worth of substance from Inala. Of course, that wasn't the case actually. Inala was simply manipulating his mental defenses through the Prana Domination skill to make it seem as such. This way, he only needed to guard against Batalda. That meant whenever Batalda rested, the others from the intelligence team wouldn't bother him, allowing him to catch a breather too. It would be hard to protect himself if he were to fall asleep. Hence, by absorbing small portions of fluid from a life bomb, Inala was forcefully keeping himself awake. He was confident in being able to remain awake for a week. Of course, he would have to pay the price later. But that wasn't an issue. His body was currently reeling from the side effects of using the prana blood skill. So he was taking time to mend the damage and gradually heal himself while ensuring to mask himself as still being injured. Having used Mystic Skill Creator so many times, Inala was familiar with the process. This time, he was using the Prana Domination skill and the Empyrean Slip Prime skill as the base, allowing the gathered experience to simply modify them according to his desire. Therefore, he could feel the rate at which it was being accomplished. 1 week is more than enough time. The stronger Batalda's efforts were, the greater the fuel for Inala's progress, causing him to be giddy internally. Come, work harder. He was internally cheering for Batalda. If the latter were to ever realize this, he would bang his head on the wall and commit suicide. The worst thing for an intelligence officer was to lose a battle of intelligence and not even be aware of it. The next day, at the City Lord Mansion, a crowd had gathered in the meeting room. The meeting room was a mix between a study and a dining room, a unique style. There was a rectangular table placed in the center, vacant at the center. The edges of the table were situated only 2 meters away from the walls. There were shelves placed at equal intervals around the table, each a meter in width, housing shelves filled with various reference materials. Situated in the gaps were cushioned chairs, numbering 40 in total. Currently, 36 of them were occupied, consisting everyone of power in Allura Trade City. Maharel too occupied a seat as one of the largest merchants in the city. Currently, his expression was a mixture of relief and pain. He was relieved at the fact that Inala had been removed from the picture. The latter was growing too powerful at a rapid pace. It caused him to be uneasy all along. He also felt pain because it was through Inala that he was making a large sum of profits. Now, in his absence, the theater lacked an owner. Inala's capture was also a hit to its prestige. And without someone to take the reins as the leader, there was chaos in the theater. The various troop leaders fought for the spot, but none had the power to actually clinch ownership. Externally, the big merchants too vied for the theater's ownership. As a result, things had become chaotic. The chaos resulted in a lack of interest in the commodity, as at the end of the day, the theater was a recreational place meant for entertainment. It should sell drama, but shouldn't become the source of one itself. With that, it lost some confidence among the patrons. For the first time since it opened, the theater experienced a drop in viewership, an alarming cause of concern for the big merchants, for their profits were impacted severely as a result. Their profits the previous day were only half as usual, and the trend seemed to only continue. Just before arriving at the meeting, Maharel tallied the day's profits, realizing that it dipped further. He intended to stop the chaos, but he couldn't. He wanted to own the theater, and so did the other big merchants. As a result, they added to the chaos, despite wishing to stop it themselves. I hope we figure out a solution by the end of this meeting. That was Maharel's goal. Hence, he came prepared. Ghidorah entered the room and occupied one of the seats, motioning for the rest to remain seated as he began the meeting. The reason I called everyone is to address the issue with the crisis that occurs once every century. The mating season of the Centangers will begin in 5 days, he said, causing waves of shock to resound amongst everyone in the meeting room. I'm sure you must be shocked, as only half of those in this room have lived long enough to experience the previous Centangers mating season. Ghidorah spoke after a few seconds of pause, but for the rest, let me explain. The Centangers are marine creatures that travel through the Red Draft River, but they remain at the depths and hardly surface. And since the part of the Red Draft River that passes through our kingdom, the Angan River, is shallower and filled by slump lizards, the Centangers typically avoid this region and navigate through a parallel tributary flowing outside our sandy gray void ring. Ghidorah said, but the exception is their mating season, during which they kill every single living being in their sight for game. And our kingdom becomes their largest target. Chapter 183, The Centanger Game. Expert silver-grade pranic beast, Centanger. It sported a body similar to a frog, but one that was covered by a turtle shell. Dangling from its lower body was a tail resembling a fish's, giving it rapid underwater movement capabilities. Its frog legs allowed it to leap long distances. When threatened, the Centanger can retract into its hard shell, capable of tanking the strongest of attacks. The most threatening aspect of it was its head, which resembled a centipede's upper body, sporting hundreds of sharp claws that could grate through the toughest of pranic beast bodies. This centipede's upper body becomes its primary means of attacking. The part would dangle like a whip sword to sever its target, act like a snake to coil around its prey, and crush it into pulp. And worst of all, despite behaving like the head, it wasn't one. The brain didn't exist in the head. Even the pair of eyes on it were simply visual nerve endings that extended from the actual pair of eyes situated deep inside the body, hidden by the turtle shell. The brain too existed in the body, protected by the shell. Therefore, when the centipede upper half is destroyed, the centangle simply casts out the part, and like a lizard growing its tail, it regrows another centipede upper body. Through the traits it was born with, the centangle could become a natural menace of the marine world, sporting terrifying combat capability. But contrastingly, centangles were herbivores. All they feasted upon were marine plant life and shells of crustacean-type pranic beasts. They were docile creatures that never harmed another life, unless one of their own was attacked. But that all changes during their mating season, which approaches once a century. The mating culture of the centangles was strict and special. Only one male that was designated as the leader would mate with all the females. The remaining males would only have to cry in a corner, for they wouldn't be allowed to pass on their genes. As a result, their docile nature vanishes during the mating season. In the quest to become the leader, the centangles host a competition, which is pretty simple in essence. Hunt the greatest threat. The one that kills the greatest number of threats would be crowned their leader and would get the opportunity to mate with all the females. Hence, all centangles would enter a state of frenzy and kill every living thing they chance upon. This was why the 5 silver-grade pranic beasts tried their best to erase all traces of their existence and go into hiding. Because, when discovered, they became perfect prey for the centangles to prove themselves. Death was guaranteed. Every single centangle was strong. Its base form alone was powerful, capable of killing weak silver-grade pranic beasts. But add on to its ability, and it suddenly became an entity that was akin to a disaster. Primary nature, bone-melting artillery. The hundreds of sharp claws on its centipede upper half became artilleries that rained down hell upon the target region, decimating it akin to a hail of meteor strikes. Worst of all, they were corrosive in nature. Upon coming into contact with an artillery, the target's bones would melt, as indicated by the primary nature's name. The power within the artillery was selectively permeable, capable of seeping through all objects to act upon only the intended target. For a living being, the target was typically the bones. Of course, a centangle's attack could melt through other surfaces too, albeit with a lowered efficiency, but it didn't bother with that. Melting one's skeletal structure rendered the creature dead. But as the power behind the artillery didn't affect anything else, the target creature's body remained intact, at least like a sack of flesh. This was because the centangles would tally their game. Since only the bones melted, the target body would still contain some prana, which was enough to indicate the level of strength it held. Through this, the female centangles would calculate, like a game, how much the male centangles had killed and score them accordingly. The top scorer would become their leader. Before their game started, they would drain the Red Draft River into an underground channel, creating a large playground for their hunt. They had rules to follow, one of which was the area limit. Only a certain distance from the river was considered part of the hunting grounds. Of course, this stretched for more than 300 kilometers. So, it wasn't a concern for the centangles. For them, the fastest way to score a lot would be to attack populated regions among pranic beast territories. One such target area was the Ganram Kingdom, which had grown strong. But usually, Devara sighed, less than 20 centangles come here. They are within what we can handle while minimizing our losses. But this time, based on the rapid rate at which the river is being drained, more centangles will be coming here. It was unknown how many centangles existed in Sumatra continent, since they lived throughout the Red Draft River that coursed through at least a quarter of the continent. They lived among colonizers, traveling in whatever route they pleased. Of course, as the Angan River, the part of the Red Draft River flowing through the region within the sandy gray void ring, was shallower, not many centangles approached the place. And those that did so came from weaker colonies. Unfortunately for the Ganram Kingdom, the ones attracted toward it this time were from a stronger colony. It was merely a twist of fate, their bad luck. We can't merely classify it as fate, Devara said. There might be other reasons that resulted in a stronger colony being drawn towards our kingdom. We're still investigating that. But at the end of the day, this threat is upon us. He observed the ashen faces of everyone in the meeting room, and I want everyone here to come up with plans to protect our city. In 2 days, I'll be passing out an order for our affiliated towns and villages to seek refuge here. I need ideas on plans following that. I'll open my warehouse for the soldiers to be equipped. Maharel was the first to step up. Weapons, medicines, and even elixirs. Everything in my possession is up for grabs. Not for free, though. He continued, I'll be making a list of their purchase, and the soldiers will have to focus on repaying the amount after this crisis. Of course, it'll be interest-free. And if any soldier were to die, I won't hold their families accountable. As the largest merchant in Elora City, I should do at least this much. He concluded. It was apparent that many soldiers would die. It meant the losses he suffered would be disastrous. But he was a merchant. His actions would earn him the respect of the people. Meaning, as long as the city's economy recovers in the future, they'll purchase his wares with priority, since during times of disaster, he handed out all his goods with the best interests of the people in mind. For the short term, he'll be facing a massive loss. But in the long run, his prestige as a merchant company would only increase in the populace, cementing his prestige. And through the good faith he received, he could casually take over the theater business and no one would question him. Rather, since he was trusted by the people, everyone would feel that he would manage the theater well. Moreover, the people were his customers. Having as many of them survive would eventually add to his wealth. For Maharel, that was the best outcome. Chapter 184 Uno Reverse. Thank you, Maharel, Devara stated in praise. You truly bear the demeanor as the leader of the merchant group. Until now, no one could be called the leader of the merchants. But as the crisis this time was truly dangerous, Devara let out such a statement, recognizing Maharel's contribution to the city. This forced the rest of the merchants to come forth with their wealth in a bid to not lose to Maharel. It was politics 101. Everyone knew it, but they had no other choice but to participate, as avoiding to do so would implicate their growth and status in Elora Trade City. Now, let's come up with a defensive plan. Devara continued the meeting as everyone proposed various maneuvers to protect the city the best. At the same time, the soldiers of Elora City were patrolling the streets in a hurry, unleashing waves of prana everywhere. There's one here. One of them shouted and hurled his spear into a terrace decor that was shaped to resemble a pranic beast mouth. The spear slammed into it and broke it, causing a tiny creature from within to fly out and flash around. Mutated beginner silver-grade pranic beast, Empyrean Zinger Scout. It was one of the scouts Anala had dispersed throughout the city. After Devara fought him and observed the miniature forms displayed by the Empyrean Zingers, he commanded the city's soldiers to sweep through the place and find every single Empyrean Zinger that was still in hiding. And as he had expected, there were still many lying around, hidden amidst the smallest of creases, discreetly watching every move made by the citizens. Kill it! The soldiers shouted upon detecting the Empyrean Zinger, intending to destroy it. But against their wishes, the tiny cretin was fast, capable of using its secondary nature of internal inertial gravity to vary its body weight and glide around while making sharp turns in the air to avoid every single attack. Like a leech, it leaped from one building terrace to another, unfurling its wings to cover a large distance in the air. When speed was necessary, it jumped to a high enough altitude, increased its weight to the maximum, and dove down at tremendous speeds, breaking the sound barrier. Just the resultant sonic booms threw off the soldiers, creating chaos. Once the Empyrean Zinger came close to the ground, it reduced its body weight to the minimum most, using the momentum to curve its body upward and generate lift once again. Its flight path resembled a damped harmonic motion wave, allowing it to remain in flight for extended durations. More than 30 Empyrean Zinger scouts were currently in Elora City, causing chaos throughout the place as they all fled from one region of the city to another. They intended to do so for the next week until it was time to alert Inala. Keek! Chirp! Quack! From time to time, they unleashed short cries that reverberated long distances. And whenever this cry originated closer to the city lord estate, Inala could hear it, able to know everything that had transpired. This meant that even while imprisoned, Inala was able to keep up with everything that was happening in the city. The water level in the river is dropping down even faster. His eyes shot open as he stared at Batalda and unleashed a sharp cry in pain. Fuck! The pain's gotten worse. As he slowly healed his limbs, the pain receptors in the region became active once again, causing him to experience unimaginable pain, as a result weakening his mental defenses. Inala was using more energy than before to ensure he didn't leak anything that would come back to bite his ass later. By the 4th day in the cell, he was exhausted to the limit, having not had a wink of sleep all along, subsisting solely through the life force in a life bomb. He was reaching the limit of endurance, feeling it hard to guard against Batalda's mental attacks. Upon observing his increasing rate of success, Batalda worked harder, gradually able to obtain greater pieces of information. On the 6th day, he finally broke through, obtaining an answer when he asked, "What do you know about the changes in the Angan River?" The energy packet he sent into Inala's mind returned with valuable information, consuming more than 10 prana in response. But the moment he absorbed the information, Batalda trembled in fear as his face paled in response. Titi the Millinger catastrophe? It reached this point, huh? Suddenly, Inala spoke. The moment he flexed his jaw, the gag snapped, allowing him to speak. Stage 1 jaw. His jaws transformed into an Empyrean zingers as Inala opened them wide, causing 3 Empyrean zingers to fly out and target the 3 information team members. A prana bomb slammed into their jaws and accurately knocked them unconscious. One of the Empyrean zingers expanded in size. It condensed a prana bomb and controlled it like a spirit weapon, making it revolve rapidly as it slammed into the sludgy dome Hanya had erected, consuming the latter in a matter of seconds. Once the prana within it was consumed, the sludge vanished. Following that, the Empyrean zinger casually yanked out the nails that hammered Inala's limbs to the floor. I feel free now. Inala got up as life force surged through his limbs, healing them rapidly. And the moment he activated his secondary nature of internal inertial gravity, his mashed-up limbs ballooned to their original size, keeping them structurally propped up. The life force then surged through them and mended the damages. Since the broken bones were arranged in the corrected order by internal inertial gravity, all this life force had to do was mesh the pieces into a singular whole. As a result, his recovery time shortened drastically. While his limbs were healing, Inala stared at the unconscious figure of Batalda, grinning as he touched the latter's forehead, seeping prana into it. From today onwards, you're mine. Mystic bone art, prana domination. He had evolved it to be effective against all humans. Of course, it was still a ways off before he could apply it to the pranic beasts. But that was a large project. His accumulations were only enough to evolve it to apply to all humans. And in this situation, that was more than enough. The 3 Empyrean zingers returned to the biome in his stomach as Inala continued to lie down on the floor in his initial position. He broke off the nails in half and stuck the head on his limbs to make it seem as if he was still hammered down to the floor. He waited patiently as his prana surged in the bodies of Batalda and his 2 subordinates, gradually permeating his influence on their bones and spirit containers. It took some time before the process ended, allowing him to smirk and casually lie down on the prison floor. Batalda woke up soon after, trembling in fear upon feeling a foreign imprint on his bones and spirit container. He opened his mouth, intending to call for help when he realized he couldn't do so, forcefully kept shut by Inala. His body too positioned itself behind Inala while his hands touched the latter's forehead, the same position he used to extract information from Inala. The 2 information team members were also in their original positions, maintained there forcefully by Inala. When a couple of guards passed by on patrol, they observed the situation to be the same as before. They're very hardworking. We should learn from their example. I can understand why they're so valued. Maybe if we work as much as them, we'll also rise through the ranks. The 2 guards chatted casually and passed by the prison cell, unaware of what was actually happening. Hearing their remarks, Inala's smile only widened. Chapter 185 Empyrean Extraction. Inala forced Batalda to resume his work, continuing to accumulate the experience necessary for the completion of the new skills he was creating. In the meantime, the Angan River's water level fully receded into the ground, revealing the river bed that was packed to the brim with slump lizards that didn't have anywhere else to flee. After all, on both ends of the Angan River were enemies. Hence, the moment the slump lizards sensed the presence of the centangers, they bolted from the place, spreading across the entire region within the sandy gray void ring. It was a sign of the incoming crisis. Slowly, from one end of the Angan River entered a pranic beast that reached a height of 60 meters, resembling a menacing fortress on its own. The moment it arrived, the sand forming the Angan River's riverbed vibrated due to the rhythmic noises originating from the centipede legs. The centipede upper body alone stretched for a length of 60 meters. It slithered through the riverbed and made scuttling noises, casually consuming some plant life to satiate its hunger. This centanger reached maturity and hence possessed 3288 prana, the maximum of its race. Capable of living up to 590 years, it was a pranic beast with a long lifespan. Originally docile in nature, as it walked on the riverbed and sensed the fleeing slump lizards, an animalistic sense of slaughter settled in its mind, causing the centipede legs to make sonorous clattering sounds. Screw away! It unleashed a sharp screech and broke into a sprint. Its centipede upper body flashed around, affecting hundreds of slump lizards whose bodies simply dropped on the ground like blobs as their skeletons had melted. All these slump lizards radiated with the distinct signature of its prana, making it easy to identify the cause. Grinning excitedly, the centanger rushed deeper into the land, signaling the start of the hunt. Skriwa! Skrewa-wee! Centangers one after another rushed into the Angan riverbed, engaging in their hunt. 1, 2, 10, 20, 80, 260. 260 expert silver-grade pranic beasts marched into the region enclosed by the sandy gray void ring, an overwhelming amount. This was merely the number of male centangers. The females entered an hour later, casually as their job was only to tally the scores. They numbered close to 300, beginning to munch on some shells from the riverbed. It seemed one of the largest colonies of the Red Draft River had entered the region this time, signaling the place's doom. But that wasn't the end. Calmly entering the Angan riverbed after a while, like royalty, were 12 pranic beasts, 4 male and 8 females, possessing strength on a whole other level. Mutated beginner gold grade pranic beast, Milling. When a Centanger mutates, it evolves into its gold grade variant, the Millinger. Every single gold grade pranic beast was a force of nature, possessing potently powerful natures. The Millingers were no exception. Primary nature, bone-melting artillery. Secondary nature, inhibition dome. Bone-melting artillery was the same as what its silver grade variant, the Centanger, possessed. But the Millinger's primary nature was more potent. The power that truly set it a class apart was its secondary nature. Inhibition dome erects a dome in a region, akin to a fortress. All emission-based natures employing prana would lose their effect and almost be nullified. The efficiency of the abilities drops drastically, expending more prana for the same effect. The inhibition dome's effects are selectively applied, meaning it only applies to the enemies and not itself and anyone the Millinger recognizes as its ally. Therefore, within the inhibition dome, the Millingers were pretty much unrivaled. Only natures on the likes of internal inertial gravity functioned within the inhibition dome. But it'll be hard for even Inala to move around with bone-melting artillery raining down from the skies. Therefore, the best option was to flee in such a scenario. At least, if only one Millinger was there, measures could be taken to kill it. After all, Ganram Kingdom's king, Fung Brimgon, was a cultivator on the level of a gold-grade pranic beast. But there were 12 Millingers. Ganram Kingdom's doom was guaranteed. Or rather, the entire region within the sandy gray void ring would be wiped clean of all living traces. Later, the Empyrean Tusk herd would pass through the region along the banks of the Red Draft River and encounter them. In Sumatra chronicles, this event was termed the Millinger Catastrophe and became the 5th minor crisis. As the exoskeleton of the Empyrean Tusks is made out of bone, the Centangers were a bad matchup. The Millinger Catastrophe was one of the strongest minor crises faced by the Mammoth clan in Sumatra chronicles. As it was clearly depicted in Sumatra chronicles, Inala knew the destruction the region would face. Perched far away from the Angan River was an Empyrean Zinger scout. Upon seeing the Centangers arrive, it craned strength into its legs and shot high up into the sky, remaining in its miniature form as it trailed over the Centanger colony, scouting them. Once it finished gathering all the details, it unleashed a sharp screech before a spike pierced its body, killing it. The culprit was a Centanger that heard its shriek. As the Empyrean Zinger scout was barely a month old, it wasn't strong enough to defend against the artillery attack, killed in one hit. But anyway, it completed its mission, transmitting all the information through one shriek, the speciality of the Zingers. Multiple shrieks resounded as the information was transmitted to the Empyrean Zinger king, who inhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful shriek, alerting Inala. Time to hunt. Saying so, Inala got up and flexed his muscles, now fully recovered. He stretched his hand and grabbed Batalda by the neck, uttering, "Thank you for your service. You are a valuable resource. Since you'll be dying a few hours from now, allow me to do the deed in advance, for my benefit." Prime skill, Empyrean extraction. Cough. Blood spurted out of Batalda as his brain collapsed. His spirit container shattered as all the resultant prana surged into his head, passing through the brain cells repeatedly before they slammed into his skull, absorbed by the latter. In a matter of minutes, all the prana in Batalda's body was used up. Brain matter oozed out of his orifices like water, having been melted for some reason, sizzling hot to the touch. Inala opened his mouth and allowed an Empyrean Zinger to fly out. He closed his eyes and covered his ears. A minute later, the Empyrean Zinger placed Batalda's skull in his hand, fully cleaned. His corpse vanished, settling in the Empyrean Zinger's stomach. Mysterious ring patterns covered Batalda's skull. Even though it was eerie to the touch, causing his revulsion to well up, Inala calmed himself and activated another ability, using it on the source through whom he derived it. Prime skill, Mind Slip. Chapter 186, Tax Collector Inala. The prime skill of Empyrean extraction caused the target's spirit container to shatter, making their prana surge into their head and result in the brain's collapse. The prana would then seep through each brain cell, absorbing the data stored in all. Like a storm, this prana would slam into the skull, embedding the information into it, similar to how a mammoth clansman inscribed information into a bone slip using the bone slip skill. The result was the creation of a special bone slip that contained all the target's information, the majority of which were unknown to even the target. Any genetic defects they possessed, potential illness, subconscious bias, habits, emotional tendencies, the weight of every single organ, its genetic makeup, etc. Pretty much everything the target possessed, down to their genetic data, was encoded into this special bone slip. But it couldn't be accessed normally. If Inala were to access it like he did with a bone slip, his brain would explode. After all, when a mammoth clansman used the bone slip skill, all the information in the bone slip was instantly inscribed onto their mind. Using the same on this special bone slip would cause so much information to be inscribed onto his mind that it would collapse instantly. It was impossible to handle the entirety of data that belonged to someone. Hence, Inala derived a second skill by basing it on the Empyrean Slip Prime skill and parts of the Imprint Acceptance skill. The result was a bone slip skill with a filter. Prime skill, Mind Slip. Similar to when Inala used the Empyrean Slip Prime skill on the previous Ganala and entered her mind space, capable of seeing the troves of information she had accumulated, the Mind Slip skill allowed the information within the skull to be displayed similar to a mind space. Inala would enter this mind space where all the information would be present in clusters, with each cluster pertaining to a specific data. He would only access the necessary clusters and avoid the rest. This protected his mind. Moreover, he could use these skulls as databanks for future reference. That would allow him to work on greater projects in the future. Batalda was an information officer. Therefore, the level of information available with him would trump everyone else in Elora City, except for probably Ghidorah. Closing his eyes, Inala accessed Batalda's skull, arriving at the respective mind space to observe large heaps of information clusters. They weren't as ginormous as the previous Ganala, but were still significant enough. I need a detailed map of this region, from Ganram Kingdom to Brimgon Empire, he thought, watching his figure within the mind space move towards a certain cluster. Once he touched it, the information cluster was absorbed into his body. A second later, it was inscribed into his mind. Inala took some time to go through them, smiling in response at the detailed map he had obtained. This makes traveling to the Brimgon Empire a lot easier. He used Empyrean Extraction Prime skill on the other two information team members and obtained their skulls too. This isn't enough. After enduring a week's torture, Inala was bloodthirsty, despite his inhibitions towards such an act. His logical side told him to use Empyrean Extraction on everyone of importance in the Ganram Kingdom, using the opportunity when they were getting hunted by the Sentangers. His humane side, though, opposed it, preventing him from treading such a demonic path. Originally, his humane side was stronger, as when push came to shove, he ended up listening to it. When baby Ganala was born, he could have simply launched her somewhere else and made the Boar King chase after her. By the time he catches up to her and devours her, the herd would have escaped to another location. He would remain in safety. But his humane side won, which was why he placed himself in danger in order to lure the Boar King his way, and also took it upon himself to raise baby Ganala, despite the hardships. His humane side was also why he didn't try to take advantage of people like Ruva. With his smarts and cunning, he could have done a better job in wringing Ruva dry for all her worth. There were others too in the 44th settlement, facing their respective challenges. He could have led them on with his knowledge from Sumatra Chronicles and used them for his benefit. He had the capability to do so, but he didn't, because that wasn't humane. Inala's goal wasn't to become an unrivaled existence and remain at the top of the food chain, but alone. No, a mere 6 years of a shut-in life on Earth was exhausting enough. He didn't enjoy living like that. He wanted to be with others, share fun times together, etc. He wanted a social life and not remain alone, with cultivation being the only thing he did. His goal in Sumatra was to explore the continent one day freely, experience new sights daily, fight new pranic beasts from time to time, record his observations through elaborate paintings, etc. Adventure. He craved that. If he were to give in to the demonic way, the adventuring option would no longer be available. Because everywhere he goes, he would only be focusing on ways to take advantage of the region, the pranic beasts, etc. to strengthen himself further. That life would exhaust him quickly. It was why, despite there being easier paths to take, Inala chose ones that he was comfortable with. Normally, that was the case. But whenever his emotions were pushed to the extreme, his humane self would take a back seat. It happened the first time when he came to understand what Granny Oyo had done. In anger, he shattered her skull. It was only because she had forced herself on him. During the night of the incident, had she flirted with him a bit and made a move openly, he would have been happy to oblige, for he was straight up simping for her. Sex would have been perfect. But Granny Oyo chose rape instead. As a result, pushing Inala to the extreme. And now was the second time. He hadn't slept for a week, having had to constantly keep his prana domination skill active and endure intense migraines every time Batalda used his ability. Inala intended to leave Elora City before the Millinger catastrophe started, but was instead hindered by Ghidorah's attack. As a result, he had to send Asiya and baby Ganala into the wilds alone. Even though they were accompanied by Empyrean Zingers, nothing could be said with guarantee. If a gold-grade pranic beast were to attack them, they would be wiped out, rendering all his sacrifices a waste. He had contributed significantly to Elora City's development. He raised many people from poverty, brought business to the city, helped many cultivators reach the body stage, and even turned cultivators from important families, like the city councilor's son, into a genius by imparting him valuable skills. He did all that, and what was the result? A wrench in his plans, endangering everything he sacrificed to maintain, and a week's worth of mental and physical torture. Not worth it, not in the least worth it. His sleepless eyes were red, not turning normal even with life force infusion. He burst out of his prison cell and turned his head to stare at the guards rushing his way. I need to be paid. For everything. Chapter 187 Drug Lord Data. A prisoner escaped. Capture him. Sound the alarm. Ack. In one of the prison cells, lacking any limbs and affixed to the wall, was an old man. He was naked, strapped to a bunch of apparatus that were drilling into him like he was a mountain and mining for resources. Affixed to the wall beside him was another him, his second body, in the same state as the original. A bit more to the side was his third body, fourth, and finally the fifth. He was called Lurt, an ambitious commoner who was born in the slums of Elora City and made his way to the top of the underworld, gaining him the nickname of Drug Lord. He was a genius and with limited means, gathered resources and eventually created a cultivation technique on his own. By the age of 40, he entered the body stage and fused with a silver-grade mineral called roin. By the time he finished building his human avatar and reached the peak of the body stage, his lifespan had increased by 300 years, a significant sum. He was always careful, living in the shadows, for his battle power was limited at best. Roin was a mineral that had drug-related properties, capable of affecting both human and pranic beast bodies. Thanks to it, he produced both medicine and drugs, flooding the market with his products. The drugs made the consumers addicted to them, while at the same time, the medicine cured them. As a result, he had control over both markets, capable of collapsing Elora City's economy overnight by releasing a bunch of drugs if he wanted. Eventually, his drugs made their way to other cities through Elora City's trade route. When the scale of activity became too high profile, the information team was dispatched, collecting information from the affected parties. Soon, they narrowed down on him, and a raid team was dispatched, ending up capturing him. Ghidorah had personally taken the lead, severing Lurt's limbs from all his 5 bodies. At the time of conflict, Lurt was at the 5 life stage. It had been 60 years since he had been captured. As he was the sole individual who figured out a method to create a human avatar out of roin, the information team interrogated and eventually obtained all his secrets. Unfortunately, even after training some people with the cultivation technique, none managed to reach the peak of the body stage, not to mention enter the life stage. As a result, they were primarily dependent on Lurt. Every time Elora City needed medicine, they forcefully extracted it out of him. Locked up in the cell for 60 years, Lurt had forgotten what the outside world looked like. And now, for the first time in decades, a tinge of hope lit up in his eyes. He craned his head up and listened to the sounds of cries from the guards, followed by blunt impacts, resulting in eerie silence. "Here, save me!" Bang! At his weak cries, the door to his cell slammed open as Inala sauntered in. Staring at his confident power-induced pose, Lurt said in a hurry, "Save me too. I don't know who you are, but I'm valuable." "You're valuable indeed," Inala nodded and approached one of Lurt's bodies, "considering how you're the only other individual locked in the City Lord Estate's prison cell. It's a show of your value. Your reasoning is spectacular." Lurt nodded. "But, how will you escape with me?" Inala asked. "You lack limbs to move." "Please carry me for a short while." Lurt said, "As long as I recover some prana, I'll be able to rebuild my limbs. I need 2 days at most to heal one body." "I see." Inala nodded and placed his palm on Lurt's forehead, causing the latter to be confused. But a moment later, there was a shrill scream. What did you do?" At the sight of brain matter leaking out of Lurt's orifices, his remaining 4 bodies shrilled in fright. "Nothing much," Inala said and took out a skull covered by images of leaves, roots, etc. It was Lurt's skull, now containing all his data. Through the Mind Slip Prime skill, Inala entered its mind space and commented, "All right, it has all your information." He surfed through it for a few minutes and muttered in praise, "You're indeed amazing. His power is similar to Oyo. He'll be useful." Thinking as such, Inala broke the bindings of one of Lurt's bodies. He then encased him in a large prana bomb and activated his internal inertial gravity at full power, bending space within. Following that, he shrunk the prana bomb to a miniature size and swallowed it. Once it reached the biome in his stomach, the shell shattered, causing the space within it to spill out as the figure of Lurt fell on the stomach walls. 2 Empyrean zingers constricted him, preventing him from doing anything. One is enough, Inala said, and used Empyrean Extraction Prime skill to collect 3 more Lurt skulls. The information in all 4 Lurt skulls was the exact same, but the copies might come in handy in the future. To avoid any variables, he intended to kill the extra Lurt bodies anyway. So, instead of wasting them, he added more skulls. Maybe he could imprint the contents of a Lurt skull on an Empyrean zinger and nurture it to control Lurt. That way, he could make Lurt produce all sorts of medicine for his use. Get him! A guard shouted and rushed at him, his voice cut off when a prana bomb slammed into him after its weight was increased. The impact splattered his head while his prana was absorbed into the prana bomb. For prana bombs revolved around Inala like satellites and attacked any guard that came within 100 meters. Slowly, he made his way through the flight of stairs, disposing every guard that came his way. Soon, he created 2 prana hands, using them to replenish his prana faster. Prana hands had lower efficiency in prana absorption from enemies, but it instantly added to his prana reserves. So, it was better to use it during drawn-out battles. But for resource accumulation, using prana bombs was the best. Soon, Inala arrived at the ground floor of the City Lord Mansion, spreading his Empyrean Zinger scouts in their miniature form. Since they remained within his spirit weapon range, he could access their memories and see whatever they witnessed. Instantly, Inala mapped out all the rooms in a 100-meter radius around him, approaching one of them as he twisted the doorknob open and stared at the figure of a woman inside. "You're here." Followed by a grin, he entered the room and closed the door behind him. 2 seconds later, screams echoed out. Chapter 188 Inala versus Hanya, Part 1. Phew! Hanya exhaled softly as she wore a pair of arm guards. Her armor was tight-fitting, accentuating her curves. It was smooth and soft to the touch, despite appearing like a condensation of sludge. In truth, the armor was hardened sludge that was weaved into fabric armor. Hanya spent a decade patiently creating it out of her human avatar and refined it with a bunch of parta fruits and minerals. The result was this sludge armor that, when worn, amplified her human avatar, strengthening her greatly. As it was a prized item, Hanya only donned it during the most important battles. News of the Centangers arriving on the Angan River reached her ears. Her husband, Ghidorah, had already gone to the city walls, alongside all their strong cultivators to engage in a defensive battle. Based on their battle plan, her role consisted of the city defense, especially against the artillery strikes unleashed by the Centangers. Her job was to erect a sludge dome that shielded the entire city's airspace. Her children cultivated the same technique as Ghidorah. Hence, their human avatars were made out of Hadliok. Even though erecting a Hadliok mist barrier atop Elora City ought to stop the artillery strike, they weren't as effective as Hanya's sludge. It was because of the consumption efficiency. It took too much power for the Hadliok mist to crystallize the artilleries and shatter them into dust. In contrast, the sludge melted through the artilleries and consumed them to strengthen itself. Moreover, Hanya alone was enough for the barrier. Hence, the task was given to her. Currently, other than a small group of soldiers left behind to defend the city lord estate, everyone else had rushed to the city walls. The citizens had taken refuge in the underground shelters that had been rapidly constructed in the past week. The shelters were created out of Hadliok and hence were robust enough. At present, the only sign of human activity in Elora City apart from the walls was in the City Lord Mansion. "I'm nervous," Hanya muttered as she carefully placed a bunch of prana-replenishing medicines in her one-story storage lantern. Garam Kingdom had storage lanterns. When Fung Brimgon fled from the Brimgon Empire, he brought in a bunch of storage lanterns with him. Contained in them were resources necessary for his cultivation. Over the centuries, the resources stored in the storage lanterns were consumed. Since he had no other use for them, he distributed them among his children who had become city lords. Elora City had 3 storage lanterns, 2 of them being one-story storage lanterns, while the third was a 2-story storage lantern. Ghidorah held the remaining 2 storage lanterns, using them to store the resources necessary for their ongoing battle. Hanya exhaled softly once she finished preparing herself. Based on their information network, there were 2 hours left before the Centangers attacked their city. Therefore, she still had some time to calm her nerves. "I don't know how many would die this time. Let me predict it for you." A voice resounded from behind her suddenly, startling her as Hanya unleashed her prana radially to capture the position of the intruder. She turned in his direction and glared, trying her best to rein in her shock. "How did you escape?" "Don't sweat the small stuff," Inala said and calmly closed the door behind him once he entered the room. He stared at the alarmed figure of Hanya and uttered, "My prediction is this. Ganem Kingdom is doomed." "You!" Hanya seethed in rage as prana boiled out of her, filling up the room with her strong presence. "What did you do to my information team?" "Take a guess." Saying so, Inala stomped the ground, causing it to web with cracks. Prana bombs appeared around him in large numbers as he activated the mystic bone art, causing them to converge upon his body like a fluid and cover him like armor. Mystic bone art, prana blood. The thumping of his heart intensified as Inala felt the surge of strength in his being. He condensed a prana bomb into a shaft and attached it to another prana bomb that acted as a head, creating a mace. Secondary nature, internal inertial gravity. Creak. The floor deformed like a sponge when his body density crossed 400 kilograms. It shattered at his kick, causing Hanya to lose her foothold and fall to a lower floor. Taking the chance when she was falling, Inala condensed a spear out of a prana bomb and hurled it at her, increasing its density to the limit. Boom! Hanya activated her human avatar on all 4 bodies and stacked them, raising her strength to the limit. She erected a sludge shield to defend against the spear, resulting in a shockwave upon impact. The spear absorbed all prana upon the area of contact, causing the sludge in the area to lose all its strength. As a result, it pierced through and stabbed Hanya, stopping after lodging itself halfway into her torso. The momentum behind the throw slammed her into the floor. The floor caved in from the impact before it was rapidly melted through by her human avatar. Have another, Inala grunted and spat out a dozen Empyrean zingers, all of whom activated mystic bone art to condense spears out of their prana bombs. Similar to him, they activated internal inertial gravity to raise the density of the spear to the maximum and hurled them at her. Even the weakest spear among them weighed around 100 kilograms. Adding onto their projectile speed, they became menacing attacks. What the? Hanya's face paled as her vision was covered by prana bomb spears. Every Empyrean zinger had chucked 2 prana bomb spears, since they were ambidextrous in nature. She grunted and shot out sludge balls that targeted the prana bomb spears, meeting projectile with projectile. When a sludge ball approached a prana bomb spear, the latter swerved around it, as the Empyrean zinger that had hurled it was controlling it. The prana bomb spear was its spirit weapon, and hence could be controlled through psychokinesis. As the prana bomb spear avoided the sludge ball, Hanya grunted as the latter curved around the air in a helical loop and trailed after the spear, latching onto its rear end. More than half the prana within the sludge ball was absorbed by the spear, while the remainder melted through half the spear's shaft. Hanya's mind was stretched to the limit as she was controlling more than 20 sludge balls. Controlling one projectile through psychokinesis was the limit. The greater the number of projectiles added to the mix, the lower the control efficiency. To offset that, Hanya exerted greater mental focus, as a result ending up exhausting herself at a quicker pace. Stop! She roared and erected a large sludge dome, one that exploded radially and melted through her surroundings. How does it feel? Unleashing a gust of air to propel himself backward, Inala avoided the range of the sludge dome and commented once it vanished, staring at the melted surroundings. You've destroyed more than a quarter of your beloved home. Chapter 189 Inala versus Hanya, Part 2. Hanya was at the 4 life stage, a powerful opponent. But despite possessing superior cultivation, she was having a hard time facing Inala alone. The reason lay in the grades of their primary natures. Hanya's primary nature was at the silver grade, as evidenced by the mineral used to forge her human avatar. In contrast, Inala had 3 natures. His primary nature of royalty was at the silver grade, being on par with Hanya. But his secondary nature of internal inertial gravity was at the peak of gold grade, for it was the primary nature of an Empyrean tusk. That wasn't all. His tertiary nature of spatial immune system was also gold grade, for it was derived from an Empyrean tusk's relationship with the Mammoth clan. It wasn't as potent as internal inertial gravity, but was still in the gold grade. With 2 gold grade natures, Inala was no different from a gold grade pranic beast. This was the primary reason he had been gunning for the Zinger Queen's power all along. Yes, technically, he wasn't a gold grade pranic beast. His prana values were only on the level of a beginner silver grade pranic beast, a far cry from gold grade pranic beasts. But that was only in terms of absolute comparisons. Inala's prana recovery was unrivaled, either through the use of a prana bomb or a prana hand. Therefore, for someone who could constantly regenerate their prana, the total value of their prana wasn't important. Thereby, Inala was able to exercise the strength on the level of a gold grade pranic beast, while only having to cultivate like a silver grade pranic beast. In terms of trade-off, this was the best. It was why he was confident in being able to threaten the Boar King once he reached the peak of cultivation, because he had the confidence in getting there first. A sludge ball stealthily drilled through the walls and burst out from a location right behind Inala, aiming for his head. But, perched on the back of his head was a miniature Empyrean Zinger scout. It detected the sludge ball and threw a prana bomb its way. The prana bomb ended up melting upon contact, but also managed to neutralize the sludge ball. There were 10 such miniature Empyrean Zinger scouts, perched all over Inala's body, taking charge of his defense. As they were part of his immune system, they weren't targeted by the prana absorption capabilities of the prana bomb armor covering him. Without needing to defend himself, Inala had enough free space in his mind to focus on attacks. This was why he, someone at the initial phase of the body stage, was able to fight on par with a 4-life stage cultivator, Hanya. Mystic bone art, puppetry. For prana bombs revolved around him as they elongated into spears. He grabbed one and threw it with force at Hanya, controlling its flight trajectory through psychokinesis. He repeated the same with the other 3 spears, causing them to fly around in varying arcs and target her. How are you able to control 4 spirit weapons? Hanya shrilled in shock as she evaded the attacks, watching craters form wherever the prana bomb spears make contact. A second later, they flew out of the crater and arrived before Inala, who chucked them once again. Swoosh! Phew! Soft whistling sounds echoed in the area as prana bomb spears rained down from the skies. An Empyrean Zinger glided in the air, forming circles. Standing atop its back was Inala, using the advantageous foothold to rain down attacks. Arg! Hanya shrieked when prana was rapidly absorbed from her legs. She stared down and noticed a grayish layer covering the ground. She increased the strength in her legs and stomped, melting the layer. Her heartbeats were loud enough to mask her hearing. Hanya expanded the range covered by her prana, elevating her detection range. Her skin pricked at the elbow of her left hand. She swerved around and stared in the respective direction, observing 3 Empyrean Zingers perched on a pillar closer to the ground. They were spilling prana bombs on the floor, and upon coming into contact, the prana bombs spread out like water, forming a layer on the floor. The walls, the floor, and even the ceiling were quickly covered by the prana bombs, creating a terrain unfavorable to her. Anywhere she touches them, her prana would end up being stolen. Hanya, why don't you surrender? Inala said, you'll be killed by the Sentaangers anyway. So, I don't wish to dirty my hands if possible. I'll simply beat you up until I'm satisfied and be on my merry way. You wish. She growled and unleashed a sludge tsunami, drowning the region. The moment the sludge poured over the prana bomb floor, she felt a searing headache as her prana was being stolen on all fronts. Enduring the pain, she continued casting her skill until the region was filled with her sludge, ending up melting through the prana bomb surface. Ha ha! She chuckled a moment later, stationing herself at the bottom of the sludge reservoir. She pushed the sludge away from her immediate vicinity, erecting a sphere of air-filled zone around her, spanning a couple meters in radius. Following that, she expanded her 1-story storage lantern to its original size and took out a bunch of medicines from it, pouring their contents into her mouth. Phew! She groaned and sat cross-legged, activating her cultivation technique in an effort to quickly recover her prana. She was already down to half, and considering how Inala didn't even seem to be fazed by the fight, she was in a hurry to recover to her peak as soon as possible. As expected of a master, Inala muttered as he leaped onto the back of another Empyrean Zinger that had taken flight to glide higher. As it circled around, its altitude gradually reduced. Staring at the massive reservoir of sludge surrounding Hanya, he commented, "It's trickier to kill someone like her." Hanya's abilities were a hard counter to him. As a result, it took him time to corner her. But that was the only issue. In terms of prana consumption, Inala had actually recovered 20 prana more than what he consumed. Hence, his reserves were at their peak. "There's a faster way," he muttered after a minute of observation. Followed by a leap, he landed on the terrace of the City Lord Mansion farther away from the sludge reservoir. Once all the Empyrean Zingers returned to him in their miniature forms, Inala grabbed one of them and threw it in the air, watching it reach hundreds of meters high up. He followed suit by throwing more Empyrean Zingers, watching them begin gliding as they reverted to their original sizes. 12 of them were in the air now, circling in unison, resembling a helical strand. Hup! He grunted and leaped, landing on the closest Empyrean Zinger. Without a moment's delay, he jumped and leaped onto the Empyrean Zinger that was gliding higher. One after another, he climbed up and quickly reached the back of the Empyrean Zinger, which was at the highest point, reaching an altitude of 600 meters. Stage 1 jaw. Inala opened his mouth and let out the remaining Empyrean Zingers. They reverted to their original sizes and glided in the air, forming a circle. Following that, all of them condensed prana bomb spears and raised their weight to the maximum. "Now shoot!" Inala roared as he threw the prana bomb spear, watching it continue to accelerate sheerly due to the effects of gravity. Due to its needle shape and high density, the air resistance it faced was minimal. Moreover, he added grooves along the sides of the spear, causing the air to flow along them, creating an effect similar to the grooving in a gun's barrel. Using the air resistance, he caused the prana bomb spears to spin at terrifying speeds. Like a bolt of lightning, dozens of prana bomb spears slammed into the sludge reservoir, breaking the speed of sound at the moment of impact and, as a result, creating a resounding explosion. Chapter 190 Inala versus Hanya, Part 3. Soon, just a bit more. Hanya thought as she hurriedly cultivated, trying her best to recover her prana as quickly as possible. But suddenly, she felt mild tremors throughout the upper surface of the sludge reservoir, becoming alert. She reacted spontaneously, erecting stronger defenses. Unfortunately for her, though, she had underestimated Inala's strength. Like meteors falling off from a star in the sky, the heavy prana bomb spears rained down on the sludge reservoir with enough momentum to spill out the sludge like a tidal wave. The prana bomb spears used their rapid spin to drill through the sludge and reach Hanya, bombarding her body. Explosions resounded continuously as the sludge splashed throughout the city lord's estate. It spilled upon the beautifully decorated lawn, melting it into a puddle in a matter of seconds. The pleasant canal stream that coursed through the estate was polluted once the sludge mixed into it, causing the canal walls to melt and result in the surrounding soil clogging up the drains. All the plants wilted in response, while the walls of the building gradually began to melt into the polluted ground, being eaten off by the corrosiveness within. Originally a powerful defensive power, Hanya ended up losing a lot of prana as her sludge was spilled out everywhere and consumed power to melt through them. She would have originally deactivated her power to conserve her prana loss. But the moment she intended to do so, a bunch of prana bomb spears stabbed into her body, unleashing sonic booms upon impact to shred her apart. That was cleared beautifully, Inala commented as he turned his body light and landed on the ground lively. The moment his feet touched the polluted ground, the prana within the pollutants were absorbed. As it had lost most of its potency by already melting through the soil, the remnant sludge wasn't strong enough to affect his prana bomb armor. As a result, he ended up easily absorbing the prana in it. After a moment of thought, he rolled around on the ground to clean the region, ending up recovering the prana he had used in the previous attack. Getting up, he dusted and leaped into the crater where the sludge reservoir once stood. Multiple minor craters filled the large crater, and stabbed into one such mini crater was Hanya, her head a mush after 2 prana bomb spears had stabbed her dead. Her corpse lay on the ground as her human avatar had been deactivated upon death. The moment Inala landed in the region, the ground parted way as Hanya rushed out as a wave of sludge and thrust her hand forward, extending a needle-like tendril out at the front, intending to stab Inala. 3 life stage. After being killed once, her cultivation dropped by a level. 3 Empyrean zingers that had been posted on Inala's back inhaled air sharply upon seeing her sneak attack and spat out the compressed air. The gust of wind was akin to a storm, stopping Hanya in her tracks. Immediately after, 3 heavy prana bombs slammed into her face and sent her flying. Sludge extended out of her feet and dug into the ground, reclining like a stretched rubber band as they forcefully anchored her to the ground. Sliding back by a few meters, Hanya came to a stop and leaped forward, unwilling to stop her relentless attacks. As long as I get in a good hit, Inala's strength will be compromised. But a moment later, her focused expression glazed over as a bloody line formed on her neck. The head of Inala's mace elongated into a sharp blade, spanning a length of 5 meters, as he twirled once, severing Hanya at her neck. "G.U.H." she grunted. Hanya appeared next to her decapitated body. 2 life stage. Hanya shot out a bunch of sludge spheres, keeping the Empyrean zingers busy with defense. She then opened her mouth and vomited a tidal wave of sludge, intending to drown Inala. Nope. With a snort, Inala leaped high in the air, evading the sludge wave. He spat out an Empyrean zinger and used his psychokinesis to give it some momentum before landing on its back, as a result gliding at an altitude of 20 meters. He leaped once again and threw a prana bone spear, targeting Hanya's hand to sever it in response. Immediately following that, another volley of prana bomb spears rained down, spilling out the sludge tidal wave to result in a wounded Hanya. By this point, she was afraid, for none of her attacks were working on him. Even if they did, Inala's physical superiority allowed him to dodge them all and calmly hover high up in the sky. Whenever she tried to use a spirit weapon to harm him, dozens of prana bombs acting as spirit weapons targeted her in response, overwhelming her. If she were to unleash a strong attack, he would simply retreat high enough into the sky and rain down heavy attacks akin to meteor strikes and splatter all her sludge. It only resulted in her excess prana consumption. Hanya stared at Inala with a trembling gaze, sensing that his prana levels hadn't dropped a bit from the start. "What kind of monster are you?" "The Empyrean kind." Inala winked and spat out Empyrean zingers once again, unleashing another rain of prana bomb spears on Hanya. 1 life stage. Hanya was at her last life, having dropped to the peak of the body stage. She gasped for breath at the bottom of a crater, fear surging in her eyes as she stared at the mangled corpse of her nearby. That was her third body that had been killed by Inala. How is he this strong? She was unable to understand, despairing in response as she squealed. Spare me, please. Too late. Inala took on his female form and slammed a life bomb, one that would birth a queen, into her, causing her to shriek as she shriveled up, growing old all of a sudden. What did you do? What did you do? Hanya shrilled aloud upon seeing her arms resemble tree bark now, feeling all strength leave her. Her prana had been stolen completely, and now, her life force too followed suit, leaving behind only a day's worth. There are many things I want to ask you, so I'll do it later. Saying so, Inala grabbed Hanya's head and seeped his prana into her. Mystic bone art, prana domination. By turning her into his spirit weapon, Inala made her seep her prana into her storage lantern and transfer its ownership to him. It was full of valuable medicines, which would come in handy for his use. He needed a storage lantern anyway, and this came at the perfect time. Prime skill, Empyrean extraction. Cough. Hanya coughed out blood as brain matter oozed out of her orifices. It was a gory picture, but unlike before, Inala didn't shy away and etched in mind the consequences of his actions. By exerting strength in his hands, he ripped out her head and tossed it to an Empyrean zinger who ate all the flesh and returned a clean skull of Hanya. Prime skill, mind slip. Inala accessed Hanya's mind space and looked for information related to their treasury. Upon finding it, he absorbed the relevant information and used it to arrive at a certain room in the city lord estate. Time for some treasure hunt. Chapter 191 now. You pay the price. Elora City Wall. Soldiers ran across it, taking up positions, concentrated primarily in the direction facing the Angan River. The wall had been reinforced and elevated to a height of 200 meters. It was over 40 meters thick, creating a large enough room for the soldiers to run around and position themselves. The wall wasn't vertical, but had an incline to ensure it didn't collapse upon its own weight. Ghidorah personally used his powers to erect this crystal wall. Hence, it was ridiculously tough. At present, soldiers littered the place, brimming with fighting spirit. Elora City had a population close to 90,000 people. After Ghidorah's announcement, the people from the nearby 3 towns fled to the city to take refuge. Each town had around 20,000 people, adding to a collective 60,000 people from the towns alone. After that were villages that were within Elora City's sphere of influence. Every village had anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000 people living in it, primarily reliant on farming and animal husbandry. The Ganram Kingdom consisted of 7 cities, 19 towns, and over 200 villages. Currently, the people from 3 towns and 35 villages have gathered in Elora City, raising its overall population to over 200,000. Such a massive population granted Elora City a large pool of strength to draw upon. Currently, the number of soldiers crossed 20,000, all of whom were at the body stage. The number originally was smaller, but as it was a time of war, Ghidorah didn't stint on resources and hurriedly elevated the strength of any soldier who showed talent, bringing them to the body stage. According to their tactics, the soldiers were given minerals to build human avatars. A week's time wasn't enough to consolidate much strength, but the soldiers managed to cement their foundation. A good number of them were at the early phase of the body stage, but that was only among the lower levels of the city's power. Many captains were at the peak of the body stage, and in charge of elite raid squads were cultivators at the life stage. Elora City currently had over 100 cultivators at the life stage, 80 of whom were at the 2 life stage, while the remainder were at the 3 life stage. Ghidorah's children were at the 4 life stage, numbering 6 in total. The city councilor was at the 6 life stage. There were 3 organization heads at the same cultivation level too. Though their battle strength was limited, the large merchants were all at the 6 life stage, serving as a reserve force whose only task was to chuck out large attacks at the targets. As they weren't fighters, that was the limit to what they could be counted upon. Finally, standing at their peak at the 8 life stage was Ghidorah, the Elora City Lord. He stared with a solemn gaze and observed the slump lizards bombarding the city wall, announcing calmly, "Don't bother attacking them. They'll serve as a buffer and use up more of the Sentanger's strength." His words eased up the tense hearts of the soldiers. He kept watch, observing large shadows loom over the horizon. They're coming. Be ready. Why hasn't Hanya erected the shield yet? Ghidorah stared up and frowned, failing to see the sludge dome that should have appeared by now. He turned around and stared at the city lord estate, turning serious upon noticing more than half of it was in rubble. Why hasn't anyone told me about it? Only then did the soldiers near him turn around and stare at the city lord estate. They had been busy with their preparations to keep an eye on the city lord estate. It couldn't be helped since everyone was nervous due to the claim that the Centangers this time would be the most numerous in history. Also, no one dared to attack the city lord estate, as powerful guards had been posted all around it. Even though a good portion of them had arrived at the walls, there were still enough at the estate to thwart anyone who dared to do so. "Sir, every cultivator above the spirit stage is here," one of the soldiers said, "and with Lady Hanya there, the city lord estate is still the safest." "No, there's one more that's above the spirit stage." Ghidorah frowned and leapt, making a beeline to his home while leaving behind a command. "Execute as planned. I'll return shortly." "Yes, City Lord." The cultivators at the life stage took charge of the situation and controlled the large army. Ghidorah landed on the ground and caused a crystal spike to jet out with force, shooting him straight to the City Lord estate. He landed on the estate's garden and looked around solemnly at the dead ground bereft of life. This is Hanya's sludge explosion skill. Was she cornered enough to use this? He hurriedly rushed in the direction where waves of prana were emanating from, arriving at a large crater filled with hundreds of mini craters. No, and oh! He stared at Hanya's corpse whose head had been rendered into floor graffiti. "Don't lose your cool. She's only lost one life." His thoughts came to a halt upon seeing a second corpse of Hanya that was lodged with enough prana bomb spears to resemble a porcupine. A bad feeling welled up in his heart as he rushed forward, skidding on the sludgy ground and ended up colliding into a wall. The wall shattered and revealed Hanya's third corpse, one that had been cleanly decapitated. By this point, despair set in him as his body wobbled forward, slowly walking towards the last location generating prana waves. There, slumped on the wall, lacking a head, was her last corpse, withered, sucked out of all its prana and life force. Strewn on her lap, and the ground beside was her brain matter, an absolutely brutal final death. "Hanya!" He collapsed to the ground and teared up. Why? How did this happen? He extended his hand and gently touched her shoulder, erupting in rage when her body slid into a nearby crater and crumbled. "Inala, wherever you are, I'll butcher you." Blood dripped out of his eyes in anger, and he bellowed like a crazy beast. "Arg!" Prana billowed out of him in fury, causing sonic booms as waves of vapor cones were generated everywhere, leveling the region. He wanted to do nothing else but slaughter the cause behind his dear wife's death. "Idiot!" There was a sudden shout from behind him, causing him to turn around and unleash his attack. He stopped upon seeing a puppet head, unrealistic, made with crude workmanship. It opened its mouth as Inala's voice resounded. "It's good and all that you're unleashing your anger, but don't you realize the situation? By now, I would have crossed the sandy gray void ring. So, finding me is impossible. Rather, sensing the strength displayed by your raging eruption, the Centangers will rush here, happy to accept the challenge." The mouth moved up and down, laughing. "You'll have to face more Centangers than you had expected, because of your mistake. So have fun dying." The puppet stared at Ghidorah, dead in the eyes. "Yes, it was your mistake antagonizing me. And now, you pay the price." Chapter 192, The Millinger Catastrophe begins. "Now you pay the price." Hearing the puppet's scorning voice, Ghidorah unleashed his crystal mist, turned the puppet head into crystal, and shattered it into powder. He unleashed his prana radially, enveloping the entire city lord estate, looking for Inala's traces. "He's not here." He grunted in anger, observing the corpses of soldiers strewn across the estate. Everyone there had been slaughtered, with Hanya being the last of them. He killed Lurt too. "Inala!" Ghidorah was unable to control his anger, but the puppet's words continued to echo in his mind. Indeed, as explained by the voice, the moment Ghidorah unleashed his presence in full display, the energy waves billowed out of Elora City. The Centangers far away would consider it a challenge. After all, an 8-life-stage cultivator was strong enough to kill 2 or 3 of them easily. Therefore, killing such an enemy would net them the greatest number of points. As a result, more Centangers were drawn to Elora City, raising the pressure it faced. Since the puppet taunted him, Ghidorah realized that he had noticed too late. Based on the state of Hanya's corpse, she had been killed at least an hour before. That was more than enough time for Inala to flee the kingdom. Without knowing in which direction he was fleeing, chasing after him was impossible. "I must protect my city." Ghidorah tried his best to calm himself as he rushed back to the city walls. He lost his wife, yes, but his children and grandchildren were still in the city. He had to protect them all. Therefore, it wasn't time to dwell on hatred and chase after an enemy that had fled the place. "One day, Inala," Ghidorah made a vow, "one day I'll kill your loved ones before your eyes, torture you, and convert you into a beast that cleans the city's sewer with his tongue forever." 38 Centangers were rushing towards Elora City, intent to raise it down. Seeing the massive city walls only excited them, for the stronger the target, the greater the points they could farm. Before they approached the range of their artillery strike, Ghidorah returned to his post. Seeing his seething anger, everyone realized that something had happened to Hanya, especially since there was no sludge dome covering the city's airspace. "We'll butcher them all," Ghidorah roared, his authority intoxicating as it spread to all the soldiers. Soon, killing intent reverberated throughout the region, growing like the tide before slamming into the incoming Centangers. Unknown to Ghidorah, seated in one of the shelters, taking rest while rubbing her aching throat, was a 17-year-old girl, the sole person in the anxious-ridden crowd who was fast asleep. It was Anala. After killing Asiya, he looted the city lord's treasury dry. He didn't have the time to look through them, for he was dead tired. Hence, after swallowing them all into his biome, he sneaked into a shelter by assuming his female form. At a corner in the shelter where girls his age cowered around, he took a spot, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Hidden amidst his clothes was the Empyrean Zinger King in its miniature form. He had collected all the scattered Empyrean Zingers before running to the shelter. Except for the Empyrean Zinger King, all other Empyrean Zingers were within the biome in his stomach. As Anala used the Prana blood skill against Hanya, he was currently reeling from the side effects, using some life force to heal faster. But even otherwise, he needed rest, having not had a wink of sleep for 8 days. He had already gone a day without sleep when he was captured. If he doesn't take ample rest, he will collapse before he manages to meet up with Asiya and baby Ganala. "Who is she?" A trembling girl seated nearby Anala stared at him and wondered, asking around, "How can she sleep in such a situation? Look at her dirty clothes. She's probably from the slums." Another girl commented and covered her nose. "There's a stench coming from her. Gosh, how long has it been since she last bathed?" At least, commenting about Anala allowed the girls to recover some peace of mind, calming down from their originally tense state. But that was all they could do. Most of them had less than 30 prana. In this situation, there was nothing they could do. Their control over a spirit weapon wasn't even good enough to harm an iron-grade pranic beast, not to mention the type of enemies they were currently facing. They weren't even trained in the way of combat, instead focusing on other aspects of life. Seated at the very front of the shelter were able-bodied men and women, those at the peak of the spirit stage or close to it. They served as a reserve force for the city lord. The only reason they weren't participating is because Allura City ran out of resources necessary to elevate them to the body stage. As cultivators at the spirit stage didn't have enough power in their attacks to make a difference, they were kept on standby. But everyone knew one thing. If this reserve force had to be called upon, then it meant their city was on the verge of doom. "Steady," Ghidorah said, and watched the Centangers come within a range of 10 kilometers from them. Upon noticing their pacing slow down, he announced quickly, "Archers, take position." Standing at the forefront of the city wall were 8,000 body stage cultivators. Simultaneously, they activated their human avatars, transforming their hands into a rubbery substance covered by glitter that resembled a lustrous metal. Immediately, a crossbow formed on both their hands, ridiculously tough. The glittery substance accumulated into the crossbow to form an arrow. The moment it finished forming, the crossbow began to load, accumulating more and more elastic potential. Prana surged in the arrows, turning them deadlier as the soldiers calmly aimed them forward. "Load!" At Ghidorah's shout, a team of soldiers activated their human avatars and touched the arrow bolts, infusing their prana into it. They grew human avatars with poisonous properties, capable of infusing them into the arrows the other soldiers created. "For my family." A soldier clasped his hands together and faced his hands forward. The crossbows on either hand were parallel to each other, continuing to accumulate power. "For my home." From 10 kilometers to 8, 7, 6, 5, the scuttling legs on the Centangers were brimming with prana, having finished charging up their artillery attack. The moment they stopped, the attack would be launched. As they slowed down, Ghidorah counted down, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. His eyes seethed with bloodlust as the moment the Centangers stopped, he shouted, "1. Shoot!" Both sides launched an artillery strike. The Millinger catastrophe had officially begun. Chapter 193 Intricate Defensive Arrangements. Primary nature, bone-melting artillery. Tens of thousands of spikes, with each spanning a meter in length, shot out from the 38 Centangers, making an arc before they approached Allura City, intending to decimate the latter. But shortly before they had launched their attack, Ghidorah commanded the soldiers to shoot the arrows. Typically, when the Centangers unleashed a large volley, they remained steady to accumulate power. For a few seconds, they remained stationary targets, unable to move, for doing so would throw off their aim, not to mention cause the accumulating prana to go haywire. That few seconds was the perfect window to target them, and Ghidorah had been aiming for exactly that. Right as the Centangers shot their spikes, arrows rained down on them, seeping poison upon contact. It was a thermal poison, one that resulted in an oil fire. And the more this fire burned, the more it sucked the body's fat contents, using them to generate more oil to fuel itself. Thermal poison was the most effective against them, and hence was used right from the start. 8,000 body stage cultivators had shot 2 arrows each, resulting in a whopping 16,000 arrows, all imbued with thermal poison, resulting in a sea of flame in the region with the 38 centangers. Scree! One of the centangers at the forefront screeched in pain, for it had been targeted the most. Its centipede upper body dug into the ground as the rest of its body followed suit, burrowing deep in a matter of seconds. With the oxygen cut off, the fire died out soon enough. The centanger circulated prana through its body and mended the damage, surfacing a good 10 minutes later. But the moment it came out, its body caught fire once again. Thermal poison would continue to burn as long as it had fuel to do so, and as it had already seeped into the centanger's shell, it will catch flame the moment it surfaces. Screeching in pain, the centanger burrowed back, and this time, its centipede upper body wiped off the thermal poison using its primary nature. Capable of selectively targeting and able to permeate through all other surfaces, the moment the centanger focused on the thermal poison as the target, its primary nature destroyed it, not affecting its body in the slightest. It then took a few more minutes to heal its injuries and surfaced, this time not catching fire. It looked around, noticing that the rest of its rivals were still burrowed underground, recovering. Grinning upon realizing that it was the fastest to recover, its centipede upper body gobbled a bunch of slumped lizards and digested them to replenish its expended prana. It then charged at Elora City. A few minutes earlier, the moment the 8,000 body stage cultivators shot 2 arrows each, they retreated to the back, as another 8,000 came front. Watching the artillery projectiles approach them, these 8,000 body stage cultivators activated their human avatars, causing their hands to transform into liquid metal. This liquid metal had the properties of hardening into any shape they desired, hence was versatile enough for all situations. Moreover, the mineral, parf, was the most abundant mineral in the region. At the intermediate iron grade, and with its abundance, parf was the most common mineral sought after by the soldiers. In order to conserve their prana, all the soldiers only transformed their hands, for that alone was enough for their attacks. Transforming their entire body would only be a needless waste of prana. Large metallic discs formed in their hands as the body stage cultivators rotated like a spinning top and launched the discs in the air. One after another, the metallic discs arched through the sky and gradually lifted themselves, causing their flat surfaces to face the incoming projectiles. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Thunderous ringing sounds echoed in the region as the artilleries melted through the metallic discs one after another. But in response, the power in them was being expended, causing both their momentum and melting potency to drop. The metallic discs flew to a distance of a kilometer from the city walls, as a result, capable of intercepting the projectiles early on. Shields! Ghidorah roared upon seeing many spikes make their way past the metallic discs. At his shout, the reserve 4,000 body stage cultivators roared before puffing out frosty air that spread out like a blizzard. The ability was activated in unison, coordinated to move as one unit. Like a fierce avalanche, it blasted forth with force and slammed into the spikes, reducing their momentum as a layer of frost formed on them. The moment the layer of frost became large enough, the cultivators that had unleashed the blizzard were able to treat the incoming projectiles as their spirit weapon, activating their psychokinesis to the max to reduce their momentum. But even then, not all the spikes were slowed down. Many slipped through the metallic discs and, hence, hadn't lost any momentum and potency. Those spikes pierced through the blizzard and closed in on the city wall. Forming the final defensive line were Ghidorah and his family of royalty. They unleashed a thin crystal mist and layered it at the end of the layer of blizzard. The moment any spikes touched the crystal mist, they would know and focus their power on the region to fully crystallize and shatter the projectiles. Moreover, standing before the soldiers were cultivators with parf, having created large dome-like shields. Soon, spikes spewed out like a torrent and slammed into these shields. The majority of them had lost all their power and were in pieces, with a good fraction of their bodies turned into crystal dust. But at the end of the day, human errors existed in a projectile battle. As a result, some spikes managed to preserve enough power through everything as they slammed into the defensive shields and punctured a hole. Most, if not almost all of them, were stopped eventually within the thick shields. Some managed to pierce through even that and slammed into the soldiers, eliciting screams from the targets whose bones began to melt. "Treat them, hurry," Ghidorah said and shouted. "What's the casualty?" 3 dead and 14 injured. Ghidorah's eldest son made the report. "The injured can return to battle once treated." "Then hurry." Ghidorah then issued another command. "Retract the frost mist and create pathways to launch our projectiles." We have less than 8 minutes before the second volley arrives. Centangers were experts in long-range warfare, and with enough food at their disposal, the battle was bound to take some time. The mating season lasted an entire 3 months, so the Centangers weren't in a hurry. Moreover, once they surfaced and saw the bare minimum of deaths caused by their attacks, they only became more excited. The tougher the opponent, the greater the generated points when the threat is vanquished. In excitement, they rushed for 100 meters and unleashed another artillery strike, intending to close the gap bit by bit. 5 kilometers was the farther end of their attack range. They intended to probe the enemy from afar and gradually pressure them by inching closer little by little. Once they have a complete understanding of the enemy, they would go in for the kill and enter close combat. If Ghidorah fails to kill them by then, his city will be destroyed. Chapter 194: A Losing Battle. Within one of the shelters in Elora City, the over 10,000 people huddled within trembled every time the shelter tremored. Faint cracks formed on the ceiling as dust and tiny fragments of crystals fell after every tremor. It only terrified them. The gazes of most were on a large crack that extended for more than 30 meters, the largest in the shelter's ceiling. This crack formed after the recent wave of attacks, most of which slammed into the ground above the shelter. The shock waves ended up reaching the shelter ceiling and damaged it. The corrosive properties within the artilleries only ended up amplifying the scale of damage. Will we survive? Doesn't it seem hopeless? 2 girls huddled close to the corner talked in fear. Are you idiots? Suddenly, the girl who had been sleeping like a log for 2 whole days woke up and chided them. City Lord is very strong. He'll send the pranic beasts packing before long. You don't even realize this is part of his plan, damn idiots. Hey, that's rude of you. One of the girls snapped in anger. You were asleep for 2 whole days. As if you know any better. Oh, I know. That's why I was peacefully asleep. The arrogant girl chiding the 2 was, of course, Inala. Upon seeing that he had gained the attention of many others due to the silence within the shelter, he increased the volume of his voice a bit more and chuckled. Has any of us died? No, right? So why are you afraid? Our soldiers are stronger than you dumb idiots give them credit. This girl. The girl near Inala wished to argue, but was unable to do so, as what Inala said made sense. Though the shelter tremored from time to time, none within had died. Rather, they were perfectly safe, having more than enough rations to last for the next 3 months. Now you understand? Inala snorted and hugged his large pillow to return to sleep. So just shut up and sleep. We'll win this war, but the city will be damaged. It'll be our turn to contribute to the city's repairs once the war ends. We'll have to take care of the injured soldiers, so maintain yourselves at optimal states. There were rounds of discussions that had been sparked by Inala's chiding. Overall, the expressions of the people eased up as they had optimistic gazes. But in contrast, Inala listened to the tremors closely, acting like he was sleeping as he was focused on the battle outside. They're gradually losing. As the volley of attacks continued at a frequency of once every 8 to 10 minutes, casualties accumulated. There were only 3 dead during the first volley. But as the Centangers gradually closed the distance between them and the city, the potency of their attacks increased. The casualties continued to increase at a steady incline. And the more that died, the greater the pressure on the remainder to pick up slack. As a result, many artillery spikes flew past the defenses on the wall and even slammed into the buildings of the city, gradually decimating the place. Inala continued to listen to the sounds, eventually understanding the reason for the increased number of attacks making their way into the city. The Centangers have surrounded the city. As a result, the soldiers on the wall had to spread themselves thin. That made their defensive lines weaker. After 2 hours of observation, Inala made a mental map of the direction in which the attacks were the most violent. He calculated accordingly. 3 more days and the city will be breached. This shelter will collapse once that happens. Since there was still enough time, Inala closed his eyes and resumed his sleep. He was still tired and hadn't fully recovered yet. Besides, once he takes action, he'll be fighting nonstop for many days without rest. Therefore, it was best to get as much sleep as possible when the chance presented itself. In the meantime, the situation outside was a mess. Just die! A cultivator at the 3 life stage rushed forth with a team of elites and attacked a Centanger. A leafy chakram revolved around him as he sent it hurling at the Centanger, grunting upon seeing it bounce off the latter's hard shell. Fucking turtle! The centipede upper body of the Centanger slashed at him as the cultivator had a vine coiled around a boulder farther away. He tugged at it with force and used it to quickly evade the attack. In response, he sent his spirit weapon flying at the Centanger. Tata-tat-tata! The scuttling legs of the centipede upper body slammed repeatedly into the leafy chakram and shattered it. It then shot hundreds of spikes at the cultivator. Leader, One of the elites bellowed and activated his human avatar in full swing, fully transformed. He was at the peak of the body stage. He clapped and unleashed a shockwave, causing the projectiles to slow down. Seeing that it wasn't enough, he clapped repeatedly, stopping after the fifth clap to see the projectiles drop to the ground, having lost all their momentum. His ability was similar to the shock lizard's primary nature of prana shock. His ability was unleashed through the air, and hence the range was limited. But in a close-ranged fight, it was potent, a reason why their team could continue fighting. It's on us to kill this bastard. The 3 life stage cultivator, the leader of the raid team of 10, bellowed, leading his 10 subordinates as they continued to attack. As long as they continued to pressure it, the Centanger wouldn't be able to target the city. That would reduce the burden faced by the city. At present, all the life stage cultivators had rushed out and engaged with a Centanger each. Theoretically, a pranic beast that had reached maturity was on the same level as a human cultivator at the peak of the body stage. As long as both were from the same grade, they ought to be equal. But the reality was otherwise, and this difference stemmed from their bodies. The Centanger had a large body that was protected by a tough carapace, while most of its vital organs were encased by a shell. And every swing of its large body was akin to a powerful ability. In contrast, the human body was very weak. Their cultivation barely strengthened their bodies. The level of reinforcement was limited at best. Therefore, despite having similar cultivation levels with the pranic beasts at the body stage, a solid hit to their bodies, and they were dead. Their body was the weakness of human cultivators. It was why even a cultivator at the 3 life stage that had a human avatar created with a silver-grade mineral was struggling against the Centanger, when in theory, he was supposed to be at least thrice stronger. Cook! The leader grunted at the force of wind resulting from the Centanger's centipede upper body that lashed around once. The ground quaked from the impact while the generated winds sent them flying. Following that was a rain of spikes that melted through everything they touched. The Centanger then used a couple of free seconds to unleash an artillery strike on Elora City, eliciting screams from the soldiers that were injured as a result. The humans were gradually losing. Chapter 195 Millingers vs. Fung Brimgon. Garam Kingdom Capital City. 30 Centangers rained down attacks on the capital city and calmly marched towards the city walls. Attacks rained down on them, but didn't manage to reach them. The reason was the 4 Millingers present in the center of the 30 Centangers. They had erected their inhibition dome around the Centangers, causing all attacks coming their way to lose their effect. Having lost their speed and power, the projectiles simply bounced off their tough carapaces. As a result, the group of Centangers and 4 Millingers didn't sustain the slightest amount of injury, not even sporting a scratch. With such a dominant posture, they continued to reduce the distance between them and the city, pressuring the latter. What's the situation? When the soldiers began to lose morale, Fung Brimgon walked out of the palace and echoed his voice. Your Majesty, one of the ministers kneeled to announce. None of our attacks managed to harm them. We haven't sustained any casualties, but it is taking our all just to defend. At this rate, once we expend our prana, we'll fall. Focus on the 30 Centangers. We have more than enough strength to kill them. Fung Brimgon said as his body flickered, causing 4 more to appear. As for the 4 Millingers, he condensed 2 gold chakrams and made them hover before him. All 4 of his bodies boarded the 2 chakrams, 2 per each as the chakrams flew towards the Millinger rapidly. Leave them to us. Gold kinesis art. It was the famed cultivation technique of the Brimgon Empire, excelling in its refining capabilities. Through the gold kinesis art, a Brimgon royalty could refine a weak mineral and enrich its potency to unprecedented levels. The mineral they figured out to refine to the extreme and create a human avatar out of was carinal. Yes, it was the same mineral Inala had used on the people of his theater. Carinal was a beginner iron-grade mineral that was so weak that its only function was to barely improve one's psychokinesis. It neither improved their prana nor increased their lifespan. An absolutely useless mineral. As a result, despite its abundance, no human cultivator paid it any attention. But conversely, this was the mineral used by the Brimgon Empire royalty. When the gold kinesis art is used to refine a carinal for an extended time period, after a large volume of carinal is expended, the result is the creation of a concentrated mineral in small proportions called rutham. Rutham consisted of a carinal's properties, but at such a concentrated level that they didn't even seem like the same type of mineral. Upon fusing with a rutham to create their human avatar, a Brimgon Empire royalty gained extreme psychokinesis abilities. The range, speed, and weight limit of their spirit weapon experienced a 10 times boost. It was such a qualitative leap of strength that from afar, a Brimgon Empire royalty could deal with their opponent. There was a famous saying in the regions of Sumatra continent surrounding the Brimgon Empire, When you encounter an angry Brimgon royal, pray there's no glint of light beside them, because the moment it appears, your head rolls down the next second. The Brimgon Empire royals, upon constructing their human avatar, will begin condensing a spirit weapon. It's something that could be considered a byproduct of their human avatar. This spirit weapon will take shape based on their personality and reflect their character the best. And once it forms, the Brimgon royal could refine it through their prana. The more it is refined, the stronger the spirit weapon becomes. Therefore, the older a Brimgon Kingdom royal was, the stronger the spirit weapon they wielded. And in rare cases, once the spirit weapon has been refined to the extreme, it births a secondary nature. The Brimgon Empire was one of the human civilizations with such cases. Of course, it had only happened once in their history, and that was for their founding ancestor. The expert claimed to have strength rivaling a mystic Empyrean tentacle. 6th life stage. That was Fung Brimgon's cultivation. It was a decent speed of cultivation, considering how he was only at it for a bit over 800 years. There was a chance he could reach the peak by the end of his lifespan. Those that had created a human avatar out of Rutham would have a prana capacity of 7,200 per body and a lifespan of 1,440 years. As a result, even though it was very hard and time-consuming to raise their cultivation, the resultant gain in strength was overwhelming. In terms of direct comparison for prana values, they were equivalent to advanced gold-grade pranic beasts. Fung Brimgon retained 2 bodies of himself in the capital city. They stood next to each other, controlling a spirit weapon each. The spirit weapon was in the shape of a gold chakram and sported deadly edges, capable of easily cutting through the toughest of materials. It spanned a radius of 4 meters and was massive. The 2 bodies in the city controlled the chakrams. Each chakram carried 2 Fung Brimgon bodies respectively and traveled towards the horde of Sentangers. The large chakrams functioned as both a platform to stand upon and a shield to protect their bodies. At the 6th life stage, a cultivator's effective range for a spirit weapon was 560 meters, while the maximum range was 840 meters. For a Brimgon Royal, there was no effective range as they exercised 0 drop in efficiency until their maximum range. Fung Brimgon's maximum range currently stands at 8,400 meters. With a spirit weapon range surpassing 8 kilometers, he could casually attack outside while remaining huddled in his city. His fighting plan was simple. Using the 2 bodies in the capital city, he would send 2 chakrams out at an altitude of 1 kilometer. Each chakram would carry 2 bodies. These chakrams would act as a shield to defend against projectiles launched from beneath. The bodies standing on the chakrams would use their respective spirit weapons to target the Millingers. This way, the 2 chakrams carrying the 4 bodies would evade in the air at terrifying speeds while 4 chakrams rained down from the skies and ground through everything. Krah! The 4 Millingers screeched in excitement and stacked all 4 inhibition domes into a singular entity. They shot a volley of projectiles, watching the 2 chakrams blur in response and evade them all in an instant. They could clearly feel Fung Brimgon's presence that surpassed them on an individual scale. Or rather, they felt that only by teaming up would the 4 Millingers be able to beat him. He was that strong of an opponent. This meant that the Millinger that kills him would possess the most number of points and be able to mate with the 8 female Millingers. At the thought of that, prana billowed out of the 4 Millingers as their excitement reached a zenith. Immediately in response, there were 4 golden lightning strikes from the sky. Chapter 196. Anala targets a Sentanger. Kayak! Watch out! Save me! 5 days after the Millinger catastrophe started, the battle had reached Elora City. The city walls had caved in at multiple locations, resulting in the city itself becoming a battleground. The soldiers resorted to close-range combat while using the large buildings as cover. During one such wave of attacks, a large number of artilleries landed on a part of the ground right above the shelter. As a result, part of the shelter's ceiling caved in, causing the people within to shriek in fear. The shrieks only ended up alerting the Sentangers of the presence of a large number of targets. Though weak and netting only a few points each, there was enough of them to make up for it. Moreover, they were weak enough that a single artillery strike would kill them all, perfect for gathering some points. The shelter Inala had taken refuge within was the 5th shelter to be discovered by a Sentanger. As the people beside him shrieked in fear, he gathered strength in his limbs and leapt, escaping through the hole in the ceiling. Upon arriving at the surface, his figure flickered and rushed into a house beside. Phew! He was nervous, because this wasn't an environment he could be calm under. The only reason he was taking the risk was to collect enough data skulls that would help him at the Brimgon Empire later and eventually pave the way for him to obtain the attribute. It was absolutely important to obtain the attribute amongst all the treasures. Gaining it would improve his primary nature to a whole other level, making its grade on par with gold grade natures. He would finally be ready enough to actively start plotting against the Boar King. But without the attribute, it would take him 2 centuries before he could even think about wounding the Boar King. Only he would make perfect use of the attribute. In the hands of anyone else, its potential wouldn't be fully realized, as in Risha's case from Sumatra Chronicles. Since Ghidorah would target him exclusively the moment his identity gets revealed, Inala couldn't move around in his male form. Inala took a couple of minutes to cover himself with a life bomb armor, one that could birth a queen. He became a middle-aged woman as a result of this action. His life hand then shot out and dragged in a wounded soldier, ending up absorbing all his life force. With that, he recovered to his teenage years. And with the excess life force, he created 3 more life hands. He then stripped the soldier's armor and wore it, intending to disguise himself as one of the soldiers. He particularly picked a female soldier's uniform to appear natural. Slinging a bracelet around his limbs that absorbed his prana emissions, he was ready. Now, it wasn't possible to figure out his identity as a mammoth clansman easily. As long as he was careful about it while fighting, and did not encounter any master while doing so, his identity would be safe. Inala placed his pillow in the corner of the house. Within the pillow was the 1-story storage lantern. He couldn't store it in his biome, for doing so would disrupt the space within it. A singularity might be created as a result of conflict between the 2 spaces. Hence, he didn't take the risk, as people would recognize the storage lantern. Since only Ghidorah and Hanya possessed one in Allura City, their trademark accessories, it was placed within a pillow. He planned to take it back later and peered out, staring at the closest Centanger that was 200 meters away, fighting a group of soldiers that were led by 2 masters. Both masters were at the 2 life stage and were struggling to keep up with the Centanger's attacks. I need to be subtle. Thinking as such, Inala gripped his mace tightly and burst with speed, revving his internal inertial gravity to the limit. His steps barely created a sound as his body was light. Like a butterfly flying through the air, his figure flickered from one house to another, always avoiding the eyes of the others thanks to his miniature Empyrean zingers, perched all over his body, keeping watch. A 2-life stage cultivator roared and unleashed a pillar of flames into the Centanga, masking its vision for a moment. A shadow flickered behind him and rushed underneath the Centanger's body. Inala spun like a spinning top and threw a bunch of prana hands and life hands on the ground, numbering more than 40. He then slammed the ground with his mace and created a crater large enough for him to hide within. Following that, he took in a breather and grunted, causing all the prana hands and life hands to move up and latch onto the underside of the Centanger. Through his skill of puppetry, he could control 4 spirit weapons without issues. But here, he wasn't controlling them. All he did was raise them up by a few meters. Hence, he didn't have to care about the drop in efficiency. As long as they moved up, it was enough for him. Since both prana bombs and life bombs could stick onto all sorts of surfaces, the same applied to the prana hands and life hands too. They stuck onto the Centanger at various locations on its underside, causing it to screech in pain and lose consciousness immediately. It was very painful when just a single prana hand latched onto a target and forcefully stole their prana. A life hand was many times more painful, since it forcefully stole life force. What about dozens of each? So many signals of pain were transmitted to the Centanger's brain in a second that it short-circuited. Of course, a silver-grade pranic beast's brain was robust enough to recover in a matter of seconds. But that was only if Inala intended to leave it free for that long. Mystic bone art, prana blood. The moment he activated it, the gates of his spirit container opened as prana flooded his bloodstream, causing the rate at which he was stealing prana and life force to spike in response. He used the excess life force to create more life bombs, ones that could birth a queen, and slammed them into the Centanger. The life force of a silver-grade pranic beast was insanely valuable, especially for baby Ganala. She would stop whining once he gave her these. He then placed his hands on the Centanger's belly and diverted all the absorbed prana into it, activating another ability. Prime skill, Empyrean extraction. It was harder to do it on a large-bodied creature, hence the process required more time and prana than usual. Thankfully, he was getting more than enough from the Centanger, despite the lowered efficiency from being connected to over 40 spirit weapons at the same time. Seeing the Centanger lose consciousness mysteriously, the soldiers didn't care and instead used the chance to bombard attacks with fiercer momentum. And right before they dealt the killing blow, the effects of Empyrean extraction took effect. But upon sensing the bone that held all the Centanger's data, Inala was shocked. That's the skull counterpart of a Centanger? Chapter 197, Obtaining the Centanger Data. The Centanger had a weirdly shaped body, with all its vital organs present within its center, protected underneath its hard shell. As there existed nervous extensions to all vital information-gathering organs leading into the limbs, It resulted in the brain not being in a somewhat rounded shape as in all creatures, but was instead elongated like a serpent with wings. And to protect it existed a skull similar to the vertebrae of a human body. It was this skeletal structure that was treated as a skull counterpart by the mind extraction prime skill. Inala transformed a prana bomb into a hollow cylindrical drill and began to puncture a way through its underbelly, spending a lot of time since the Sentanger's body was ridiculously tough. If I fought it traditionally, it would have taken me forever to kill it. Fortunately for him, as long as his prana bomb were to touch a target's body part, it was capable of sucking in the target's prana. That was its power. Therefore, the opponent's defenses never mattered to him. He only needed to touch them. Brute forcing through things wasn't in his nature, and hence, his power system was perfect for his use. As long as he plans and targets at the right time, he can take down opponents stronger than himself. The Sentanger had matured. Hence, it was stronger than him. But when it was busy facing the soldiers and had both its body and mind occupied in dealing with them, he attacked, instantly overwhelming all its senses and caused its mind to short-circuit. He constantly maintained the pressure until it was robbed of all its prana and life force. What just happened? The two-life stage cultivator that dealt the killing blow to the Sentanger frowned in confusion, staring at the somewhat shriveled corpse before him. Are any of our powers capable of doing this? We need reinforcements. They're too strong. There were howls from other areas. The two-life stage cultivator couldn't stop to investigate due to the urgency of the situation. He led his team to help the others, joining up in their battle. As the Sentanger's body covered the ground, the drilling sounds didn't leak out. And even if they did, the sounds were so faint they couldn't be heard amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Buildings shattered, people hollered, the Sentangers roared, and countless abilities struck everywhere. Goddamn! Inala cursed, feeling suffocated by the blood that continued to pour out of the Sentanger's underbelly. He spat out a bunch of Empyrean zingers who began to drill into the ground underneath him. Soon, they connected the channel into the underground shelter he had taken refuge in before. Run! The people within the shelter could no longer stay there, for it was gradually being flooded by the Sentanger's blood. Originally, even after the ceiling collapsed, they stayed within, for the damaged part was very small. They simply retreated away from the location underneath the broken ceiling and huddled in other areas of the shelter. But once the blood began to pour in, they couldn't stay there anymore, for through the hole spanning a diameter of 10 centimeters, blood gushed out like a torrent. When the blood gushed out, air seeped in, supplying Inala with the required oxygen. Let's try to stop it. A man took the initiative and sent his spirit weapon forward, plugging up the hole. But a second later, he grunted in pain as his spirit weapon shattered while he lost a bunch of prana. What was that? Let me try ARG. One after another, the cultivators that stepped forward to seal the hole ended up screaming in pain. Unbeknownst to them, there was a miniature Empyrean zinger positioned right behind the hole, using a prana bomb to target their spirit weapons. This ensured the blood continued to drain into the shelter, allowing Inala to avoid being drowned while he was drilling through the Sentanger's body. In a matter of minutes, the blood reached as high as the ankles of those in the shelter, alarming them. Judging by the rate, in less than an hour, the blood would reach their heights. The Sentanger's massive body had more than enough blood to fill up the place to a couple of meters in height. Retreat to another shelter. Screaming as such, the people rushed out of the shelter and flooded the battlefield, causing many to become collateral to an artillery strike. The Sentangers were already aiming for them all along, held back by the best efforts of the soldiers. But once the people fled the shelter, they spread out, becoming easy picking for the pranic beasts. It's dangerous. Don't go outside. Stop. Don't run. Those with some brain tried their best to rein in the people, but panic had already set in, and the majority weren't equipped to handle rational thoughts in such a situation. It had been a century since Elora City faced anything serious. Hence, none of the people in the shelter ever had to fear their lives before. As a result, they were ill-prepared mentally for such a situation. Many are dying, huh? Inala muttered from his hole in the ground, with its top covered by the Sentanger's belly. He wasn't affected by their deaths. After all, he wasn't witnessing their slaughter firsthand. He was only fed the information by an Empyrean zinger. Sometimes it was best to exercise ignorance. Otherwise, his humane nature would wear down his mental state until he suffered from all sorts of trauma. Once he had gotten rid of the disconnect he felt from his childhood, he truly became part of Sumatra. Therefore, the influence of morals and the such he cultivated on earth were gradually waning over the past 3 years. But there was still a while longer before he could truly stomach gory scenes of slaughter when not in an extreme mental state. For hours of non-stop drilling later, he finished making a deep bore. Inala sent in a couple of prana hands that carefully fished out the vertebra-like piece of bone. A bunch of miniature Empyrean zingers latched onto it and cleaned it of all flesh and blood, making it squeaky clean. Prime skill, mind slip. Inala accessed the data within it and nodded in praise. There's a lot of valuable data in it, especially in terms of the Red Draft River's ecology, topography, and food chain. This was information that wasn't available anywhere. Hence, it would allow Inala to have a more comprehensive understanding of Sumatra continent. One day, that knowledge would allow him to kill the Boar King. Gaining the data of one male Centanger was enough. There wouldn't be any noticeable difference between the data of male Centangers, at least not to the extent he would risk his life hunting another. Up next in the list was a female Centanger, followed by a male Millinger, and finally, a female Millinger, but an opportunity for that would only present itself very late. First, I must obtain something else. He encased the Centanger's vertebra-like skull counterpart in a large prana bomb, shrunk its size, and swallowed it. Once it was safely tucked away in his biome, he dug an underground tunnel and returned to the house from before. He grabbed his pillow, observed his surroundings, and made way to the city's exit, aiming for one of the collapsed wall segments. His target? The Rocketress. Chapter 198, Inala vs. Rocketress. Holding a bloody pillow, Inala made a beeline towards a fallen section of Allura city wall. Empyrean zingers in their miniature forms covered his body, keeping watch of his surroundings. "Gook!" he grunted when a spike slammed into his leg, instantly melting his leg bone. "It's too potent." Inala rolled to the side and slid under a large rubble, using it as cover. Within his stomach, an Empyrean zinger crushed open a life bomb and poured it on the stomach walls. Once he activated the mystic bone art, the abundant life force within the life bomb converged upon his leg and gradually generated another leg bone. Staring at his swollen leg, Inala morphed a piece of bone into a needle and poked a hole into the swelling, watching it spray out murky blood filled with a paste of his molten bone. Actuated through the life force, his cultivation technique forced out all the impurities. Immediately after they were expunged, the poked hole on his leg healed. Staring at his pristine leg, Inala flexed his toes a bit and observed that they were working fine. He inhaled softly, wiping his cold sweat produced from the pain. He was covered by the prana bomb armor. But despite that, just a single spike managed to pierce through and melt his leg bone. The Centanger was the absolute worst match for his abilities. Hence, he couldn't win against it in a head-on battle. But that doesn't matter. There are various ways to win a battle. I don't need to fight directly. Inala continued to duck, roll around, slide underneath the rubble, and sprint with all his might. By the time he reached the city walls, he was injured 4 times. Even with the Empyrean zingers keeping watch, it was impossible to avoid all the spikes that rained down from the skies at speeds beyond his reaction time. "I'm out!" He let out a victory cheer and garnered more strength in his legs to burst forth faster, quickly erecting some distance between him and the city. But right as he crossed a kilometer from the city, Inala suddenly lost his footing and slammed into the ground with force. "Cook! Damn these fuckers!" He grumbled and glared at the slump lizards that had surrounded him. They had stacked their primary nature on him. Inhaling a large amount of air, he activated his secondary nature to bend space in his lungs, and a few seconds later, exhaled with force. A gust of air was created with enough force to spiral around itself and generate a weak tornado that lasted for less than 2 seconds. Still, it was enough to raise enough dust and cover the region. "I can't waste time fighting them." Thinking as such, Inala leaped with force and spat out the Empyrean Zinger King, who reverted to its original size instantly. Landing on its back, he glided forward, soon crossing the dust-filled region. "There's more of them here." He frowned, feeling a headache upon seeing the ground covered by slump lizards. During their descent, both he and the Empyrean Zinger King inhaled long breaths and unleashed a fierce gust of wind, erecting another dust cloud. At regular intervals, dust clouds formed in the region alongside the Angan River in a sequential order. 2 figures traveled through it, reaching the Rooster Tribe settlement in less than 2 hours. Had it not been for interference caused by the slump lizards, they would have made the journey in an hour. Arriving at the familiar rocky hill range that acted as the Rooster Tribe settlement's wall, Inala swallowed the Empyrean Zinger King, who took on its miniature form. Stage 1 Jaw. Inala leaped into the air, covering more than a dozen meters as his claws dug into the stone walls. He made multiple leaps and soon arrived at the peak that existed at an altitude of 600 meters. From the high vantage point, he stared at the Angan River. It's completely dried up. He then faced the opposite direction, observing the lake at the center of the Rooster Tribe settlement. There was no trace of the Rocketress, despite the lake being its home. As there was no sign of life in the region, the Centangers didn't come here. At present, a bunch of slump lizards had broken past the entrance and were freely roaming through the settlement, munching on some spilled grains collected by the Rooster Tribe. The hill range was in the shape of 8. Standing at the intersection was the tallest hill, within the crater of which was the lake that served as the rocketress' home. Walking on the hill range was enough to reach his destination. Hence, Inala did the same, keeping his activity hidden as much as possible. It was wise to not alert the rocketress. Of course, to avoid getting discovered by the Centangers, the rocketress would do its best to remain as hidden as possible. After all, it was a defensive creature, almost unbeatable within the range its myriad hands could reach. But beyond that, it was as helpless as a roadside pebble. A Centanger only had to stay beyond its range and spam artillery strikes. A powerful silver-grade pranic beast that was helpless against the Centanger's ability, but was still very strong. That meant it was a prize pool of comfortable points. No Centanger would be able to resist gobbling such a lucrative opportunity. Arriving before the lake, Inala inhaled a long breath and opened his mouth wide, causing 28 Empyrean zingers to fly out. They spread out and encircled the lake, reverting to their original sizes. Each Empyrean zinger created 4 prana bombs and shaped them into spears, ready to strike. 2 Empyrean zingers present in his stomach shattered a bunch of prana bombs and caused their fluids to be digested, allowing a steady stream of prana to fill him. "Let's go!" Inala condensed a prana bomb in each of his hands and dropped them after raising their density to the limit. The prana bombs rolled over the slope and fell into the lake water, sinking immediately after due to their high densities. Upon observing their rate of sinking, Inala condensed multiple prana bombs and threw them all over the lake, watching them quickly reach the depths. Upon sensing that they were still within his spirit weapon range, Inala smirked. "This is doable." "Creak!" He let out a shriek, commanding the 28 Empyrean zingers who all activated the same skill. Mystic bone art, puppetry. 4 prana hands appeared next to each Empyrean zinger and grabbed a prana bone spear each, hovering in readiness. The lake started to bubble, frothing as Inala pulled out the prana bombs that had been filled to the brink with the rocketress prana. 2,800 prana was the rocketress capacity, meaning, as long as it didn't react until 28 prana bombs were filled, it was Inala's victory. Of course, the rocketress wasn't the type to sit still and wait for its death. Prana gushed out of the settlement hill range as a force field was unleashed, instantly causing Inala to weaken in response. Primary nature, rocky intimidation. A hill-like entity with 100 hands gushed out of the lake, emanating murderous intent as dozens of prana bombs stuck to its body, continuously absorbing its prana. It glared at Inala and attacked immediately. The rocketress began its retaliation. Chapter 199, Annihilating the Rooster Tribe. Due to the effects of rocky intimidation, Inala felt difficulty moving. His body was sluggish, late to react while his prana flowed at a rate 20% slower than usual. This caused his combat capability to drop. Rocky intimidation was unleashed from all over the settlement walls. Hence, the region countered his combat abilities, turning him a lot weaker than usual. Using the chance when rocky intimidation was unleashed, the rocketress took action before Inala could grow accustomed to the drop in fighting power. Its 100 hands slapped the water, causing splashes with sharp edges. The rocketress was aware of its limited range. Hence, it had worked extensively to modify the effects of its rocky intimidation and trained extensively, creating a skill in which it could slap the water in the lake and unleash blades of water at its enemies. That covered its weakness somewhat. 3 water blades flew his way as Inala intended to dodge them. Usually, once he activated his secondary nature, he would have been fast enough. But now, his secondary nature was a lot slower in accumulating strength in his limbs. As a result, he wasn't able to dodge it on time, ending up receiving the 3 water blades head-on. Inala flew back for more than 20 meters from the impact and slipped over the peak, beginning to roll down the slope on the other side. He activated his prana bomb armor and caused it to stick to the slope, stopping as a result. He got up and shook his head and stared at the impacted region on his armor. There were 3 scratches, but that was it. Good. I can proceed without any pressure now. Since the rocketress' ranged attack wasn't strong enough to destroy his prana bomb armor, Inala had nothing to worry about. After all, thanks to internal inertial gravity, his internal organs would never sustain any damage no matter how far he gets flung by an attack. He would never feel any shock on the inside. Creak! An Empyrean zinger shouted as it was sent flying. A gash opened on its chest, bleeding blood. But it didn't care about it and instead focused on its 4 prana hands. One after another, the prana hands accelerated and hurled the prana bomb spears at the rocketress, forcing the latter to use more of its hands to stop the spears. One of its hands managed to stop a prana bomb spear before it reached its body. But catching it wasn't the correct way to defend against it. After all, through the contact point, the prana bomb spear absorbed the rocketress' prana. 4 prana hands approached its main body, intending to latch onto it. The rocketress' hands slapped them away. But every slap meant a contact. And in that short contact, it lost a prana. With one exchange, the Empyrean Zinger gained 4 prana. Its prana consumption barely reached a unit of prana, so it was a profitable exchange. Ruh! The rocketress let out a cry as its hands grabbed the prana bombs stuck to its body and ripped them out fiercely, grunting in pain as its skin came off in patches along with the prana bombs. Oh no, you don't! Inala shouted as the rocketress stuffed the prana bombs into its mouth. It had a robust dental structure. Even though it couldn't shatter a prana bomb with a single bite like a zinger, it was capable of breaking it eventually. As long as it does that, it would recover prana by ingesting the fluid within the prana bombs. Inala didn't want that to happen, and hence used his psychokinesis to pull the prana bombs. He grunted, ending up in a tug of war. Buck! Fat! Tada! Using the chance, prana hands latched onto the rocketress' 100 arms, beginning to constrict their movements. Each prana hand was heavy thanks to the effects of internal inertial gravity. Once they had latched onto an arm, the rocketress had difficulty moving it. There were 28 Empyrean Zingers attacking it, with each holding 4 prana hands. Each Empyrean Zinger targeted 4 hands, and kept them occupied. There was a fierce exchange for less than 2 minutes, at the end of which all 100 hands of the rocketress were weighed down by a prana hand each. With that, it wasn't able to unleash its water blades, making it easy for Inala to latch prana bombs onto its lower body. And once they were full, he retracted them. A minute later, the rocketress let out weak shrieks, unable to bear the phantom pains from its prana stolen from various locations. It had lost all its prana. It tried to attack the Empyrean Zingers, but its hands moved too slowly to create any water blades. And as the Empyrean Zingers used their psychokinesis to apply force through their prana hands, the rocketress' arms faced even more difficulty moving. Taking on his feminine form, Inala threw a life bomb, one capable of birthing a queen, on the rocketress, hearing its screeches grow sharper in response to pain. He latched a life hand on its body and used the absorbed life force to ensure his age was maintained at 17 years old. He slammed a bunch of life bombs on the rocketress until most of its life force was stolen. Its body became shriveled up as it was experiencing the side effects of old age, feeling weak all over. The moment its prana was expended, the suppression effect caused by Rocky inhibition subsided greatly. Only the weak suppression effect inherent in the Rocky walls were unleashed, which wasn't anything worth mentioning for Inala and the Empyrean Zingers, all of whom had internal inertial gravity to rely upon. Staring at the rocketress that was in the final moments of its life, Inala recalled his interaction with baby Ganala when she said he had the means to defeat the rocketress. That brat! He spat out the Empyrean Zinger king that perched on his head as a defensive measure. Following that, he leapt with force and landed on the rocketress, placing his hand on its head as he seeped his prana into its body. Prime skill, Empyrean extraction. The 28 Empyrean Zingers drilled into the rocketress' corpse, extracted its skull, cleaned it using the lake water, and presented him with its clean skull. Inala was just about to relax when he sensed a powerful emission of prana from afar. The Centangers are here. He hurriedly swallowed all his gains and barged into a cave beside the lake, staring at the 2 people huddled there. They were the sole survivors of the Rooster tribe, the most evolved of them all. And due to their insane lust, they were currently copulating. Placed in the same cave, they couldn't hold back, having been at it for 3 days already, only taking rest when it was time to sleep. Who are you? The man among the couple shouted in a fluster upon seeing Inala. But a moment later, a prana bomb slammed into his chest and knocked him unconscious. The woman followed suit. Using Empyrean extraction on the 2, Inala stored their skulls in his biome, tossed their corpses into the lake, and closed the cave's entrance. He dug a hole and hid deeper, encasing himself inside a prana bomb to ensure no trace of his existence would be leaked outside. A minute later, 2 female Centangers approached the settlement, making a beeline towards the lake. Chapter 200 Turning Sisters into Enemies, Part 1. During the 3 months that the mating season would last, the only work of the female Centangers was to collate the points accumulated by all the male Centangers. But that didn't mean they wouldn't explore the immediate vicinity of their location when intrigued. The Rooster tribe settlement was located close to the Angan River. Hence, the 2 female Centangers that had camped there sensed the rocketress' presence and approached the region. They were feeling mildly bored, and hence intended to use a strong opponent like the rocketress as a target practice. A casual artillery strike later, all the slump lizards within the settlement were killed. The 2 female Centangers soon made their way to the lake and stared at the floating corpse of the rocketress. Its blood had leaked into the lake and polluted it, giving it a pungent stench. The 2 female Centangers looked around and spread their prana around, failing to detect anything worth noticing. They did detect an egg deep inside a cave, but it was beyond their reach. Moreover, nothing worth their attention was registered from the egg. It hadn't even hatched after all. Followed by a swat of one of their centipede upper bodies, the boulder blocking the cave's entrance was sent flying. But the entrance was too narrow, preventing the centaur's centipede upper body from entering it. Since the egg was beyond its reach, the centaur stopped trying to target it. It then looked around and noticed the vantage point given by the hill range, allowing it to survey the entire region more easily. With an altitude of 600 meters on flat lands, it was enough for the female centaur to even make out Elora City's shadow far away. The two female centaurs discussed among themselves and decided to camp in this region. At least, they could keep watch on some of the battles from this place, instead of the bottom of the Angan River. A few minutes later, the two female centaurs retracted their prana, casually lying around the lake as they played with the rocketress' corpse. The moment they retracted their prana, Inala sighed in relief. When they tried to detect using their prana, the prana bomb was able to absorb faint traces of the prana they had released. Through it, Inala knew that they were keeping their detection means activated, and the moment his prana bomb stopped absorbing prana, implied they had stopped using their detection means. He stealthily shattered the prana bomb and took in long breaths, feeling almost suffocated before. If he hadn't bent space within his lungs and inhaled a large amount of air, it would have been impossible to remain confined for extended durations. Do I attack them or not? He wondered, hesitant. Had there been just one centaur, he could have made plans accordingly. But facing two of them would be a death sentence. The moment a single of their artillery strikes him, his defenses would come undone, and he'll be incapacitated. He wouldn't be able to recover fast enough before more strikes from the bone-melting artillery impact him. Death was guaranteed in such a situation. But upon noticing that the two female centaurs intended to remain next to the lake, Inala had no other choice but to face them. Otherwise, he would be trapped in his current location until the mating season ends. And if his location were to be revealed, the two female centaurs would attack him. Currently, they hadn't targeted the egg, the prana bomb he hid within, only because it didn't pique their interest. But once they sense his existence, they would unleash an artillery strike on the settlement walls and bring it down in a matter of minutes. They had such fearsome firepower. Once that happens, Inala would have nowhere to hide. In the open plains, he became an easy target for their artillery strikes. I need to kill them somehow, he thought, spending a few minutes on it when he got an idea. All right, that will work. Immediately in response, the Empyrean Zingers in his biome got to work. Inala swallowed the Empyrean Zinger King, who took action upon arriving at his biome. It grabbed an Empyrean Zinger and activated Mystic Bone Art on it, forcefully changing its body shape. Unable to bear the burden, the Empyrean Zinger died. Soon, the Empyrean Zinger King created a Sumatra Zinger. Upon observing that it was functioning properly, it began to create more Sumatra Zingers, stopping only after creating 24 of them. In the meantime, Inala morphed a prana bomb into a drill and began to silently drill a path to the lake. 2 hours later, he finished making a narrow path that was only wide enough for a miniature Empyrean Zinger to crawl through. Inala spat out a prana bomb whose space was compressed inside. It slowly enlarged and shattered, revealing 20 Sumatra Zingers and 20 Empyrean Zingers. One by one, the Empyrean Zingers reverted to their original size, compressed space in their stomachs to swallow a Sumatra Zinger, and then took on their miniature forms. One after another, the 20 miniature Empyrean Zingers crawled through the narrow tunnel and entered the lake, spreading out in response. An Empyrean Zinger stealthily crawled out of the lake and sneaked onto the body of a sleeping centaur. It took some time and reached the top, taking out its Sumatra Zinger that began to suck in air. 10 minutes later, it was full of compressed air. Loading a prana bomb inside, the Empyrean Zinger remained in its miniature form and pointed the nozzle towards the eyes of the centaur. Boom! The prana bomb had been infused with all the Empyrean Zinger's prana, raising its weight to 200 kilograms. It slammed into the centaur's eyes and brutally crushed the organ, causing the area to cave in response. Right after shooting a prana bomb, the Empyrean Zinger swallowed the Sumatra Zinger and collapsed the gravity inside its stomach, causing a singularity, as a result of which its body deformed and shrunk to the size of a grain. It all happened in a matter of seconds. By the time the centaur woke up from the impact and spread its prana around, it failed to detect any other living being in its vicinity. Its 2 eyes had been destroyed by the attack. It seethed in rage. The centaur surged prana to the wounded region and began its recovery process, glaring at the other centaur who looked around in confusion. Its prana was robust as in a matter of minutes, it had regenerated the eyes, since they were just nerval appendages extending from its actual eyes. So healing it wasn't tricky. After glaring at the second centaur for a couple more minutes, It closed its eyes and resumed its sleep as there wasn't much to do at present. Tallying the points would only happen at a later date, so it had no work at the moment. But a few minutes later, there was another powerful impact, shattering its face once again, blinding it a second time. The centaur unleashed its prana promptly to detect the perpetrator, but still failed to find anyone else, only sensing the second centaur stirring up in response to the sound. When the same happened the third time, the centaur pounced on the second centaur, engaging in a battle.
A special thanks to everyone who donated. You've helped me more than you know. I'll keep working on bringing more audiobooks. If you'd like to support further, you can become a member or donate, and you will get a link to the audiobook library. The links are in my bio and description. You can also download the audio files directly from the library. Making videos takes a bit more time because of rendering, but I'll keep pushing forward. Once again, thank you for listening to Light Verse Recap.